Ghosts of Ascalon by Matt Forbeck and Jeff Grubb. Timeline 10,000 BE. Last of the Gigantus Lupicus, the great giants, disappear from the Tyrian continent. 205 BE. Humans appear on the Tyrian continent. 100 BE. Humans drive the Char out of Ascalon. 1 BE. The human gods give magic to the races of Tyria. 0 AE. The exodus of the human gods. 2 AE. Or becomes an independent nation. 300 AE. Crida established as a colony of Ilona. 358 AE. Crida becomes an independent nation. 898 AE. The Great Northern Wall is erected. 1070 AE. The Char invasion of Ascalon, the Searing. 1071 AE. The sinking of Or. 1072 AE. Ascalonian refugees flee to Crida. 1075 AE. Cormyr ascends into godhood. 1078 AE. Primordus, the elder fire dragon, stirs but does not awaken. The Azura appear on the surface. The transformation of the dwarves. 1080 AE. King Adalbern of Ascalon recalls the Ebon Vanguard. Ebonhawk is established. 1088 AE. Crida unifies behind Queen Salma. 1090 AE. The Char Legion takes Ascalon City. The Fofire. 1105 AE. The Dermot Priory is established in the Shiver Peaks. 1112 AE. The Char erect the Black Citadel over the ruins of the city of Rin in Ascalon. 1116 AE. Kala Scorchrazor lead the rebellion against the Flame Legion Shaman caste. 1120 AE. Primordus awakens. 1165 AE. Jormag, the Elder Ice Dragon, awakens. The Norn flee south into the Shiver Peaks. 1180 AE. The Centaur prophet Ventari dies by the Pale Tree, leaving behind the Ventari tablet. 1219 AE. Zaitan, the Elder Undead Dragon, awakens. Or rises from the sea. Lion's Arc floods. 1220 AE. Divinity's Reach is founded in the Crichton province of Shamor. 1230 AE. Corsairs and other pirates occupy the slowly drying ruins of Lion's Arc. 1302 AE. The Silvari first appear along the Tarnished Coast, sprouting from the Pale Tree. 1320 AE. Kralkatorrik, the Elder Crystal Dragon, awakens. Creation of the Dragon Brand. Breaking of Destiny's Edge. Founding of the Vigil. 1324 AE. Dougal Keen enters the crypts beneath Divinity's Reach. Ghosts of Ascalon. Chapter 1. Over the years, Dougal Keen developed a personal rule. Never adventure with people you like. If pressed, he might modify it to, don't adventure with people you'd hate to see die. Now, in the depths of the crypts beneath Divinity's Reach, he was getting his wish. Dougal disliked his comrades intensely. He also hated his task. Most of all, at the moment, he hated the stifling heat of the crypts themselves. The sweltering summer heat that enveloped Divinity's Reach above had stolen deep into the bowels of these hidden burial grounds, where it festered like a hidden wound. The prevailing winds that caressed the burial grounds' cliffside entrances might carry the stench of the warm, dry rot away from the city, but inside the crypts' twisting passages, Dougal had no means of escaping it. People had been bringing their dead here since before the founding of Crida's new capital, and Dougal swore he could smell the dust of every last one of them. Their explorations had taken them into parts of the crypts that even Dougal was unaware existed. At each branching of the path, Clag had consulted his glowing map, then indicated that they take the less traveled option. The smooth, polished flagstones of the Skull Gate in Divinity's Reach gave way to less used paths, and finally to rooms and corridors that had been untouched since the dead were left here to desiccate centuries before the founding of the city above. Still, as he stalked forward, brittle skull fragments of all shapes and size crunched beneath his feet. Dougal reminded himself that these crypts weren't as bad as some places he had been. The ruined temples of the Caledon Forest or the Blood-Tide Coast. its beaches awash with twitching, malevolent corpses. Or Ascalon. Never as bad as Ascalon. Dougal stopped and rubbed the stubble on his chin as he scanned the bone-covered passage before him. It opened into a wide chamber that stretched far beyond the reach of his torch's light. It was clear of bones. He didn't like that. He signaled for a stop, and his companions, the Silvari, the Norn, and the Azura riding his golem, the one who'd hired the rest of them for this expedition, pulled up short behind him. "What is it?" snarled Clag. The Azura was irritable when they first met. Enclosed, stuffy air of the tomb had done nothing to improve his disposition. Clag's people had bubbled up from the depths of the world over 2 centuries ago, harbingers of the fact that nature of Tyria was about to change. They were a small people with oversized flat faces, ellipsoid heads, the width of which were made more pronounced by long ears drooping in Clag's case. Their skin came in varying shades of gray, their large eyes a product of lives spent in magic-lit caves. The Azura arrived on the surface world not so much as refugees as settlers confident in their intellectual and magical superiority over every race they encountered, and Dougal had to admit to himself they were often right in that assumption. Clag was seated comfortably in the harness fixed to the front of his golem, the creature a masterpiece of polished and painted stone and fitted bands of bronze. Its articulated limbs hinged on glowing blue magical jewels that held the independent parts of the angular, headless creature together without actually touching them. Magical force, magic beyond which Dougal was comfortable with, held the creature together. A single large crystal housed beneath its carved shoulders served both as its eyes and ears. The sharp, faceted gem constantly swiveled around in its socket, scouring its environment for more input. Clag called it Breaker and seemed more concerned about its well-being than that of the other members of the party. "I said, what is it?" snarled the Azura, its shark-like teeth flashing with irritation. Dougal rarely saw an Azura smile, and was never reassured when he did. "Something's wrong," Dougal said, keeping his voice low. "Humans," Gaida Odd's daughter muttered, shaking her head. The silver sleigh bells woven into her long, yellow warrior's braid jangled loudly, always taking stock instead of taking action. She set her huge hammer before her with a resounding thud, crushing a dry skull to dust. Dougal winced, not at the Norn's words, but at the racket she'd made. At 9 feet tall and bristling with weapons, she thundered down the halls, making more noise than the Azura's golem. This daughter of the distant snow-capped shiver peaks didn't care who heard her coming. She wanted to warn them of her approach. In the heat of the depths of the crypt, her heavily tattooed flesh dripped with the sheen of sweat. Gaida's grandsires were refugees as well, fleeing from the power of one of the great elder dragons to the north. The Norn were a healthy, hardy, proud people, quick to anger and equally quick to forgive. In his time since leaving Ebonhawk, Dougal had met good Norn and bad Norn. The good Norns treated every day as an adventure, every problem as a challenge, and every foe as a chance for personal glory. Most people didn't understand how dangerous the dark places of the world could be. The Norn actually relished in exploring them. Gaida, though, was definitely in the latter category of Norn. Boastful, judgmental, and unpleasant to those around her. She was both bullying and insulting, as if any achievement by others diminished her own. Dougal didn't like it when she smiled either. "The floor, it's too clear," said Dougal, talking to Clag, but meaning it for Gaida. "No bones. No one was buried here." "And that means a trap," said Colleen, the last member of the party, the Silvari, in her soft, melodious voice. Dougal nodded. The Silvari necromancer was probably the most pleasant individual of their motley crew, himself included. Shorter than a human, but not as diminutive as the Azura. Her skin was a verdant green, her hair more similar to the leaves of a succulent plant than that of a human woman. When she moved, golden pollen drifted off her. The humanoid appearance, Dougal knew, was a lie. Colleen and the others of her race were born fully formed from the fruit of a great white-barked tree far to the south. There was no animal warmth to her flesh. The Silvari were a recent addition to the world, their entire race only a little older than Dougal himself, but they had already spread far and wide like an invading weed. Colleen had all the traits attributed to her race. She was honest, direct, and focused. In many ways, she was better than most humans he knew. That may have been what made Dougal most uncomfortable of all. Colleen took Dougal's statement at face value, but Gaida instead snorted, "I think you're just trying to delay us from our goal." The Sylvari ignored Gaida but said, "What do you think would set it off?" Dougal looked at the Norn. "Not noise, maybe vibration, or maybe weight." "The human's probably right," Clag said, sitting in the relative safety of his armored harness. "I guess even a blind dredge finds a diamond some days." The Azura fiddled with a row of crystals set into his harness's front rim, then nodded to himself. "Ah, yes, there it is. Crude, but effective." "What is it?" Dougal hated asking the question. He knew the Azura was fishing for yet another reason to explain how brilliant he was. To an Azura, the other races of the world existed primarily for heavy lifting, taking risks, and asking stupid questions. "If one of us were foolish enough to walk into that room," Clag said, enunciating every syllable, "it would trigger a lethal blast that could kill those present." Gaida harumphed as if no explosives could slow her down, magical or otherwise. Still, Dougal noticed the Norn's feet stayed rooted where they were. "If it's a trap, can't Dougal disable it?" Colleen asks. "Isn't that what you hired him for?" From any of the others, such a statement would have come laden with sarcasm and bile. The Sylvari, though, meant every word in earnest. It was indeed why he was part of the expedition. His knowledge of traps, of history, of the way the world used to be. "He hired me for my experience in recovering powerful artifacts," said Dougal. Gaida let out a deep chuckle. "Robbing tombs, you mean?" Dougal ignored her. "Does anyone have something helpful to add?" Dougal asks. "The Petalhead's comment stands," said Clag, prim as a schoolmaster. "This is why we brought you along, human. We know the trap is there. Now take care of it." Dougal reached down and picked up a skull, trying not to think about it as one of his ancestors. He aimed for a spot about in the middle of the room and touched the locket beneath his shirt for luck. He pitched the skull underhand into the room. Nothing. He pitched another skull into a different area. Nothing again. He pitched a third. Gaida rolled her eyes at his uselessness and folded her thick arms with impatience. Clag shook his head at him as if Dougal were an addled child. "Not set off by noise," said Dougal. "Not vibration or motion either. That leaves weight. We should send in something heavy." He looked at Gaida. "I will not be an experiment for you," said the Norn. Quietly, her face clouded. "Well, then, the golem," said Dougal. "Strike that suggestion," snapped Clag. "I did not craft Breaker from scratch just to see it blown to smithereens. This is your problem, human. You care more for that walking statue than you do the rest of us," said Gaida. "Untrue," said the Azura. "I just have less invested in you than in it." Colleen brightened her eyes, glowing a faint green. "Perhaps I can help." The Sylvari set her chin, concentrated on a patch of bones lining the left side of the passage. She swung her arms and fingers into complex pattern and spoke the word that made Dougal's head ache slightly. A greenish glow formed in the wall of bones, coalesced around a human-sized set of remains. As Dougal watched, the bones detached from the surrounding patch and assembled themselves into a coherent skeleton. The deep green glow, rather than sinew and tendons, held it together. The right side of his skull had been bashed in, and its jaw was missing, as was the lower part of its right arm, which terminated in a pair of jagged breaks. It stood before them like a servant presenting itself to its betters. Dougal shuddered as Colleen gave the creature a satisfied smile. She gestured again, and the skeleton tottered around and stumbled off down the passage towards the room beyond. Dougal glanced up at the bone-covered ceiling and reminded himself there had to be some stone and earth up there, somewhere behind the remains, that they weren't just moving through a tunnel carved out of a mountain of bones. "Hold on," he said, reaching towards Colleen, as she smiled the way her creation shambled away. "We should back up and take..." The explosion cut him off. The animated skeleton disappeared in a cloud of flame and smoke. Dougal ducked down and wrapped his arms over his head as a cascade of bone fragments rained down on him, bouncing and clattering off the floor. One flying shard of their animated helper shot into Dougal's heavy leather shirt, and it stuck there like a revenant's fang. Dougal stood up and saw Clag gazing into the cavern, pursing his lips. "Crude," said the Azura, "but effective." Gaida shouldered past Dougal and laughed. As she strode into the chamber beyond, she grinned at the scorch marks where the skeleton once stood. "Well done, sapling," she said to Colleen. "At least you are earning your pay." Dougal winced at the implicit insult. To the group at large, he said, "We need to press on. It may take minutes or days for this trap to reset. It may just be single use, but we have no way of knowing." Now Gaida laughed. "He means to say, thank you, Silvari, for doing my job." Colleen's cheeks blushed a deeper green. "My apologies," he said to Dougal. "I did not mean to upstage you. I did remove the trap without hurting anyone." Dougal grimaced. He didn't doubt her apology was heartfelt, but that made him feel even worse. He said, perhaps not as kindly as he could, "You could have given us more fair warning or time to back out of the explosion. As it was, you could have brought the ceiling down on top of us." "I see," Colleen said, thoughtful for a moment. "I did not intend to endanger our quest." "Of course not," Dougal said, feeling bad for upbraiding her. Despite himself, he could not help but enjoy her sincerity. "Perhaps it's the wonder of this place," the Silvari said, raising her chin once again. "It's fascinating. To my people, death is an integral part of life. We revere it wholly, even the darkest parts of it, but we don't quite understand it yet." She gazed around the chamber, her eyes wide with wonder. "And even so, we would never build a monument like this to it." "It's not a monument to the dead, but rather a testament to those who lived," Dougal said gently. He felt his irritation ebbing away, towards her at least. "Let's go." Then, raising his voice to the others, "Let's be careful moving forward. We should see more traps like this." "You are such an old woman, human," Gaida snorted. "My great-granddame Ulrika would not hesitate as much as you do, and she's been dead for 7 years." She kicked aside a pile of bones and held aloft a torch. "You worry too much. What's life without danger?" "Longer," Dougal said. He followed the Norn as she strode through the exploded room and into the chambers beyond. He'd worked with another Norn before. They were larger than life in many ways, but Norn bullies were just like everyone else. Gaida's bluster was meant to cover some other deficiency. Dougal didn't mention the Norn's own reluctance to enter the trapped room, despite her bragging. "Bah, such a life only seems longer, like a tasteless meal," concluded Gaida. As Dougal followed her, he noticed that the air had grown slightly cooler. Once they were all inside the next chamber, both he and the Norn held their torches aloft. The light found something thick and gray hanging among the bones at the apex of the room's high-arched ceiling. Dougal held up a hand to shade his eyes against the torch and peered at the substance. At first he thought it was hanging moss, but suddenly it was clear what it was. Webbing. Dougal cursed. He shouted a warning, but Colleen's high-pitched scream behind him cut him off. He spun around just in time to see the Silvari disappear into a hole in the ground. Chapter 2. In an instant, Dougal knew what had happened. Colleen's assailant had waited as the larger forms of Dougal and the Norn had passed over its concealed hiding place and sprung its trap on the lighter footfalls of the Silvari. And in that moment, Colleen was gone, pulled into a hollow-out space beneath the ancient flagstones. A trap door made of webs and bones slammed down after her, blending once more into the bone-littered floor. Gaida spun around too and scanned the room for any sign of Colleen behind her. The necromancer. "Where is she?" "Down there," Clag shouted, pointing at the trap door. "Spider!" Dougal raced towards the trap door, dropping his torch and drawing his sword as he went. He smashed the disguised covering with his blade, and the trapdoor shattered as if he had struck a dinner plate. Colleen screamed again as she popped back out of the hole, like a swimmer breaching the surface. She flung out her hands and scrambled for a handhold among the bones before her, but they pulled away loose in her hands. A black-haired spider the size of a small wolf appeared on the Silvari's shoulders and reared back to strike her on the neck. Dougal made a desperate stab at it. His blade sliced through one of the creature's legs and lodged itself in its side. The beast hissed in pain, its twitching mandibles dripping with vicious venom. Before Dougal could pull back his blade for another strike, though, he heard Clag shout at him, "Stand back, you fool!" Dougal turned in time to see Breaker's boulder of a fist coming down at him. He threw himself to the side, leaving his sword buried in the spider's abdomen. The golem's stone fist narrowly missed both the thrashing spider and the Sylvari, but smashed Dougal's blade into pieces. Gyda stormed up then. She grabbed Colleen by her arms and hauled her out of the hole. The Sylvari wailed in pain as the spider sank its fur-covered fangs into her back. Swordless, Dougal snatched a knife from his belt. He wondered how much good it would do him. The spider's fangs were longer than his blade. Gyda dropped Colleen on the ground and snatched the spider from the Sylvari's back with one hand. The black thing struggled in the Norn's grasp, its legs twitching helplessly in the air. Ichor flowed from the shard of Dougal's broken blade still stuck in the creature's side, and hot blue fluid trickled down Gyda's heavily tattooed arm. With a flick of her wrist, the Norn flung the beast towards Breaker and Clag. A moment later, the golem's heavy foot smashed it into paste. Clag, from the safety of his harness, snapped, "Watch it. It has brood in here." "Watch over the plant girl," Gyda ordered Dougal. "I will take care of this beast's spawn." And the Norn turned back to the web-filled room, not caring if Dougal followed her orders or not. Dougal scrambled over to Colleen to examine her wounds. Her back was covered in a warm bluish blood, most of which he had hoped had come from the spider. He'd never seen a Sylvari hurt before. He had no idea what might leak out of one that had been injured. Dougal wiped the liquid off of Colleen's shoulder with his sleeve, uncovering a pair of puncture wounds from which spilled a golden fluid that sparkled with life. Most of the mess had come from the spider then. The holes in Colleen's shoulder hadn't bled much, but the skin around them had already started to swell a bright yellow. Her skin was firm, like the shell of a horse chestnut. She was cold, but not clammy. Was that good or bad? Dougal didn't even know if she could sweat. "It hurts a bit," Colleen said as she craned her neck around, the glow in her large eyes dimming. Then she noticed the grim look on Dougal's face and blinked and rallied herself enough to ask questions. "Do you think I'm dying? How can you tell? Is there some special way to know?" She tried to ask more, but a coughing fit stopped her. Her skin was lightening to a pale yellow around the wound and spread to the rest of her body. While Dougal turned her over and held her, the Norn and the golem began smashing a pack of spider-shaped shadows into a blue-black paste. Dougal hunkered down over the weakened Sylvari to protect her from flying bits of dried bone and arachnid with his body. He looked down at her face, golden and pale. Dougal realized he had violated his first rule. He was going to feel horrible if she died. He glanced back to see Gyda breathing hard and holding her hammer in a two-handed grip. Splats of spider corpses formed a ring around her. Clag's golem had ground out a mushy blue-black mixture between his stone feet. Once the slaughter ended, Dougal saw the Sylvari had passed out. He beckoned the others to her side. "Raven's wings," Gyda said, barely breathing hard from all the exertion. "She's getting paler than you, little man." "It's the poison," Dougal said. "It's working fast." Clag climbed down from his harness on Breaker's front to get a better look at the Sylvari. "I estimate she has only a few minutes remaining before the venom takes her. Do either of you have a potion, a poultice, or a spell that could aid her?" Gyda shrugged. Dougal grimaced and said, "Do I look like an alchemist to you?" "Given your background," Clag said, "I thought you might have stolen one somewhere. No matter, I have something that should do the trick right here." Clag rummaged around in a pack that he wore strapped diagonally over one shoulder and across his chest, producing a clear vial filled with viscous blue liquid. He dripped the contents of the vial into Colleen's pale mouth, past lips that had gone dry as autumn leaves. Clag stood back and recorked the vial. "That should be sufficient to prevent her expiration," he said, "at least in the short term." He bent over the Sylvari and said loudly, "This will be coming out of your share." Clag smacked the Norn on her kneecap and added, "Strap her body to the back of my golem." Gyda stood up Colleen as if the Sylvari were a limp doll. "If we take her straight back to Divinity's Reach, she should be fine," Dougal said. "All too true," Clag said. "But we've not made it this far to turn back now." "Forget it," Dougal said. "We're down a member. This expedition is over." He reached to take Colleen from Gyda. The Norn was a statue and wouldn't let go. Brushing Dougal aside, Gyda moved around the back of the golem and began to laboriously craft a suitable lashing from rope at the back of the harness. Dougal glared at Gyda but spoke to Clag. "We get back to the city and we get her taken care of. Then we come back later when we're all healthy." "We don't have time for that," Clag said as he scrambled back up into the armored seat hanging from his golem's chest. "This is a boneyard," said Dougal, exasperated, turning to glare at the Azura. They're all dead. I'm sure any other spiders will wait. What's the rush? Clag, now looking down at Dougal, raised his eyebrows and clicked his tongue. If I figured out who is buried here, then others may have as well. Knowledge propagates. We press on. The golem's eye awaits. Dougal had seen the greed that danced in Clag's eyes before in others. It was a herald for disaster. Greed made people careless, and in tombs like this, being careless made you dead. That's insane. I'm heading back to the Skull Gate and Divinity's Reach. I know the way. I'll take Colleen with me. He moved towards the back of the golem, but Gaida's immense form loomed up before him. Clag cleared his throat. I'm afraid we can't let you abandon us quite yet, the Azura said. Your presence raises our chances of success, even if only by a few %. That's why I hired you in the first place. You stay with us. Dougal snarled, more at himself than Clag. I don't have a sword. Clag gave Dougal a cold smile. I didn't hire you for your sword. I hired you for your mind, such as it is. Gaida let out a cruel chuckle. Dougal looked at the other two tomb robbers. Without a blade, it wouldn't be a fair fight against either one, and even properly armed, it would be a chancy encounter. Heading back alone would mean that Colleen would be left with them, and she would perish with their stupidity brought out their own demise. For a long moment, Dougal glared at them, then turned, picked up his guttering torch, and pressed deeper into the crypts beneath the city. Gaida marched along behind them, kicking up bone fragments that bounced off Dougal's heels. Clag guided Breaker after them from the rear, the golem showing no sign of noticing the unconscious Colleen's weight on his back. At each intersection, Clag would check his glowing map and choose the most inconvenient route. Dougal spotted several more traps as they grew closer to the tomb, and he made quick work of them, rendering them useless. Similarly, the few locks he had encountered were easily sprung by the fistful of steel tools he kept in his moleskin pouch. They moved forward in silence now, except for the regular orders from Clag and Colleen's occasional moan. And through it, Dougal thought about the Azura whose tomb they were going to rob. Blim. When Clag first hired him, Dougal rooted through ancient texts and tomes in the city's archives, but learned damn little about Blim. He had to hope it would be enough. Blim, a genius even by Azuran standards, had lived a couple centuries back. He served his apprenticeship as a golemancer, a maker of golems, with Ula, another legendary member of that diminutive race. After leaving her service, Blim made his home in what would become Divinity's Reach, where he made supposedly some amazing advances in golem construction that were now lost to time. Blim's greatest triumph, according to Clag, was the creation of a large mystic gemstone infused with arcane energy. The stone was called the Golem's Eye, and apparently was lost along with Blim's knowledge and the location of the Azuran tomb. Until now, Clag had uncovered that knowledge and rounded up a crew in the Azuran fashion, talents gathered together with a specific goal. For this goal, that meant spellcaster, muscle, trap springer, and leadership. The leadership, supposedly provided by Clag and unquestioned by the rest, entered the crypts in search of the Golem's Eye. Why have we stopped? Clag shouted from the back of the marching order. We're stuck, said Dougal, trying to keep the relief out of his voice. He was faced with a simple thing, a door bound in bands of iron. Clag piloted his golem forward and shook his head at the human's reluctance. Open it, said Clag. Can't, said Dougal. It's not locked. It's stuck, swollen in the frame. The lock doesn't matter. It might as well be a wall. I know how to handle walls, said Clag. Gaida? The Norn stepped up and motioned for the human and Azura to step aside. Dougal pulled back, half hoping some trap that he hadn't seen would suddenly reveal itself. Gaida stood in the front of the door, staring, and for a moment, Dougal thought the Norn was trying to wither it down with her glare. She then growled a deep, feline growl. White fur began to sprout from her exposed flesh, and for a moment, it was as if her armored form were overlaid with another ghostly image of a great beast. Then the image solidified, and Gaida was transformed into a hulking, two-legged feline. Her pelt snow white with black spots, her armor and weapons subsumed into the new creation. Gaida had summoned her totem, the snow leopard. She sprang forward, and her heavy paws slammed into the door. The door held, but the hinges did not, and the entire door flew off of its frame and back into the room. Even Dougal was impressed. With the Norn's strength and prowess, he started to say, that was very... His praise died in his throat as Gaida snorted and said, that is why your people are dying out and better races are taking your place. Dougal reddened with anger, but just pressed past Gaida. holding his torch high into another passing with more bones lining the walls. Dougal was convinced that Divinity's Reach, the shining human city, was built on a mountain of bones. One thing I never understood about Blim, Dougal called back over his shoulder to Clag. Clag cackled. I would guess a Buka like you could fill Blim's tomb with the things you don't understand, he said. Dougal ignored the crack. Buka was an Azuran term for humans and not a very complimentary one. I always heard that the Azura traditionally burn their dead, but not Blim. Why did he build a tomb in the first place? At the end of his life, he didn't believe in the eternal alchemy, that we were all part of a greater equation, said Clag. Blim considered himself a function apart. That's likely why he made so much progress with necromantic constructs, using bone and dead flesh in his golemetric creations. He was willing to test ideas no lesser Azura would consider. And since he didn't fit in with other Azura, he didn't want them to enjoy the results of his research, said Dougal. Close, but that's not quite all of it, said Clag. He kept strange company in later years. Humans, necromancers. No offense, sapling, he added over his shoulder. Colleen responded with a grunted moan. Sounds full of himself, said Gaida. The Norn interjection surprised Dougal, who had guessed she wouldn't bother listening to Clag and him blather on. But then, what Azura isn't? Clag barked a cold laugh at that. Many of my fellows have outsized egos, I agree, but Blim was a raving paranoiac on top of that. They say that one of the best minds were the most disturbed, and Blim was definitely disturbed. The passage beyond opened into a wide hall lit by unnatural light. At the far end, a staircase made of polished green stone banded in bronze led up to a great brazen door, flaked by great bowls of blue-green flame that flickered from unnatural sources. The gilded frame of the door was carved with a swooping rays and tangent of the Azuran alphabet, which danced in the unearthly radiance. Dougal, despite himself, was speechless. Gentlefolk, said Clag smugly, tucking away his glowing map, we have arrived. Welcome to Blim's tomb. Chapter 3. They climbed the steps 3 abreast, Dougal flanked and overshadowed by the larger Norn and Azura piloted golem. The stairs themselves were wide and flat, almost a ramp up to great double doors. Dougal shot a glance at Colleen, slung to the golem's back like a child in a cradleboard. He managed a weak smile and tried to raise an arm. Perhaps Clag's potion was having some effect, or the Sylvari's own recuperative powers were kicking in. They reached the top, Dougal feeling like a supplicant in a great temple. A large steel bas-relief image, as tall as Dougal himself, hung to one side, as if emerging from the Great Wall itself. It portrayed the image of a golem of ancient style staring back to all who approached. A bright red gem sat affixed to the carving's stubby head. Gaida gasped at the sight of it. The Norn reached out and pried the gem from the door. She considered it for a moment and then squeezed it in her bare hand as if it were an overripe nut. It crunched beneath her fingers, and a moment later she opened her fist to let a handful of pink dust cascade from it. A fake, she said with a dismissive sigh. To have found such a grand treasure so easily would have shown a real lack of imagination on the part of your Blim. Clag scoffed. You really think an Azura like Blim would be foolish enough to leave the golem's eye mounted on the outside of a door? Dougal barely stifled a laugh at the scorn dripping from Clag's lips. It was good to see somebody else at the end of his verbal lash. I have seen far more foolish things in my own lands, Gaida said. Or any mirror you passed, Dougal muttered as he stepped forward to examine the writing scrawled over the door and frame. Hold, what did you? Dougal cut the Norn off with a wave of his hand. Shush, reading. You can read this? Said Clag with mild surprise. You did bring me here for my mind, said Dougal, a little sharper than he had intended. He stared for a moment at the words carved into the surface of the door. They were written in an Azuran script, but used an archaic dialect popular before the subterranean creatures had been forced to the surface more than 250 years earlier. It was half mathematical, half structured sentence, and the syntax would make any human scribe take to the bottle. Many Azura could no longer even read it. According to Dougal's research, Blim's paranoia had driven him to write his notes in this script for that exact reason. Dougal ran his fingers along the text as if he could peel the meaning from it with his fingernails. It's very old, but I think I can make it out. He cleared his throat and began to read aloud. Here lies Blim, the greatest of golemancers, favored counselor of Livia, apprentice to Ula, whose brilliance he surpassed, the finest mind to grace Tyria in his or any other generation. Yes, Clag said impatiently. Blah, blah, blah. Get to the promises of curses on anyone who would disturb his rest. There may be something useful there. Dougal struggled and skipped over the next several words. Here we go. Let those who dare disturb his rest be cursed for eternity by the bones that line these tombs. Let the earth rise up against them, and their remains serve as a testament of his greatness. Let their remains join those that surround him. It goes on like that for a while. How absolutely human of Blim. He must have spent far too much time in the sun, said Clag. Sounds like standard issue warnings, though. All those tomb door epitaphs read the same. Look on me and no fear. Leave me be lest I haunt your nights, and so on, and so on, and so on. Toothless. That doesn't mean they're not true, Dougal scowled. Please, said Clag. If these people had the power to do what they had claimed, they'd still be wandering the world in one form or another. Those are just words. Gaida laughed at this, the low rumbling under which lay a note of malice. If this Blim of yours is beneath your notice, then why are we bothering to rob his grave? Blim was one of the most impressive golemomancers ever, said Clag. He patted Breaker's stone chest. Most of the time, you need several arcanic motivators to move a golem's exoframe about at a reasonable speed, at least one for each joint, plus another for the senses, and you need to arrange them in a very particular way or it all falls apart. Blim, though, figured out a way to imbue a fist-sized ruby with the same amount of power as you see in Breaker here. His secret died with him, but legend has it that it was buried with him too. Once I get my hands on the golem's eye, I should be able to reverse engineer the process and establish myself as the greatest golemancer of this age. Gaida held up a large hand, her brow furrowed in what Dougal thought was confusion. For somebody so small, you talk a great deal. Let's find this ruby of yours and be gone. I would like to quit this place. She stared hard at the double door, and Dougal knew what she was considering. Hold on, he said, holding up a bag of tools. Let's try this the easy way first. Dougal stepped up to the hole left in the golem's forehead. The bas relief was hollow, and beyond it was a maze of thin wires interlocking gears, and some of them glowing softly of their own light. Dougal opened up his moleskin pouch, selected a thin, flat tool with an end that looked like an Azuran summation sign, and slipped it into the gap. He twisted it, and the great double doors rumbled outward. Gaida and Clag had to step back down the broad steps. The room within was circular, its walls and dome ceiling jutted with the bones that adorned the rest of the crypt. The granite floor was set with a pattern like slices of a pie, forming a series of concentric circles centered on the bier in the middle of the room. The bier at the center of the pattern was a pile of skulls, although from the doorway, Dougal was hard-pressed to say if they were real skulls or just a carved stonework. Probably the former, he decided, to instill fear into would-be robbers. Atop the bier squatted a large marble box, its sides etched with swirling script of the Azura. Dominating the lid of the sarcophagus was a larger-than-life effigy of the deceased, dressed in ornate stone robes gilded with precious metals, its arms crossed over its chest, and hovering over the forehead of the reclining stone form floated a red gem the size of Clag's fist. It turned and glimmered in the light from the door. Clag had Breaker nudge Dougal forward. Do your job, said Clag. Dougal pushed back. My job is to spring locks and locate traps. Clag sniffed. Are you guaranteeing that there are no further traps and that gem floating there is free for the taking? Dougal did not respond, but Gaida clapped him on the back. Get in there, she growled. Get the ruby for us, or I'll toss you on top of the coffin from here. She reached for him, intent on carrying out her threat, and Dougal stepped into the room, safe from his companions for the moment. He pulled a length of thin rope from his pack, uncoiled it, and tossed an end to Clag. The Azura made the rope fast around his golem's waist. Dougal held the rope in one hand, wrapping it over his wrist and letting it play out behind him as he advanced. The stonework felt spongy beneath his feet, like a road after a soaking spring rain. It looked solid enough, but Dougal chose his steps carefully as he moved toward the center of the room. On nearing the coffin, Dougal could clearly make out the Azuran script that he'd seen on the door. From what he could read, it repeated many of the same warnings found on the doorplate, only in more strident and emphatic tones. Dougal dropped the remaining few loops of rope at his feet and stood on his toes, leaning over the sarcophagus, perched atop its bier of bones. Above Blim's forehead, the gem danced in the doorway's light, its facets catching and reflecting the glow. This was no pastework fake. It's the real one, Dougal said, Bring it to me, now. Clagg's voice betrayed a clear eagerness. Dougal considered the gem for a moment. A faint glow swirled deep inside of it. Something that had lain dormant for untold years, hidden in this buried room. It's sure to be trapped, Dougal said. Do you see a trap? Clag asked. Dougal scanned the gem from every angle. There were no wires, no gears, no hidden plates, moving paddles in the coffin. It was magic, Azuran magic. He really hated Azuran magic. No, he finally said, but that doesn't mean it's not there. Bear's blood, Gaida said. You are the most worthless burglar I've ever seen. I could have not spotted a trap myself. Dougal ignored the Norn and spoke to Clag. Do you detect anything? The Azura checked a row of glowing gems in his harness and shook his head. It appears safe. Dougal snorted at that. He'd heard those exact words at such moments before. They never turned out to be true. He gritted his teeth and reached for the gem. The glow inside of it gained strength and swirled faster as if something within was meant to meet his touch. As he brought his fingers closer to its sharp-cut facets, the floor beneath his feet seemed to vibrate softly, although he wondered if it was just his nerves betraying him. He drew his hand back. Get Colleen out of here, Dougal said. This isn't going to go well. You spineless coward, Gaida said. It's just a rock. Take it and be done with it. This requires care and precision, said Dougal sharply, not brute force. You know nothing of force. Cowardice holds your hand, thundering Gaida. I should come in there and show you. You just make a mess of it, said Dougal. Automatically, when I need a lumbering ox, I'll call for you. Dougal regretted his words, and the moment he said them, sputtering in rage, the Norn slung her hammer over her shoulder and stomped into the chamber, the floor shaking beneath her massive boots. As she lumbered forward, Gaida snarled, I came down to this filthy land of civilized cowards to make a name for myself, and despite working in the shadow of my legendary cousin Golik, I have done a damn fine job of it. This is only the start of my saga, tales of which will be sung around Norn campfires for centuries to come. And you, human, will be no more than a side in it. Dougal dropped the rope and put the coffin between himself and the now furious Gaida. She lunged at him. Dougal ducked around the bier, keeping the mound of bones between them. From the doorway, he could hear Clag laughing at his predicament. Calming the bully Norn was not an option, Dougal realized. He would have to make the best of his situation. The Norn, her eyes burning with fury, lunged at him again, but he danced around the end of the sarcophagus. He did this with her twice more, eluding Gaida's grip. On her final lunge, she launched herself at him over top of the stone effigy, hoping to snare him between her massive hands, but she missed and wound up sprawled across the lid of the sarcophagus instead. That's when Dougal snatched up the free end of the rope he had dropped, reached out, and plucked the golem's eye from the place at the head of Blim's stone form. Gaida's bright blue eyes fell so wide that Dougal could see the whites all the way around them. Dougal grinned at her, and he took 3 quick steps back, as if something bad was going to happen. He was going to face it alongside a crazed Norn. The gem glowed in Dougal's fists like a caged fire. The first warning of something bad was when the floor buckled and warped like the deck of a ship that had just run aground. Dougal was knocked from his feet. Gaida clutched the top of the sarcophagus with all 4 of her mighty limbs. Dougal looked about, and the floor appeared to ripple around them. Clag yelled, Don't drop it, you fumble-fingered buka. Toss it to me. Scrambling back from the bier, Dougal hefted the gem in his fist. If he threw it to the Azura, he was sure that Clag would cut the rope and leave them both to their fates. Instead, Dougal dramatically dropped the gem into a shirt pocket and buttoned it shut, and then he grabbed the rope with both hands and started to pull himself back across the undulating floor. Before Dougal could start for the door, the wall shuddered as much as the floor. Dougal glanced all around the room and saw that the bier was coming apart. The bones peeled away from the sarcophagus stand one by one, hovering in midair for a moment, and then came together in a cluster, collecting at the end of the coffin like a swarm of skeletal bees. Within moments, the sarcophagus slipped to the floor, crushing the remaining bits of the bier beneath it. Still clutching Blim's gilded form atop the coffin lid, Gaida roared in a mixture of terror and enthusiasm as the flying bones thrummed about her. Dougal struggled to his feet and made for an exit in a running crouch, working his way along the rope that still hung from Breaker's waist. He saw Colleen prop her head up over the golem's shoulder and goggle at him with her bright green eyes, her arms flailing as she tried to untie herself from the back of the golem. Now the bones had begun to tear themselves from the walls as well. They raced from all angles towards the thing forming at the head of the sarcophagus. Dougal shouldered his way through the tornado of skeletal hail towards the door. After a few more steps, he lost his footing on a spinning skull and hit the floor hard, knocking the wind from him. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he realized he'd fallen below the worst part of the sideways rain of bones. Glancing back at the sarcophagus, he saw Gaida standing there before the coalescing creature, roaring and swinging her massive hammer at it with double-handed force. The creature was roughly human in shape, but far more than that. It stood 3 times the height of a man, and each of its body parts formed from fragments and clusters of similar bones. Where its legs would have been, it had a serpentine bundle of femurs and tibias encrusted with random shards of bone and bound together with magic. Its skull was formed from at least a dozen broken heads, smashed into pieces, and plated back together to form a human shape. It towered over the Norn. Gaida raged with determination and delight as she brought the battle to the newly formed bone beast. At last, she said, a fight worthy of me. I will show you how a Norn handles this. Gaida's hammer smashed the bones to bits over and over again, churning them from fragments into pieces into dust. It seemed as if the Norn might gain the upper hand over Blim's construct, and for the moment, hope rose in Dougal's heart. Still keeping beneath the buzzing bits of bone, he wrapped the rope tight around his wrist to keep it secure. Tomb Guardian, he heard Clag say, excited now. It's forming a massive tomb guardian from the bones, a self-replicating ambient thaumaturgic construct. I never realized that Blim had solved that problem. As fast as the Norn shattered the bones, though, they came right back together again. The flying shards sliced through her skin, and she bled freely from at least a dozen small cuts. Her eyes went wild for a moment, and for the slightest instant, Dougal swore she looked afraid. And then she pressed on with her relentless attack, determined to bring the creature down. Her effort seemed as effective as attacking a sand dune. Yes, keep fighting, Gaida shouted at the creature. Her bloodied face split into a wide grin, even as her breathing grew more labored as the swings of her hammer became less vicious. Keep growing, bear's jaws, give me a fight to sing legends about. Clag was giddy. If we defeat the Guardian, we can raid Blim's bones as well. There might be greater wonders within the sarcophagus. Breaker, help the Norn destroy it. The stonework guardian lumbered into the room, the Azura still in its front harness. A struggling Colleen lashed to its back. With a sickening feeling, Dougal realized what was about to happen. He shouted at Clag to stop. It was too late. Breaker stepped out onto the wobbling floor, which immediately crumbled beneath its weight. Clag screamed as he, Colleen, and his golem tumbled through the floor into the blackness below. Chapter 4. In his shock, Dougal forgot about the rope wrapped around his wrist until it went taut and nearly yanked his shoulder from its socket. The weight of the golem on the other end of the rope dragged Dougal along the undulating floor right towards the breaker-sized hole. As Dougal sped across the granite tiles, he swung his feet forward and tried to set his heels against any sort of edge he could find. Dougal heard a massive earth-shaking crash from somewhere below, just as the heels of his boots caught the edge of one of the wedge-shaped tiles. The impact caused the tile beneath Dougal to give way. A brand new abyss yawned over him. He tottered for a moment on its edge and then toppled backwards into the darkness below. Dougal fell only a half dozen feet before the rope snapped taut. Pain radiated from his extended arm. He swung wildly, suspended from the edge of the hole above him. The rope stretched straight up to the edge across a few bony tiles that had yet to give way, then back down through the first hole where Breaker anchored it on the floor below. Spinning around like a pendulum, Dougal looked down. Through a thick haze, he spotted the blue glow of Breaker's arcanic motivator gems, moving around as it struggled to climb back to its feet. He could see the Azura beat its fists against the rim of his harness. I should have never opted for strength over speed, Clag shouted. Up, Breaker, now! As the rope's crazy swinging slowed, Dougal began climbing for the floor above and realized he was covered in thick, ancient webs, thankfully abandoned. They filled the lower chamber from one end to the other. These were what made his vision down here so hazy. They must have been spun over decades by spiders that lived beneath the crypt's floor, the ancestors of the trapdoor spider that poisoned Colleen. Dougal understood what had happened. Blim had designed the floor of his crypt to give way under any significant force, like the pounding feet of someone racing away from a gigantic tomb guardian. But the staggered quantity of spiderwebs woven under the floor had lent the fragile floor strength that had helped it hold far greater weights than Blim must have intended, right up until Gaida weakened it and Breaker provided the last straw. The analytical part of Dougal's mind admired the nature of the trap. Originally, Blim had probably meant for the victims of his trap to fall into the lower chamber where the Tomb Guardian could have an easy time with them. Dougal suspected that the pillars supported the sarcophagus at the center of the room, keeping it from sharing the victim's fate, but it was impossible to tell in the darkness. The rest of Dougal's mind concentrated on survival, and carefully he began to pull himself up the rope to the remnants of the chamber above. Something overhead thundered and the room shook, the false floor above him twisting against the mortar of the abandoned spiderwebs. Dougal had time to curse, but only just. Gaida and the Tomb Guardian broke through the false floor, nearer to the bier. More light spilled into the lower room, revealing the central pillar, safe and stable and completely out of reach. Gaida roared in triumph as she fell into the lower chamber, her last blow with her hammer having smashed the Tomb Guardian straight through the floor beneath both of them. She landed hard, but on top of the Tomb Guardian, which once more scattered into pieces before starting to reform. This, Gaida bellowed as she staggered to her feet, ready to do battle again, is a battle worthy of a Norn. She sounded winded, but no less enthusiastic. Dougal didn't stop to watch what happened next. Instead, he clambered up the rope as fast as he could. He reached the floor of the upper chamber in an instant and hauled himself onto it. From there, he scrambled back towards the room's entrance, hoping that staying on all fours would distribute his weight enough that he would not break through the floor once more. Skirting the hole that Breaker had created, Dougal reached the threshold of the doorway, which seemed stable. Only then did he loosen the rope, which had bitten painfully into his wrist. Dougal's brain, the analytical part that admired the workmanship of the trap that had almost killed him, told him it was time to leave. He already had what they came for, and he was safe. He could just find another Azura willing to buy the Golem's eye and keep all the profit himself. Sticking around here any longer only meant risking death. The Norn was a bully anyway, and the Azura was insulting. And the Sylvari. Dougal thought about it for only a second. The sound of Gaida's hammer blows getting fainter and more infrequent. He cursed and muttered about never adventuring with people that you would hate to see die. Peering down over the edge of the hole, Dougal shouted, "I'm up here at the entrance. Let's go." Suddenly, the rope jerked out of Dougal's hand as Breaker fell over on its side. Dougal managed to grab the line again before it got away from him. But rather than allow himself to be dragged back into the lower chamber, he let the line play out through his grasp. "Hold it, Clag," Dougal shouted, hoping the Azura was still somehow alive at the other end of the rope. "I can pull you up. I've got the rope." "They're shattered," Clag sobbed. "My Breaker's beautiful eggs, I carved them myself. They're destroyed." "Forget about the golem," Dougal said. "Cut your end of the rope free and I'll haul you and Colleen up." Right, Clag said, blithering as to remind himself of the details of this most basic plan. "Cut the rope and you haul me up to safety. And Colleen too." "She's dead," Clag said. "She must be dead." "No, I am not," said Colleen weakly. "I just can't find a way out of these straps." "Cut her free," Dougal said. "No," Clag said, his voice rising hysterically. "No time." A crash came from the other side of the lower chamber, and Gaida screamed, this time in pain. Then Dougal heard her hammer start pounding again, even faster than before. "Cut Colleen free, and I'll haul you both up." Dougal shook his fist with the rope in it at Clag and snarled, "Do it now, or I'll toss the rope down and let you die with Gaida." Clag squeaked something inaudible, and then set to work with a knife. "Thank you," Dougal heard Colleen say to the Azura. Gaida bellowed from the other side of the room. "By the bear, how many times must I slay this damn thing?" Dougal peered deeper into the gloomy hole. The Norn stood near the pillar, stooped with exhaustion, her body heaving to catch a breath, her warrior's braid shredded, sweat and blood from 100 small wounds pouring over her tattoos and fur. The fragmented Tomb Guardian continued to reform, pulling replacement parts from the walls and the floor. Gaida's eyes met Dougal's, and for the first time, Dougal saw a real fear in her face, the fear of someone who had realized that she had picked an unwinnable fight. Gaida raised her hammer and pointed beyond Dougal towards the tomb's entrance. "Go," he said, and turned back to the reforming Guardian, her hammer raised. "Ready!" Clag tugged on the line. "Haul us up now, please." Dougal backed up into the chamber leading into the crypt and set his feet against the top step. He began hauling on the rope as hard as he could, reeling it in an arm's length at a time. Individually, the Azura and the Sylvari weren't heavy, but together they added up to the weight of a good-sized man. Dougal let his fear of the beast below, and the knowledge that it would soon finish the wounded, exhausted Norn spurred him on. Then Dougal heard something that sank his heart. The hammering had stopped. "Hurry!" Clag screeched. "It's coming!" Now Dougal heard the rough clacking of dozens of bones smacking rhythmically on the stone floor in the chamber below. Coming closer with each beat, Dougal tried to brace himself when he heard Colleen scream, and the rope yanked him up to the top step and back into the chamber towards the gaping hole. He strained against it, knocking several bones over the threshold before him. He watched them skitter into the hole as he came closer and closer to following them down. As his feet reached the edge of the hole, Dougal held onto the rope with one hand and snagged the door frame with the other. The strain threatened to rip his arms from their sockets, but he somehow managed to hold on. And planting his feet against the bottom of the frame, gripped the rope with both hands. Staring down the length of the rope, he spied Clag and Colleen hanging on to its far end. Clag had knotted a loop under Colleen's arms, and now he clung to her shoulders with a grip so desperate his gray fingers had turned white. Just below them, the blood-spattered, mostly shattered Tomb Guardian had snagged the Sylvari's leg with a composite arm fashioned from a dozens of people's limbs. Still resembling itself, the creature swung a wild punch at Colleen and Clag with its other arm, but the partially formed limb fell into pieces even as it swung. A wave of bone dust buffeted the two trapped adventurers. "Help!" Clag wailed. "Damn you, Dougal, save us!" The Tomb Guardian brought its already reforming arm back again, stronger this time. Dougal looked around for an option, a tool, anything within reach that could be used to distract, dissuade, or defeat the creature. Dougal closed his eyes and knew that it was over. He could do no more than to hold on until his arm gave out, or Blim's beast killed the Azura and the Sylvari and hauled him in after them. He couldn't help them. He could only die with them. One hand went to his chest, beneath his shirt. He could feel the cold metal of his locket, a reminder of the last time that he had failed this badly, when he had stumbled out of a haunted city alone, when he had left his friends behind. He knew what had to be done. His hand kept moving now, almost out of its own volition, and fumbled to unbutton his shirt pocket. A deafening crack sounded in the chamber below, echoing like thunder, and accompanied by the sound of hailstones clattering on the stone floor. Dougal wrenched his eyes open to see that the half-shattered breaker had stumbled forward onto what was left of its legs and smashed its fractured arms into Tomb Guardian's chest. Blim's creature let go of Colleen's leg and turned to face his new threat, leaving the Sylvari and Azura to dangle over its head. The Guardian turned to the task of reducing Breaker to gravel. "Haul us up," Clag said. Dougal tried, but his aching arms would not comply. He had already put every ounce of strength into trying to save the others, and he didn't have anything left. It was all he could do to simply keep himself from letting go. "It's no good. I can't." "You humans," Clag barked. "What good are you?" Dougal closed his eyes again and strained with all his might. Try as he might, though, he couldn't bring the end of the rope up an inch. He bellowed in frustration with the effort, but nothing he did made any difference. He felt the end of the rope begin to wobble like mad and realized that if he didn't release it soon, he'd only wind up dead with the others. The instant before he could finally allow himself to let go of the line, though, a delicate finger grasped his wrist. Then a sweet, desperate voice said in a ghostly whisper, "Dougal, help me up." Dougal almost dropped the rope in surprise. What was left of Breaker had kept the Tomb Guardian busy. Colleen had climbed all the way up the rope, with Clag's arms clasped around her neck. Dougal moved his numb fingers from the rope to Colleen's arm, and then fell backwards, letting his weight haul Colleen and Clag up over the lip of the hole to land upon him. Blushing just a little, Dougal and Colleen detangled themselves from each other and stood up. As one, the three of them leaned over and peered into the pit. The Tomb Guardian gave Breaker one last stomp, and the blue glow of its central arcane motivator crystal faded and died. Clag howled in despair. "Do you know how much of my life that represents?" As if to answer, the composite Tomb Guardian turned and stretched its arms up at them. Clag leaped back, but Dougal stood his ground, confident that they were well beyond the creature's reach. "I hate magic," Dougal said. "I mean, sure, we knew that grabbing the eye was going to make something happen. An Azura like Blim wouldn't just leave it there unguarded. But with magic, you can never know what it's going to be." Colleen leaned up against the wall of the bone-lined corridor, trying to restore the circulation to her legs. She looked like a newborn colt struggling to its feet for the first time. Blim must have been very determined to protect his crypt. Guarding a tomb with a beast like that strikes me as overkill. Clag snorted at the both of them. "You idiots. The golem's eye isn't just a pretty rock. It is an ambient thaumaturgic construct. It contains the construct's mind. That Tomb Guardian doesn't even exist until we showed up to disturb it." He glared at Dougal. "When you touched the ruby, you activated the eye. The eye, in turn, created the Guardian." The Tomb Guardian slammed its limbs into the side of the chamber directly below. Dougal watched as pieces of the construct crumbled away. It hit the wall again and again, knocking loose more pieces every single time, until little of it was left, but a few twitching skulls that seemed to stare up at Dougal and accuse him of thievery with their empty eye sockets. So passes Blim's great creation, Clag cackled. And now the golem's eye is mine. Dougal started to grin, but his sense of triumph faded when the bones lining the corridor began to thrum. Dougal looked about him. You say that the ruby is the thing's mind? The Azura nodded, still delighted in his anticipated prize. In a sense, Blim designed the central Zero Impulse unit so that way the Guardian could assemble itself out of the appropriate materials in the surrounding environment. I think even a human could grasp that. So assuming the ruby is still intact, the creature could reassemble itself anywhere? Clag's face darkened. Isn't that what I just said, Buka? It could reform anywhere it could find enough appropriate. The Azura's voice faded to silence as the rattling of bones surrounded the three of them grew louder. Clag's eyes opened up wide as he realized what he had just said. Material, he finished softly, looking at the bone-lined chamber around them. We should run now, suggested Colleen. As the bones began to peel themselves from the corridor's walls, Dougal grabbed his torch in one hand, Colleen's hand in the other, and ran. He didn't look back to see if Clag was keeping up. Through the chambers and passages they fled, the dry clattering of bone against bone behind them. They slowed down only for a moment, where the spider had ambushed Colleen, and again where the explosive trap had detonated. Only after they reached the far side of both chambers without incident did Dougal call for a halt. Clag bent in half, desperate to regain his breath. Colleen was practically yellow from exhaustion as well. Over their deep gasps of breath, Dougal listened for the sound of pursuit. Nothing. We've outrun it, he said at last, wiping the sweat away from his forehead. Not possible, panted the Azura. We are still surrounded by bones. Show me the eye. Dougal fished out the gemstone and held it out to the Azura, but did not let go of it. The fire in the jewel's heart was gone. The stone felt dead and lifeless. As I thought, said the Azura. It's deactivated, exhausted. The stored malagetic field. It could recharge naturally over time, or someone with sufficient skill. Clag paused just long enough to indicate that he meant himself. Could reactivate it. Give it to me. Dougal closed his fist. Not yet. Clag snarled. I hired you to retrieve the eye, Dougal said. You hired us to accompany you into these crypts to recover this gem. We are still in the crypts. Once we are safely out and, may I add, paid, I will give you the gem. With that, Dougal made the show of placing the gem into his breast pocket once more, only this time he palmed the gem and kept it in his hand. Clag opened his mouth to abuse Dougal further, but looked at the human's smiling face and said, Bah! And stomped away from the general direction of the skull gate in daylight. Colleen said, You think he's going to cheat you? It was a statement, not a question. Dougal nodded. Definitely. Well, likely. Best to be sure. He looked at the Sylvari, and she returned his gaze with a quizzical look. He coughed and followed the Azura. The Skull Gate, a main entrance to the crypts beneath Divinity's Reach, was named for the long tunnel lined with lacquered skulls of the deceased, nameless souls whose bodies washed up when ore sank, and when the Lost Kingdom rose from the depths once more at the dragon's command. Dougal thought of the power of the golem's eye unleashed here and shuddered. Up ahead, around a corner, was daylight. They had been underground for most of the day, but even in the deep shadows of the elevated main thoroughfares of the city, the natural light was welcome. Clag disappeared around the corner, then returned at once in a sudden rush, so sudden that he barreled into Dougal, knocking the human over. Dougal felt small fingers snatch at his shirt. Instead of the gem, however, the Azura came up with the closed gold locket hanging from a chain around Dougal's neck. Dougal reached up with his empty hand and pulled the locket loose from the confused Azura. I'll take that, thank you, he said. What's wrong? City guards, said Clag, recovering. Seraph, we have to wait. Show me, said Dougal. They crept forward. Going into the crypts was not illegal, but needed prior paperwork and passes. Paperwork and passes they, of course, lacked. Meeting the Seraph would be a bad thing at this point. Clag stopped at the corner and leaned out. Dougal leaned out over him, placing his hand holding the gem against one of the skulls. The Azura was not lying about the guards. Decked in heavy white armor trimmed in gold, the Seraph were the city guard of Divinity's Reach and the army of Kryta. They should not be gathered in such large numbers in the plaza outside of the Skull Gate, thought Dougal. They did not appear to be on alert. They were not apparently waiting for the crew, but a battered human, Azura, and Sylvari, coated with bone dust and stumbling into the plaza, would no doubt be brought in for questioning. Questioning that would turn rather pointed when they found the golem's eye. Dougal slipped the eye deep into the eye socket of the nearest lacquered skull. It was an unsuitable hiding place, but it was the best he could do for the moment. So, do you have a plan, human? Said Clag. Let me see, said Colleen. Is there a problem? The Sylvari climbed up on Dougal's back to see past him, putting her slim boot foot on the back of his belt to boost herself up. Despite himself, Dougal shook her off and wheeled on her. What are you doing? He said sharply. Aren't things bad enough? The Sylvari shrank back from the reproach, and Dougal swallowed any further words. He turned back to the Azura towering over him. Here's the plan. We wait. Clag, visibly frustrated and tired, shook his head. What if they are checking the crypts? Fine. Then one of us goes out and draws their attention, and then we regroup later for the split. Dougal, said Colleen. By one of us, you mean me or the Sylvari, don't you? Spat Clag. If you want, I will go first, said Dougal, looking down at the Azura, his own anger rising. They had been through too much to end it with a stupid argument. Dougal, repeated Colleen. So you can fast talk your way past your human friends and leave us here to be caught, snarled Clag. We can't go out together, said Dougal hotly. They will get all of us. Dougal Keen, said Colleen firmly. What? Snapped Dougal, turning around towards her. This time she didn't shrink back. We have company, said Colleen. Dougal turned back and looked down the drawn blade of a Seraph lieutenant. Two other Seraphs stood behind her, their blades drawn as well. Dougal Keen, I believe she called you that, said the lieutenant. You and your friends are under arrest, Dougal Keen. Come along now. Chapter 5. The manacles, Dougal felt, were an unnecessary insult. His cell was carved out of living rock, without mortar or purchase. The bars that bisected the room were old and stout and as thick as his thumb. The only light was from a thin chimney far overhead, also barred. The door to his partitioned cell was secured by a heavy lockpad, which Dougal could pick with the proper tools. Those tools were now denied him. Beyond the barred partition was a small hall leading to an iron-bound door to the rest of the jail. If Dougal had a Norn, he could get past that as well, but that luxury was also denied him. Given the security, the heavy iron leggings and wrist cuffs, all held together by a single loop of chain and set into a ring in the center of the room, were simply overkill. It had been 4 days since his arrest, and except for a bored, grunting servant who brought porridge in the morning and stew in the evening, he had not had any visitors. That changed on the afternoon of the 4th day. The outer door opened, and a heavy-set, mustached Seraph guard entered, followed by a young clerk carrying a writing desk. The heavy-set guard stared at Dougal through the bars, while the clerk positioned the small desk, then left the room. The clerk returned with a stool, set it before the writing desk, uncorked a small vial of ink, set it on the appropriate hole in the desk, opened the desk, selected a quill, sharpened it, removed a small sheet of paper, peeled off the topmost sheet, sat down on a stool, and dipped the quill in the vial and waited for the guard to speak. Dougal Keen, began the officer. Present, said Dougal, interrupting him. The officer scowled and then started again. Dougal Keen, you are accused of grave robbing in the crypts beneath Divinity's Reach. How do you plead? Did you find any grave goods on myself or my companions? Asked Dougal. No, said the officer, who seemed unbothered by the admission. And did you find much in the way of weapons on the three of us? No, repeated the officer. Then, said Dougal, if we are tomb robbers, we are extremely ineffective ones. Your effectiveness is not the issue, said the officer. Your intent is. Then I will go with innocent as a response, said Dougal to the clerk, who dutifully noted it. You were found at the skull gate, injured and coated in bone dust. You lack the proper exploration permissions. Your answers have been less than satisfactory. Here the guard smiled. And one of your companions has already confessed that you were seeking the tomb of Blim and the golem's eye. Clag, thought Dougal, and all of the air went out of him for a moment. So why are we having this discussion? He said. Formality, said the officer, his teeth showing white beneath his mustache. He walked over to the writing desk and motioned to the clerk, who opened it and produced another sheaf of paper. The Seraph guard read the form. Dougal Keen, he said. Still present, said Dougal, his heart sinking. Born in Divinity's Reach, but emigrated to Ebonhawk as a child, served in the Ebon Vanguard. You are listed as missing, presumed dead. Deserter? His teeth flashed. We were caught behind char lines on an extended patrol, said Dougal. choosing his words carefully. You disappeared 5 years ago, said the officer. It was an extremely extended patrol, said Dougal, hoping he sounded more authoritative than he felt. He felt compelled to add, there were a lot of char between us and Ebonhawk at the time. You never went back, said the officer, smacking his lips in disdain. Then he added, the Queen strongly supports Ebonhawk. We could send you back to rejoin your unit. I'm sure those who are still alive would welcome me back, bluffed Dougal. The officer shrugged and returned to his list. Wanted in regards to numerous petty crimes in Lion's Ark. Does the Queen strongly support Lion's Ark as well? Said Dougal, raising his eyebrows in mocking disbelief. A crime is a crime, said the officer. Even in Lion's Ark. Lion's Ark was founded by pirates, corsairs, and wreckers, said Dougal. And for the first time, the Seraph nodded in agreement. Even the clerk smiled. The officer returned to his paper. You worked for the Derman Priory, apparently. Briefly. We parted company after a disagreement about their book lending policy, said Dougal. I was unaware that the Derman Priory lent out its precious books, said the Seraph. My point exactly, said Dougal. This time, the clerk smiled and nodded, but the Seraph only shrugged. Your name turned up in an incident involving the Sunken Temple of Ages. Never been there, Dougal lied. Several landlords are looking for you about rent owed, continued the Seraph. A series of simple misunderstandings, said Dougal. You've been to Ascalon City, said the officer, and came out alive. The accusation was sudden and unexpected and left him breathless. It hung in the air for a moment, and even the clerk looked up. Dougal just nodded. Yes, he said at last. That part is true. The Seraph shook his head. With all of your apparent abilities, I am surprised you have not made more of yourself. Dougal struggled for a moment and then said, such is the nature of our lives in these dragon-haunted times. Perhaps I have a problem with my work ethic. Very well, said the heavy-set man. I think we can provide you with a little work ethic. You'll be joining the work crew at Lake Doric. Don't I get a trial? Asked Dougal. You get a hearing, said the officer. This was it. In the name of Queen Jenna, the city of Divinity's Reach, and the nation of Kryda, you are found guilty. Tomorrow's morning, you'll be escorted to a work gang north of the city. Dougal started to protest, then the door opened and another Seraph entered the room. If his original interrogator was ill-made to wear the uniform, this one seemed to have been born in the armor, tall with dark brown hair parted in the center, long locks framing a stern face with noble chiseled features. Dougal inhaled sharply. This was Logan Thackeray, captain of the Seraph in Divinity's Reach. Champion of Her Majesty Queen Jenna, protector of Kryda. The man had been legendary even before he had joined the Seraph. He was a member of one of the most famous guilds in recent history, Destiny's Edge. Although that guild was no more, Logan Thackeray's legend had continued to grow. The interrogating officer immediately stiffened and saluted, while the clerk laid down his pen and bowed in respect. Even Dougal felt his spine stiffen and stood up straight in the captain's presence. Lieutenant Groban, said Logan sharply. Sir, said Groban, dropping his salute with a snap. I was about to assign the prisoner to a work gang. Dougal Keene? Said Logan. Yes, sir, said Groban, pleased that the captain was following his caseload. For his part, Dougal felt a little sick. When somebody in power knew your name, it never boded well. He is to be released, said Logan. A confused look spread over Groban's face, as if Logan had suddenly manifested a godly aura and levitated before him. Released? The lieutenant repeated. On orders of Her Majesty, he is to be released into the custody of the Vigil, said Logan. And Dougal's stomach felt like an abyssal hole. The Queen? Why would the Queen have anything to say in this? Lieutenant Groban fumbled with his heavy set of keys and unlocked the cell door. Then, selecting a smaller key, he began work on Dougal's manacles. Dougal's thoughts raced. Why was the Vigil interested in him? They were a group of would-be knights and heroes engaged in fighting the Elder Dragons and their minions. A fool's errand if there ever was one. Why would they want him? He checked his ongoing list of people that he had offended, stole from, or owed money to. He came up empty. You're a lucky man, said Logan, speaking to Dougal now. You were specifically asked for by somebody with enough influence to get you out of here. From the tone of his voice, it was clear that Logan would prefer to see Dougal rebuilding a dock somewhere in Lake Doric, under armed supervision. Were I you, I would strongly recommend that you do not disappoint her. I don't want to see you back here again. He failed to elucidate whether he was referring to this cell, Divinity's Reach, or Kryda in general. Dougal's mind was spinning now. Her? He managed. Logan walked to the doorway. "Ma'am," he said. A slim woman in chain armor entered the room. For a half second, Dougal's heart stopped. She had tightly wound auburn curls that stopped just short of her shoulders, and her icy blue eyes had the cold look of a military professional. "Riona," said Dougal softly. "Riona Grady of the Vigil," she said, holding up a document sealed with purple wax to the captain. "Here to take responsibility for the prisoner on behalf of my order." Dougal held up his bare wrist to Groban. "If it's all the same to you, Lieutenant," he said, "I think it'd be safer for me if you put the manacles back on and close the cell door on your way out." Chapter 6. Riona did not say more than 3 words as Dougal regained his few confiscated belongings and followed her out of the jail. The city of Divinity's Reach was laid out like a great 6-spoked wheel, with each spoke being a great high road that arced from the outer city walls of white stone to the utmost reaches of the city. The upper city, with its palace and senate and domed gardens, was at the hub, and the lower reaches between the arched high roads is where most people lived. Over the years, the divided sectors took on a regional flavor. The original Crichtons predominated one sector of the city, while the descendants of Ascalonians, their homelands blasted by the Char centuries earlier, gathered in another. Other spaces between the bridges were dominated by Elonian and Canthan immigrants, their distant homelands now unreachable, thanks to the rise of the Elder Dragon. The southernmost of the 2 sectors were given over to an assemblage of inns, alehouses, general services for travelers and merchants, and the carnival. The last was a collection of ornate rides and vendors scattered throughout the area, funded by a powerful minister in the Crichton bureaucracy. It gave the area a surprisingly festive appearance and a false feeling that everything was safe and secure in the last human kingdom. Riona and Dougal wound their way along the hawkers, merchants, and revelers, confetti drifting down from the sky, and in the distance, the deep brass tones of a clockwork band drift over the proceedings. Riona stopped at a shadow show, and Dougal stopped with her. The shadow show was an opaque white sheet set up at the base of one of the high road supports, lit from behind. About a dozen townspeople and a similar number of children gathered in the shade. Silhouetted puppets danced across the screen. "Riona, Dougal started to say. "Hush," said Riona, her eyes locked on the screen. The shadow show told the tale of the kingdoms of Tyria. First was Ascalon, defended by its great northern wall. The Char attacked the wall, their heavy-shouldered, feline troops striding across the screen from the left. Human soldiers appeared on the wall, led by their heroic king, and drove them back in a cascade of arrows. The Char returned with great cauldrons, and out of the cauldrons sprung huge crystalline missiles that struck the walls and breached them. This was the searing, when the Char broke through the wall and overran Ascalon. The screen darkened and brightened again. Another city, this one more ornate, delicate structures, twisted towers, and great arches. This was Ara, the greatest city of Or. Again, the Char, with their mystic cauldrons, arrived from the left, and a man in robes appeared in the tallest tower and summoned a great spell. The screen flashed, and the Char were blown back, but the city itself was shattered. A wavy line representing the ocean rose up, and the pieces of the city settled to the bottom of the Sea of Sorrows. This was the sinking of Or. The screen darkened again, and the scene shifted back to Ascalon, where the Char were besieging its greatest metropolis, Ascalon City. The feline assailants broke through the gates and were soon on the walls fighting the human soldiers. On the tallest tower, the human king Adalburn fought with a powerful Char. The 2 locked their blades, and there was a great explosion. The Char were all blown away as if by a wind, and the humans all went pale. They had become ghosts. This was the faux fire. After another flash, a large black blot ran from one edge of the screen to the other under the waves, and then the blot opened a great draconic eye. Now the ruined city of Ara rose from the waves, and at its tallest point a great winged form spread its wings and roared at the sky. This was the rising of Or, and with it the waking of the undead elder dragon known as Zaitan. The dragon roared again and flashed its wings, kicking up a great wave as it did so. The wave traveled to the right, the risen city retreated to the left, and now a new city appeared at the right-hand side of the screen. This was Lion's Ark. The wave struck it, and pieces of city flew in all directions. When the dragon rose, the original Lion's Ark was flooded and swept away into the sea. The screen darkened one more time, and now the scene was of refugees entering from the left. They were dressed like Cretans and Ascalonians and Canthans and Elonians, and brought wagons with their belongings in great packs. Rising up before them came the walls of Divinity's Reach. With them the upper city, and atop the upper city the Queen's palace. Atop the tower of the Queen appeared, clearly modeled after Queen Jenna, welcoming the refugees to the city, and confetti drifted down from the sky as the happy travelers reached safety. The last of the refugees traveled into the city, the gates closed, and the banner of Divinity's Reach was raised from the Queen's tallest tower. The crowd politely applauded, and the puppeteer, a small, smiling Canthan woman, stepped from behind the screen to take her bows, her puppets mounted on slender sticks. Riona did not applaud, but simply moved on, and Dougal followed. She passed the ale tent and took a pint of lager. Dougal took one as well, careful to let her pay. She sat down at one of the nearby tables. Dougal sat across from her, and they were silent for a moment. Riona looked at the rough, knife-carved tabletop. Riona, Dougal started again. I want you to know, she said, bitterness in her voice, then stopped. Dougal held his tongue, and in the distance the band shifted to a different tune, more of a waltz converted into steam and straining through brass fittings. She continued, I want you to know, were it up to me, I would have left you there to rot, like you left me. I didn't mean to, said Dougal. Like you left me, repeated Riona, piercing him with her blue steel eyes. It was, Dougal started, but then realized that the words, not my idea, would not be well received, nor would they be true. A mistake. I'm sorry. We shouldn't have left you. You didn't just leave me, Riona snapped. You knocked me out and left me for the Ebon Vanguard to find. You left me to pay the price for your crimes. Now it was Dougal's turn to look at the table. 5 years ago, he and Riona and the others had all been in Ebonhawk, members of the Ebon Vanguard. They weren't very good at soldiering, and all of them talked about various schemes to get them to Lion's Ark, to Divinity's Reach, to anywhere but within a city besieged by the hated Char. Then Dak found the map to the original Ascalon city, a map that showed the towers and streets of the ancient human city from the times before the Searing and the Faux Fire, before the devastation of the Char, a map that showed the royal castle of King Adalburn, and, most of all, showed the royal treasure vault and inventoried its contents. Dak had found a treasure map, and Jervis suggested that they go after it. Marga asked why they should wait, and Vala and Dougal agreed. Riona, alone among them, said it was a bad idea, and that they would be put to hard labor if they were caught, or slain by the Char if not, because Ascalon City was in the heart of the Char territories. So Marga hit her over the back of the head one night when they were scheduled to go on patrol beyond the battlements. Marga and Dougal loaded her into her bunk and told the commander that she was ill and left her there. And they left Ebonhawk and never came back. When your patrol didn't return, the Ebon Vanguard came for me, Riona said, filling in the blanks on the table. I didn't tell them what was going on, and they didn't believe me. I took the blame. They put me at hard labor in the quarries for 2 years before even considering reinstating my position, and they never let me patrol beyond the walls. And you're with the Vigil now, said Dougal, looking away as the carnival swirled around them. I served my tour. I left. I looked for a purpose. I found one with the Vigil, and I came here, to Divinity's Reach. I've been here for a year, and in all that time, I never tried to hunt you. She almost said down, but brought herself up short. Out, she finished. And the Vigil wants me. Why? Dougal returned her glare. Her accusing eyes still hurt to look at, but it was clear he was going to have to learn to live with it. You survived Ascalon City. The others? Dead. Dak, Jervis, Marga. The locket felt heavy around his neck like a stone, and Vala, dead in Ascalon City. And yet, you survived, said Riona, smiling. It was not a friendly smile. Why am I not surprised? Dougal stared back into the angry eyes and said, We were wrong. I apologize on behalf of the dead. Now you need me. Why? Riona bit her lip. I need you to promise you won't run when I tell you, said Riona, and her expression softened just a bit. Would you believe me if I did? Asked Dougal. No, said Riona. But I need you to promise anyway. Dougal thought a moment, then said, You need something in Ascalon. The Vigil needs something in Ascalon. You need someone to go there. Are you going to promise? I don't understand how you ended up with the Vigil, said Dougal. Their leader is... I know what their leader is, said Riona. I was looking for a purpose, for a chance to change myself, to change the world. I found it there. Riona, said Dougal. leaning forward, dropping his voice as if sharing a confidence. They think they can defeat the Elder Dragons. Don't worry, they aren't asking you to fight a dragon, elder or otherwise. Then what are they asking me to do? Dougal took a pull of his ale. Go to Ascalon City, she said. Dougal looked over the rim of the glass. And do what? That we'll talk about when we get to Lion's Arc. Dougal thought for a moment and said, I'll need a sword. You always were a horrible swordsman, said Riona. I've gotten better, said Dougal. The two sat there for a moment, each daring the other to break the silence. Fine, finish your drink, said Riona. I'll get you a damn sword. They returned their glasses to the vendor and weaved their way through the crowds. Riona kept shooting Dougal looks as if she anticipated him to melt away into the mass of carnival goers. Dougal had to admit that he considered escaping, ditching her in the bustle of the festival, recovering the golem's eye from its precarious hiding place, and quietly headed for some small village far from Divinity's reach. Although Riona's offer was intriguing, the idea of returning to Ascalon City was insane. He had barely escaped with his life before, but the chance to make good on previous failed promises. A new shipment came in from Claypool, said the merchant, a squat man who, despite being surrounded by sharp blades, was in severe need of a shave. Finest kind, fresh from the forge. Riona's brows bunched up. You must be kidding. Look at that pocking. The grip wobbles. And the edge isn't even true. The merchant gave an irritated shrug. You're not expecting Seraph quality, are you? And the really good stuff gets shipped out to those Ebonhawk soreheads. What do you mean by that? Said Riona, her eyes narrowing. Ascalon is dead and buried, said the merchant. Let the char have it. It's blasted and filled with ghosts anyway, from what I hear. Sending men and supplies to Ebonhawk, supplies we can use here at home to fight centaurs and bandits, mind you, is a waste of money. Good gold chasing after bad. As the merchant spoke, Dougal noticed Riona's visage grow darker and her hand drifting to the grip of her own sword. This will do nicely, he said quickly. Pay the man, Riona. I'd rather, started Riona, her jaw clenched. Pay the man, said Dougal. Let's move on. The two walked away from the merchant, Riona muttering, that traitorous moron. And this is what people think of us in Divinity's Reach. Ebonhawk is far away, like Orr and the dragons, said Dougal. You can understand if they worry more about centaurs raiding their caravans and bandits robbing their fields. You're right about one thing, though. He flicked the blade back and forth a few times. The other pedestrians watched him cautiously as he executed some textbook moves. This blade is miserable. Told you, said Riona. Most modern blades are. Modern human blades, anyway. He sheathed the sword. Such is life in our dragon-haunted times. Someone called out Dougal's name from behind him. Now what? Said Riona. But Dougal saw a green face flickering among the crowds, a verdant arm raised overhead. He smiled and shot a glance at Riona, who scowled at the approaching newcomer. The fact that the Silvari's appearance frustrated Riona made him feel even better. And Colleen looked fully recovered from her sojourn in the crypts beneath Divinity's Reach. Riona Grady, member of the Vigil. May I present, he began. Colleen, born of the cycle of night, she said, holding out a hand in the human fashion. Riona scowled and nodded, leaving the hand unclasped. It is good to meet you, Colleen of the night, but I'm afraid Dougal and I have some business to discuss. Would you like an ale? Dougal broke in. There's a tent not more than 20 feet away from here and does a passable brown lager. The look Riona shot him would have slain a devourer at 10 paces. And Dougal allowed himself a smile. New sins for her to be angry about might help heal the old. It's very nice, said Colleen a little later, sipping the ale. Is that butternut squash in the mix? Dougal shrugged amiably while Riona, leaning back in her bench, kept her arms crossed. She said, I don't know many Silvari. From her tone, it was clear that she would prefer to know one fewer. And I don't know much about the Vigil, said Colleen, other than they are a group made up of members of many races, nations, and guilds. They are dedicated to resisting the depredations of elder dragons by force of arms. Are you hiring Dougal to fight dragons? I'm glad you're not still in jail, said Dougal, realizing that this was the first time he'd thought about Colleen since they had been arrested. I spent the night there, and then a pleasant human with a mustache asked me questions, and I answered them, and they let me go. She sipped the ale again. Dougal thought about what Lieutenant Groban had said about one of their group confessing. You? He managed. You told him? Of course. I told him about Clag and Breaker and you and Gaida and where Blim's tomb was and where you hid the gem by the entrance, she said. They'd forgotten about Blim's tomb and were happy. I told them where to find it. That's something that is strange to me. I hadn't thought about it before. That knowledge can die. It makes sense when you think about it. Someone who knows something dies without telling anyone else, and then the knowledge is lost. But to a Silvari, It is odd. Colleen did not notice that Dougal was now cradling his face in his hands, and Riona was chuckling. So, began Dougal, you told them where I hid the gem. Yes, said Colleen, smiling. Honestly, works out best, I find. At this, Riona actually laughed. And that reminds me, the Sylvari said, reaching for her pouch. I wanted to give you this. She produced a small object wrapped in a lace handkerchief about the size of an Azura's fist. It thunked heavily on the table. Dougal picked it up, and a flash of red crystal flared in the late afternoon sun. Nice, said Riona, catching a glimpse as well. Looks just like the type of thing you would risk your life for. Not magical, is it? Dougal pushed the entire gem in his pocket, handkerchief and all. I'm confused, he said, shaking his head. You just told me that I told our jailers where you hid the gem, said Colleen. I didn't say anything about where I hid it afterwards. The pieces of the puzzle fit together in his mind. I see, when you climbed up my back, I pulled the gem from where you put it and moved it further up, and quickly sealed it up inside a skull for good measure. When I saw you leaving the jail, I went and retrieved it. Now it was Dougal's turn to laugh. Colleen leaned across the table and in a conspiratorial tone said, So, what is the new job? Is it dragons? Riona shook her head. I'm sorry, Colleen, of the night, but this is a private matter between me and Ascalon City, interrupted Dougal, ignoring Riona's glare. She wants me to go to Ascalon City for the vigil. She won't tell me why yet. Colleen leaned back, put her palms together. Ascalon City is in the center of Char territory and filled with ghosts. I know, said Dougal. I've been there. Colleen blinked in surprise. I didn't know, she said, and was silent for a moment. Dougal felt compelled to add, It did not work out well, and looked at Riona. For the first time, Riona nodded in agreement, her mouth a tight line. Colleen looked up and said, All right, count me in. Riona looked up in shock and stammered, I'm sorry, that's impossible. Why? Said Colleen. You're taking him, she motioned at Dougal with the glass, and Dougal felt vaguely insulted. Ascalon City is filled with ghosts, Riona began, repeating Colleen's words as if explaining something to a child. She's a necromancer, said Dougal. That argument doesn't have a lot of traction. Indeed, Riona Grady of the Vigil, said Colleen. My people are less than 25 years old. None of us have died, save by violence, poison, and disease. We don't know much about what it is like to die. I find the dead and the undead and ghosts, and everything similar to be fascinating. If you are going to Ascalon City, I am in. Riona looked at Dougal, who smiled. You should have heard her in the crypts, said Dougal. She was practically poetic. I'm sorry, said Riona, spreading her fingers out towards Colleen. That's just impossible. She's in, said Dougal. Riona goggled at him, an angry color returning to her cheeks. You don't get to decide. Of course I get to decide, said Dougal. If she doesn't go, I don't come to Lion's Ark. You march me back to Captain Logan Thackeray and his Lieutenant Groven, and I spend the next few years repairing docks on Lake Dork, which you might think is poetic justice. And you get to go back to the Vigil and explain how you let the one man who's been to Ascalon City and lived a tale to tell get away, and your entire plan, whatever it is, falls apart. Dougal leaned back on his bench. Your choice. Riona was flush with rage now, and for a moment, Dougal feared that he had pushed her too far. The new sins were quickly overwhelming the old. She choked out a few words, glaring at Dougal, finished her ale in a single pull. Fine, she said. Colleen, born of the cycle of night, would you care to join us, at least as far as Lion's Ark? I'd be honored, said Colleen. Good, said Dougal. And in return, the answer is yes. Yes, said Riona. I promise not to run when I find out what you really want, said Dougal, at least until we get to Lion's Ark. Chapter 7. The next morning, Dougal surveyed the contents of his life, spreading it out across his bed. The moleskin pouch containing his tools, picks, wrenches, flats, hooks, and skeleton keys, his knife, the few crumpled and tattered notes that he had made about Blim's tomb, a change of clothes, including a warm cloak suitable for sleeping in, a new sword, human-made and rough, inside a fine old scabbard, looted from some ruined temple in the Caledon forest, and the golem's eye, still bound in Colleen's handkerchief. Dougal packed light, as always. Everything he owned fit into a worn leather pack that he had with him since he was a youth in Ebonhawk. After his mother had died here in Divinity's Reach, he had gone to live with his father in the last human outpost in Ascalon, and his aunt Brenna had given him the pack to carry his belongings in. The backpack had long outlived everyone else in his family and proved trustier than any friend. The night before had been restless, and his dreams were plagued by the faces of the dead. Even while he packed, Dougal still considered the merits of bolting. All he would have to do was not meet Riona in front of Uzalon's mechanical orchestra, as they had agreed. All he had to do was slip out the front gates, or even hide elsewhere in the city, perhaps go to ground in the Canton district, where she didn't know anyone. If he ran, he knew that Riona would never find him, at least not in time. Turn left instead of right when he left his quarters, and he would be gone. He had buried Ascalon City deep, intent on never returning. Indeed, who would want to go there? The city was wrecked, first by the searing, then by the faux fire, its inhabitants reduced to ghosts, its walls surrounded by extremely possessive char, and yet he could feel the tug of failure, of the price paid, of things left undone. Dougal reached into his shirt, fished out the locket, and looked at it for a long time. He carefully undid the clasp and opened it to reveal a cameo, ivory set against jet, of Vala in profile. Its twin, the one with his portrait, jet on ivory, was lost in Ascalon, along with everything else. Dougal replaced the locket and carefully packed his gear into the battered backpack, and when he left the building, he turned right toward the meeting with Riona. A low, thin mist clung to the streets where the sun had not yet arrived to burn it off. Both Riona and Colleen were waiting in front of him at the feet of Uzalon's mechanical orchestra, a frozen explosion of giant horn bells at one end of the festival grounds. It was early, and the orchestra had yet to be activated. Its silence left the permanent carnival with an empty, lonely feeling. Bits of excelsior and other debris littered the pavement, and a few workers fitted with the heavy leather collars of criminals swept the remains of the previous celebration into larger piles. The two women were waiting but not talking. Helene seemed interested in the construction of the clockwork in the orchestra, while Riona paced, her arms folded. The official representative of the vigil had regained that hard professional look that she had the day before. Dougal wondered how well she had slept the previous night, now that she knew for sure that the others were well and truly dead. "It's time," said Riona. "Let's go." She was just as sour as she had been yesterday, a thundercloud on an otherwise clear morning. Colleen, of course, was the sun. "This should be exciting," Colleen said. "The idea of a city filled with ghosts is just too intriguing. To my knowledge, no Sylvari has ever ventured into Ascalon City. I will be the first of my people to see inside this city's walls." "It's not that exciting," said Dougal. "More like terrifying." Riona grunted at him. "Surprised to find me still here?" Dougal asked Riona. She shook her head. "Thackeray's people have had an eye on your place all night, and you don't think I could slip past them if I wanted to?" She shrugged as if it didn't make a difference. "You didn't?" Dougal arched an eyebrow at her. "And you could have told Thackeray and his people that we had recovered something from the crypts after all." "Captain Logan Thackeray only tolerates me at best," Riona said. "Telling him that you had a gem would only have forced him to toss you in prison again. I need you in Ascalon City." Dougal slung his pack over his shoulder. "Then let's move." Dougal turned southward to the main gates, but Riona instead moved north towards the Ascalonian district. Colleen was left in the middle, unsure of which way to go. Dougal pointed. "Main gate to the city is this way." "We aren't using the main gate," said Riona. "Time is of the essence. We're going to use an Azura gate." Dougal walked back to Riona now, Colleen following and trying not to look like she was listening. "You didn't say anything about using an Azura gate," he said, trying to keep the worry out of his voice. "Don't tell me you're afraid of them," said Riona, smiling slightly. "Of course not," said Dougal. "It's magic. I don't particularly trust magic. Worse yet, it's Azuran magic. They operate at such a level that even human spellcasters are still lagging in their wake." "You are afraid," said Riona with a tight smile. "You faced a city full of ghosts and God knows what else, and you're afraid of a magical gate." "An Azuran magical gate," said Dougal. "There's a difference. Half of the time they're taking it apart and putting it back together. And have you ever had one of them explain how it works?" "It's a simple, immobile location dimensional transporter," said Colleen, "that shortcuts normal reality by bringing together two fixed points with suitable equipment tuned to the same meta-vibrational etheric frequency." Dougal stared at her, and she added, "We have them in the Grove. The Azura were one of the first people we met when we appeared." "You have my sympathy," said Riona, and led the way to the Ascalonian district. Divinity's Reach was waking up. The people who worked for an honest living were shuffling off of their jobs, but laughing children still raced through the streets, darting from doorway to doorway in their carefree games. The Seraph patrolled the streets alone and in pairs, always on the hunt for innocents to protect and lawbreakers to bring to justice. Merchant's voice started to sound. hawking everything from apples to armor. Elders stood ready to train students in various specialties. Criers called out announcements from the queen and news from both inside the city and beyond its limits. They passed through another set of walls built within the city itself to separate it from the Azura Gate. Dougal noticed the walls were patrolled by white armored members of the Seraph, armed with the newer smoothbore muskets. The golem's eye in his pocket felt suddenly heavy. They passed within the picket line without being challenged, and Dougal assumed that Riona's vigil authority extended to these watchmen as well, and that Logan Thackeray was delighted to get them out of his queen city. The gate itself was up on a low earth platform against the city's outer wall, a great stone loop filled with bronze pulsing energy. Even looking at the shifting surface of the gate opening made Dougal a little queasy. The area around the gate was filled with wagons and bearers, golem carriers, and a small group of soldiers in dark armor, Ebon Vanguard. Dougal remembered that the Ascalonian district had a hospital for the more badly wounded soldiers from the fortress city of Ebonhawk. Riona walked past and collected the wagons to a smaller group, mostly human, but with a couple of Azura and their golems mixed in. The Azura seemed unfazed by the crackling energy before them, but the humans apparently shared Dougal's nervousness. "Aren't we cutting ahead of people?" said Colleen. "Those are here to go to Ebonhawk," said Riona, pointing a chin at a larger group. "They have to tune the gate for the jump around noon. Requires a lot of energy. We're going to Lion's Arc." She looked at the two Azura arguing in front of the rune-inscribed pillar, bristling with crystals and levers. Dougal knew that the Azura gates were used by the diminutive race, and they would never risk their own lives for something that had not been mostly tested and safe. The gates were leagues upon leagues apart. Yet simply by stepping through the oval archways, they'd be at a similar gate in Lion's Arc. Still, the Azura's continual tendency to modify and meddle with their own work gave him pause. The two Azura in front of the plinth of crystals concluded their heated argument, and the older one of the two walked over to them. The younger stayed behind, shooting a sullen look at his elder. "Sorry," said the older Azura, a female. "Training day. My apprentice has his own ideas about the process of tuning two gates into alignment, and I have to beat some sense into him." She turned towards her sullen apprentice, who immediately brightened, and then returned to his black cloud of resentment as soon as the elder's back was turned. Dougal watched the younger Azura eye the arcane runes on the plinth and was concerned that the upstart apprentice would suddenly try to prove his point by changing the settings. "Papers?" said the Azura, and Riona presented a folded letter with a purple seal similar to the one that she had presented to Logan Thackeray in the jail. The Azura reviewed it, grunted, and said, "Are you carrying anything from Or, the Dragon Man, or any other territory that has been dominated or altered by the presence of the Elder Dragons?" He recited the question with the complete lack of inflection born of repetition. "No," said Riona. "Are you carrying any items that are illegal in Lion's Arc or Divinity's Reach? Are you entering Lion's Arc with the intent to commit any illegal actions or flee Divinity's Reach authorities?" Colleen started to say something, but Dougal quickly said, "No, we are not," and shot the Sylvari a look to indicate that the Azura really didn't want or need to hear about the Golem's Eye or their recent incarceration. "Very well," said the Azura, returning the document to Riona. "We should be ready to go in a few moments if somebody," she turned towards her assistant, "will stop sulking and tune the gate to its correct etheric frequency." The apprentice began to touch various runes and jutting crystals in order, and the bronze light within the archway turned a deep golden shade. One by one, the various travelers approached the golden glow and disappeared. Colleen stepped through without pausing. Dougal hesitated and looked at Riona. She made an "after you" motion, and it was clear that she wasn't going to leave him alone on this side of the gate. Mentally noting the lack of trust in these dragon-haunted days, Dougal stepped through. It was no more difficult than stepping through the surface of a soap bubble. One moment he was in Divinity's Reach, the rising sun just cresting the walls ahead of him, the city around him in deep shadow. The next moment, he and the others were in bright sunshine, leaving him blinking and raising a hand to protect his eyes. The air itself was different, changing suddenly from the cool, damp morning air to something warmer, fresher, and smelling of salt. The quiet energy of a city awakening was immediately stilled and replaced with the clamor of merchants, townspeople at work. One moment he was in Divinity's Reach, and the next moment he was here. Dougal did not want to think about where he was in the space in between. They stood on another low set of earthworks, overlooking the merchants' district of Lion's Arc. Around them, in a slight arc, Ark were other gates, some with golden energies in their arches, some bronze, and some a purplish hue. Next to them, 3 more Azura were squabbling about performance issues. Riona ignored them, passing Colleen and leading them down the steps to the Great Bazaar, following other travelers. The Lion's Ark of long ago was gone. Its only remaining memory consists of the battlements that survived the great waves from the rising of ore. When Zaitan, the undead elder dragon, brought long-sunken ore back to the surface, all lands surrounding the Sea of Sorrows were awash in great waves. Lion's Ark was almost utterly destroyed, and in its place was left a swamp of broken ships, snapped trees, and dead creatures. Out of that morass, the new Lion's Ark arose. Over the past 100 years, the town was reestablished by pirates and corsairs looking for a safe haven, and salvage crews reclaiming the flotsam and jetsam that had washed ashore. It soon blossomed into a cosmopolitan trading center. The city showed its recent origin. Some of the newer buildings were stone, but most of the city was of wood. The original structures were built from the remains of wrecked ships tossed up on the beach, and that architecture so defined the city that even new construction was built along the lines of hulls and keels as opposed to walls and roof. It was a scratch-built city, a lash-up made permanent, a temporary site that might yet outshine Divinity's Reach or the Black Citadel, or even the Azura city of Radisum. The people of Lion's Ark were as motley as its buildings. Before the rising of ore, it was a human city, a Crichton city. After the floods uprooted the houses and replaced them with shipwrecks, a transient population took hold, a brotherhood of the coast seeking nothing more than survival in an overturned world. The crews of the surviving pirate ships colonized the wreckage that was Lion's Ark, and their captains became the first leaders. As a result, Lion's Ark was ruled by a council of captains, and its morals and legality were always more flexible than in other great cities. The new population was also more diverse than anything else seen in Tyria. Here you found humans, but also equal or greater numbers of Norn, Azura, and Sylvari. The occasional bloated amphibian Hylic or hunched buck-toothed dredge stalked through the streets. The cast-off of a half-dozen nations and a plethora of societies all gathered here. And Char. That was the part that concerned Dougal the most. The humans and the Char were still at war in Ebonhawk, yet in Lion's Ark, Char and humans lived, if not in harmony, at least within sight of each other without open hostilities. That was something Dougal, who had spent much of his youth hating and fighting the Char, had a hard time understanding. The term most people used when describing Char was feline, but beyond a few basic attributes, they were no kin to any cat Dougal had ever seen. They were huge, half again as tall as a man, not as massive as a Norn, but still towering opponents against a single human. Their faces were elongated muzzles, and their jaws were those of carnivores, filled with long teeth. Both males and females had 4 horns jutting from the sides of their skulls, the males boasting an impressive set, and the females a smaller pair on each side. Just behind the jawline, beneath the horns, hung 2 pairs of sensitive ears. The males had huge, hunchbacked and maned shoulders, while the females were more lithe and swift. They were no less deadly. When Dougal first came to Lion's Ark, he was stunned by the presence of the Char, including Char dealing with humans and other races. He had a hard time looking at them without thinking of the implacable foes who drove the humans for most of Ascalon and besieged them in Ebonhawk, the creatures responsible for the searing and the foe fire. He never dealt with them, preferring a Norn or a human merchant to a Char one when he could. Even when forced to talk to one, he could feel his skin crawl and the small hairs on the back of his neck stand up. The Char were legendary for their tempers and their violence, and he was unsure what would set them off. And while he was fairly certain that they could not smell his fear and unease, the Char were excellent observers, and his reluctance to deal with them was obvious. He would never go into the crypts with a Char, or want to be left alone with one. Now walking down the stairs into Lion's Ark's merchant district, he saw Char for the first time in over a year. None would come to Divinity's Reach any more than he would go to their main base, the Black Citadel. Already he felt uncomfortable by their presence, even though the leonine creatures seemed more at home here than he was. The Great Bazaar occupied a low spot surrounded by hills near the center of town. Great posts were driven into the hills, and from those posts were strung rope riggings and lines, the entire web covered by sheets of sailcloth dyed blue. From above, The patchwork of sails looked like a choppy ocean, and from below, the cooler, sheltered market felt like it was cradled at the bottom of a shallow azure sea. Around them brewed and bubbled the population of Lion's Ark, engaged in the trade that was the lifeblood of the city. There were farmers from the estates to the north and salvagers from the southern bays and estuaries. Azura and Sylvari squabbled over the prices of glowing floating platforms and weapons made of twisted wood and butterfly wings. Norn rolled through the crowds like bears fording a stream, and the Char moved around, living their lives and ignoring 3 new arrivals, just like everyone else. "Colleen!" came a shout behind him. The Sylvari turned, and Dougal along with her. Riona hesitated for a moment, kept walking. Wading through the crowd was a heavy-set golem, a crude creation of lumber and stone, as temporary as the rest of the city. A flat pane on its headless chest emitting a blue-green glow. One arm was much larger than the other, and both upper limbs ended in claws, making it look like a crude combination of a man and a fiddler crab. More important was the small Azura directly in front of the golem, who became only visible as the crowd parted for the larger golem, Clag, in all his self-involved fury. Dougal blinked and wondered if Logan Thackeray kept anybody in jails anymore. "Betrayer," said Clag. "You sold us out. You told the Seraph everything, and for this you're going to pay." That definitely sounded like a challenge, and an opening appeared in the crowd with Colleen and the 2 humans on one end and the Azura and the golem at the other. Dougal looked around and saw 2 Lion Guard in the crowd. They were curious, but neither was stepping in to take matters in hand. As long as the disagreement didn't threaten any trade or merchants, Dougal doubted they would. Lion's Ark was a good distance away from Divinity's reach and its vigilant Seraph. Dougal stepped forward, hand on his sword, to stand beside Colleen, but Riona put a hand on his shoulder. "He's talking to her, not you," she said, clearly enough for the Sylvari to hear. "This is her problem." "I don't see it as much of a problem," said Colleen. "I suppose you don't want to chat about this first?" she asked Clag. The Azura responded with a curse and pointed at the Sylvari. Emotionless and obedient, Golem lumbered forward. Colleen dropped into a crouch, and bright green motes bunched and flamed from her palms, gathering into swarms of necrotic energy. She was too slow. The golem crossed the distance between them and smacked her hard with a limb, the thickness of a ship's yardarm. She stumbled to one side. The second arm punched her hard back the other way. Colleen lost her footing and fell to the paving stones. Golden blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Clag had apparently chosen to invest in speed over raw strength this time. Dougal let out a shout, and shaking off Riona's hand on his arm, ran forward, drawing his sword. The blade came out roughly, catching the sides of the scabbard and threatening to pull it along with it. But he had gotten the sword out and closed in on the hulking golem. Clag shouted a command and the golem changed targets, wheeling quickly from the fallen Sylvari and bearing down now on Dougal. The human reversed himself and danced backwards a few steps, the heavy arms swinging through the space where Dougal had been seconds before. The golem overextended itself, and Dougal lunged forward, driving his blade into the joint where the huge claw arm met the rest of the body. The blade dug deep into the juncture, and Dougal heard a very satisfying crack as he loosened the armatures holding the golem together. The golem flexed its shoulder back, trapping Dougal's blade, and with a sharp snap, crushed it in its joints. Dougal pulled back the shattered stump of his sword, stared at it for a moment, and cursed. The golem had regained its footing now. The smaller arm lashed out, its claw-shaped hand closing on Dougal's sword arm, and pulled him off the ground. Dougal let out a yelp as he dangled there, the golem drawing back its arm to deliver a blow that would knock the human into the Sea of Sorrows. Riona leapt in at that moment, her own weapon jabbing quickly into the gap into the construct's shoulder, held open by the shards of Dougal's blade. She was quicker than he had been, so that she pulled the blade out in a cascade of arcane spark, and the lethal arm hung there, its internal runes and spells grinding to regain control. Having gained the advantage, Riona did not hesitate, but instead struck against the golem's now exposed chest. The fragile pain of the golem's heart shattered at the blow, and elemental lightning spilled out in a shower of spark. Dougal twisted in the creature's grasp as the energies played out over its body. The vigil warrior was not done, and dropped to one knee and lashed out again, this time striking at the joints of the golem's knees. Another cascade of elemental energy spilled out as the crystals within were smashed open, with the skill of a surgeon with a scalpel. The golem froze up and let go of Dougal, who dropped a few feet to the ground. Then it pitched backwards, leaving a surprised Clag exposed beyond it. Stupid second-rate sword, said Dougal, looking over at Colleen, who was moving now, though not very fast. Dougal pulled himself off the ground, but Riona was still quicker than he was, and flung herself on top of Clag like an owl on a rabbit. Grabbing the Azura by the throat, she hefted him up and pulled her sword back to skewer him. Clag made a rattling noise, and his eyes were wide with fear. Now it was Dougal's arm on Riona's shoulder. Let him go, he said. She paused, and Clag managed to gurgle. She informed on us. I lost the golem's eye because she told the Seraph. You said... The rest of his words were lost as Riona tightened her grip around the slender windpipe. Gods, thought Dougal. He doesn't know about the eye. Not so smart now. Are you, little monster? Said Riona. You and the rest of your deformed race should be stomped out. We should skewer him right here. Dougal looked at Riona. Her eyes were angry, her jaw set, her words hissing through her teeth. She had changed since she was the voice of reason in their platoon. No. We have a mission, said Dougal, looking over to where Colleen was pulling herself upright. Don't let the little stuff get in the way. He's little stuff. Riona looked at Dougal, then took a deep breath and let her hand open. Clag dropped to the ground, gasping and clawing at his throat. Scat, said Dougal. We're done here. I don't want to see you again. Clag pulled himself up and shot a poisonous glance at Riona. He started to say something. Riona dropped into a battle crouch and growled at him like a char. That was enough. Clag spun on his heels and fled back into the crowd. Catcalls from observers at his back. Colleen stumbled up, rubbing her side where the golem had connected. Are you all right? Asked Dougal. Riona was still intently watching the place where Clag had disappeared. In a moment, she staggered over to where the fallen golem was, still sparking elemental essence. She knelt down next to it and for a moment seemed to be swathed in a greenish shroud. She placed her hands on the golem, and the last of its energy drained out of it and into the Sylvari. She stood up and nodded to the others. Better now, she said. She pointed to the golem and said to the crowd, Crap, the golem's body disappeared under a tide of opportunists. Dougal looked at Riona. What about you? Riona took some deep breaths and said in a low voice, It just seems that every time we turn around, there's some lesser race that is making trouble for us. I'm just getting tired of it. Dougal opened his mouth to argue, but looked at Riona's face. There was pain there. And something else, hatred. Instead, he said, We were going somewhere, right? Riona nodded and headed off across the marketplace without a word, Dougal and Colleen in tow. They emerged on the far side of the blue-tinted sails and found their way to a more permanent part of the city, where there was more stonework among the wood, although it continued with the nautical theme. Finally, she stopped at an innocuous-looking doorway. Riona knocked. A Hylic taller than Colleen opened the door, and Riona backed off for a moment, surprised by the wide, monstrous face. It was a frog-like being, in the same fashion as the char were cat-like, bipedal, a great mouthed head topping a round, necklace body. Its eyes were wide and accusing. She gathered herself together and said, Crusader Riona Grady of the Vigil in Divinity's Reach. I have brought Dougal Keen for the General. The Hylic responded in a deep, raspy voice. Crusader Nagadal of the Blood-Tide Coast, also of the Vigil. Come in. I will announce your presence. They followed the Hylic into the hallway, and Dougal got a definite feeling that they were being let through a side door. Whoever Riona was working for in the Vigil, he or she apparently didn't want to make a lot of noise about their arrival. Dougal wondered how the Vigil would react to Clag's attack or Riona's sudden burst of temper. The Hylic led them into a small waiting room. They sat there. Colleen composed as if half an hour earlier she had not been assailed by a golem. Riona twitched and rubbed the back of her neck, trying to work out the tension. Dougal left them to their thoughts, for he had his own broodings. After about 15 minutes, the Hylic returned, and with a booming, "Follow me!" led them back out into the twisting hallways. Dougal figured that the Vigil chapter house must occupy most of the block, with numerous exits, probably access to the sewers as well. Finally, they were led into a large chamber dominated by a great table. Maps of Tyria hung from the walls, and the walls were lined with heavy cabinets. At the end of the room, a large figure stood before a fire in full armor, her hands clenched behind her back. When they entered, she turned and regarded them with sharp feline eyes. She was a char, and for a brief moment, Dougal felt he could sense the hairs rise on the back of his neck, an instinctive reaction that he could not suppress. Dougal Keen, Helene, born of the cycle of night, said Riona smoothly. May I present General Almora Soulkeeper, founder of the Vigil. Chapter 8. The amazing Dougal Keen. Your reputation precedes you. General Almora Soulkeeper thumped a fist over her heart, Char style, and extended a paw. Dougal could feel a cold trickle of sweat drip down his back as he gripped the Char's firm, strong hand, which wrapped around his own, the nubs of her sheathed claws grazing the back of it. The general gestured to the chairs opposite the broad table. The two humans and the Sylvari took their seats, and the Char lifted an ear. Wine? This is a good vintage. From the Almutin estate, Colleen said, "Thank you." Dougal said, "I may need the drink." Riona said nothing, but nodded respectfully. Dougal was amazed by her sudden change in attitude from the violent warrior of an hour before. Almora poured the wine into 4 goblets and offered one to each guest. Then she raised her glass and said, "Death and despair to the dragons and their minions." "Death and despair," repeated Riona. Dougal and Colleen looked at each other, said nothing, but raised their glasses in response. Dougal sipped his wine. The Char was right. It was a good vintage. "A pity we could not meet in Vigil Keep north of the city," said Almora, seating herself on a wide bench, the type preferred by the Char. "It is a proper and more secure place for such discussions. But when Crusader Riona's message arrived that she had located you, I thought it best to meet here. Still, the Vigil appreciates your efforts on our behalf." "I've made no real efforts so far," said Dougal, shrugging, "and I will make none until I understand what exactly you want. I've agreed to come here and talk, nothing more." Almora looked sharply at Riona, her 4 ears flattening slightly. "You did not tell him." Riona looked almost abashed. "I thought it best if he were briefed once we arrived. It was difficult enough getting him here." Almora let out a noise halfway between a purr and a grunt and said, "What do you know of our organization?" Colleen said abruptly, "The Vigil is a group made up of members of many races, nations, and guilds. They are dedicated to resisting the depredations of the Elder Dragons by force of arms." Riona scowled at her interruption, but Colleen ignored her. General Soulkeeper nodded. "We have a number of your people in our organization, including my second in command. Your knowledge is always appreciated." "You want to fight dragons," said Dougal. Almora nodded. "But you don't want me to fight dragons, so I've been told." He motioned to Riona, and Almora nodded again. "You've been to Ascalon City," said the general. "So people keep reminding me," said Dougal. "What do you want that's in Ascalon City?" "We seek the claw of the Conner," said Almora simply. She took a long sip of her wine and let the silence in the room draw out. Finally, Dougal said, "You're completely mad, you know." "Others have suggested that," said Almora. "Most of them have been Char." There was a mild sense of menace in her words that Dougal always heard from the Char, intended or not. "Why would you want the claw?" he asked. "I'm sorry," said Colleen. "This one I don't know. What is the claw of the Conner?" Riona looked into her goblet. "A legendary weapon, highly valued by the Char legions. It's an ungu, a 4-bladed weapon with a central grip. 2 blades jut forward, 2 blades backward." "More importantly," said Almora, "the Conner was, in ancient times, the ruler of all Char legions, iron, ash, blood, and flame. The claw was a symbol of unity among the Char. The last time the legions were fully united, it was lost in Ascalon City." "In the Fofire," said Dougal. "We have reason to believe that it is still there," said the general. Dougal looked at Riona, who, from her uncertain expression, fully expected Dougal to leap to his feet and try to find the nearest exit. Instead, he remained seated and said, "Why do the Vigil want a Char artifact?" "We don't," said Almora. "Your human queen wants it." "Very well," said Dougal, feeling as though he were being lectured by an Azura. "Why does Queen Jenna want it?" "She wants to give it back to the Char," said Almora, and Dougal shot a glance at Riona. She said nothing, but was scowling. Dougal shook his head and said, "Obviously I missed a step here." General Soulkeeper leaned forward and put her paws on the table. "Your people and mine have been fighting for how long now?" "Since the Searing," said Dougal. "Longer," said Almora. "When man first came to Tyria, the Char were here, and its lands were our hunting grounds. All its creatures our prey. Your people drove us northward to found their kingdoms and resisted us when we rightfully sought to regain our land." Riona stiffened at Almora's words, but said nothing. Again, the sense of challenge was in the Char General's voice. "Since then, there have been victories and reverses for both sides," she continued. "The human nations are now gone from the east of the Shiver Peaks, with the exception of the fortress city of Ebonhawk, which has been besieged for generations. A siege that has so far failed, I should note," said Dougal, feeling he had to speak up for his original home. "And the conflicts between Char and man have blown hot and cold for generations. But now there stands a chance for peace," said Almora. "I find that hard to believe," said Dougal. "Both sides are tired," said Almora, "and both sides have other worries in their lives. The humans have been driven back on numerous fronts, almost to the gates of Divinity's Reach itself. You are plagued by marauding centaurs and human brigands. Similarly, the general went on, 3 of the Char Legions stand united, blood, iron, and ash. The 4th, the Flame Legion, which once commanded the other 3, stands against us, and the ogres have come down from the Blaze Ridge Mountains seeking land for their herds. And Ascalon is haunted, added Dougal. And Ascalon is haunted, agreed Almora, the legacy of the Foefire. So how does the Claw fit in, said Dougal. A peace faction has grown among the Char, said Almora. Then stop. Perhaps I give my people too much credit. Call it a truce faction. They seek to end the hostilities with Ebonhawk so that they may better deal with the Flame Legion and other matters. And the humans, as you noticed, said Riona flatly, have other foes as well. The Vigil has been acting as go-between, said Almora. We have human agents in Divinity's Reach and Char Crusaders in the Black Citadel. The discussions have been extremely secretive to date. There are humans and Char who would reject out of hand any attempt at peace and ban our order from promoting it. The Char General leaned forward again. The discussions have gotten to the point that the Char Legions have agreed to open formal negotiations, combined with a cessation of hostilities, but they want a sign of good faith from the humans. The Claw, said Dougal. The Claw, said General Soulkeeper. What is in all this for you? Asked Dougal. The Elder Dragons, said Colleen, and Dougal looked at her. She had been listening intently throughout the discussion. If the humans and Char can stop fighting, you hope they can turn their armies against Zaitan, Kralkatorrik, and the others. Riona nodded curtly, and Almora said, the Sylvari have a talent for cutting to the heart of the matter. Do the legions know the claws in Ascalon City? Said Dougal. They suspect, said the general, but those who have attempted to find it have never come back out. You did. I was lucky, said Dougal, more to himself than anyone else. We could use that luck again, said Almora. There was a long silence in the room. At last, Dougal said, you are completely mad. The world is mad, General Soulkeeper observed. We merely have to deal with it. All of Ascalon is haunted. Ascalon City is the heart of the Foefire and is overrun with ghosts. There's a reason the legions have never conquered it, said Dougal. Yet, you went there and came out alive, said the general. I was young, said Dougal. And stupid. He looked at Riona, but the other human's face was unexpressive as a stone. And yet, you are alive, said Almora. No, said Dougal. I am sorry, but I am not interested in returning to Ascalon City. The Char General, leader of the Vigil, blinked and her ears flattened. You agreed to come here. I agreed to listen to your proposal, said Dougal. I did that. Now I am saying no, because you are chasing a madman's dream, and I will not be part of it. I'd like to go now. Dougal stood up, hefting his small pack over his shoulder. Colleen and Riona also stood up, but more slowly. Another silence, and Dougal could almost feel the tension gathering in the room. Finally, General Soulkeeper stood up and said, of course, I'd like you to think about it, but I will respect your decision. If you could wait outside for a moment, I'd like to speak to Crusader Riona. Dougal looked at Riona and raised an eyebrow, but the other human kept her eyes fixed on the general. Dougal and Colleen left the room. The Hylic Naglotl opened the door and escorted them back to the waiting area. As he closed the door to the meeting room behind him, Dougal caught Almora's raising voice. You mean you never told him what we wanted? Then the door closed and muffled the angry voice of the Char General. In the waiting area, Dougal sat down and looked at his hands. Colleen remained standing. I'm not afraid, started Dougal. I want you to know that. I'm going, said Colleen. Dougal looked up and saw the sincerity of the Sylvari's face. Colleen, you don't know. No, I don't, she said. But I want to find out. I think what they're doing is for the best. For humans, for Char, for everyone. Dougal shook his head, but Colleen pressed on. Your races are fortunate. You've been here forever. My people have been here for 25 years and have never known a world where the Elder Dragons were not present, gnawing at the corners of our lands, bringing us zombies and abominations and all forms of twisted creatures in their wake. My people are here for a reason. I think the dragons are that reason. And if I can do anything to help the other races put aside their squabbles and turn to a greater danger, I will do it. Colleen, said Dougal. Even the Char legions give Ascalon City a wide berth. It's a city filled with ghosts. Necromancer, reminded the Sylvari, smiling. That argument is not going to have a lot of traction. You don't stand a chance without me, said Dougal, standing up, looking down at her smiling green face. You should lead us then, said Colleen. She shook her head at some private joke and then reached up and touched his forehead. You humans, you think too much up here. She moved her hand down, resting it on his chest, her fingers grazing the locket that hung around his neck. You should be thinking from here as well. Dougal's face darkened, blushing. He turned away from her. He took a deep breath and said, Colleen. The door opened and Riona entered. Her face was flushed as well, though in her case, from barely contained anger. Dougal could imagine how unpleasant it must have been to be chewed out by a char, especially a superior who is a char. She'd like to talk to you again, she said. Come with me. I think I'll stay here, said Colleen. You two may need a moment. Riona left the room without even seeming to have heard her. In the hallway, Riona turned to him angry. Dougal Keen, what happened to you? Riona, I really don't want to. Dougal started, still shaken from Colleen's words. But Riona would not be denied. You used to take chances. You used to always talk about that big strike, the ultimate prize, that great treasure, the chance to prove the world that you could beat it. I took a big chance, and in taking that chance, we betrayed you, said Dougal. But you lost it, said Riona, ignoring him. Whatever happened in Ascalon City, you lost more than the rest of our platoon. You lost your will. You lost your bravery. You started running and haven't stopped. Are you done? Said Dougal, fixing her with a glare as sharp and angry as her own. Riona's mouth became a thin line. Yes, I think we are. Fine, Dougal said. Now bring me to your general. A minute later, once Riona had left the chamber and closed the door behind her, Dougal said calmly, Now, are you going to yell at me? No, said General Soulkeeper, standing in front of the fire, staring into its depths as if looking for an answer. Instead, I want to tell you a story. I understand you left Ebonhawk 5 years ago, and you have not been back. I thought there was nothing for me there, said Dougal. I was part of the siege of Ebonhawk as well, said Almora. We may have hunted each other, or stared at each other across the battlements, my warband and your patrol. Dougal said nothing but nodded. Almora looked up from the fire to Dougal, and her gaze drifted into the human. Her next words were heavy with emotion and memory. I was there 4 years ago when Kralkatorrik, the crystal dragon, awoke. I was in the dragon brand. Dougal felt slightly ill. I didn't know anyone survived that. Soulkeeper grunted. I served as a legionnaire in the Blood Legion at the time. Our centurion was in charge of interdicting enemy supplies and was overseeing the scores of our finest war bands stationed there. I was on patrol with my own war band in the eastern Ascalon when the crystal dragon stirred. I felt it first rather than heard it. The creature's coming warped everything around it, and the vibration reached me through the air, not as a low thunder, but as a strange feeling that reached into my bones and made every bit of my fur stand on end. Harthog's Soul Slasher, my second in command, saw it before the rest of us, coming over the edge of the mountains behind us, flying in from the north like an angry sun come to Tyria to scorch all of us. Harthog was one of the bravest char I'd ever known, but I saw his eyes bulge with terror as he raised his arm to point at the dragon. The others turned to see what could terrify such a char as Soul Slasher, but I reached out and grabbed my friend by the shoulders to shake the fear from him. As I did, I saw the changes start to take him. His eyes began to glow an unearthly purple, and his muzzle shrank back into his face, becoming like the soft but toothy maw of a giant leech. His fur became transparent as his armor sloughed off his thinning shoulders, and his arms transformed into flailing shard-like claws. The skin peeled back from his face, and his lips and nose and eyelids shriveled up and fell away. And then he turned into living glass, crystallizing in an instant before my eyes, into his twisted form, and at my back I could feel a pressure, like a great hand was pressing down on the entire world as the dragon passed overhead. Despite the fact the dragon soared hundreds of feet above us, its passage turned the land beneath the path of its flight black and transformed the plants into crystalline monstrosities. At the same time, the screams from the rest of my war band tore at my ears. I drew my blade just before the creature that had been Soul Slasher attacked, his splintered claws reaching for me as he screeched in horror at what he had become, and the hunger that now drove him to drool at the thought of devouring me alive. I didn't know what spared me from sharing his fate. Every other member of our war band succumbed to it. I was standing no more than a foot from Harthog, and he and the others were warped beyond recognition. Yet I was spared. I slew the thing that had been Soul Slasher then, but after I tore out his throat, his body kept coming at me. I had to shatter him into pieces to finally put him down. Then I turned in the deafening silence after the dragon's passage and saw the rest of my warband trying to kill each other, each twisted in a unique and horrible way. I waited for my war siblings to tear each other apart, then stepped in to dispatch the survivors as best I could. When it was done, I looked before and behind me and saw that every part of the land that had passed beneath the dragon had been twisted in the same way. The grass shattered under my feet as I walked on it, grinding it into sand. The dragon brand, Dougal breathed the word with horrified respect. Soulkeeper nodded. The curse the dragon laid upon the land stretched for untold miles in the direction of the flight, coming from the north and reaching for the south. Everything in its path had been turned into crystal, the trees, the animals, even the land itself nearby. The worst part of it all is that the dragon didn't care about the destruction it caused. It was going elsewhere, on a mission known only to itself. To it, the dragon brand was worth nothing more than your boot Brits are to you. We might as well have been ants. Everything I lost that day mattered not one bit. I fell into my own personal darkness, my friends slain by a force greater than I could hope to confront. General Almora Soulkeeper seemed to forget that Dougal was there, her lips drawn back over bared teeth. I became a gladium, a char without a warband, and refused any aid in my darkness. At last, with the help of a few unlikely allies, I came to myself and knew what had to be done. I knew that this was no foe that a single people could confront, Soulkeeper said. To have any hope of defeating an elder dragon, the peoples of Tyria would have to band together to fight it. That's why you formed the Vigil, Dougal said. Yes, said Almora. And although I work to save Tyria, I also know I act to save myself. Almora returned to the present time and the firelit chamber. Turning to face Dougal, she said, Crusader Riona told me your companions died when you went to Ascalon City. They were your fellow warriors and your friends. I can understand your reluctance to return there. I have a dozen reasons to stay away, and not one good one to return, said Dougal. Yet, I accept your plan. I will lead a group into Ascalon City. I will find your Claw of the Conqueror, provided, of course, you are willing to pay for my services. Pay, said Almora, suddenly brought up short, as if the idea that payment might be required only had now crossed her mind. Of course, you can keep everything else you find, I suppose, and split it as you see fit with your companions. And our resources are not slender by any means. What do you need? Well, first off, said Dougal, managing a tired, knowing smile, I'll need a new sword. Chapter 9. When we went to Ascalon before, Dougal jabbed a finger at the map of Tyria. We crossed the Shiver Peaks up through Snowdon route. The Lion Guard have established a string of havens up there to protect the trade. He looked up at the two women. Helene was soaking in everything with a focused, stern expression. Riona still had the self-satisfied smile that she wore ever since Dougal told them he had agreed to go with them to Ascalon City. As they discussed the journey, servants brought in a light lunch. Ewers of spring water were emptied. The plates of cheese, dried meats, and bread reduced to crumbs. There would be time for a real meal later, perhaps. General Almora, seated across from the three, said nothing, but nodded. Then we hung north of the ruins of the Great Northern Wall and came down east of Ascalon City itself, looping back westward to its main gate. There were too many char encampments otherwise. Dougal finished. I always thought the northern flank was the weakest, said the general. Problem, said Riona. Most of your previous route is underneath the Dragon Brand now. We'll probably see an increase in patrols along the edges of the brand now. We'll have to move carefully. No, said the general. We don't have time for a long journey. The Legion's truce faction will not wait forever, neither will the human queen. I am open to suggestions, said Dougal. Azura Gate, said Almora. Dougal winced at the idea, but said, There's no Azura Gate to Ascalon City. Riona said, There's one in Ebonhawk, but we would have to go back to the Divinity's Reach to get use. There is no direct link between Lion's Arc and the fortress city. You'll be going through Ebonhawk, Almora pointed out. It's the closest available gate. Dougal scowled at the map. Possible, he said. When we first left Ebonhawk, he shot a glance at Riona. We cut along to the south, so I know the area around Ebonhawk, but once we get closer to Ascalon, I'd be less sure. And while we can get to Ebonhawk, he continued, once there, we're stuck. Even if we could sneak past the Iron Legion siege of the city, we'd still have to hike scores of miles across char-infested lands and through the Dragon Brand to boot before we even reach Ascalon City. I thought of that, replied the general. We have a contact in Ebonhawk as well who will get you out of the city. And for the guide across the lands of the legions, I already have addressed that particular challenge as well. Something heavy knocked on the door, and Dougal, who felt it reverberate through his body, jumped at the sound of it. Soulkeeper smiled. The answer to those concerns has arrived, the Char General said. Then she called out through the door, Enter. The door swung inward on well-oiled hinges and revealed a powerful and lithe female Char standing at the threshold, younger than the general but no less impressive. She towered over Dougal, and the tips of her short horns brushed against the door's lintel as she entered. Her black lips were drawn back over her full set of vicious, gleaming white teeth and fangs, as if in a perpetual snarl. Her heavy yellow eyes scanned the room, assessing everything and everyone in it as a threat and then dismissing them as beneath her notice. Where exposed, her amber fur bore black stripes on it, like those of a tiger, although a tuft of the snowiest white poked out from beneath the collar of her armor, right above the hollow of her throat. The armor that covered most of her fur moved as silently as she did, oiled for stealth as well as combat. She bore no weapons in her hands, but she didn't need one. She had her talons extended, each of which looked as sharp and as long as a dagger. Dougal realized how quickly he had come to accept General Almora Soulkeeper's presence. The leader of the vigil, being a Char, no longer concerned him. This new Char, however, brought back all of Dougal's previous worries. Despite himself, he felt his muscles tense as if expecting some sudden attack. Riona Grady, this is one of your opposite numbers working out of the Black Citadel, Soulkeeper said. Colleen, Dougalkeen, be one of the finest warriors of this dragon-haunted generation, Crusader Ember Doomforge. She is to accompany you on your mission through the Char territories as both guard and guide. Doomforge pointedly ignored the others and spoke instead to the leader of the vigil. With respect, General Soulkeeper, I do not need these weaklings by my side, not for such an important mission. They would only slow me down. Fine with me, Dougal said, edging away from the new Char. She stank of death and menace. Send her and the rest of us can go home. That is not possible, said Almora, speaking to Dougal, but intending her words for the new arrival. Your knowledge will be key once you arrive at Ascalon City. Crusader Doomforge will help you get there. With respect, Doomforge began once more, her eyes boring into her superior. Crusader Doomforge will help you get there, repeated General Almora Soulkeeper, wheeling on the other Char and pulling herself up to her full height, her own claws unsheathing. Dougal didn't think that he would see a brawl break out in the general's chamber, but that the two would establish a pecking order in the Char manner through verbal threats and displays of power. Doomforge, for her part, shrank a little under Soulkeeper's glare and took a step back. Dougal noted that the newcomer had retracted her claws into her paws as well. With respect, said Riona, softer than the Char, but no less indignant. If we are going to use an Azura gate to get to Ebonhawk, we will have to backtrack to Divinity's Reach. We cannot bring a Char into Kryta, much less into the fortress city itself. Crusader Doomforge would be a liability. Say what you like. Doomforge's nostrils twitched as she sniffed at the air. They are craven, scared of the power of the Char. I can smell the fear on them from here. Dougal smirked at the lie. I'm surprised you could smell anything at all, he said. What did you roll in on the way up here? Before Dougal could blink, Doomforge swung out a paw and grasped by the shirt front, slamming him against the stone wall. He tried to speak, but the pressure on his chest kept him from drawing a breath. Release him, Soulkeeper barked out. The pressure disappeared in an instant. Doomforge stood there with rage in her eyes. Dougal peeled himself off the walls and grasped for a breath. Crusader Doomforge, Soulkeeper said sharply. We spoke of this. For the vigil's sake and for our ultimate goal, we must put aside old enmities. Doomforge took a step back, glaring at Dougal the entire time. Dougal realized that he had a tuft of orange fur from her forearms and each of his fists. He let the fur fall to the floor and then brushed his hands together. In the vigil, you leave your old wars at the door, the general said to both Riona and the Char. You will go into Ebonhawk together. She drew back her lips as she said it, showing her feral teeth. It was hard to tell under all the fur, but Dougal thought he saw Doomforge go pale. I don't see how sending me into the heart of a human stronghold will further the cause of peace, the Char warrior said. An idea struck Dougal, and he spoke before he thought it through. The only Char I've ever seen inside Ebonhawk were in chains, he said to Soulkeeper. He looked pointedly at Doomforge's wrists. It's the only way she can make it through there alive. Doomforge's slitted eyes widened into full circles as she realized what Dougal meant. Absolutely not, she growled. No human will ever put me in chains. Soulkeeper was not nearly so upset. She ran her claws through her fur on her chin as she stared Doomforge up and down. Then she snorted. She might make a convincing prisoner. I believe we have a set of shackles that would fit her. General, Doomforge's orange fur bristled with the indignity. You cannot be serious. I'm always serious, Soulkeeper said, and Dougal believed her. Like a claw through a knot. This is the simplest solution to the problem. Doomforge sputtered. I will resign. I refuse to submit myself to such. Soulkeeper slammed both of her paws on her desktop. Everyone in the room fell silent, and when Soulkeeper spoke, her words lacked malice, but not menace. I am your commander, and you will obey my orders, she said to Doomforge. I will not tolerate insubordination, least of all from you. Doomforge forced a breath through her nose, then spoke with deliberate and measured words. General, the humans of Ebonhawk will attack me on sight, and I will find it difficult to defend myself against them if I am in chains. We will be your guards, Colleen spoke up. Everyone in Ebonhawk would stare at you, maybe even curse at you, but they will not dare touch you. We can't be dressed up as vigils, said Dougal, and we can't just pretend to be part of the Ebon Vanguard. They all know each other. Riona nodded, understanding. Independents then, thief takers, bounty hunters. Even so, we would have problems walking her into town in broad daylight. That would work, said General Soulkeeper. I have to send word to our man in Ebonhawk to make arrangements. As for the problem with broad daylight, there's a solution for that as well. Doomforge's eyes twitched as she glared at Riona. I think you're just walking into an interrogator's cell in Ebonhawk. Stay here then, Dougal said. Kitty. Doomforge opened her monstrous maw and roared at him for the insult. Her breath came at him like a hot wind, ruffling his hair and burning his eyes. Enough! Soulkeeper's voice blared right over Doomforge's roar and cut it short. The general glared at the soldier, her wide nostrils flaring with frustration and shame at how undisciplined the younger Char's behavior made them both appear. Your Imperator remitted you to my command, Soulkeeper said. You will control your temper, and you will obey my orders. You do understand. Doomforge's ears folded back at the general's barely restrained fury. She licked her lips as if to say something, but then bit back those words. She bowed her head and nodded. Yes, I do. Good. Soulkeeper turned to the others. This is our plan. This is our best chance, whether any of you like it or not. Using her wide yellow eyes, the general measured each of them up in turn. Dougal wasn't sure she liked what she saw, but she seemed resigned to work with what she had. She turned her back on them and gazed deep into the fire. Stay for a moment, Doomforge, Soulkeeper said. The rest of you are dismissed. I suggest you get some rest before dinner. You'll be shown to your rooms. The two humans and the Sylvari left the general's chamber. Dougal noticed that Riona had a grim, thoughtful grin on her face, and probably could guess the nature of the conversation between the two Char on the far side of the door. The Hylite Crusader took them to their rooms. Riona nodded at the door and said, I need to run a few errands here in Lion's Ark. I will join you at dinner. And I would like to explore the Vigil's house further, said Colleen. I think I saw some other Sylvari in the halls. You two have fun, said Dougal. I, for one, am going to follow General Soulkeeper's orders and take a nap. It has been too eventful a day already, and it is still early afternoon. The three split up, Colleen leaving with the Hylek, asking questions as they walked away. Dougal watched them leave and lingered for a long moment in the hall. Now that he was committed, he wondered if he had the right to drag Riona and Colleen back into the death trap that was Ascalon City. Perhaps the Char was right. Traveling light and fast would be the best approach. Never adventure with people you would hate to see die, he said to himself, lost in thought. He didn't realize that his door was already ajar as he strode into his quarters. Dougal closed the door behind him without looking, staggered towards his bed, and set his pack down. The long day had finally caught up with him, and he wanted nothing more than to sleep. Almora Soulkeeper had kept talking about how time was of the essence. If this was the last night he'd see a bed for a long while, they'd have to drag him out of it, even for dinner. That's when he heard heavy footfalls behind him. Dougal spun around just in time to see a mountainous form emerge from the shadows behind the door and come straight for him. The Norn stood over 9 feet tall and had as much mass as a full-grown bear. He wore his bright blonde hair tied back tightly behind him in a warrior's braid, and the light of the lanterns on either side of the bed glinted to his ice-blue eyes. His naked chest was crisscrossed with a maze of swirling tattoos, and he wore only a fur-trimmed kilt and a pair of soft leather boots, both of which bore black splotches of old blood. The Norn let out a blood-curdling war cry that reverberated off the room's stone walls. Dougal ignored the scream to concentrate on the razor-sharp edge of the double-bladed axe the Norn swung towards his head in a fatal arc. Dougal let his feet spin out from beneath him as he hurled himself towards the bed. The axe sliced close enough to him for the rounded side of the steel head to glance off of his temples as it passed over him. He bounced off the bed, which would have put him in the path of the axe's backswing, but for the fact that the first strike had bit deep into one of the bedposts with a sickening crunch and stuck there. Dougal scrambled away from the bed as the Norn took hold of the axe's handle with 2 hands and pulled. Dougal cursed the fact that he still didn't have a sword, and made a mental note to have Almora make good on her promise, should he live that long. Away from the bed, he drew his knife, but when he looked up at the Norn, who glanced back as he continued to struggle with and curse at his axe, the modest blade seemed next to useless. Dougal hunted around the room for something else to use as a weapon. He spotted a toppled chair lying before an overturned desk near the large, unshuttered window. He dashed over to snatch it up over his head. Norn snarled in frustration. By the bear, he said in a booming, slightly slurred voice. If you refuse to release my axe, you damn bedpost, then you will pay. The Norn reached out and grabbed the top of the bedpost and then snapped it from the bed with a mighty twist of his wrist, which was thicker than the length of wood he now held. He curiously examined his handiwork and saw that although the post had been torn free from the base of the bed, the axe still hung embedded in it. Dougal rushed forward and brought the chair down on the Norn's head as hard as he could. As tall as the Norn was, Dougal managed only to bash him in the neck, smashing the chair to pieces. The Norn turned around, still hefting the bedpost in one hand, as if it were no heavier than a stick, and grinned. "Good job, boy," he slurred. "That almost hurt." "Oh gods," thought Dougal. He's drunk. The only thing worse than a Norn was a drunk Norn. While Dougal gaped at the Norn's insane smile, the monstrous warrior brought the bedpost around like a club and knocked Dougal across the room. As Dougal smashed into the desk, the only thing he could think of was how lucky he had been that the double blade had been on the other side of the pole when it struck him. He lay there sprawled atop his desk, dazed and hurting, and struggled to collect any more thought than that. The Norn looked down at Dougal for a moment, nodding in satisfaction. "Ah, just like a human, though," he said. "Folds like a sheet." Then he put the bedpost on the ground and stood on it while he tried to pull his weapon from it with both hands. The force of his initial blow had jammed it in tight. "Damnation," he said with an amused grunt. "I need to learn what kind of wood this is and make me a suit of armor from it." Then he laughed at the concept. Riona appeared in the doorway, a look of irritation on her face. Dougal shouted to warn her off. She ignored him and, drawing her sword, moved in to attack the Norn. "Just hold on there, girl," the Norn said, struggling past his hiccups as he carried a wary eye on her sword and edged towards Dougal. "I take no issue with you. Just let me do my duty and dispatch this boy." Riona hesitated, her gaze flickering between Dougal and the Norn. The Norn saw the momentary distraction and latched himself forward, striking the human woman in the side with a roundhouse kick. Riona let out a shout as she was flung against the far wall. She was slow in getting up. A huge shadow with tiger stripes appeared in the doorway. Ember Doomforge unleashed a battle cry that rumbled the room's walls. Dougal would have covered his ears if he hadn't needed his hands to steady himself on the floor as he scrambled away from the Norn. The Norn turned, faced the Char, and let loose a hearty laugh filled with a bloodlusty glee. "Good! A foe worthy of my axe. If I could get this bloody thing free." Doomforge leaped at the Norn. Her claws popped from her fingers like a dragon's talon. The Norn brought his axe and its attached bedpost up before him like a shield, and the Char slammed into it, knocking them both to the floor. Flat on his back, the Norn shoved hard with both hands against the axe, trying to keep the Char at arm's length. Snarling like an angry wolf, Doomforge struggled to force her way past the bedpost, raking at the wood and the Norn's arms with her claws. Dougal shouted, "He's drunk and crazy," hoping the information would help Doomforge. He knew it would only be a matter of seconds before one of them found some advantage over the other, and the battle would be over. If the Char managed to bash the bedpost aside, she would tear the Norn to pieces. But if the Norn could hold her off until he could find some leverage, he might pin Doomforge under the bedpost and choke her to death. Dougal scooped up a leg from the smashed chair. It wasn't a sword, but it would have to do. He charged right at the Norn, howling all the way, hoping to at least distract him and give Doomforge a chance to dispatch him. Seeing Dougal coming, the Norn kicked his feet up hard and flipped Doomforge over. The Char bowled straight into Dougal, rolling them both into a tangle of arms and legs that careened into the wall behind them. Doomforge yelled in frustration and shoved Dougal away. He scrambled away from her, afraid that she might gore him in her fury, but he pulled up short when he saw the Norn stand up before him. The Norn bashed his axe against the wall, smashing the bedpost from it, his weapon finally free. He hefted it in a meaty fist, ready to make quick work of Dougal and anyone else who stood between them. "Hold it," Cleen shouted as she appeared in the doorway. "What are you doing?" At first, Dougal thought the Sylvari was talking to him, but she rushed into the room and grabbed the Norn by the arm. "Gulick," she said, "stop. You'll get yourself killed." Dougal wondered just whose side the Sylvari was on. Doomforge didn't bother to ask. She shoved Dougal aside and sprang at the Norn, her claws flung wide to deny any escape. Behind him, Riona had gotten to her feet and regained her sword. Cleen sprang between the Char and the Norn, throwing one hand out towards each. "No, don't. He's a friend." Doomforge hauled up short, her claws inches from Cleen's face. She glared at the Norn clear over the head of the Sylvari, who looked like a child stuck between two giants. "Explain," the Char said through her gritted fangs, her eyes daring the Norn to attack. The Norn lowered his axe to the floor, leaning on its handle as if it were a cane. Dougal realized he had seen a Norn do that before. In the crypts, beneath Divinity's reach, with these scuttles suspended, at least for the moment, the adrenaline drained from the Norn's blood, and he wavered there. Unsteady on his feet, he spoke softly, with the precision of a drunk man trying to convince others that he was not drunk. "Thunder and blood. This should have been so simple. Find the man who was with my beloved cousin at her death, take my revenge on his triple damned soul." He pointed at Dougal with a shaky hand. "Exit with my honor and hers preserved." "So much for that," Riona muttered, her blade still out and at the ready. The Norn ignored her and squinted at Dougal with glassy eyes. Bear's bile, though. Damn me if I can't see how a scrawny thing like you could have cut down such a prime specimen of female Norn. He blinked, then added, Norness, Nornitude. Colleen tried to say something, but the Norn cut her off. He let out a deep sigh, and Dougal swore he could see tears out of the corner of the Norn's great eyes. She was such a gentle creature, the Norn said, always tagging along in my footsteps. Who could blame her for being dazzled by my heroism? But mine are massive boots to fill, and now poor little Gaida is dead. Gaida? Dougal's jaw dropped. She was your... But I didn't kill her. The Norn gave Dougal a long, lazy wink. Of course not, little one. But what else would a human say when the finest warrior in all the Shiver Peaks came calling for his head? The Norn reached out and put a massive hand on Dougal's shoulder. Doomforge and Riona stepped closer, ready with claw and blade, but the Norn only stood there, staring at Dougal, weaving as he stood. Dougal wondered if the Norn would collapse, and he would have to catch his huge form. By Raven's black heart, who would blame you if you had killed yourself by now in terror? He gazed into Dougal's confused face. You are a brave one, aren't you? I could see it in your soul. Dougal opened his mouth to protest, but for the Norn shushed him. Of course you didn't kill her, the Norn said. Just look at you. How could anyone imagine you could manage that? The Norn paused for a moment, swallowed hard, and Dougal feared that the drunken warrior might become sick. But that's not the point, the Norn said, recovering. Not at all. It's not that sweet Gaida is dead. It's that you failed to say a word about it to anyone. I heard she died, but nothing else. There's an epic tale to be spun there, I'm sure, and Gaida deserves for her part in the grand saga to be told. No true Norn fears death, only being forgotten. The Norn's hand grew heavier then, and Dougal put up his arms to help steady the tottering giant, whose spirit-laden breath smelled strong enough to make Dougal's eyes water. As he did, he knew he was too late. The Norn's eyes rolled back up into his head as he crumpled forward. Dougal tried to slip out of the way, but the Norn was too big to avoid. The massive warrior's chest came down hard on Dougal's legs, pinning him to the ground. Dougal howled more in frustration than in pain. Dougal! Riona rushed to his side. Are you alright? I'm fine. Dougal struggled to extract his legs beneath the Norn's bulk. Just get him off of me. Scowling in disgust, Doomforge reached down with both hands and heaved the slumbering Norn onto his back. Who is he? Dougal asked as he pulled himself to his feet. Gulick Odson, Colleen said. Doomforge whistled at this, a strange, low note that emerged not from her lips, but her teeth. The Odson? I already single-handedly defeated a score of destroyers in the old dwarf mines beneath the Dredgehaunt cliffs. Riona blew out a long breath. He's supposed to have stormed aboard the schooner Watery Gravestone, slaughtered Captain Deadbeard, and then taken command of the ship to terrorize the Sea of Sirens. Gaida told me that he slew a mad Grawl with his bare hands when he was only a child, no taller than me, said Colleen. He's a drunken ass who tried to kill me and nearly broke my legs, said Dougal. He kicked Gulick in the shoulder. The Norn didn't even stop snoring long enough to acknowledge it. And he's not sleeping in here. Doomforge grunted. How do you suggest we move him? Crusader, Nagadal, and a squad of guards showed up then, drawn by the sounds of battle. They gaped at the Norn and then at Doomforge, but they put their swords away at a sign from her. Leave him here, she said. Secure the door and window, post a squad of guards, and come find me as soon as he shows signs of arousing. She pointed at one of the guards. Have another room prepared for Keen right now. A guard ran off to fulfill his orders, and Doomforge sauntered after him, motioning for the others to follow. Come, she said. I can't speak for you, but after that, I need a drink. Colleen produced a blanket and laid it over the snoring Norn's chest, and then turned towards the door as well. Are you coming? She said. I was serious about that nap, said Dougal. I still need to get something from the bazaar, said Riona. To Dougal, she said, can we leave you alone for more than 5 minutes? Maybe, said Dougal, if the rest of the world will stop beating me up for long enough so I can get some sleep. Chapter 10. It isn't mind reading, said Colleen, and we aren't all connected into one big mass mind. However, before we come into this world, the Sylvari are united in the dream of dreams. The three of them sat at the end of a table, large enough for a platoon. Dougal had slept at least 6 hours in the most comfortable bed in all of Lion's Art, and had been roused only unwillingly by Colleen, saying that Riona was back and dinner was in a half hour. It was already dark, and the heavy moon shone through the tall windows. Dinner was excellent, a rare treat for Dougal. He had spent many of his years years on the road, able only to eat what he was willing to carry with him. As a result, he had survived on mostly water and hardtack, and the occasional bit of small game he brought down. Tonight, though, Soulkeeper had made sure that he, Riona, and Clean had the finest food and drink available in Lion's Ark. They dined on succulent roast mutton, braised moa, fresh breads, and had a selection of the finest fruit available from the city's busy harbor market. They also split a pair of bottles of wine that were older than anyone at the table and finer than any Dougal had ever tasted. It was not the first last meal Dougal had enjoyed before heading off to a job from which he had no assurance that he would ever return. He hoped it would not be the final one, despite his misgivings, and he was determined to make the most of it either way. Riona had set Colleen off by asking the question, "You're 5 years old. How do you know so much?" Indeed, it was a question that plagued Dougal as well. Unlike Riona, he had known a number of Sylvari, and they always surprised him with the depth and breadth of their knowledge. By the same token, there were matters that were completely beyond them. Emotion seemed to be a hard concept for them to understand fully, as was tact. The Sylvari he had dealt with over the years would often unknowingly offend others by pointing out obvious and uncomfortable truths. "We are the bounty of the pale tree, which grows at the center of the grove," said Colleen. "Long ago there was a human warrior named Ronan, who found the seed of the pale tree in a cavern. Ronan, tired of war, and along with a former foe, a centaur named Ventari, traveled to the south and planted the tree in what would become the grove. Ronan passed on, and so too, in time, did Ventari, who spent his life tending the young sapling. Before he died, Ventari carved his tablet and set it down at the base of the tree. When we awakened, the tablet became our law, and we were infused with the spirit of both brave Ronan and gentle Ventari. We were not there when all of this happened, but we know it because of the dream of dreams. While we were quickening within the golden fruit of the pale tree, the tree spoke to us of the world outside. She taught us, if you will, of the nature of the waking world. We are not all-knowing," she continued. The dream of dreams is not like a tome of all knowledge, but it does give us a life before our life in which we learn much of the world we are coming into. Fire is hot, wild animals can be dangerous, but many can be tamed. Here's the proper way to use a sword. This is how you cast a spell if you are so disposed. We come into the world with knowledge of the world, but not necessarily the experience. Riona shook her head. "Is there a difference? Experience gives you knowledge." "For humans, most likely," said Colleen, "but not for us." She picked up an oversized drumstick. "This is the leg of a young moa. I know that it was a moa from the dream, and further, that it is well cooked, but not overcooked. I know what it tastes like, but have never tasted it myself." She took a bite of the leg, chewed it for a moment or two. "Chicken," she said at last, the word muffled by the food in her cheek. "I don't know what is weirder," said Riona, looking a little uneasy. "Your telepathic dream or the fact that I'm watching a plant eat an animal?" "Many plants eat animals," countered Colleen. "Fly traps, ibogas, jacarandas, pitcher plants. The oakarts chase down and mash animals they encounter and use the remains to fertilize their young." "Of course they do," said Riona. She turned to Dougal and whispered loudly, "Creepy." If Colleen heard the comment, she did not respond to it. "But we don't have telepathic dreams. In the dream of dreams, one grows one's identity. When one is awakened into the world, we leave the dream behind for the most part. But what we learn in the world goes back into the dream to help new Sylvari understand. The firstborn entered into a world without Sylvari, but what they learned helped all that followed them. So too, what I learn will help future generations. Must make it hard for Sylvari to keep secrets," said Riona, and Dougal realized what she was thinking. Colleen knew everything they knew about the mission. Who else has emerged, newly fallen from the pale tree, who knew about this? "We try not to keep secrets," said Colleen, almost smugly, "but knowledge is rarely specific. A face, an item, perhaps a name, may stay with us once we awaken. We may feel drawn to a particular place or person, or feel that some task needs to be done. Occasionally, something in the dream echoes back to the awakened Sylvari, but it is more of a feeling than a vision filled with details and specifics. That is one reason so many Sylvari wish to fight the elder dragons. We dream of a great shadow in the dream, and awaken to a world where the dragons cast an equally deep shadow on the land. As an example," she motioned at Dougal with her moa bird, "I know about the long war between the Char and the humans, but not as much about the reasons why or what happened in Ascalon City." She looked at Dougal and took another big bite of moa flesh to indicate that she was done talking for a while. Riona took another slug from her wine glass, then reached for the bottle again. "Give her the abridged version, please." Dougal wiped his mouth on his napkin, sat back in his chair, and began. "As General Soulkeeper said, the Char were here on Tyria first and ran wild over the entire entire continent. When humans arrived, they were the first serious challenge to Char supremacy in centuries. But if it hadn't been for the death of the Conqueror, humanity might not have survived those ancient days. The Conqueror's children, who were also his 4 imperators, leaders of their own personal legions, fell to squabbling over his mantle, each accusing the others of treachery. They set their legions against each other: blood, iron, flame, and ash. None of them were strong enough to defeat the other 3, though, and in the course of the Civil War, the claw of the Conqueror was lost, yet their internal dissension gave humanity some breathing room to develop, and with that time, we conquered Ascalon. Several generations later, when the Char got their act together, we fought to keep them out of what we now considered our land. To that end, the kings of Ascalon began building a massive wall that ran west from the Shiver Peaks all the way to the Blaze Ridge Mountains on the eastern frontier. It took 900 years to complete, but it kept the Char north of it, where they belonged. Indeed, backed by the strength of the wall, we pushed them even further north, so that for the most Ascalonians, the Char were a distant but always present threat. The northern wall stood unbreached for nearly 200 years, but way back in 1070, the Char discovered a great magic based on mighty cauldrons filled with mystic energy. The Char shamans, in particular those that commanded the Flame Legion, unlocked the secrets of these cauldrons and brought about the searing. Great burning crystals fell from the sky and scourged the lands around them, breaking the great northern wall. The Char flowed through the wall in an unstoppable wave that washed all the way through Ascalon until it crashed on the shores of Or. In Or, its most powerful vizier cast a forbidden spell of his own that stopped the Char cold, but only at the sacrifice of his entire nation, sinking Or beneath the sea. But that, as they say, is another story. The searing forced King Adalbern to move his throne from Rin to Ascalon City, the only major city in his nation that still stood. There, he felt he would make his last stand against the Char invasion. The king's sole heir, Prince Rurik, disagreed with him and led a large portion of his people over the Shiver Peaks to safety in Kryta rather than wait for their doom with their king. Prince Rurik, by the way, never made it to Kryta with his followers. He gave his own life so that they may find their freedom. It is said that Prince Rurik's death hurt King Adalbern worse than the fall of Rin itself. Back in Ascalon City, the Flame Legion prepared for a final assault on the palace walls. The Imperator of the Flame Legion somehow got his hands on the claw. So this Flame Legion Imperator was really the last Conqueror, asked Colleen. Dougal clicked his tongue at that. Not quite. The claw is a powerful weapon, legends say, a force that would allow one to unite the legions under a single banner, but you still have to convince the other legions and earn the title of Conqueror to seal the deal, as it were. The Flame Imperator decided that conquering Ascalon City and beheading King Adalbern with the claw would cement his claim. So that's what he set out to do. The legions, led by the shamans of the Flame Legion, assaulted the walls of Ascalon City with their forces, their tamed siege devourers, and their magical cauldrons. The Char armies overran the defenders and surmounted the walls. Adalbern fought until the last, armed with his great magical sword, Magdare. Magdare was an artifact from ancient Ara, the city of the gods, and infused with power. It is said that Magdare's twin, Sahathan, was in the hands of his son, Rurik, when he died. In any event, Adalbern single-handedly brought down wave upon wave of Char warbands, making his last great stand on the battlements of his own tower. At last, King Adalbern faced the Flame Legion Imperator, the leader of the Char forces, who himself bore the claw of the Conqueror. When the two weapons met, the energies within both exploded in a great jet of power that was seen from the Shiver Peaks themselves. The foe fire, said Colleen. Dougal fell silent then, picturing the terrible event in his mind, making it match up with the horrible images he'd witnessed on his own venture into the harrowed city. Tell me more about the foe fire, Colleen said. As a necromancer, that fascinates me. A gruff voice Dougal recognized. It was Doomforge, spoke from the darkness of the hallway. Dougal wondered how long the Char had been there and what she had heard. The foe fire destroyed every Char within Ascalon City, and for leagues around as well. The buildings, the farms, and the land were unharmed, but every Char within its reach was destroyed. The humans, however, suffered a different fate. Their souls were peeled loose from their shredded bodies, and they survived eternally as guardian ghosts to jealously protect the land. Adalbern, whom we call the Sorcerer King, damned his people to destroy the Char. Adalbern did with cursed magic what his army had not been able to manage in years, and he cheated the Char of our triumph. Doomforge stood in the room's arched entrance and waited for somebody to gainsay her. Dougal resisted the temptation, and neither Riona nor Colleen seemed inclined to take the bait. Doomforge grunted at the lack of any challenge. General Soulkeeper sends me with her regrets. She cannot join us tonight. Us? Dougal said. Doomforge moved into the room and cast her eye over the ruins of the meal. She had taken off her armor and now just wore a simple rope and leather clothes that Dougal could only describe as a harness. Dougal supposed that with all of her fur she didn't need clothes for warmth, only Char's standards of modesty. It covered just enough of her to manage that, although a human would have been considered scandalous. Despite her casual attire, she seemed far less relaxed than she had been in her armor. Soulkeeper asked me to dine with you so that we might become better acquainted. She looked down at the table, but I see you are nearly finished. Dougal waited for the Char to turn around and leave. He enjoyed watching her try to decide how long she would have to endure their company to fulfill her orders. Despite her actions against the Norn, he wasn't about to make her feel at home. Colleen, on the other hand, had no trouble with that at all. She leapt to her feet and scurried over to take the Char by paw and escort her to a seat at the table. The general is wise as she is generous, he said. I'm thrilled to have someone like you as part of our guild. Dougal winced at the word and saw Doomforge do the same as she accepted the seat as the much smaller Sylvari showed in behind her. I have a war band already, the Char said. I do not need a guild. Dougal nodded at that, finally finding something he and Doomforge could agree upon. We are in no way a guild, he said. Guilds are permanent organizations. They are created and maintained by their own members and are usually set up with long-term goals. We are 4 individuals gathered together for a single mission. We are a team, a company, maybe even what the Azura call a crew, and I don't even like teams that much. Riona failed to suppress a rude snort at that, but he ignored her. It is often better to work alone. Helene smiled at them both as if they were slow-headed children. But you're not working alone, are you? And you, he turned back to Doomforge, don't have your warband with you. I suppose, in a way, we're your warband. Dougal almost choked on his wine at this, but Doomforge's reaction drowned out his own. I am a Char, he said, pronouncing each word carefully. My warband is to me what humans would consider a family. We were raised together as cubs in the Krish, in the Farrar. We were trained to fight together as a unit. We may not share blood, for we honor our elders and our forebears, but the bonds of battle hold stronger than any family tie. A family? Colleen said, tilting her head at the curious angle. All Sylvari are a single family. We all sprang from the same source, the Pale Tree, but the dream, our communal history and subconscious, binds us together even more than that. Perhaps that is why we treasure our individualism. When you have so much in common, the new experiences you have, those that separate you from others, are what make you unique. A servant swept up the roast suckling pig on a platter and placed it before the Char. Doomforge eyed it for a long moment and then set to picking at it with a single talon, slicing the flesh from the bones like a master butcher. By that, the Char said, I mean that I already have a family, or guild, or warband, or whatever you wish to call it. I have no need for another. You can always use another family, said Colleen. Having dismembered the pig, Doomforge stuffed it into her mouth, piece by piece, its pink flesh disappearing into her maw. The way Doomforge's jaws and teeth worked in concert to annihilate the pig fascinated Dougal. He could not look away, no matter how much Doomforge glared at him over the bones she picked clean. All right, said Colleen, not a family. We can at least be a team. Doomforge scowled as she reached for the goblet of ale a servant had brought her while she consumed her meal. You forget that I am to enter Ebonhawk not as a friend, but as a prisoner. The Char looked as though she wished she could hack up that last word, spit it on the floor, and grind it under her boot. This is not a wandering adventure. It is not a battle in some arena for the sake of glory and recognition. It is a mission. I neither want nor need friends, nor a family, nor a team. I need only to follow my orders, and this I will do. I see, said Dougal. And have you spent enough time with us to fulfill your orders? No, said the Char. And for a moment, Dougal swore Doomforge's features softened for a moment. There's another matter. I came to apologize as well. To you, Dougal Keen. Dougal's eyebrows rose, but the Char just took a deep breath and pressed on. Doomforge stared at the table as she spoke. I acted rashly in the general's presence, and I am to convey to you my apologies for doing so. As long as you do not provoke me, it will not happen again. Further, Doomforge's brows furrowed. To allow a Norn, even one as notorious as Gulick Odson, to slip past our guards is inexcusable. He apparently scaled the building and broke in through a window in broad daylight. Were he more competent or less inebriated, he would have succeeded, and our mission would have become doubly impossible. I have spoken with the guards, and it will not happen again. Odson has been sobered up, and I understand that he is facing General Soulkeeper's wrath as we speak. Dougal waved off her apology. They were not going to be there long enough for any security changes to matter. All I care about, Doomforge, is getting on our way before something like this happens again. Doomforge reached for a glass, but did not pick it up. Ember. Excuse me? Call me Ember. Seriously? Said Dougal, trying not to smile at the uncomfortable uncomfortable Char. He tried to remember when he had ever been on a first-name basis with a Char, and he came up empty. The general suggested I request it. Are we supposed to be friends then? Not at all, she said, and Dougal was certain that the Char smiled as she said it. Dougal nodded. Then call me Dougal. I only have my one name, Colleen put it with a helpful smile. Riona scowled. Call me Crusader, Char, and I will call you the same, out of respect for our order. But it is good to see you kids playing nice. Just as long as we make it through Ebonhawk, said Dougal. To Ember Doomforge, he said, I've been trying to come up with a better plan, but short of a potion of invisibility, I am at a loss. Colleen put a hand on Ember's free paw. Are you going to be all right wearing the chains? Ember bared her teeth for a moment before she spoke. I hate it. I hate the very idea of it, but the general is correct that there is no other way, so I will do it. It's just a ruse, said Colleen. It doesn't mean anything. If you believe that, Ember snarled, then you know nothing of the Char. Dougal tossed back another gulp of the liquor. It's about Scorchrazor, isn't it? Ember started at the mention of the name. She cast Dougal an angry look and then nodded. Scorchrazor? Asked Colleen. Kala Scorchrazor, said Dougal. Even the humans in Ebonhawk know about her. One of the most famous Char since the time of the Searing. Back in the day when the shamans of the Flame Legion commanded the Char armies, female Char didn't have much status among their people. They never went to war and were relegated to subordinate positions. Many of them served in chains. Scorchrazor changed all of that. She destroyed the Char shamans and nearly took down an entire legion of them. How typically human, Ember said, blathering on about things they know very little about. Your race has just enough knowledge to be dangerous. All right, Dougal said, his own curiosity rising. Enlighten us. Ember pulled a tuft of fur from her own arm and held it over a candle flickering in the center of the table. The hair ignited, and Ember dropped it into her glass. The liquor in it burst into a bluish flame. Lit by the flame in her glass, Ember spoke, her voice no longer carrying its unusual menace. In the days when humans still presented a challenge for the Char, we did something terribly foolish that we have long since sworn to never do again. We worshipped gods. Before humans came to Tyria, we had no gods. We knew about creatures with power we could barely comprehend, but we thought of them as foes to be defeated, not gods to be placated. When we suffered our first defeats at the hairless hands of humans, though many Char blamed this on the fact that they could plead to their gods for help while we fought alone, relying only on ourselves. A warband from the Flame Legion came to the rest of the Char one day and announced that they had found gods for us to worship. They were creatures later called Titans, but they were powerful enough, and such labels mattered little. The shamans who led their worship used razors of fire as icons for their newfound gods, and the other legions hesitated to follow their lead. But the Flame Legion had so much success at converting others, often by force, that many assumed that they must have gods on their side. It was the Titans that gave us the cauldrons that allowed us to breach the Great Northern Wall. One famous Char stood against them, Bathia Havocbringer of the Blood Legion. She sniffed out the foul plans of the Flame Legion and their new shamans, who directed the worship of their gods in ways that brought themselves power and profit. She said, I will bow before no one and nothing, be it a mortal or god, and she persuaded many other Char to follow her lead. Because of this, the shamans gathered in the night to plot against her. They captured her and made a blood sacrifice of her to their new gods. They declared her a traitor and accused her of using her sexuality to tempt the males from the true path of the gods. To prevent any more such treachery, they marked all females with the same brand of deceit and banned them from serving in the legions, where they would mix with the males. Many females objected to this, as did some males. Several shared Havocbringer's fate, and eventually the others saw no choice but to submit themselves to the new god's will. We lived like this for centuries, long enough that most of us could not remember there ever having been another way. Ember put her paw over her glass of lit liquor. The flames had burned low, and her paw sealing off the glass from the surrounding air soon snuffed them out entirely. If the heat from the fire hurt her, she did not show it. After the searing, some Char realized that the shamans of the Flame Legion, who had long abused their powers, had tricked us. A warrior named Pyre Fearshot helped spur the rest of us and stand up to the Flame Legion, but we did not triumph until his granddaughter, Kala Scorchrazor, led a rebellion and restored female Char to their rightful place. How did she manage that? asked Colleen. Ember chuckled at this. Males who think females are beneath them are poor at keeping secrets from them. The females watched the shamans and learned that they were cheating the Char of their right to chart their own destiny. Armed with that knowledge, they spread it far and wide through the Char lands until most Char females and many of their chosen males sided with Scorchrazor. Before Scorchrazor entered the rebellion, plenty of other Char had already lined up to be counted against the shamans of the Flame Legion. Following in the tracks of Pyre Fearshot, as their numbers grew, so did the ferocity with which the shamans tried to keep them down. With Scorchrazor's help, though, the rebels finally had a chance at winning. Scorchrazor pointed out that the shamans of the Flame Legion lacked one thing the rebels had: open minds. If the rebels could see their way fit to allowing the females to fight beside them, they could effectively double their numbers overnight. This would give them the soldiers they needed to be able to overwhelm the shamans and their magic, and eventually the human kingdoms as well. Having grown up with their females in servitude to them for centuries, though, many of the male Char were reluctant to go against this tradition. They argued that the females had stayed at home for too long and were no longer suited for the battlefield if they had ever been. To counter this argument, Scorchrazor threw down a challenge before her detractors. The most important of these was Forge Ironstrike, Imperator of the Iron Legion, and he agreed to meet her in single combat. If she could defeat him, he would acknowledge that female Char were just as qualified to become soldiers as the males. Otherwise, he would kill her as an example to the other females who were confused about their places. The battle took place in the ruins of Ren, the old human capital city of Ascalon, which we have now restored as the Black Citadel. The Imperators of the Blood and Ash Legions stood as seconds. Blood backed its daughter Scorchrazor, while Ash sided with Iron. Scores of others watched from the highest tribune all the way down to the lowest gladium. Ember knocked back a bit more of her drink, thought for a moment, and then spoke. She was warming to both the spirits and to her tale. Scores of Char came to watch the battle in the ruined arena in Ren. The two warriors were well matched. As a male of our race, Ironstrike was the larger and stronger of the two, but Scorchrazor was by far the faster and more skilled. Time and time after, Ironstrike charged, his claws stretched for Scorchrazor's throat, but each time she dodged him and sliced him with her own claws as he passed by her. Eventually, the frustration and the loss of blood took its toll, and Ironstrike grew tired. Then, Scorchrazor switched to the attack. She drove the battered Ironstrike back until he ran out of room to retreat. He summoned the last of his strength for one last charge, but she dodged that too and knocked him flat. She pounced on him as he sprawled on the arena's dusty floor and forced his surrender from him. Released, Ironstrike honored the terms of their deal. He acknowledged her right to battle alongside him, and he welcomed the rest of the female Char to join the rebellion. Even the shamans from the Iron Blood and Ash Legions rallied to their cause. Forces of the Flame Legion and its shamans met those arrayed against them in final battle on the plains of Golgine. Because the Flame Legion had told their females to stay home where they belonged, they were so outnumbered that they surrendered rather than be slaughtered. To her credit, Scorchrazor accepted the surrender, but only so that way the Char would not have to be stripped of the power of the Flame Legion, which had more shamans than all the other legions combined. Even without gods behind it, perhaps especially, magic has its uses. The Imperator of the Flame Legion was so shamed by his surrender that when he finally met Scorchrazor, he stabbed her with a poisoned dagger. Char may do anything to win a battle, but only the worst cowards would violate a surrender so. His treachery cost Scorchrazor her life, but her last words were, "At least I die knowing my sisters are free," which is why you had such a strong reaction against wearing chains, said Riona. Ember pressed her lips together so hard they paled. Then she polished off the rest of the liquor in her glass in a single swallow. "What happened to the assassin?" asked Colleen, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. "Did he get away with it?" Ember shook her head. Imperator Ironstrike himself throated the coward on the spot. The Flame Legion Imperator went to his reward before Scorchrazor did. "And tomorrow," said Dougal, "we're off to find the weapon that an early Flame Legion Imperator dropped during the foe fire, years before that." Ember nodded. "We seek the claw to bring peace between your people and mine. For the sake of my people, I will wear your chains, but I will think of Kala Scorchrazor every moment they restrain me." She rallied for a moment, and her face grew sharp and feral once more. "My orders are to complete this mission by any means necessary, and I will do just that. Know, however, that if any of you get in my way, if you become more of a hindrance than a help, I will not hesitate to strike you down on the spot and leave you to die." With that, she spun on her heel and left. Riona rolled her eyes and then slumped in her chair. With a hand on her forehead, Dougal reached again for the wine. Colleen smiled with delight as the servants brought in a chilled custard for their dessert. The Sylvari raised her glass of wine. "An inspirational beginning. We may not be a guild, or a warband, or a crew, or even a family, but we are a company. Adventurers gathered together to a single purpose. For the moment, that is enough. I drink to our success." Chapter 11. Dougal felt warm and full as he returned to his room. He checked behind the door as he entered and made sure that the night shutters on the window were secure, on the off chance that Gaida had any more irate relatives lurking about. Determining that all was clear, he sat down on the bed and thought about his new companions. All of them were more determined than he was. Riona seemed dedicated to the vigil cause. The Char Crusader was going to follow her orders to the letter, and Colleen would not be dissuaded from visiting a city filled with ghosts. Problem, thought Dougal, was that none of them had any idea of what lay waiting for them in Ascalon City. He had been there at horrendous cost. They didn't seem too interested in listening to his warnings here in the safety of Lion's Ark. Would they listen to him when they were surrounded by the howling masses of spirits? Dougal leaned back and looked at the ceiling, and the next thing he knew, there was a loud thumping on the door. He blinked himself awake and noticed that the room's single oil lamp was still lit, and no light peeked through the night shutters. He could not have been asleep more than 2 hours. Staggering to the door, he found the Hylic, Ngodal, standing there, his wide amphibian orbs equally bleary. "Gather your things," the Hylic said. "You are leaving." Dougal stared at the creature, who repeated his message, then waddled down the hall. The creature thumped the next door and was greeted by a feminine curse. Realizing that Riona was just as irritated as he was, Dougal almost smiled as he put together his meager belongings. He splashed some ice-cold water from a pitcher on his face to brace himself awake, briefly considered changing out of the clothes he had slept in, decided that it was not worth the time, and shambled down to the meeting room. He got there before Riona, which pleased him in some perverse manner. Colleen had arrived early, but even she seemed bleary-eyed and worn out. Only Ember seemed unaffected by the early hour, picking at the remains of the moa platter from dinner. They sat there for a few long minutes. Servants brought in a platter of cheese and a new ewer of wine. Dougal helped himself to the cheese, but abjured the wine. "Riona's late. Perhaps we will have to leave without her," Colleen said, yawning. Dougal smiled at the thought of Riona chasing after them as they left the safe house. "Perhaps we should." Colleen stared at Dougal with her wide green eyes. After a moment, he decided he'd become uncomfortable with it. "What?" he asked. "Just wondering what your bones will look like." Dougal frowned at her. Ember stopped picking at the moa and glared at Silvari. "What are your wishes in the event of your demise?" she added, smiling at Dougal. "What?" he responded. Colleen shrugged. "There's a possibility that some of us will not survive this mission. It's only wise that we make each other aware of our last wishes. What would you prefer? A burial, a burning, or something else entirely?" Dougal shrugged. "Do whatever you like. At that point, I'll be beyond caring." "Really?" Colleen's eyes lit up like a rising sun glaring off the sea. "That's refreshing. Most humans prefer to be buried, but with all the undead streaming out of ore these days, a growing number are choosing to be burned instead, just to make sure that they don't end up as some sort of zombie or skeleton in the service of the dragon Zaitan, of course. Not that it's really them. Their spirits should have fled by that point. After all, most people can't or don't bother to make the distinction." She looked him up and down as if she were sizing up a side of beef. "You would make an excellent undead servant." She circled around him, checking him out from every angle. "Are you sure you wouldn't mind?" Despite himself, Dougal shuddered. "Riona's right," he said. "You are creepy sometimes." Colleen showed all of her bright teeth as she smiled at him. "I am who I am." A deep voice booming from the hallway interrupted the conversation. "Hail, my new friends. This shall be a saga our grandchildren will sing with pride." At first, Dougal had felt relieved to be spared any more of Colleen's curiosity, but then he turned to see a Norn walking towards them with a wide grin on his tremendous face. Dougal's muscles bunched in case Golik was preparing to finish the job he had started the day before, but Golik seemed sober today, not immediately bent on Dougal's murder, so there were those points in his favor. The Norn walked up to Ember's place, nodded at the chart, examined the remains of the sadly depleted moa, let out a sigh, and contented himself with a handful of cheese. Riona trotted up behind the Norn, and Soulkeeper strode in after them, unhurried. "Wait," Riona said to Golik. "The general only asked if you might be interested in joining us. We haven't agreed on anything." Golik shrugged as he pulled his long, loose hair back behind him and wrapped a leather strap around it, binding it in place. "It's an adventure for the ages," he said. "It's exactly the challenge I've been needing. Life in these lowlands has bored me to tears of late. I can't think of nothing I'd rather do than make another mark upon history." He stopped in front of Dougal, leaned forward, and gave him a conspiratorial wink. "After all, even I can't keep at this forever, and I have an image to burnish. The bard shall sing our names in the same chorus alongside those of Destiny's Edge and the other great heroes of our age." "And how are you feeling this morning?" Dougal asked, smile waning. "Like a hedgehog got loose in my skull and fouled itself between my ears," the Norn said, with a knowing smile. "Never better." Golik leaned down and spoke to Dougal in a confidential tone. "My regrets for yesterday," he said. "Bear's tongue. I haven't drunk that much since I had to barricade myself inside the busted Flagon Tavern in Divinity's Reach. They threatened to banish me forever. And when was that? The Norn rubbed his stubble-dotted chin as he thought about this. A month ago. No, maybe last year. It's been a while. In any case, I hope I didn't do anything earlier that I might regret. You passed out right after you failed to kill me, Dougal said. Excellent. Dougal placed his massive hand on Dougal's shoulder, and for a moment, Dougal wondered if he were about to be strangled to death. I remember every bit of that. Well, most of it. Enough to know I was being hasty, and happy to give you a chance to make amends on our way to Ascalon City. Riona breathed in and out through her nose to compose herself and then explained. When Golek finally woke up, he was brought to General Soulkeeper. She asked him personally to not interfere further with you, as you are on a vital mission for the Vigil. When he learned that, he insisted on joining us. From Riona's expression, she did not approve of this new addition at all, and was seriously looking to Dougal for support in rejecting his offer. Soulkeeper said calmly, you could use some more muscle. She looked up at the Norn, who gave her a little laugh. Even with Doomforge along as your guide, you're sure to have plenty of fighting ahead of you. I do not need his help, Ember said, but did not press the point. It was clear that the Char had been fully cowed and would not challenge the general further. Riona didn't say anything, but glared at Dougal again. Dougal, for his part, held his tongue. Even on best behavior, a Char in the party would be problematic. In the presence of a Norn, even a Norn like Golek, it would work to their advantage. Riona saw that he was not going to enter into the discussion and let out a deep, frustrated sigh. You need more help than even a single Norn can provide, Soulkeeper said, but you will make do with his. At the very least, Golek Oddson here should be able to provide you with an excellent distraction for your foes. Hey ho, the Norn shouted in response, raising his fist to the ceiling. I am nothing if not distracting. Soulkeeper caught Dougal's eye and gave a very human-looking shrug. I was going to offer him his freedom in return for joining your mission, but he volunteered before I could even get that far. Speaking of offers, Dougal said, we were talking about that sword earlier, among other things. Soulkeeper scratched the side of her muzzle and glanced at an empty scabbard still hanging from Dougal's belt. You're like a declawed Char. We can't send a human out into the world without a proper blade, can we? Dougal shook his head. Riona said, a proper blade that he won't break, I hope. Soulkeeper gestured for Nagato, who was lurking in the shadows of the hallway. The frogman hopped forward on long, rubbery legs, bearing a long bundle in his thin arms. You made a good choice, Dryskin, the Hylic boomed in a gravelly voice. This blade, she is too good for you. But the mission isn't, said Dougal, scowling at the Hylic. No. The Hylic winked a transparent eyelid at Dougal as he unwrapped the sword and handed it over. That is too bad for you. Dougal took the blade and unsheathed it in a single movement. It leaped silently from its scabbard as if on spring. The blade glistened in the firelight, black and oily. The ebony colors seemed to not have been applied to the metal, but ran straight through it. What does it do? Dougal asked as he hefted it and gave it a few swings to test its balance. It felt natural, like an extension of his arm. What? You mean, does it shoot lightning or burst into flames or something like that? General Soulkeeper bared her teeth in a smile. Something like that. I'm afraid not, said the general. So what's so special about this blade? Even as he said the words, Dougal realized he didn't care. This sword felt perfect, as if he had been looking for it his entire life and not even realized he was missing it until now. It kills, said Soulkeeper. The Hylic let loose a throaty laugh at that. Had he been human, he would have sounded as though he were about to vomit. It kills very, very well. Isn't that what a sword is for? Dougal could not argue with that. He glanced over at Ember, who was losing the battle to consume the roast moa with the Norn. The Char casually pitched a moa leg bone towards Dougal, and Dougal swung the sword at it effortlessly, as if merely pointing at it. The remains of the bone fell into two neat halves at his feet. Dougal looked at it and nodded his approval at Soulkeeper. It's a good start, he said as he sheathed the blade. He looked at the general long and hard. Why are we up at this godforsaken hour? You need to get to Ebonhawk, said Soulkeeper. If we are traveling by Azure Gate, we have to go through Divinity's Reach, said Dougal. No one will be up at this hour. You're right about that last part, said the general, but you're not going back to Divinity's Reach. You're going straight through to Ebonhawk. Now Riona finally spoke up. That's impossible. The only solid gate to Ebonhawk is from Divinity's Reach. Did I say you were using an established Azure gate? Said Soulkeeper, her jaw open with amusement. We can tune the Lion's Arc gate to Ebonhawk, etheric frequency. We have a very talented man on the other side to do the same. From what I understand, We can bring the two gates into alignment briefly, send you through, but we have to be quick about it. We have a very slender window in time. Riona's voice rose now. You mean there's a flaw in the Azura gate system? Could the Char use this to break into Ebonhawk? You would need an agent on the Ebonhawk side, said Soulkeeper, and even if they had one, the Char leadership would be resent to try it. They are distrustful of Azuran magic. They aren't the only ones, said Dougal softly. If someone asks, we didn't do this, Soulkeeper said sternly, looking at Ember and then at Golik. Big Norn shrugged, comfortable in the fact that he didn't understand what was going on in the first place. Further, you won't want to mention the vigil at all. Good fortune to you all. Now, dismissed. Soulkeeper placed her fist over her heart, and Nagadal, Riona, and Ember returned the salute. Dougal just hoisted his bag and followed the Hylic out of the room. They wound through the passages and emerged at the same nondescript entrance by which they had entered the safe house. They stumbled out into the empty streets of Lion's Arc. A lamplighter moved slowly down the street from them, but it was otherwise empty. The breeze was at their backs, pouring back into the sea. But Dougal still tasted salt. This is never going to work, said Dougal to Riona. We've got too many people to be stealthy and too few to be effective. I know, Riona said quietly, but we will do as best as we can. My goal is to get you to Ascalon City. We may have to pay a heavy price for that. You talked our way past the Seraph, said Colleen. I'm sure you and your purple stamped orders can do the same here. The Ebon Vanguard is a different order entirely from the Seraph, said Dougal. They are not so easily swayed. Don't they answer to your Queen Jenna? Asked Colleen. The Ebon Vanguard? Yes and no. Back before the Searing, they started out as the Ascalon Vanguard, an elite unit that fought alongside Prince Rurik and later ventured into Charlands to take the battle to them. Many of the human slaves they rescued from the charge joined them and swelled their ranks. Since they weren't part of the Ascalon army anymore, they changed their name to the Ebon Vanguard. Later, Adalbern recalled those soldiers and asked them to fortify Ebonhawk in an attempt to solidify the capital's supply lines and establish a last-ditch holdout position. So Prince Rurik founded Ebonhawk. Colleen showed real interest. Dougal shook his head. Rurik died while crossing the Shiver Peaks. By the time the Vanguard came to Ebonhawk, a hero named Gwen Thackeray was in charge. She forged the city into what it is today, and she led its defense during its darkest times. Right after the Foe Fire, which, as you might imagine, sent every surviving Char Interior into rage. Under her guidance, the walls of Ebonhawk stood strong. So strong that they remain unbroken to this day. Nothing lasts forever, Ember growled. She still sounds like an amazing woman, said Colleen. The greatest ever, Riona said. She was the finest hero of her age. She was just a child at the time of the Searing, and she spent years as a Char slave before she escaped. She joined the Ebon Vanguard and climbed its ranks to become its leader. She turned Ebonhawk from an outpost into a fortress, which still remains as the last hope in the War of Ascalon independence. Ember snarled at this. You mean the Ascalon insurrection? Dougal tried to bring the conversation back on track. Gwen fought the Char. She hated them for what they had done to her and her family, but she changed her mind about them after she worked with Pyre Fierceshot to help bring down the destroyers. Some woman, Ember growled. Did you know that Logan Thackeray is related to Gwen? Dougal said to Colleen. That would make sense, said the Sylvari. He struck me as being very dedicated to his queen and country. I've read Gwen's journals, said Dougal. They're kept in the Derman Priory. She married a ranger in the Ebon Vanguard. His name was Kieran Thackeray. Logan is their direct descendant. Heroism must run in his blood. Oh, spare me, Ember said, her voice barely a low sneer. Pardon me, said Riona. I said spare me your human lies. The Char voice was taut and tense. Gwen the Goremonger killed scores of my people. She was no hero. To us, she was, Riona said. Without her, the Char would have overrun Ascalon long ago. Where would we be then? The distant memories you should be. Ember's fur bristled as she spoke. Tyrael belonged to the Char before you mice burrowed your way into our land, and we will have it long after you're all gone. Riona snorted. You should think before you speak. Remember, you're going to be our captors, kitty. Ember moved effortlessly and suddenly, bringing her elbow around hard. Her first swat knocked Riona off her feet. Ember followed her, weaponless, but her claws extended from her paws. She raised her paw again, this time for a blow that would rip Riona's armor off. Before the Char could bring down her arm, though, Golik's hand snaked out and plucked the fur on the back of Ember's neck. With a sharp yank, he hauled her back so hard that Dougal wondered if Ember's head might separate from her shoulders. Snarling, Ember spun and launched herself at Golik. Instead, he brought his arm free around and smacked her across the snout, hard enough to knock her from her feet. Ember yelled at the Norn. Dougal stepped between the two, his black blade in hand, ready to put it to use if the Char came up swinging. Wait, Riona said. Don't do it. We need her. Dougal glared down at the Char, Riona had provoked the attack, but was now trying to undo the damage. Perhaps she didn't want to go back to General Soulkeeper and explain what had happened. To Ember, he said, "Are you done?" Ember's mouth twisted, and Dougal thought she might be preparing to bite off his face. Then the fight went out of her, and she nodded at him without speaking. "It seems," said the Char, measuring her words, "that I must make a habit of apologizing to you, Dougal Keen." She touched a corner of her mouth, and her fur came away spattered with blood. To Riona, she said, "But you had best remember that you have your stories, and we have ours, and the two differ greatly." Dougal sheathed his sword and stepped away from the Char. Golok, his earlier violence forgotten, hauled Ember up and set her on her feet. "You are a ferocious warrior," he told the Char. "I would enjoy fighting alongside you in battle someday, but put your claws away today." Dougal looked around. The alleyway was as empty as before. In Divinity's Reach, a half-dozen seraph would have been on top of them, and shutters would be slamming shut and secured up and down the street. Here, it was just another morning brawl. They moved through the back alleys at the covered merchant district. The banked braziers and forges of the bazaar lit in the blue sailcloth from below, giving the area an otherworldly feeling. The few merchant guards watched them carefully until they left their particular areas, and then they returned to their bottles and warm blanket. Within the sight of the Azura Gate, Riona called a halt. At this point, she produced the manacles from Golok's pack, which also held Ember's armor and weapon. Ember flinched at the sight of them, but then held up her hands, wrists together. "Wolf's teeth," said Golok softly. "A Char allowing a human to put her in chains? I must still be dreaming. I have my orders." Ember growled out her words. "I follow them." "You are braver than I," said Golok. "It's the only way we could get her through Ebonhawk." Riona fixed Golok with a glare and insisted he say nothing more, but he showed no signs of understanding it. The Norn said, "Ah, Ebonhawk, I know it well. I haven't been there since they threw me out of the city for destroying one of their pubs." Ignoring Riona's protests, Ember turned and stood upright in the Norn's face. Golok's smile vanished. "There's something you failed to mention before. That's not going to present a problem for us, is it?" the Char asked. Golok put up his hands to reassure. "Of course not. That was years ago, and I'm sure they've rebuilt it by now." Ember turned back to Riona and let her finish attaching the chains. "If this fails to work, the Ebon Vanguard will hang me as a spy," she said. "But before I go, I'll kill anyone responsible for causing that failure. This, I promise." "She's touchy," Golok said to Dougal, "but still as regal as a lioness. I think I like her." They emerged from the market near the half circle of Azura gates, their stone and metal ovals flickering with stray, erratic flickers of eldritch power. At the Divinity's Reach gate stood a trio of Azura that Dougal had noticed coming in. They were practically vibrating with excitement, running from crystal to crystal and rune to rune, adjusting and modifying and trying to tune the gate to the proper aetheric frequency. "I'm not getting anything," snapped one. "Try the sympathetic diathergic connection," suggested the next. "Hang on, I'm seeing the handshake invocation come through. Tuning in the test cord." "Got it," said the first. "Here we go. Planar boring up and operating. Full cord registry. Amazing. We are live by 5. Cranks, you are simply magnificent," said the second to herself with admiration, staring at the gate. "You lot," snapped the third at Dougal's group. "Get up here. We can't hold this for more than 10 heartbeats. After that, the hard-linked resonant dampeners reset, and who knows where you'll end up." Ember held up her chains and shook them, then nodded at Riona, who was holding the other end. Riona adjusted her helmet and nodded back. They ran up the ramp and stepped through the gate. Dougal followed them. He felt his skin dry as he stepped through the gate. He had not felt damp in Seaside Lion's Arc, but now all the moisture evaporated from his flesh. The dry night air, still warm, forced its way into his lungs. Ebonhawk was perched at the edge of the crystal desert, and even in the dead of night, the residual heat pulled the sweat from his exposed flesh. The far side of the gate was similar to that of Divinity's Reach, set atop a low mound surrounded by a thick wall with a parapet pointed towards the gate. In the event that something unpleasant pushed its way through from the other side, there would be a welcoming committee on this side. Except the guard posts were empty at this time of night, and at the base of the stone mound, a single nervous, frustrated Azura stood rubbing his short fingers through the tangled thatch of long hair. Of course, thought Dougal, Soulkeeper's man in Ebonhawk would have to be an Azura. The Azura looked at the adventurers. "You all made it? Good. Let me reset those dampeners." He toggled a few runes on the pillth, resetting the crystals to their original positions. The shimmering meniscus of the gate's surface faded behind them. "We need to move quickly, and just so you know, this was Soulkeeper's worst idea ever." "Hold," came a voice from the gateway. A trio of Ebonhawk soldiers strode through the gates. Others, armed with rifles, appeared on the parapets surrounding the gate grounds. Put your hands up, snarled the officer. Reach for your weapon, and you will be slain where you stand. They were trapped. Chapter 12. Have you lost your minds? Said the lead guardsman. Where do you think you're going with that char? Dougal looked around him. Riona stood stock still, her hands gripping the chain linked to Ember's manacles. The char was equally quiet, but Dougal saw that her leg muscles were bunched for sudden flight. Colleen, always accommodating, smiled and raised both arms. Golik crossed his, scowled, but said nothing. Officers, said Dougal, raising both hands in front of him as to ward off an expected blow. We have a good explanation for this. Explanations later, said the officer. Hand over that prisoner. Now. Hand it over. Dougal looked at Riona. She bit her lower lip and then offered him the char's chain. Very well then. Ember's eyes went wide and white, and Dougal was sure the char was going to try to bolt. She would not make it 10 feet before the riflemen on the walls cut all of them down. The Azura running the gates stepped between Ember and the officer. Just a moment, Lieutenant. What are you doing with my property? Your property, Master Cranks, said the officer, towering over the small Azura but no longer reaching out for the chain. Why are you smuggling a char into Ebonhawk? My studies, of course, said Cranks. Your superiors keep pressing me for new and better ways to kill char. I hired these, he waved a small hand at Dougal's group, searching for a word, individuals to bring me a living, breathing representative of the race. We could have brought you char, said the lieutenant. We have more than enough outside of our walls. You didn't hear me, said Cranks. I need one alive and breathing. The ones you bring in are usually in poor condition. Dougal shot a look at Ember. She was no longer as panicked. She was, however, angry. Why would you bring a char here in the middle of the night? Asked the lieutenant. Idiot of a human, said Cranks. Can you imagine the riot that would ensue if I brought a live char with the regular supplies from Divinity's Reach? I suggested it, of course, but your commander Samuelson would not hear of it. Samuelson knows about this? Said the guard. Of course, lied the Azura, without missing a beat. You think I would do something like this without checking it up the line? You humans care too much about the chain of command for your own good, you know. Let's wake up your commander Samuelson in the wee hours of the morning. I'm sure he'll be glad to send me on my way, and then have a nice long discussion with you about the perils of personal initiative. The guard's face hardened. What are your intentions with this char? Vivisection, said Cranks. Ember jumped in surprise, almost pulled the chain out of Riona's hands. Golik put a heavy hand on the char's shoulder and let out a deep, throaty warning. The lieutenant nodded and said, and you're gonna keep it in your workshop. I have a cage prepared for it, said the Azura. If you want, I can make a rug out of its skin for you when I'm done. Very well, said the officer. Olson, Gregory, escort Master Cranks to his workshop and stand guard outside. I will send relief in the morning. Excellent, said the Azura and motioned to Dougal and Riona. You lot, bring the prisoner and follow along. I have much to do before sunrise. As they walked away under the watchful eyes of the heavily armed Ebon vanguard on the walls, Dougal started to say, that was very... Silence, snapped the Azura, raising hand to hush Dougal, but not missing a step with the two guards. Don't talk. Watch the prisoner. I don't want it to bolt now before I get my chance to peel back its ribs. Dougal fell back alongside Riona, wondering if he was dealing with one of Clagg's relatives. They strode through the cobblestone streets of Ebonhawk, and even in the darkness, Dougal felt a pang of homesickness. The streets were empty, and the night shutters of the upper stories bolted tight. Curfew was still in force, as it had been in his youth. There was no one visible on the streets, but Dougal knew that the alleyways were alive with sneak thieves looking for targets and teenagers daring the wrath of the authorities. He had done both in his time. Buildings and walls were mostly of gray stone, carved in the quarries behind the city, shaped to fit together like pieces of a puzzle. The upper floors were whitewashed, but in daylight, they were dingy gray from the regular dust storms that blew up from the south. In the wan moonlight, they were as pale as phantoms. Still, here was an old storefront he used to visit, and there was the fountain he remembered. The last was the tavern, where he and Dak and Jervis and Vala, Marga would gather after patrol. He thought of them all in that pale, dead city, and his heart sank again. He looked at the others. Helene had her hood up, and Golik looked particularly bored. Ember looked about, possibly scouting for escape routes. His eyes locked with Riona for a moment, and he saw in them the same sadness he had felt. At last they reached a particularly thick, reinforced door attached to a particularly dingy and windowless building. Guards took up positions on either side of the door as Cranks fumbled with a set of oversized keys. He made a great production of opening no less than 3 sets of locks and swinging the door inward, then stepped aside. To the guards he said, "See you in the morning." To Dougal he said, "You lot, inside. Quit wasting my time. The group dutifully entered, Ember giving token resistance on her chain and being pushed forward by Golik. The Azura stood by the door, slamming it after they entered and re-secured the locks, adding a pair of deadbolts as well. Dougal looked around. The room was small, low ceiling. Golik had to duck to miss the crossbeams, and littered with all manner of anvils, forges, odd-shaped rocks, skulls, glassware, and a variety of tools. What the room missed was the obvious cage that Cranks had mentioned to the Vanguard lieutenant. The Azura finished barring the door and picked up something that looked like an elongated tuning fork. He tapped it against a metal plate, and a bolt of lightning arced between the tines. "I'm going to need you to scream," he said to Ember quietly. Ember looked down at the Azura, her shoulders hunched. "Why would I?" "We have 2 guards outside who overheard me talking about skinning you," said the Azura. "I do not doubt that one, if not both, have their ears pressed against the door, waiting to hear your screams. We should oblige them." Ember looked angrily at the Azura and let out a loud snarl. Cranks shook his head. "Pitiful. I said a scream," said Cranks. He smacked the tuning fork against the metal plate, and it crackled with a lightning bolt, casting harsh shadows of the group behind them. The manacle Char, standing 10 feet away from him, unharmed, scowled, and then she bellowed, "No, I will never submit. Arr! Into the cage, beast," shouted the Azura. "A Char will never. The pain, my fur. I'm burning," cried Ember. "You do not know pain yet. Into the cage." Cranks tapped the fork for a 3rd time. It exploded in a shower of sparks, matched by Ember's own ear-piercing scream. "Throw it in the cage and we can begin," said the Azura. "Yes, Master Cranks," shouted Golik enthusiastically. Riona and Ember both looked at the Norn, their mouths open in disbelief. Golik raised his eyebrows and said, "Just trying to help." "Good," cried Cranks in triumph. "Now administer the sedative and we can begin. I want to flay this creature alive." And he calmly set down the lightning fork and said in a low voice, "That was very good, Char. Have you done that professionally?" "I've had my opportunities," said Ember, no longer as panicked as she had once appeared. "Very well," said the Azura, listening for a moment to his door and then nodding to the others. "Come, we should be out of here. Lieutenant Stanford will not dare wake his commander, but you can bet that he'll be there in his office with the first dawn's light. And don't touch that." The last was directed at Golik, who was reaching out for the lightning fork. Cranks pulled a bag from one side of his work table and put the fork into it, along with a couple of flasks of bluish liquid and a couple other tools. He adjusted a few things on his workbench. He looked around the workshop and let out a sigh, then turned towards a back wall stacked with barrels. He opened one of the barrels, reached in, and pulled a switch. There was an entire wall complete with false barrel fronts, sprung outward, revealing a narrow set of stairs descending into the earth. "Follow me," said the Azura, pulling a small gem from his pocket and blowing on it. It glowed with an amber radiance. As he walked down the stairs, other gems set into the walls glimmered to life, with wan flames that provided a minimum of guidance. Riona, still holding on to Ember's chain, followed Cranks. Colleen and Golik went next, and Dougal brought up the rear. He looked around the empty, windowless workshop and thought he heard the sound of cooling metal ticking away as it contracted. He wondered how long the guards outside would be content with listening to a sedated Char behind a closed door. As Dougal worked his way through the passage, he noted the smaller gemstones were already fading. They walked for what he estimated to be 2 city blocks, and then turned right and then walked another one. Dougal tried to visualize where that put him in the city, but failed. They emerged in a large basement of another building, probably a warehouse, at the top of a ramp. The ramp switched back twice before opening up into a large space, large enough to be a throne room, but stacked with storage shelves. Little sat on the shelves but a few basic supplies, plus several slabs of stone and ingots of metal stacked in a haphazard way, all wreathed in shadow. Several half-built golems lay in a pile in one corner, and along one wall was the half-constructed form of an Azura gate. The shelves had been cleared away from the front of the room, the centerpiece of which was a long circular lab table set at the perfect height for an Azura to work at. Crank slapped a small panel as he came into the room, and a flame leaped to life under a pot sitting on a metal surface. "Pardon the mess," he said. "I don't often have guests." Ember crinkled her snout as she sniffed at the air. "I can see why," she said. "It smells like something died down here." "No one can prove that," said Cranks, smiling. "And if they can, I wasn't anywhere near here when it happened." He turned towards Riona. "Are you in charge here, or are you just the only one to hold the Char's chain?" Riona nodded indignantly. "While we appreciate your aid, our business here is our own. We must leave this place as soon as possible by orders of the Queen of Kryta." "Right," Crank said. "And I'm really Master Snaff of Destiny's Edge." "I assume you are the General's man in Ebonhawk," said Dougal. Crank sneered at that. "She didn't mention me by name? That sounds like Soulkeeper, coming and going. She is too clever by half sometimes. Thinks she's running the Order of Whispers or something." "The what?" asked Colleen. "Tactician Cranks of the Vigil," said the Azura, quickly introducing himself with a small bow, returning to Riona. "You're a crusader. Almora recruits people like you. We are both crusaders of the Vigil, said Ember. I am Ember Doomforge. The human female is Riona Grady, and she speaks the truth. Our mission is on behalf of the Queen of Kryta. Cranks nodded. Soulkeeper warned me you people might be too sharp, but when I joined the Vigil, I had no idea that it might ever sink this low. Smuggling a char into Ebonhawk? Has she lost her mind? Colleen opened her mouth to point out it had been Dougal's idea, but Dougal raised a hand and silently pleaded with her to keep her helpful truths to herself. What did General Soulkeeper say in her message? Said Riona. Very little, said Cranks. Very need to know she is. Expect visitors that will need to leave Ebonhawk quietly. Some may be problematic. Problematic? She is a master of understatement. She provided the date and time to reconfigure the gate. That was some mighty arcane nudging, by the way. They're going to have to recalibrate an entire bank of crystals after that one. Don't touch that either. Golik had found a pack hanging on a nearby peg. Intrigued, he looked at the Azura sheepishly as he edged away from it. Very well, said Riona. You've gotten us here and past the Ebon Vanguard. Where do we go from here? I have to go out and make a few final arrangements, said Cranks. Plant a few false leads and wrap up some personal business. Then we will go out by way of the sewers. Sewers, said Riona. We, said Dougal. We, said Cranks. After this, I'm burned as an asset, and there will likely be an investigation and some changes regarding using and protecting the Azura Gate as well. Once Commander Samuelson gets up and the lieutenant talks to him, I'm going to become a person of interest. So like it or not, I am coming with you. Where are we going? Ascalon City, said Dougal. Cranks let out a low whistle. Almora, he said. You never do anything in halves. Very well, then get a bit of rest. You're going to need it. I will be back. And in the name of the eternal alchemy, he looked at Golik. Don't touch anything. Golik looked disappointed and collapsed into a pile of sacks in the corner. The sides of one of the sacks split and potatoes rolled out. Colleen lowered herself down next to him and tried to make herself comfortable using the Norn's pack as a pillow. Ember held out her manacled hands and let out a low growl. Not yet, said Riona. We aren't out of Ebonhawk. You must be kidding, snarled the tar. We're in a basement. If the Vanguard finds us, we're better off if I can pull my own weight. I don't think, said Riona. Do it, said Dougal sharply. Ember's right. We're taking all sorts of risks. Riona started again. Unlock her, said Dougal, or I'll fish out my tools and break the locks myself. Riona shot Dougal a hot flash of anger, but pulled the keys from her pouch and tripped the tumblers in Ember's wrists and neck manacles. The chart immediately stretched herself out to her full height, raised her arms, and let out a powerful growl. You have no idea how good that feels, she said. You'd be surprised, said Riona. But Ember ignored her and joined the other two on the pile of potato sacks. Riona turned to Dougal. Her face was bunched with anger, and Dougal thought, a little confusion. Instead, she said, you going to get some rest? I'll stand watch until Tactician Cranks gets back. You froze, said Dougal. At the Azura Gate, you were willing to hand over Ember. You would have thought of something, said Riona, but Dougal shook his head. You could have handed over your magic purple stamped letter, said Dougal pointedly. Orders from the Queen of Kryta and Logan Thackeray. Thackeray's name doesn't hold the weight around here. It once did, she said. And as for Queen Jenna, you know that most of us here think that she is a distant authority at best. Dougal ignored her and continued, still keeping his voice down. But instead, you would have handled one of your fellow crusaders over. A Char Crusader, said Riona, her voice low, but her face flushed, and she knew the risk. Besides the point, said Dougal. Riona was angry now. You remember the other night when Crusader Doomforge said she would do anything to make sure the mission succeeded, even if it meant the death of one of us? Dougal nodded. She continued hotly. I feel the same way. If we're going to fight and die there at the gate, the mission would have failed. You know that. Ember knew that. She would have sacrificed herself if she had to. That's how the Vigil operate. We were lucky, said Dougal. You are lucky, said Riona, calming herself. That's why you survived long enough to come along. And are you really one to lecture me about sacrificing allies? Dougal opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Riona nodded in triumph. Now, if you don't mind, I could use some time away from all of you. And with that, she retreated to the far side of the room and wrapped herself up in her cloak. Watching Ember and the others, Golik was already snoring loudly. Dougal let out a long breath and looked at the brooding Riona on one side of the room and the three non-humans on the other side. He walked out to the low-height Azura table and tested it. It seemed strong enough to support a full-grown Norn. Dougal laid down on the tabletop, wrapped himself in his cloak, and was asleep in moments. His sleep must have been dreamless because the next thing he realized, he was being shaken by the shoulders by a small child. Wake up, you buka, snapped Cranks, rolling off of him as Dougal sat up, blinking back his slumber and wondering if he was ever again going to sleep through the entire night. As Cranks' angry face came into focus, he managed a mumbled, "What now? Where is she?" said Cranks, and looked over at the others. Colleen was pulling herself to her feet, and Ember was shaking the Norn from his deep slumber. He was all Dougal could manage. "The girl, Riona," said Cranks. "While you've been sleeping, she wandered off." Chapter 13. We should leave her behind, said Ember. In his heart, Dougal knew the Char was right. However, what he said was, how long do we have to find her? An hour at the outside, Franks answered, irritated. One thing I did while I was out was to prepare a small incendiary in my old workshop. The smoke should alert the guards, but by the time they put the fire out, I was planning to be long gone. One thing, said Ember. I also thumped on the Ulster's door, demanded that he have a large wagon with supplies ready for me to go by noon. Franks replied sharply. I have no intention to pick up that wagon, but it will delay them further. And I also left a note for my assistant that stated I was leaving for Ilona and putting the Ebonhog gate and all attendant responsibilities for dealing with the authorities in his care. He paused a moment and then added, I don't like my assistant that much. Okay, said Dougal. Let's figure a half hour at best. He looked at the others. Colleen, any idea on where she went? I was asleep, said the Silvari. And if you're asking about the dream, it doesn't work that way. Fine. You come with me anyway, said Dougal. Ember, brief Cranks on the whys and wherefores of what we're doing. Gulick should understand what we're facing as well. We should be back within a half hour. And if you're not, asked Ember. We go with your plan, said Dougal. You leave without us. We'll catch up if we can. Colleen, with me. Dougal stepped out of the building above the warehouse and cursed inwardly. The sky was already starting to lighten in the east. The city was coming awake. Already the heavy shutters against the night air were swinging open, and a honey wagon drawn by a heavy Doliac was rattling along the street. No vanguard in sight. That was only a matter of minutes. Far in the distance, he could hear bugles sounding revelry. Right, we split up, he said. You go into the city. I'll head towards the Hawk Gates. 10 minutes. Then turn back. Don't get lost. She is up on the battlements, said Colleen. I thought you said the dream wouldn't tell you where she was, said Dougal. I still have eyes, said Colleen. She's up there. And Dougal followed her pointing hand to show Riona in her traveling cloak, up on one of the city's interior walls, looking out past the gates. Dougal set off at once, Colleen following him. He knew the mazework of stairs and streets that was Ebonhawk. The nearest stair up was close at hand. The city itself had been a small fortress, nestled in the southern juncture of the Shiver Peak and the Blaze Ridge mountain range. The steep mountains on several sides provided an ideal location just north of the Crystal Desert. With the Searing, its location grew more important, and King Alburn of Ascalon saw it as an ultimate bastion against the Char invasion. In the end, before the foe fire, he dispatched the Ebon vanguard here to reinforce it, and reinforce it they did. They spread the initial fortress walls outward, continuing to build as they took more territory against the regular Char raids. They erected the mighty Hawk Gates at the northern entrance to the city. They mined the hills behind the walls for stone and made more living space for the refugees from the abandoned human cities in the north, and they trained their growing populace in the dangers that stood right outside their gates from the siege engines of the Char. Dougal knew where Riona stood and why she was there. From that internal wall, she could see over the lower walls, past the Hawk Gates, and all the way to the fields of ruin beyond. He climbed the stairs 3 at a time, leaving the Silvari far behind him. Riona, he said, and she jumped at the sound of his voice. She had not heard him approach. Dougal, he said, her voice confused for a moment, almost weak. I didn't hear you. We should go, he said. Cranks is back. We don't have much time. I know, she agreed. But look, he followed her stare and could see it as well. And the sight stopped him in his tracks, as it always did. Far to the north and west of the city were the front lines of the Char siege of Ebonhawk. They were positioned at the exact range of the human defensive ballistas, not 1 foot closer or further away. The front line of the Char entrenchment was a line of war wagons, parked in their positions for so long that trees had grown up next to them, providing shade for their crews. The war wagons were mobile walls of metal, each crowned with a spear-like palisade. Joined together in the field, they were an instant fortification for the Char military camps. Behind them were the camps themselves, and with them a variety of siege engines and military units. Here were siege devourers, living engines of destruction, also equipped with ballistas and cannon. In years past, when the Char improved their range, they pelted the walls in closer human districts with heavy stones and burning pitch. When the human machines could reach them, they pulled back further and established new lines. The Iron Legion, the legion that had the most interest in engines of destruction, had been in charge of the siege for over a century and used the city as a testing ground for its latest developments. There were flames along the line, bonfires and forges. For the awakening military units, there was the sound of distant horns, loud, blaring trumpets, and drums. Char were waking to war as well. Dougal looked out and saw what he had seen in his youth, the front lines of the war with the Char. In his days and nights here in the cauldron of war, every day there had been sails from the fortress and assaults on the walls. It was a hard, brutal life, and one became hard in return. Or one left, as he and the others did, leaving Riona behind. Colleen had caught up with them. We were worried, he said to Riona. The others are waiting. Riona shook her head and said, I don't know. We should go, Dougal repeated, tearing himself away from the sight of what had been for so many years the enemy still was. I think I have to stay, said Riona. I have doubts about what we're doing. I thought I didn't, but now that I'm back here, I feel myself falling back into what I once was, that we should be here, not at the vigil or trying to find lost treasures. We should be here to protect Ebonhawk. Riona, that's wrong, said Dougal. We have guards coming up, said Colleen, subtly and clearly. Dougal looked to his left and saw a pair of vanguard moving along the battlements towards them. They were moving with the slow, relaxed pace of two soldiers nearing the end of their duty shift. They were not actively seeking Char, who had broken into the fortress city, or the humans that had aided it. For that, Dougal was thankful. But when he turned back to Riona, he saw that her face had fallen, and she seemed on the verge of falling apart. I will delay them, said Colleen. You talk to her. Before Dougal could stop her, she moved towards the guards, letting her hood drop to reveal her long, vegetative braids. Dougal turned back to Riona. This was all your idea, he said firmly. I know, she said, and sighed deeply, her forehead furrowing. And when it was just finding you and then sneaking you into an ancient human city, it seemed doable. Now we have picked up a menagerie of cast-offs and volunteers, and the more our numbers grow, the less likely we are going to succeed. Dougal shrugged in agreement. The less likely we will succeed without losing people. Riona lowered her chin to her chest. We could go off on our own. Dougal started, but Riona continued hurriedly. 2 humans could sneak out here easier than our clown carnival. Norn, Char, Silvari, and now Azura, hardly the easiest party to conceal in open fields. We could reach Ascalon City, retrieve the claw, and return it here to Ebonhawk. Then we could keep it here. It would be a coup, a rallying point for our people. And for the Char as well, said Dougal. If the Char thought the claw was here, they would stop at nothing to regain it. It would be worse than the worst of the assaults of 70 years ago, when the Char reached our base of the outer walls and undermined the outer district. You think so? Said Riona, and slid closer to him, her eyes never leaving the quiet battlefield. Look at it this way, said Dougal. The Char want the claw so badly that they are willing to talk about peace with the human. What do you think? Riona nodded. If this truce faction, said Dougal. Truce faction, repeated Riona. If they get the claw, they will be able to force the rest of the Char to at least lift the siege and start talking. That's the theory. And then maybe we'll finally get a better view from here. Dougal kept his voice light, but Riona just scowled and stared at the Char front lines, and then said, you were right. Dougal looked at her and she continued. I froze back there at the gate. I thought I could come up with a way to get us all past the guards if there were trouble. But when the time came, I found myself empty. I just rattled, second guessing myself. Dougal's lips became a thin line, and he chose his words carefully. This is about Ember. Do you trust her? Asked Riona. Really? Dougal said, she is part of your order. She's a crusader for the vigil. I know, said Riona, and I don't feel that way about General Soulkeeper. She is a Char too, one that fought for our people for many years. But the way Ember acts, she reminds me so much of them. She pointed a chin at the distant war wagon. If it helps, I feel the same way, said Dougal. After 5 minutes with Soulkeeper, I could forget that she was a Char. She commands naturally, and everything else just flows from that. Ember is part of her people, just like we're part of ours. You can see her struggle when she talks to us. Like I'm struggling, said Riona. Still, I want you to know that I'm glad I found you. I'm glad you're here. You, I trust. She slid close to him, and despite herself, he raised an arm to hold her. The weight of the locket felt heavy around his neck. I trust you too, said Dougal, and this will pass. No matter what Crank says, Soulkeeper's plan is a good one. We will get the claw together. Promise. They stood there for a long moment, and Dougal realized that he had forgotten about Colleen talking to the guards. When he turned, Riona was still in his arms, and the Silvari was heading towards him, raising her hood again. The guards were wandering back the way they came from. Are we ready? Asked Colleen. Think so, said Dougal. Riona was separated from him and nodded. They started down the steps. I had a curious chat with the guards, said Colleen. It is interesting what people will tell you when you look at them with wide eyes and act like you just fell out of the tree. Apparently, the siege has been quiet for the past few months. No new assaults from the Char line. More interestingly, a moratorium on this side from sales and patrols. They say some bigwigs made the decision. The truce faction, said Dougal, and the Queen. Yes, said Colleen, but it is making everyone here very, very nervous. They're expecting some huge Char assault, and a lot of human soldiers want to attack now, before it comes. You took a huge risk, said Riona. They could have been looking for us. Everyone saw the Char. Most would remember the Norn, said Colleen. Very few people pay attention to the Silvari in a cloak. How did you explain us? Asked Dougal. They were already at the door of the warehouse. I told them you were young lovers making a rendezvous, said Colleen, and acted like I didn't know what that meant. They thought that was amusing as well. By the time they had gotten back to the secret warehouse, the others were ready. Cranks Cranks was packing his backpack with numerous small parcels carefully wrapped in waterproof waxed paper. Ember was fitting herself into her armor. Golok had been carrying on his back sleek, black lacquered plates that glided silently over each other. For his part, Golok was stroking his scruffy chin and, for the first time, seemed to be deep in thought. Riona picked up her helmet and quickly strapped it on her scabbard. "We are late," said Cranks, hoisting a satchel onto his back and grabbing a loose piece of cloth that, only when he put it on his wide head, was recognizable as a hat. He pulled out a small lantern and lit it. "You're in your armor," Riona said to Ember firmly. Cranks pointed out that if we were spotted, whether I'm wearing armor or not, it's a moot point, replied the Char, adjusting her scabbard and resting a hand on her heavy Char-made pistol on her opposite hip. "At least have Golok carry your weapons," said Riona, "and wear the shackles." Anger flashed in Ember's eyes, and Dougal added, "At least until we're clear of the city." Ember looked at Dougal. Dougal nodded towards Riona, letting the air out in a long, hissing breath. Ember unfastened her belt and handed it, scabbard, sword, and holstered pistol to the Norn, and then she held out her wrists once more. Golok fished out the chains, and Riona fitted them, loosely but locked, once more on the wrists and neck. "Until we're clear of the city," said Ember, looking harshly at Dougal. Cranks poked his head through the door and then motioned for the others to follow. It was almost light now, and the eastern sky reddened, drawing back the widow's veil that had hung protectively on Ebonhawk. Then something exploded off to the north, just beyond the first wall. Screams and shouts sounded right after, and a call to arms went up among the vanguard. Crank's letter of resignation. Quickly, but not panicked, the Azura ducked into the mouth of an alley, and then hustled everyone in after him. They huddled there in the darkness as a column of soldiers in black and gold uniforms tromped past, racing from their barracks to the hopefully now burning shop. Dougal watched the faces of the soldiers as they passed their hiding place, grim, weary, and determined. These were people who hated their jobs, but were proud to do them and refused to falter for an instant. Dougal had been one of their number, as had Riona. To see them in action again, marching off to protect the city, made him flush with shame for not being among them. He felt grateful that the alley stood shrouded in darkness, so no one would see. He expected Cranks to lead them in the direction the soldiers came from, but instead he plunged them deeper into the alleyway, into a maze of small back passages that snaked between granaries and shuttered workshops. Once they crossed a major thoroughfare, then ducked into an alleyway that even Dougal was unfamiliar with. He figured they were heading west through the city, until at last they reached a dead end, with a hatch nearly flush to the ground at its base. Cranks pulled out a key and fitted it into a lock on the hatch. He motioned to Golok, who began struggling to open the heavy iron lid. "Do we really have to go in there?" Dougal asked, peering down into the blackness. He pinched his nose so tight that it hurt, and the stench that escaped from the hatch still made his eyes water. "It's the only way to get out of Ebonhawk without having to deal with the vanguard," Crank said. "You could approach the commander and ask him permission to depart, but given the nature of your mission and the fact that he's probably looking for you by now, he'd probably toss you into one of our lovely prison cells." At the mention of Ebonhawk's prison, Dougal glanced at Riona. In the growing light of the morning, he could see the muscles of her face tighten, but she showed no other reaction. "It's too bad the walls are so high," Golok grunted, straining as he fitted his fingers under an edge and lifted. "And that you're all so small. Were we all Norn warriors, we could just scale the wall and be gone." Despite herself, Riona snorted. "You'd be filled with arrows and rifle shot before you made it halfway to the top. And then the Char would get to shoot you on the way down." Crank's lantern light cast deep shadows on the Azura's face. "The Ebon Vanguard built this place to stand against the Char forever," he said. "They drew on the experience Ascalon accumulated during the construction of the northern wall, and they've had over 200 years of keeping the Char out of the city to help them figure out where the weak parts are and what they need to do to keep them plugged." "Then how have you noticed something they haven't?" asked Dougal. Cranks allowed himself a chuckle. "Because I'm Azura and they're human. They think in terms of reiterations. They build something that they hope will stand, and then they shore it up the best they can in places that they get wrong. People with brains think not in terms of single bits, like walls, but in terms of systems, especially interlocking systems and how they work together. The thing that lets Ebonhawk survive isn't the wall or the vanguard. It's the Azura Gate. Without that, the Char would have been able to starve the humans out of here long ago. With that, the humans have managed a record-breaking stand against a truly determined foe." "Granted," said Ember, whose hair bristled at the mention of her people's failure to wipe this settlement from Ascalon. "Many Char believe that Ebonhawk is impregnable, making it a waste of effort better spent elsewhere. The strongest dissenters are among the Iron Legion. That is why they have taken over the siege. And with their machines, they might someday manage to do it," said Riona, louder than she needed to. "One more reason we must work for this truce. Breaking down a wall isn't all that challenging, children, said Cranks. It just requires the right machines, and the Char have developed many crude but effective machines that can manage it. The trick is getting those machines into the right places. The Vanguard has gotten extremely good at keeping the Char from reaching those places. Gulick hefted the iron hatch again, and it rose another couple of inches. The darkness beyond it gaped like an open, infected wound. So, why do we have to go down here again? Asked Dougal. Because there's one spot on the wall that the Vanguard rarely watch, and the Char don't attack: the sewage exit. Ebonhawk mostly gets its water from streams that flow down into it from the mountains, and they tap an underground river with a few deep wells, but they also need to get rid of all the waste they generate. Otherwise, the city would eventually be overwhelmed with it. Even under her fur, Ember seemed to be turning a little green. The honey wagons dump waste into a few well-positioned central depositories, each of which sits downstream from the wells, and the point at which they divert some of the mountain stream into the sewer's main tunnel. The diverted water then carries the refuse under the city until it spills out of the far side of the mountain, a couple hundred yards away from the wall. Dougal's stomach turned. You're kidding, he said, although he knew the Azura wasn't. The Azura smiled. The Char can't stand the smell. Every now and then, the Vanguard sends somebody up to check the sewage tunnel's exit, but he finds it locked up tight, and that's a good enough excuse for them to forget about it. The Vanguard isn't made up of complete idiots. They know about the sewage exit, of course, and they've secured it fairly well from attacks from the outside, but not from the inside, said Gulick, who had finally lifted the iron hatch and stood there, blade leg holding it up. By the snow leopard's lazy tail, this just might work. Might work? Of course it'll work. It's foolproof. He scanned the faces on the others. It has to be when you're working with fools. Ember growled at the Azura, who let out a nervous laugh. Present company partially accepted, of course. Then we have to go, said Riona. And now, before the guards get done with Crank's foolishness and organize a proper search. The set of her jaw told him everything Dougal needed to know. She hadn't lost an iota of her determination. She would do anything to see her mission through. Dougal pointed in the darkness beyond the iron door that Cracks had opened. A wrought iron ladder disappeared into the abyss below. Let's get it over with. Chapter 14. The descent was interminable, and Dougal wondered how deep the original sewers ran in Ebonhawk. Gulick went last, securing the now unlocked iron hatch behind them, with what the Norn probably thought was stealth, but to the others in the narrow vertical passage sounded like the toll of a dead man's bell. At the bottom of the ladder, Cranks handed his lantern to Gulick, and then reached into his pack and pulled out an unlimbered and long pole made of several hinged sections with a hook on one end. He shoved the other end into a pull-width pocket sewn in the back of his pack, then dug out and hung a glowing blue rock from the end of the hook. He shouldered the pack again so that the rock hung above him about 5 feet off the ground, lighting his way, and he led them into the sewer. Colleen followed right after Cranks, peering at everything she saw in repulsed fascination. Dougal and Riona followed behind Colleen, with Ember after them and Gulick hunkering along in the rear, his head and shoulders held down tight to keep from scraping against the tunnel ceiling. The tunnel had been cut straight out of the side of the mountain and then covered over with fitted stones. Wooden trusses held up most of the roof, although in spots it had caved in or had begun to sag. Far less care had been taken with these tunnels than with the elaborate underground structures in Divinity's Reach. Dougal supposed that they had been determined by what each had been designed for. Here in Ebonhawk, they didn't have enough space for a graveyard. They burned their dead and watched the smoke from the fire carry their spirits off to the mists. At first, the floor of the tunnel was flat and dry, just like the passages that Dougal and Riona had been caught in as kids. But Dougal could hear the sound of running water ahead. They soon came to a T with another tunnel. A wide stream ran through a deep notch cut into the left of this, leaving just enough space on the right for a human to walk. The stench did not improve. It was awful. "Wolf's nose," Gulick said. "This smells worse than the latrines I had to muck out as a young warrior in the Battle of the Burning Pass." Dougal peered into the filthy waters and tried to ignore the things he saw floating downstream. Mountain streams ran as clear as the rain. The surface of this muck was so opaque that he could not discern its depths. Cranks led the way along the right-hand side of the stream, where a narrow walkway was perched over the flow. He could walk normally. Colleen and Riona and Dougal had to follow more slowly, edging along. For Ember and Gulick, there was no other choice than to wade through the edges of the muck. And suddenly, Ember stopped. "Not a chance," the Char said, her voice filled with revulsion. "There has to be another way. We've already been over this." Crank said, calling back down the tunnel. His voice echoed off the slick masonry that lined the walls. I cannot. Ember bit her tongue and swallowed back the bile rising in her throat. You are a brave and powerful warrior from a proud and magnificent people, Golik said. You have the strength to do this, and I will be there with you. After a moment of trying to steel herself, Ember held out her hands instead. Take these chains off, she said. Riona shook her head. Not until we are away from Ebonhawk. What if the Vanguard found us with you unchained? I'm not going to forge my way through that filth while bound in chains. Ember's tone made it clear that the point was not negotiable. She has a point, said Colleen. What if there's a drop-off and she needs to swim? The thought of Ember falling all the way under the sewage made Dougal want to gag. No, Riona said. She agreed to the plan, and we're going to stick to it. Her earlier softness during the discussion up on the wall was completely absent now. The Riona who had led the party was back in charge. Then I go no further, said Ember. I will make my way back to the surface and lead off any pursuit. I do not fear death, but this is no way for a Char to die. Leave a Char in the heart of Ebonhawk, said Riona sharply. That is not an option. Dougal couldn't think of anything else to say. Instead, he walked back to where Ember stood at the intersection of the two tunnels and stood before her. She watched him patiently as he reached into his pocket and produced the moleskin package that held his lockpicks. He held them up before the Char's face. Ember lifted her wrist to him with a smile, and he got to work. What do you think you're doing, Dougal? Riona stormed towards him, her hand on the hilt of her sword. Before she could reach him, though, Golik stepped between them, blocking her way. She tried to push her way past him, but he widened his stance to make it clear that he would not give way. Do you need a light? Said the Norn, helpfully ignoring Riona's struggles and curses behind him. Dougal ignored Riona as well, and a moment later, Ember's hands were free. He reached up to undo the attached collar next. Riona growled in frustration and craned her neck to see around the Norn's bulk. Dougal Keen, she said. I order you to stop. Following your orders, Dougal said. The collar came open, and the set of shackles cascaded to the wet stones. Oops, too late. Ember scooped them up and hefted them in her hands, contemplating their steel links. Dougal thought she would throw them down the passage and into the sewer water. Instead, she handed the chains to the Norn, and Golik, for his part, rooted around in his satchel for the Char's weapons. Dougal pocketed his picks once more. When Riona, now free of the Norn's blocking frame, grabbed his wrist. How dare you, he hissed, whirling him about. Dougal braced himself, ready to knock aside her anticipated slap. Instead, when he opened his mouth to try to explain, she did something far worse. She shoved him backwards into the muck. Dougal windmilled his arms around to try to keep his balance, but failed. At the last moment, he stopped fighting it and jumped in feet first, instead figuring that a controlled fall would be the best. As he pierced the stream's surface, he had no idea how deep it might be, so he held his breath. He blew it out right away once he realized that the sewage only came up to about his waist. When he realized it was so cold, he was surprised that it hadn't frozen him instantly. He yowled in surprise, and his complaint rattled down the tunnels in every direction. You deserved that, Riona said, still fuming. Dougal pointed at Ember. She needs to be out of those chains. And you could think of us as being outside the city if you want, suggested Colleen. Riona looked as if she was going to shout and then spun around and pushed Cranks down the tunnel before her. Colleen followed along the thin ledge. Ember and Golik stepped down into the stream. They grossed at the stench and the cold, but the sewer didn't come up nearly as high on them as it did on Dougal. Ember lifted Dougal out of the stream and set him down on the ledge. They nodded their gratitude towards each other without a word. Dougal turned to scramble after Riona, and the Char and the Norn waded right after him through the muck. In a group like this, such troubles are fated, Golik said, when they were all together again. I've seen it happen before. Our differences are too great. Sooner or later, we will turn on each other. Riona and Ember are crusaders for the Vigil, Dougal said. Despite their cultures, they should be able to work together, he sighed. And remember, Riona and I both come from Ebonhawk. I spoke not of cultures, but of differences, said Golik. Between you two, I sense a gulf the size of the sea. Dougal glanced back at the grinning Norn and couldn't help cracking a smile himself. Golik, my friend, you are wiser than you look. That's an exceedingly low threshold, Crank said from the head of the procession. They walked in silence after that, following the tunnel through a series of switchbacks and brought them lower and lower through the side of the mountain. The muck got thicker and deeper, and the smell, if possible, got worse as they went. Dougal tried not to think about how far they had gone or how much farther they might have to go. He just focused on the vision on the glowing rock hanging from the pole on Crank's back and trudged on. Every now and then he saw another tunnel head up and away from the sewer. Some of these were clean and dry, while others added their own small tributaries of filth to the mainstream. While Cranks reached a large intersection where a dry tunnel sloped down to where they were, he signaled to a stop, and the others gathered closer behind him. Riona put her lantern down on the floor. We should rest, the old Azura said. This is the last place for a break before we reach the end of the line, and it's a bit of a haul from here to there. As the words left Crank's lips, A line of torches burst into flame up the dry tunnel. Dougal put up an arm to shade his eyes against the light and gaped at the squad of Ebon vanguard forming a solid phalanx in that tunnel. Two of the guards they'd run into at the Azure Gate stood at the head of the ranks. The male officer, Lieutenant Stamford, raised his blade and shouted, "This is the end of the line for you. Cast down your weapons and surrender now." "Hang on," said Dougal. "We can explain." Already he was trying to concoct a half-believable story that would buy enough time for the others to plan a break. He knew that there was little chance anyone would stop to listen to him, but he had to try. "Lieutenant," said one of the vanguard, "the char is free. It has weapons. Fire at will," shouted the officer, wide-eyed and red-faced. "Then close the melee. Leave no survivors." The guardsmen in front of the phalanx dropped to one knee, revealing a second line behind them with muskets drawn. Dougal had time to curse and drop into a crouch as the breaches sparked and their tunnel was filled with noise and the smell of powder. Even as bullets sang among them, the vanguard dropped their muskets and pulled out their blades to join their fellows in a charge. As the Ebon vanguard raced towards them, Dougal found he had drawn his sword without noticing. Alongside him, the others were recovering and preparing for the assault. Riona drew her slender blade. Clean wove her hands in an intricate pattern. Crank, formerly in the lead, now faded back to the others, dropped his pack and started rummaging around in it. Ember had been the apparent target of the musket balls, and parts of her fur were smoking from several near misses. She extended her claws with a snarl and reared back to spring at their assailants. Yet, before anyone else could react, Golik let out a guttural roar, his flesh becoming thick and hairy, his face extending into a fuzzy, tooth-filled muzzle. Both attackers and defenders hesitated for a moment at the sight. Of course, Dougal realized Golik would be able to take the form of a totem animal, and that form would be a bear, just as his cousin was a snow leopard. The bear Golik dipped both of his massive paws into the sludge, swirling around his thighs, and then swung them forward like giant scoops, flinging their fetid contents over the companions' heads at the charging vanguard. The guards howled in protest, blinded by the muck, their footing suddenly made treacherous by the sludge. Ember leaped forward and gutted Lieutenant with a single slash of her claws. The char moved past him and dove into the rear ranks of the guards rushing at them. Riona stepped up and clashed blades with the female officer from the gate. "This is the Queen's business," Riona shouted, her voice almost pleading. "I demand you stand down." Instead of answering, the vanguard warded off Riona's initial blow and then followed with a brutal riposte that clanged off the side of the Crusader's helmet. One of the vanguards slipped past Ember and tried to run Dougal through, but Dougal parried him easily. The guard's sword seemed to slip along the oily surface of Dougal's blade until it smacked into the steel cross guard. Still, the way the man kept his balance and blocked Dougal's counterblow told Dougal that he was in for a real fight. Behind him, Dougal heard Colleen finish her spell. For a moment, nothing happened, and he thought that perhaps she had panicked and failed to make the incantation work, or been interrupted by a stray blow. Then he heard squeaking in the distance, coming towards them from everywhere, up and down the tunnels, moving fast. The guards heard it too. For those who weren't directly engaged in the fight, backed off, their swords at the ready, their eyes darting in all directions, as they hunted for the source of the noise. The squeaking grew louder and higher. The guards grew more and more anxious. One of them bellowed in frustration, his cry mixing with the rising squeaks. The rats came scurrying all around them, some wet and dripping with sludge, others dry as a bone, their eyes glittering red in the light that Cranks and the vanguard still bore. They sounded hungry. The guards who had screamed charged into the wave of rats, swinging his sword wildly. It clanged against the masonry rather than flesh, and then the rats swarmed over him. In an instant, they covered him from head to toe and began to tear him into tiny bits. While the first guard screamed in pain and terror, a pair of his fellows leaped in to help him. The mass of rat flesh extended to draw them in, and they began hollering for help too. In mere moments, the pleas stopped. The guards collapsed under the weight of the murderous rats on top of them. By this time, Golik had stormed into the dry tunnel. He had returned to his Nornish form and now lashed out with his axe, left and right, and where he sung, men fell like saplings. Dougal realized the guard that he had battled would soon be the last of the vanguard standing, but that didn't make the man any less determined to kill him. Dougal pressed the man hard, and when Golik's axe sent the servant head sailing over his shoulder, bounce off the guard's helmet, Dougal took advantage of the distraction to backhand the guard off of his feet. The guard sprawled back against the side of the tunnel, and Dougal held the tip of his ebon sword under the man's unprotected chin before he could recover. The man froze, and Dougal looked into his terrified eyes and said, "Give up." Knowing that he had no other option, the guard let go of his sword, and it clattered to the tunnel's floor. A moment later, Golik's axe flew past Dougal's side to bury itself in the man's neck. Dougal grabbed the guard to see if he could save him, but the man was already dead. Dougal spun to see the Norn coming towards him to collect his axe. You stupid! Dougal bit his tongue in an effort to control his fury. He was angrier at the Norn than he had been with the guard who had been trying to kill him. You didn't need to do that. Gulick smiled at him grimly. And you, good fellow, are welcome. It's not every day I get to save a human's life. Dougal gripped his sword so hard that it felt like his knuckles might pop out of his skin. He surrendered. He and his friends meant to kill us. They fired on us, they charged us, blades bared, and this one chose his fate. The Norn clapped Dougal on the back. If it makes you feel better, I will speak of him well when I tell his part of my saga, and the others as well. Dougal surveyed the tunnel. The cooling corpses of the black and gold uniformed guards who ambushed them littered the ground, their blood running down the tunnel, and had brought them from the world above spill into the river of sludge and be carried away. Most of the rats had run off quickly as they had come, but a few still nibbled on the bodies of the guards they had killed. Every one of his compatriots seemed fine. The hail of bullets had ripped smoking channels through Ember's orange fur, but not her flesh. She wiped the blood from her claws while Gulick did the same with his axe. Colleen leaned over to one of the rat-eaten guards, examining him closely. Riona knelt down on one knee, staring down in abject horror at the woman she had been battling. From the amount of the female officer's face that had been missing, Dougal guessed that Ember had helped dispatch her. Crank stood in front of his open pack, a bottle of bright blue fluid in his hand. Anybody hurt? He asked. I've got a healing potion right here. I made it myself, and I'm eager to see how it turned out. The Azur's face fell when no one tried to claim his offered potion. Anyone? Ember? No? All right then. He rewrapped the potion and placed it back in his pack. I'll just save it for later. Dougal kicked the rats off the fallen guards, and they scampered away. Colleen noticed him shooing them away and blushed, turning a deeper shade of green. It's rare that I get to examine deaths this fresh, she said. Dougal nodded and sheathed his blade and put his head in his hands. He heard Colleen start to mutter something, but he ignored it. He needed to shut it all out for a minute. The Ebon Vanguard is the law in this city, Dougal said, to himself more than anyone else, and we just killed them. Then it's good that we're leaving, said Ember. He arched her back and cracked her knuckles. And better that we are not coming back. Riona put a hand on Dougal's shoulder as he walked back towards the sewage tunnel. I know, she said. Her voice was soft and low, but her eyes were wide and troubled, mirrors of Dougal's own. They fired on us first. We had to defend ourselves. Unspoken was the question. If you had listened to me, if Ember had been kept in her chains, could this have been avoided? Dougal grimaced as he looked down at the ruined corpse of the man he had been fighting. He was younger than Dougal, but a stranger. If Dougal hadn't left Ebonhawk, they might have served together in the Vanguard. Now the man was dead, and although Dougal's hand hadn't been the one who killed him, he still felt at fault. We need to keep moving, Ember said, heading for the dirty stream once more. I doubt they come down here without telling anyone, and there may be other patrols, and even if not, they will still come looking for these people soon. Dougal was less worried about getting away from the Vanguard now than he was about watching any more of them die. He glanced back up from the intersection and saw a guard, the woman who Riona had been fighting, back on her feet. She stood before the Sylvari, who was now bathed in a greenish, necromantic glow. Colleen! Dougal shouted. The Sylvari turned and flashed him a proud smile, then gestured at the guard to show Dougal her handiwork. The creature had once been one of their foes, but was now a blood-stained wreck, one arm shredded, and the other obviously dislocated, but still holding her sword, in a literal death grip. The left side of her face had been torn from her skull, and the skin that remained was as pale as dried bone. Her eyes lolled about in her head as she moved, unseeing and unfocused, twitching with drained life. Colleen had used her death magic. She had made the body walk again. Chapter 15. Colleen, stop it, Dougal said. Let her go now. The ferocity of his revulsion stunned him, but he could not deny it. He'd seen the Sylvari use her magics to animate corpses before, but not with somebody so freshly dead, and not with a fallen member of the Ebon Vanguard. Colleen's brow crinkled with concern. What is it? She said, examining the walking corpse. Are her eyes falling out or something? I miss things like that sometimes. Colleen's sincerity nearly deflated Dougal's anger. When he spoke again, he struggled to keep his words measured and his tone even. Colleen, he said, could you please let that woman rest in peace? Why? Don't you think she'll make a good... Oh, the Sylvari clasped her hand on her forehead. When she pulled it away, regret twisted her face into a rueful frown. I'm so sorry. I didn't even think about how it might offend you. That's all right, Dougal finally said. Just let her go. No, said Cranks. He raced forward, peering up at the walking corpse from below. Don't do that. She's perfect just the way she is. Dougal's right, said Riona, who looked just as distressed as Dougal felt. This is beyond the pale. The guardswoman was just trying to do her job. And we were doing ours, said Cranks. There's a good chance that the sewage tunnel exit is trapped, and we could use a walking test case to send in first to check things out. That's exactly what I was thinking, said Colleen, obviously pleased that somebody understood that she had only the best intentions. Trapped? Dougal glared at Cranks. And why didn't you mention that before? Cranks shrugged. I didn't want to complicate the matter with other issues. I figured the collective you here would have a hard enough time making the right choice about how to get to Ascalon City from here without having to sift through extraneous data points. Wolf's breath, said Gulick. We've been wading through these rivers of sludge to reach a tunnel of traps? Some of us have, said Cranks. Others have remained nice and clean. Maybe too clean, said Ember. You didn't dirty your hands in that fight, did you? Cranks cringed at the accusation. I was trying to get a surprise for our foes out of my pack, but the rest of you made such quick work of them, I never had the chance. Said Ember. Lucky you. Cranks bristled at her words. The next time I pull something from my pack, just remember this. Close your eyes. By the time you pull something out of your pack, we will all be dead, muttered the Char. Dougal returned to Clean. Just let the woman go. When, Riona said in a voice thick and raw. I know her. I knew her. Her name was Wynn. Her father was friends with my father when we were young. He ran the armorer's shop. Dougal couldn't look at the woman anymore. He had to turn away. She's dead, said Ember, but she may still be of some use. That seems like a good way to honor her life. Char or not, Dougal said. That's the coldest rationalization I've ever heard. Bear's blood, said Gulick. I've never heard a pack of warriors natter on like a gaggle of old women squabbling over their weaving. The Norn turned to Colleen. Next time, show some more respect to those you kill. Every one of them was someone's child once. I wasn't, the Sylvari said. Gulick waved off her point. You know what I mean. To Dougal, the Norn said, the deed is done. Rather than fight over it, let's make some use of it. Or would you prefer one of us wind up sharing that woman's fate? Dougal groaned and looked at Wynn once more. Blood covered her from head to her knees, to which she'd fallen after Ember had delivered the killing blow. Her mangled face was recognizable, but only just. All right, he said, shaking his head as he spoke. Put it in the front. Then we don't have to look at her face. What about the rest of them? Riona said. Do we just leave them like this? To be eaten by the rats? Dougal gave her a pained shrug. He shared her anguish, but he didn't see what they could do to fix it. We can't burn them down here, and we can't bury them in the stone. Someone will come looking for them soon enough, he grimaced. We need to be as far away from here as we can by then, if only so we aren't forced to thin the vanguard numbers even more. Colleen put the shambling dead Wynn in the lead. The Sylvari followed right after her, with Cranks on her heels. Riona trailed after them, and Dougal remained in the back of the line of people who could fit into the walkway, trudging through the stream. Ember and then Gulick swept along behind the rest of them. They made their way through the last section of the sewer, which seemed to wind on forever. Dougal kept peering into the darkness, hoping to see the faintest glow of light. The first clue that he had that they were near an exit was the way the walls of the tunnel seemed to vibrate in a tone lower than his ears could hear. He could feel it in the air, though, and eventually through the soles of his boots. The silent thrumming slowly grew in a pitch and volume until it became a dull roar. This, Dougal knew, must be the sound of the stream spilling out of the tunnel and tumbling down onto the mountainside beyond. We should be coming up on it soon, Cranks said. Dougal detected a hint of worry in the Azura's voice. You don't know? Haven't you been here before? Asked Riona. Of course not, said Cranks. Don't you know how dangerous this is? I've studied the maps many times, though. Dougal did not find that reassuring. He was about to say something about it when Wynn disappeared. The walkway in front of them had been tilted under their weight, pitching forward. It had thrown Wynn into the fast-moving waters. She floundered about at the surface for a moment, flapping her dead arms in some horrible mockery of an attempt to swim, and then disappeared beneath the surface. Colleen screamed as she nearly toppled in after her undead servant. When the walkway tipped downward, she lost her balance and spun her arms in a vain attempt to recover it. Moving faster than Dougal had thought he could, Cranks leaned forward, bending at the waist, and tapped Colleen on the shoulder with a hook attached to his back. Colleen managed to snag the hook with her hand, but instead of the hook hauling her back, her weight pulled Cranks forward, dragging him along to share her fate. However, this gave Dougal enough time to react, and he pushed past Riona to snag the Azura by the top of his pack. For a moment, he thought he might tumble in after the others, and the trap would manage to kill all three of them at once. But he dug in his heels and leaned back hard, bringing their forward progress to a halt. With Riona's help, he yanked both Cranks and Colleen back to a solid part of the walkway, where they all collapsed in a heap. The bottom of the stream must drop off ahead too, said Ember. I could feel the undertow from here. Thanks for saying something before it became a problem, Riona said as she struggled to catch her breath. Dougal checked to make sure the others were all right, then knelt down to examine the floor to see what had happened. Cranks stood next to him, giving him plenty of light to work with. There was a hinge on the floor, almost impossible to see, especially by the lantern's light. Dougal recognized the type of trap they had triggered, and he cursed. Bear's breath. What's wrong now? Gulick asked. This filth is too cold to stand here in it. Lots of traps only work once, Dougal said. This one resets itself automatically. From this hinge here onward, the walkway is actually a ramp. A set of counterweights underneath it holds it up horizontally, right up until there's enough weight on the end of the ramp. Then the ramp tips forward and dumps you right into the worst part of the sludge. And then you die, said Ember. Dougal shook his head. And then you find yourself trapped against a grating that covers the end of the tunnel, held up against it by the force of thousands of pounds of filthy water pressing you into it until you drown. And then you die, said Colleen. Dougal nodded. And then you're held there until your body rots enough for the water pressure to tear you into pieces small enough so that way you flow through the grate with the rest of Ebonhawk's waste. Dougal pointed at Crank's glowing light. Can you put that out? Cranks pulled a heavy sack from his backpack and hooded the stone with it, locking its glow. Dougal stared ahead into the darkness until his eyes adjusted to it. Yes, he said. I could see some light up ahead. I think we're near the entrance. Good, said Riona. Now we just need to figure out how to get there without dying. Dougal glanced around and his eyes fell on Gulick. He pointed at the Norn's axe and said, Give me that. You're as mad as Raven, said Gulick. No warrior gives up his weapon until the fight is finished. I'm going to use it to fight the trap. Dougal put out his hands. Trust me. Gulick screwed up his lips as he evaluated the man and the moment, and then reversed his axe and handed it to Dougal by the handle. I expect it back in one piece. Holding the weapon, Dougal realized how heavy the thing was. He wasn't sure he could swing it over his head. Fortunately, he didn't have to. He set the axe down on the walkway and lowered himself into the sludge. It was just as nasty as it had been before. No matter how much he braced himself for the stench and the cold, it was horrible. He took the axe and put it headfirst into the sludge before Gulick could stop him. Then he bent down deeper into the sludge until it came up to the tops of his shoulders. With a bit of wiggling, he managed to wedge the axe under the ramp. He tested it for a moment and then let it go. It was jammed in there hard enough that it was stuck. I want my axe back, Gulick said. I haven't lost a weapon since an ice brute I was fighting took my spear from me and used it as a toothpick. I just need to release the grating, said Dougal. Then you can have it back. He climbed out of the muck again and then beckoned Cranks to come with him. I need your lamp, he said, and you're light enough not to trigger the trap with me. He looked past the Azura. The rest of you stay here. We'll be right back. Dougal worked his way forward along the ramp on his hands and knees, waiting for the axe's handle to snap or to feel the telltale tipping sensation that meant his life would soon end. As he drew closer to the end of the ramp, he saw the outside. The sewer exited the mountainside beneath a rocky overhang, which is why they could not see any daylight sooner. Even so, the light seemed muted, and Dougal guessed that the valley beyond the grate was probably still deep in shadow. The end of the sewer was sealed with an iron grate that was coated with rust and slime over the past 2 centuries. The water surged through the grate, forming a cascade of muck that disappeared in a fog below. The grate swung outward, but there was a lock on the grate that functioned only from this side, and it looked serviceable enough. With Crank's light over his shoulder, Dougal crept forward until he could reach the grate and put his weight on it instead. It held as steady as the rocks in which it was anchored. He slipped his pouch of lockpicks out of his pocket in his jacket and went to work. Because of the rust and filth, it took him over half a minute longer than it should have to force the lock to give, but it did. The grate, however, was stuck. Dougal smacked it with his hand, but that didn't do a thing. He tried a shoulder. That only bruised his arm. Standing up, he charged right at it. It gave, suddenly, and too well. As the grate swung wide, Dougal lost his footing on the wobbly ramp and pitched forward. Cranks reached for him with the hook, but missed. Unable to recover his balance, Dougal did the only thing he could think of. He kicked off from the ramp and stretched out into the gaping maw of the fog and shadow before him. His fingers closed on the slimy, slippery bars of the grate as it swung away from him, and he clung to them for his life. He glanced down below his dangling feet and saw that he hung over a dizzying drop that deposited Ebonhawk's sewage into a cluster of jagged rocks. Despite himself, he shouted in terror, sure that he would not be able to maintain his tenuous grip on the treacherous grate. Hold on, Riona said. He could not turn to see what she and the others were doing, but he hoped that it involved saving his life, and soon. A moment later, he heard Crank's voice saying, What? Wait, no. The Azura came sailing past Dougal's head and straight over the grate. A rope attached to his waist drew taut, and someone on the other end of it held it fast so Cranks did not tumble to his death. Then, that same someone yanked on the rope to bring Cranks closer. Once Cranks had the grate in his grip, Dougal glanced back to see both Ember and Gulick held the far end of the rope and were pulling hard. The grate swung shut with a satisfying clang, and the flowing sewage pushed the lower half of Dougal's body hard up against it. He used this opportunity to find a foothold and then haul himself up out of the flowage. Thanks, Dougal shouted backward. Hey, what about me? Cranks shouted from the other side of the grate. What can you see, Cranks? Dougal asked. That I'm about to die. No, I mean below you. Is there any way to get down from here? Sure, lots. That doesn't involve dying. That narrows it down quite a bit. Hold on. Crank swung himself around on the end of the rope and craned his neck at all angles. Hard to see through all the mist. Looks like a fairly sheer drop, about 50 feet or more. The Azura rummaged around in his pack and produced another coil of rope. He tied one end securely to the grate and let the other end play out below him. Dougal worked his way over to where the lock stood. Let out the rope, he said to Gulick and Ember. Slowly. They did, and the pressure from the flowing sewage pushed the grate open on its hinges again. Once the gap was wide enough, Dougal swung himself around to the other side of the grate and grabbed onto the rope. Why didn't you get started down? He asked Cranks. Slide down on a filth-slick rope into a monster-infested wilderness? The Azura shook his head. You go first. Dougal motioned for Ember and Gulick to let the rope play out until the grate swung back far enough that it was no longer hung over the sewage-coated rocks below. Then they stuck one leg out and wrapped the rope around it. He checked Crank's knot and found it solid, then lowered himself down. The going was easy at first, until he got to the section of rope that had dangled into the flowage. It was slick and nasty. Dougal had already been covered with so much filth that he didn't care much about the stench, but he had to hold on to it with all his might to keep from sliding down too fast. This soon proved impossible. No matter how he tried to clamp his hands on the rope, it was too slippery, and down he went in a barely controlled slide. Dougal hit the ground hard, his legs buckling underneath him. He rolled with the impact. He lost his grip on the rope and feared for a moment that he would tumble back into the pool at the base of the falls or into a deep crevasse hidden in the darkness. He came to a stop, though, against a wall of jagged boulders instead. The Char warband that had been waiting there burst out from behind the rocks and surrounded him in an instant.
Chapter 16. Dougal cried out in surprise and leaped to his feet. Before he could draw his sword, one of the Char knocked him back down again, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. Another leaped onto his back, pinning him there. Scream, human, and I'll rip out your throat, the Char hissed in his ear. Dougal wasn't sure he could draw enough air to scream with anyhow, so he nodded in assent. He tried to get a count of how many Char there were, but lying face down on the ground, it proved impossible. Most warbands had less than 20 members, keep them mobile, but there were always exceptions. Dougal tried to raise his head and get a better look, and a paw drove his face back into the hard scrabble dirt. He grunted in pain and felt the tip of the claw press into the softest part of his throat. Cranks came down the rope next, more slowly than Dougal had managed. He landed softly and peered into the dune-colored mists. Dougal? He called. Following Dougal's path across the dirt, the Azura strode closer to the pool of shadows that the stand of boulders provided. Don't tell me after all of that you broke your leg coming down that rope. A pair of Char reached out from the shadows and pulled Cranks in. If he had a chance to struggle, Dougal didn't hear it. He could, however, hear the others still in the tunnel above, even over the splashing of sewage into the rocky pool below. Bears' buttocks, Gulick said. Give me a hand with retrieving my axe. The rest of you go, said Ember. We will meet you below. A moment later, the rope began wiggling again, and Colleen descended to the ground. Dougal? She said, sounding not scared but concerned. Cranks? Where are you? Dougal tensed to ready himself for a yell, but the Char on top of him jabbed his neck with the claw. Dougal felt warm wetness slowly trickle out of the flesh cut on his throat and onto the ground. Riona appeared next to the Sylvari then. In an instant, she had out her sword. She stared warily into the surrounding darkness. Dougal, she said, this is not in the slightest bit funny. The Char, not holding down Dougal and Cranks, emerged from the surrounding fog and foliage then, showing Riona and Colleen that they had them surrounded on all sides, save for that of the fetid pool at their backs. Both women kept their hands away from their weapons and craned their necks to catch sight of Dougal or the Azura. Yes, Gulick shouted from above. My axe is free. Don't kiss it, Ember said in disgust. One of the Chars stood back and bellowed up at the pair in the tunnel. We hear you up there, and we have your friends. Come down here now, and then leave that grate open, or they die. At first, Dougal heard nothing, but some unspent whispers between Ember and Gulick. Then she spoke. I am Ember Doomforge. I answer only to General Almora Soulkeeper. Ah, Char. I should have guessed. I am Skorkin Bladebreaker of the Blade Warband, Blood Legion, said the Char who spoke before. Good work. We have your prisoners captive. Join us, and we will plan our assault on Ebonhawk together. Dougal squirmed under the Char holding him down, but could not get free. He had considered the possibility that Ember might leave the sewer grate open behind them so that the Char would slip into Ebonhawk. His captor wrestled him into a sitting position. Ember leaped from the tunnel and caught the rope where it dangled below the grate, then zipped down it to land in the center of the clearing. She stood tall and pointed at Bladebreaker as she spoke. These people you've captured are part of my mission, and you will leave them to me. I know of your Soul Keeper and her vigil, Bladebreaker said. What fool's errand brings you here? That I cannot reveal, said Ember. Bladebreaker sneered. Then you may go on your way. We will take care of your prisoners for you. Ember stalked closer to Bladebreaker. You misunderstand. They're coming with me. Wait, Bladebreaker said suspiciously. Are they your prisoners, or are you theirs? Ember snarled at the implication. Neither. We work together as part of the vigil, and you must allow us to pass. Bladebreaker snorted. You are free to go wherever you like, Doomforge, but I cannot allow these friends of yours to wander free through Ascalon. You will let us pass. All of us. There was menace in Ember Doomforge's voice. Do you challenge me? Bladebreaker's stance made it clear that he relished that thought. Ember let out a laughing growl. Do you not think I would enjoy tearing these weaklings to pieces and then helping you storm Ebonhawk from within? I ache to exact revenge on our ancient foes, but I'm after bigger game. Dougal could not tell if Ember was bluffing or not, but for the first time, Bladebreaker took a step backwards, surprised. Bigger game than the Thorn of Ebonhawk? The city our people have laid siege on for 200 years? Ember ignored Bladebreaker's disbelief and nodded. Bladebreaker gaped at her and then drew his jaws together into a determined wall of pointed teeth. These are my prisoners. These are my allies, said Ember. I challenge you for their lives. Accepted, said Bladebreaker. Challenge, then, and all is fair. Ember drew her sword, its wet blade shining. With a gesture, she directed Riona and Colleen to retreat to the edge of the sewage pond. The other char motioned with their own weapons, and the two women reluctantly complied. Both were somber, and Dougal knew. Each was looking for an opportunity to turn the tables on their captors. I tell you that I must bring these people with me, and that my orders come from General Soulkeeper herself, said Ember, hefting her blade as if it was a trifle. You must accept what I say, or you must die for your error. Bladebreaker drew his sword too. It was filthy black, but for its single sharpened edge. The pair approached each other with the care of priests observing an ancient ritual. When they were within 3 feet of each other, they reached out with their swords, slapped them together. The sharp sound rang out through the narrow valley. From there, the fight was on. Dougal looked around to see the char engrossed in watching the fight, paying far more attention to it than to their foes. Cranks had been allowed to sit up too, and he had his massive pack in his lap, his arms hugging it possessively. Over by the pond, Riona stood tensed, her hand drifting to the pommel of her blade, and whispered to Colleen. Ember struck first, charging Bladebreaker with her sword held high. He raised his weapon to parry it, but she brought her blow down so hard that her blade still glanced off the spiked armor of his shoulder. He countered with an underhand swipe of his offhand that sliced across Ember's belly. His claws slashed through her fur in 3 parallel lines. Ember howled less in pain than in protest and rolled backwards out of Bladebreaker's range. She wiped a hand across her middle, and it came back streaked with red. Ember charged at Bladebreaker again, hammering at him with her sword. She fought unlike any human Dougal had ever seen. She brought every bit of her strength and speed into play, and moved like a furious blur. She gave no thought to fending off counterblows or to raising any sort of defense. She simply attacked. Bladebreaker didn't seem as if he had a chance. Ember knocked him back to his heels with her first strike, and he never recovered. All he could do was offer up the best defense he could muster, unable to counter her fury. Then Bladebreaker lived up to his name. Dougal hadn't realized it, but Ember's ferocious attack had played perfectly into Bladebreaker's hands. Every time she swung her sword at him, he swung back, seeking the weakest point of her blade and striking it there. Eventually, he knew his strategy would work as long as she didn't kill him first. On Ember's last stroke, Bladebreaker brought the edge of his sword around to meet the flat of hers. The blade shattered into several pieces, leaving her holding little more than a shard jutting from her hilt. She stared at it in shock for an instant and then moved to defend herself against Bladebreaker's own vicious attack. Dougal tried to get up and help, but the char holding him sat him back down hard. Riona and Colleen moved to assist Ember as well, but the char on either side of them moved to block them. Dougal glanced at Cranks and saw the Azura slowly and quietly rummaging in his pack, the char guarding him, too busy cheering on Bladebreaker to notice. Bladebreaker pressed his advantage as hard as he could. He wasn't nearly the warrior that Ember was, but he had a weapon, and she did not. Ember blocked his blows as best she could with the hilt of her shattered sword. She had her claws extended and ready, but she could not find a way around Bladebreaker's flashing sword to slice into his flesh. Forced to retreat, Ember stumbled over an unseen rock behind her and fell flat on her back. She reached to her side, and her paw came up with her pistol, heavy and deadly. She pulled the trigger, and there was a dull, mud-stained click. Ember cursed. Bladebreaker raised his weapon high above his head to deliver the killing blow, but before he could bring his arms down, a loud clanging sounded high overhead. Dougal looked up to see that Golik had slammed the grate over the sewer's exit shut and had cut the rope free to fall into the pool below. The Norn belted out a bellow filled with the joy of battle as he kicked off from the grating, angling towards a tiny ledge of the cliff face below. He snagged it with his hand as he passed, and he used the momentum to swing his feet high in the air, catapulting himself away from the wall and towards the clearing below. As he landed near Ember and Bladebreaker, he hurled his axe forward, and it caught the leader of the Char warband right in the center of his chest. Bladebreaker stood there for a moment, staring at the weapon that seemed to have magically appeared with his blade already embedded several inches in his armor. He opened his mouth to say something, but discovered he could not, and then he toppled over dead. There was silence by the pool, save for the splash of the cut rope finally reaching the water. "You idiot!" Ember screamed at the Norn as she threw herself to her feet. "I only win the argument if I kill him." Golik gave her a wide, toothy grin. "Then I suppose that means the winner is me." He pointed at the rest of the Char. "Off with the lot of you, now, or I'll win arguments with each of you too." The other Char joined in a horrific roar, so loud that pained Dougal's ears. Ember was right. She had slain the leader. The rest of the band would have been cowed enough to let them go. But now, incensed at the Norn's insult more than Bladebreaker's death, they closed in as one and growled for Golik's flesh. Golik then realized he was unarmed, his axe stuck in Bladebreaker's chest. "Ho!" he said, holding his hands up, grinning wider than ever. "Now this shall be a true challenge." As he spoke, he attained his bear form, hairier and more massive. His hands became wicked claws. The Char who had been holding Dougal jumped up to join his warband in tearing the Norn apart. Seizing this chance, Dougal leaped to his feet, his sword instantly in his hand. The blade made no sound as it left its sheath, but Dougal's former guard caught sight of him drawing his weapon and spun around, drawing his own blade. Dougal's head swam from getting up too fast after having the Char crushing him for so long. He put his sword before him and hoped that the Char would not see the black blade and impale himself on it in his fury. Before that could happen, Crank stood up and threw something into the middle of the clearing. It fizzed and sparked as it rolled near Golik's hind legs. "An Azura invention," Golik said. "Would you look at that? Eyes!" Crank shouted at the top of his lungs. Dougal remembered to close his eyes tight. The flash from the device's detonation was so bright that even through his eyelids, it nearly blinded him. Dougal blinked away the few dots before his eyes and saw the Char all around the clearing, clutching their faces, snarling in pain and frustration. This would not be a fair fight, he knew, but it never had been. Dougal's blade slid easily into the neck of the Char who had cut him, and then came right back out again, along with the Char's last breath. Another Char came stumbling at Dougal, swinging his sword blindly, while homing in on his dying friend's final cry. Dougal steeled himself to the task, waited for the right moment, and then ran the Char through. Riona slew 3 of the Char herself with the quick efficiency of a warrior who had seen far too much of battle and wanted this one to end quickly. Colleen intoned a spell that caused 3 more of their assailants to rot to death before her eyes. Crank spilled no blood, instead rooting around in his pack for some other trick to use. Golik regained his natural form, pulled his axe from Bladebreaker's chest, and used it to split the last of the enemy Char in half. Ember stood amid the carnage, roaring in frustration. She snatched up Bladebreaker's sword and waved it at the dying Char. She did not use it against them. "This did not have to happen," she shouted at the other Char, not caring if any of them would still hear her. "You did not have to die. If you had just listened to me, we could have been on our way, and you would have lived to try your luck against Ebonhawk another day." Then she pierced Bladebreaker with his own blade. Again, silence in the valley, save for the falling mire behind them. Dougal came over to stand near Ember, although he stayed out of reach of her blade. "I know how you feel. I felt the same about the Vanguard in the sewer," he said. "That's nothing like this," Ember said. "Except that it is exactly," Riona said from over near the pond. She wiped her blade clean before returning it to its scabbard. "No, it's not," Ember snarled. "You regret killing your people. I regret that my people were so foolish. Let us leave them to the scavengers." "Not all of them are foolish," said Dougal, and as if to punctuate his words, distant horns sounded. A Char unit on the march. "That's another patrol of the Blood Legion," said Ember. "They expect a response." She moved among the bodies and pulled a slightly bent war horn among the corpses. She raised it to her lips. Riona took a step forward, but Dougal stopped her from saying anything. Ember let out a long, low blast, repeating the notes from the first horn they heard. There was a pause, then the distant horn sounded again. apparently in a different direction. Farther off, there was a similar response. That bought us some time, said Ember. They won't know anything is amiss until the day's end, when the warbands return to camp. When they find that this warband had been slaughtered, they'll set out to hunt us down and kill us all. Dougal glanced up. The sun had finally topped their canyon valley and turned the spattering waterfall into a rainbow of gems. They would have to find a secure place quickly. In that case, he said, we'd better get moving. Chapter 17. The fetid stream from the sewer pond seeped into the dank mire before they even left the valley. They hugged the mountain's foothills, trying not to attract any attention, while putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the grated sewer pipe. The day was warmer now, and the filth that permeated their clothes and hair stiffened and flaked off, losing none of its pungency in the process. Dougal was pleased that the char sense of smell was not as vaunted as the legend said, but was aware that even a group of Azura with cold heads could smell them from a league away. Bah, said Gulick, swatting a small cloud of flies that had adopted his offal-stained braids. You would think we were Grawl, for all that these flies love us. More importantly, we need to find cover for the rest of the day, said Ember. This area is riddled with box canyons, like the one that the sewer led out of. On occasion, one of our war bands would investigate them as an excuse to get out of the sun. This way, suggested Colleen, pointing at a particularly nondescript cleft in the stone. Your dream? Said Riona. Something like that, said the Sylvari, but she sounded distracted. The haze of the morning had thickened as they moved, and now a thick layer of grim clouds covered the steel-gray sky. Ember led them up a gully cut by a shallow creek and discovered a pool at the far end. They waded into the water, fully clothed, and rinsed out the worst of the foulness, then changed and laid out the wet clothes to dry. They nestled there under the shelter of the gully's winding walls, checking and drying their weapons and armor, and gnawing on cold rations. Ember bit off a short curse. Bathing in that sewer destroyed half my powder. I don't know if I can trust the rest. She swept the damp cartridges off the rock she was using as a work table and carefully repacked the remaining shot and powder. I used paper soaked in beeswax, suggested Cranks, snapping the wetness out of his muck-spattered hat. Didn't lose a thing. I know we're all exhausted, but we should only rest for a few hours before pressing on, said Riona. Dougal shook his head. The char patrols are most active during the day, and that's when they can see the farthest. You saw those hills in the distance. When we came out, a char lookout atop one of those can see for miles in any direction, and once they spot us, we're in trouble. Absolutely right, said Ember. We should stay here until dusk. We have a long path ahead of us, and the rest will do us good. Dougal looked at Riona and said, about the chains. Riona held up a hand. Don't say it. She shook her head. What's done is done. If we break down into might have beens and recriminations, we'll be worse off than we are now. Dougal nodded. Still, they might be alive. They were doing their duty, said Ember, and foolish enough to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. The same as the Blade Warband. There was no camp back there at the sewer entrance. They were on patrol. Their bad luck and their bad judgment. It's not like they were part of your warband, said Riona, or even your legion, am I right? Ember hesitated. No, she said at last, they were not. Dougal narrowed his eyes at Ember. Char seemed to value their ranks and their legions highly. Braidbreaker identified his legion from the start. You didn't, so, grunted Ember. So what legion is yours? Asked Dougal. It does not matter, said Ember. I work for the Vigil now. Dougal pressed harder. Is there a reason you won't say? Ember remained silent. She slid Bladebreaker's sword, now cleaned and oiled, back into her scabbard. It fit well enough. Are you sure people weren't looking at my little surprise when it went off? Crank said, with a nasty chuckle. Because you all seem blind. Look at her armor. Look at her mannerisms. She's from the Ash Legion, or I'm a Skrit. Are you sure? Riona asked. I thought they were all assassins and spies. Ember shot a withering look, but Dougal stared at Ember. Now that he thought about it, she did look like an Ash Legionnaire. Her dark clothing, her wiry build, her style of killing, it all added up. Not all of them are spies and assassins, Dougal said. Just the more successful ones. Iron Legion tends to attract warbands with a flair for explosives and weapons. Blood Legion gathers the stronger, more violent types. Flame Legion still has most spellcasters and shamans of any group. Riona strode over to confront the Char. Then tell us, who are you really working for, Crusader Doomforge? Dougal expected the Char to react typically, leaping to her feet and snarling threat. Instead, she remained seated and just looked up at Riona. My orders come from General Soulkeeper. Those orders are to find the Claw of the Conqueror and return it to her. But who is your real master? I have no master, Ember growled. Yes, the Azura is correct. I am part of the Ash Legion. Doom Warband. My Imperator is Malice Sword Shadow. She personally sent me to serve with the Vigil. She knew that I would prove valuable there. To who?
asked Riona. Ember shifted uncomfortably. The Soul Keeper, of course, and to the Ash Legion as well. So you've been spying on the vigil for the Ash Legion? Dougal asked. Ember paused for a moment and then nodded. General Soulkeeper knew this from the moment I reported to her. She is no fool. And she let you go on with your charade despite this. Riona's tone betrayed her disbelief. Ember nodded. She got what she wanted, an effective soldier ready to do her bidding, and she gave Imperator Sword Shadow what she wanted, a direct report on the Vigil's activities from someone she could trust. Their interests do not conflict. No harm is done. But if it had been, would you have cared? Said Colleen. I don't care much to work with spies, observed Golik. Only a fool trusts someone who lies for a living. Riona shook her head. It is impossible to keep many masters. Eventually you must decide where your loyalty lies. Ember responded. Then we are fortunate we have not reached that stage yet. There was a long moment of silence then. Dougal broke it. Sword Shadow is part of the Truce faction. That's it. Isn't it? That's why there's no conflict. I could not say, said Ember. We did not discuss the matter. Because if it were known that Sword Shadows supported it, there'd be direct opposition from the other legions, continued Dougal. Ember nodded and said, there are many, among all the legions, who would accept a truce if couched in the proper terms. But at the same time, there are many who would seek to reconcile with the Flame Legion. The rising bile in her voice indicated where she stood on the issue. Dougal nodded. There are those among the humans who would see us succeed, and those who would prefer to see us fail as well. Cranks coughed and said, which brings up some things I've been thinking about. The gathered group looked around the Azura. He was frowning and turning his hat in his hands as he spoke. When you lot came through the gate from Divinity's Reach, the Vanguard wasn't supposed to be there. It was supposed to be Seraph guards who were manning the post this morning, and I had an arrangement, if you want to call it that, with their officer of the day. I didn't notice that the Vanguard were still on the walls until after you came through, and all fresh hell broke loose. He looked around the group, and his eyes eventually fell on Riona. Somehow, word of your arrival preceded you. Riona's back stiffened. Are you saying we have a spy among us? I thought we determined that, said Colleen. That would be Ember. Dougal shushed her. That would be a conclusion to which I would not immediately jump, said Cranks. But since you broached the matter, let us have at it. Who else knows about your recent activities? Riona sat down and thought about it. Almora, of course. A clam, said Cranks. A veritable stone. She barely gives enough information to her subordinates, much less some outside forces. Others than the Vigil then, said Riona, and Ember slowly nodded in agreement. A good possibility, said Cranks, but Almora also tends to recruit driven, dedicated men and women. He looked at Ember, then at Riona, then said, you snuck out this morning, Riona. Where did you go? You don't think... Riona started, her voice rising. Riona went scouting, said Dougal quickly. He didn't want the others to know about her doubts and second thoughts in this matter. Not at this time, on top of everything else. She thought there was some way down off the walls. That is where we found her. Not 5 minutes from your door. She was concerned that you might not return, or that I might buy my own safety for your own, said Cranks sharply. Don't be shy. I know Azura that would sell out their own birth parents for a safe bunk and a solid sinecure. I could have brought the Vanguard back with me, if that had been my intention, and spared us all the stroll through the sewers. I could have done the same, I suppose, said Riona. And then there's this shared dream the Sylvari has. Colleen started. It doesn't work like that, finished Dougal, his brow furrowed. Agreed. We've been moving around so much on little sleep that I haven't thought about much about what is bothering me all of this time. He turned to Golik, who was resting against a large boulder, watching the others talk. How did you find me? The Nord blanched visibly, as if Dougal had struck him. What do you mean? In Divinity's Reach, said Dougal. I arrived there, and within a day you were in my room, drunk and loaded for bear. Golik smiled weakly. I thought we'd gotten beyond all of that. Surely our experience since have convinced you of my good intentions. How did you know? Dougal asked, pressing hard now. Golik's lips disappeared as the Norn obviously thought about how to phrase things, then abandoned any hope for disassembling and said, the Azura. Me? Said Cranks, surprised. The other one, said Golik. The one that was with you and Guido when she died. Clag, said Colleen, and she made the name sound like a curse. Clag? Said Cranks. Clag, said Golik, snapping his fingers as the memory settled in. He came to me. I had been drinking. The Salty Dog was the tavern, I think. Told me what a wretch and a scoundrel you were, and that you claimed all the credit in the battle that cost my dear cousin her life, that you denied her story, and then he told me where to find you. He wound you up and let you loose, said Cranks. Sounds like an Azura to me. I did say I was sorry about all that, said Golik. That is the reason I wanted to help you. After I sobered up. Did Clag tell you how he knew where I was? Said Dougal. At that moment, I was not concerned with such details, said Gulick. And yet he knew, said Riona. If Clag knew where Dougal was, what else did he know about the Vigil safe house? Yeah, Dougal said. And did he get to Ebonhawk before us? Azura come through the gate all the time, said Cranks. None of them were named Clag, but that means nothing. He could have just walked right in under my nose. All of this is meaningless now, said Ember. Assuming that this Azura was hunting you, we probably lost him back in Ebonhawk. I would like to see him follow us through those sewers and down that cliff. The sewers, said Riona. We met the gate guards there as well. I'm aware of that, said Cranks. It is not outside the realm of possibility, though it would require more initiative than I've seen from most Ebonhawkers, present company and all that. He waved at Dougal and Riona. But add the fact that the Char Patrol was just waiting for us at the bottom of that waterfall. We just dropped into their laps. But none of them seem to know exactly what our merry band is up to, said Dougal. Neither the Vanguard nor the Warband. It is possible, said Riona, that someone knows something is going on, but not sure what it is. There are those that would be opposed to any cooperation between the Char and the humans, regardless of purpose, or who merely don't like not knowing, said Cranks. A silence descended on the group, broken only by Gulick's deep yawn. Right, said Dougal. Now that we've pounded this subject flat, let's get some rest. I'll stand watch for the first few hours. Not alone, said Ember. I'll stay up, said Colleen. Cranks has been up since we met and probably needs rest. That's the smartest thing I've heard since I last opened my mouth, said Cranks, lying down and using his lumpy backpack as a pillow. He dropped his hat over his face and was asleep in an instant. I could use rest as well, said Riona. She leaned over Dougal and softly whispered, thanks. Then she found a comfortable spot not too far from where Ember curled up on herself and was soon breathing deeply herself. Dougal looked at Riona and wondered how long this calm would last before their next storm. Probably until he did something she didn't like, he thought. He looked near the entrance to their small oasis, and Colleen was there, cross-legged in the sun and perfectly still. She could be asleep or dead, for all outward appearance showed. He walked over and saw that although her eyes were open, her eyelids did not move. She did not blink. Dougal wondered if the Sylvari did that to reassure other races. Dougal cleared his throat, and Colleen closed her eyes, then opened them again. Suddenly, they were luminous and full of life once more. Is there a problem, Dougal Keen? You said. Do you think me a spy? No, said Dougal, but I do want to talk to you about what you did back there with the guard. When? She dropped her chin to her chest in a very human impersonation of a pout. I meant no harm. It was the same thing I did before beneath Lion's Ark with that skeleton, and it served the same purpose, to set off a trap so that way we would not suffer from it. But as a result, now Crusader Riona is irritated at me. She looked at him with her luminous eyes. As I suspect you are. Not irritated, said Dougal, disturbed. Necromancers among the humans have been considered rather unsettling for centuries, even though they work in the magic like elementalists and mesmers and other practitioners. And yet, among my people, it's just another type of magic, said Colleen. No different than divination or golemancy or any kind of strange mathematical offshoots that the Azura practice. I think that's part of it, said Dougal. The Azura look strange, so they aren't really judged the same way. You look a bit more like us, and therefore, he let his voice trail off, unsure where to go next. When we act differently, it reminds you of how separate we really are as people, she said. Pretty much, said Dougal. In the future, I want you to think about how others will react to what you do. So you're saying, Colleen said, you don't want me to turn you into a zombie once you die. I think the others would be disturbed by that, said Dougal. And you shouldn't turn any of them into undead either. Not even Ember, said Colleen, her words bellied by her smile. Not even Ember, said Dougal. If you wish, said Colleen, and turned her back to watch the entrance niche to the valley. Good, said Dougal. And when Colleen did not add anything, he walked a couple of paces away and added, good. He found his own spot in the shade from which to watch both Colleen and the entrance, as well as the others. It was as close to tranquility as he could hope to find, here beyond the walls of Ebonhawk, on the verge of enemy territory. He shook his head. Gulick was right. The differences of this group could tear it apart. Ember was loyal to the Ash Legion, known for their secretive ways. Riona was both warm and cold to him by turn, and probably was going through all the same conflicting feelings he felt. Colleen was sometimes brilliant, sometimes out of step with everyone else. He knew nothing about cranks, other than he had just gotten them out of a sealed city, and Gulick himself seemed much deeper than his bumpkin Norn exterior appeared. What more was going on with him as well? Dougal let out a deep sigh and wondered how they could even reach Ascalon City, much less find the claw, even if it was where he thought it was. He did not mean to fall asleep in the warm afternoon shade, but Colleen suddenly there, touching him on the shoulder. I thought I should wake you first, she said. I didn't want the others know you drifted off. Dougal stood up, yawned, and checked the sun. The shadows of the valley wall were just touching the far side of the veil, but it would be several hours before it was dark enough to move. Stretching, he stumbled off to wake Riona and Ember, and then get himself some guiltless sleep.
Chapter 18. Keep moving, Ember growled the words through her fangs as she forged through the darkness of the mountainside and into the vast valley of Ascalon below. If one of those patrols catches sight of us, we're finished. The moon was filled out now, and even behind its shroud of pallid clouds, its light made travel easy. The Char led the way through the shattered landscape, and Dougal chased right after her, with Riona nipping at his heels. Colleen came next, moving her shorter legs faster just so she could keep up. In the rear, Golok had given up trying to hustle the even shorter Cranks along, and had scooped up the Azura and set him to ride on the Norn's broad shoulders. "Wolf's teeth," said Golok, a little too loud. "We should turn this hunt around and kill them all instead." "Shush," Riona said. "They can find us as easily by sound as sight." "Bring them on," Golok said, louder than ever. "I will bathe in their blood." Cranks rapped the Norn in the ear. "This is simple math," Cranks said. "There are 6 of us. Each warband has up to 20 members. Ember, how many warbands are there in southern Ascalon?" The Char answered without looking back. "The Iron Legion has centered here since being charged with the siege of Ebonhawk. They and the Blood Legion both have responsibility for the patrols. Count in some Ash Legion detachments as scouts. Probably hundreds of warbands roam this region." "Right, that makes for thousands of Char wandering these lands. What happens when one of them finds us?" "And they say that the Azura are as smart as Raven," Golok laughed. "We kill them, of course." "I'm sure we will. But what will they do first?" asked Cranks. "Quiver before our might. And quake too." Frustrated, Cranks spoke slowly, enunciating each word. "They'll make noise. They'll sound the alarm. They'll bring more of their kind." "Raven's eye. I do believe you're right." Golok tried to keep a straight face. "So," Crank said, ignoring the word's bemused expression, "discretion is the better part of battle." "Valor," corrected the Azura. "And why might that be?" Cranks grabbed his head with his hands and nearly fell off of Golok's shoulders. "It means that it's better to understand what you're up against before you get into a fight. It involves gathering intelligence, thinking broadly, and figuring the odds." "Fine, friend Cranks." Golok twisted his neck to grin up in the Azura's direction. "I shall permit you to do the figuring and tell me when a battle is too odd." Cranks clapped his hand over his mouth to keep from cursing. Dougal chuckled as he strove to keep up with Ember. The Char was as fast and as nimble as a mountain cat, and she had a longer gait, so keeping pace with her, even in the darkness, took some sweat. The ground was fairly open, dotted by small crops of trees and the foundations of ancient habitations. Occasionally there would be a weathered crater, a remnant of a centuries-old battle between the humans and the Char. Sometimes the center of the crater was empty, and sometimes the water that had gathered in the hollow winked like a crystal in the wan light. The grass reached up to Dougal's calves, and in the daytime probably sported a host of wildflower blossoms. They kept to the moonlit sides of the hills, risking detection to keep from spilling into unseen pitfalls and gullies. The 6 moved silently through the dusk and into the night, now not speaking unless necessary. The blue-white shades of the shrouded moon were only interrupted by the towers of flame erupting from the distant Char camps. These lit the undersides of the clouds, and the reflection of that light washed everything in a faint, fiery orange. Sometime after midnight, Ember signaled for a halt. The others froze and then followed her to hunker down in the shadows of a skeletal Char war wagon, its frame long since scavenged for parts and left rusting in the moonlight. Silently, she pointed towards a torch that she had seen burning in the night. As they remained hidden, it wound closer. Dougal glanced over to see Golok fingering his axe, ready to leap into action at the slightest hint that they had been spotted. Colleen put her hand on the Norn's wrist, which looked like a child reaching out to hold her father's hand, and he stopped. As the torch drew closer, Dougal heard a number of Char voices growling and snarling at each other. The voices grew louder for a while and then tapered off as the torchlight faded in the distance, and then it seemed safe. Dougal tapped Ember on the elbow, and she nodded and stood up. They spoke in whispers. "That was a patrol from the Iron Legion," she said. "Were they looking for us?" asked Dougal. Ember shook her head. "No, not yet." Dougal had to agree. There was no tension among the Iron Legion Char. They moved like night watchmen making their regular rounds, neither expecting trouble nor encountering any. They waited another 10 minutes before Ember gave the signal to head out. As a gray dawn threatened to break over the mountains far to the east, Ember steered them to higher ground and found a cave for them to hide in. "Wolf's haunches. I do not care for burrowing into a dredge hole," Gulick said. Riona nodded. If a patrol finds us here, we'll have no place to run. This is Ascalon, said Ember. We char own every bit of it, but the place we came from and the place we're going to. There are no places for us to run. At least it'll be cool, said Cranks. My next research project must include methods for capturing this incredible heat that the Norn give off when exerting themselves. And the cave mouth faces south, so I can see the sun, Colleen said with a smile. And there's a great view, said Dougal. He gazed back over where they had been, far to the south. He could still see peaks of the mountains in which Evanhawk nestled. The mountains had given way to gentler foothills, like the one that they were holding up in now. Once there had been forests here, but the war had ravaged the earth, and now verdant grasses had covered these rolling lands. Dougal had not come this way out to Ascalon City the first time around. 5 years earlier, he and his friends had crossed through the Shiver Peaks instead, but he had studied maps of Ascalon for much of his life. On the other side of the hill, he knew the land would become even easier until he and the others would find themselves racing across wide open plains. Then they would be at the most vulnerable, with few places to hide, but if they stuck to moving at night, he thought they might be able to manage it. Get as much rest as you can, said Ember. We will move out at noon. What? Why? Asked Dougal. Before he could say more, Gulick cut him off with a tremendous snore that echoed through the cave. Riona nodded and spoke up, to be heard over the rumbling. I thought you said that traveling during the day would be dangerous. Yes, but we are close to the Dragon Brand, Ember said. We would be better off not attempting to cross it at night. Riona caught Dougal's eye and signaled that she would take the first shift today, along with Ember. He was too tired to realize that there wouldn't be a second, and he had leaned against the back of the cave and tried to ignore the Norn snoring. The time passed so fast that when Dougal woke up, he felt as if he had not slept at all. He felt a hand covering his mouth, and his eyes flew wide open to see Riona hunched before him, a finger pressed to her lips. After Dougal nodded that he understood, Riona removed her hand from his face, and he sat up. She stood up and beckoned him to follow her. They crept past Ember, who watched them silently with her large eyes, then rose to follow them. Riona led Dougal to the mouth of the cave, where she knelt down and pointed at a pair of pale figures meandering up the hill in the light of the breaking dawn. Dougal rubbed the sleep from his eyes, squinted down at the figures, an old shepherd and his young apprentice. For a heartbeat, he wondered how such people could have possibly brought their flock this deep into Ascalon, and he even gazed around, looking for the sheep. Then he realized what the shepherds really were. Dougal signaled for Riona to follow him back into the cave. When they reached Ember, they spoke in whispers. They're ghosts, Dougal said. They must have been working in the fields around here when Adalburn brought down the foe fire. Riona rasped, and their spirits have been trapped here for over 2 centuries? Horrible. They seem harmless, said Ember. Dougal shook his head. Anything but. I run into a lot of ghosts in my line of work, but restless spirits have some sort of reason for hanging around a place. An unfinished task, a wrong that needs to be righted, and so on. They're often coherent, and you can hold a reasonable conversation with them. They can be obsessive or angry, but they're sane. Sane for ghosts, at least. And those two are not? Asked Riona. The spirits created by the foe fire are frozen in time. To them, it's still the day of the foe fire. Adalburn is still their king, and the Char are still threatening at the gates. Like in Ebenhawk today, said Riona softly, but both Dougal and Ember ignored her. Dougal continued, when they run into somebody still alive, they see that person as Char, or at best, an ally of the Char. It doesn't matter who or what the person really is. It could be Queen Jenna herself or a Silvari. To them, each person who invades their space is Char. The foe fire killed every human in the entire country, Ember said. The Sorcerer King's atrocity extended far beyond his city walls. Dougal nodded. It affected every bit of the nation except for Ebenhawk. What should we do about them? Riona asked. Nothing, unless they come into the cave, Dougal said. We do not need to fight with them. That's too bad, Ember said. She moved back into the cave and picked up Bladebreaker's sword. The 2 humans followed her. You can't tell me you're going to hunt those ghosts down, Riona said, shocked. I don't need to, Ember said, pointing her snout over Dougal's shoulder. They're already here. As Dougal spun around, the 2 spirits entered the cave and froze there in its mouth. They looked much as Dougal supposed they had in their breathing days, but with every ounce of life drained out of them. They were pale reflections of their former selves, and they trailed wisps of pale bluish ectoplasm behind them, as if blasted by the wind only they could feel. It made them look as they were constantly burning, and the way their faces contorted with rage and pain only added to that impression. Char, the old shepherd's ghost said. He brought his crooked staff forward and unleashed an inhuman screech. Kill them! The young shepherd drew his sword at his hip and charged forward, matching the other ghost's cry in a horrible harmony that Dougal feared might make his ears bleed. The others in the cave awoke in an instant. None of them, including Dougal and Riona, could do a thing before Ember threw herself between the two ghosts and began slashing about, her blade and claws cutting clean through their spectral forms as if they were no more than mist. Ghost twin screeches rose higher and higher in pitch until Dougal felt his eyes starting to roll back in their socket. Ember's snarls and growls added to the cacophony. Ember yelped as the ghost's pale weapons passed through her, not breaking her skin, but harming her just the same. The ghost screamed as her claws and swords cut through them. Her strikes drew no blood, but with every swipe they dragged away more of the glowing ectoplasm that made up their ghostly figures, diminishing them more each time. Riona grabbed her own sword, but Dougal held the others back with a raised hand. If we try to help her, she'll wind up slashing us too, he said. To the others, he shouted, gather your things and get ready to move. When Cranks, Colleen, and Gulick hesitated, he turned towards them and barked, now! Ember spun around like a wolf, flailing all around her, and doing her best to ignore the pain when the ghost struck her back. Soon, the older ghost dissipated entirely. The younger ghost howled in the grip of his insane fury and redoubled his attack. With only a single foe now, Ember concentrated on taking the ghost apart. Dougal realized that if the shepherds had been living, Ember would have killed each of them several times over by now. As it was, the others were ready to leave by the time she managed to dispatch the second apparition. Dougal scooped up Ember's pack. Are you alright? He asked as she staggered over to him. I'll be fine, she said as she took her pack from him. It only hurts when I breathe. I think I have something in my pack to help, said Cranks, unlimbering his satchel. The chargist waved him away. Ghosts hurt the soul more than the flesh, though they are no less deadly. Well done, Gulick said. You made quick work of those spirits. I only wish I'd been allowed to destroy them myself. You'll get your chance if we don't get out of here fast, said Dougal. It is difficult to really kill a ghost. He pointed to the swirling gray mist still moving about the cave's entrance. They'll reform in a matter of minutes. Maybe less. Let's not be here when that happens, Crank said as he crawled onto the Norn's shoulders again. I'd love to be able to remain here and study them for a while, Colleen said. They probably used this cave as a resting place when they were tending their sheep. We have our mission to think of first, Riona said as she headed for the cave's mouth. Moving fast in the growing muddy dawn, Ember led the group around the cave's entrance to the crest of a hill. As they topped the hill, the sun cleared the horizon and Dougal saw the dragon brand for the first time. He felt as if he had been stabbed. If the arrival of the ghosts had disturbed him, witnessing the damage done to Ascalon shook him to the bone. While the hilltop they were on stood in sunshine, to the north a ribbon of storm stretched from one side of the sky to the other. Dougal thought he could see a bit of daylight peeking out on the far side of the storm, but to the north and the west, the darkness stretched out to the horizon. The storm seemed like a river that flowed from the north to the west. The thunderheads scuttling over it ignored the prevailing winds in the rest of the region and raced along the same path like logs being pulled downstream through a set of rapids. Lightning arced through the storm clouds, thunder rolled along the ribbon and out across the surrounding lands. Now that he saw this, Dougal knew that he heard that noise while he had been trying to sleep, but had simply chalked it off to Gulick's snoring. Rain fell in some patches in some sections of the wide ribbon, but not in others, and the lightning paid it no mind, zapping down from the sky wherever it liked. The terrain below the clouds disturbed Dougal the most. The land had turned entirely into sharp, angled crystals that appeared to glow with power, although Dougal could not tell if that light was simply reflecting from the sun or actually came from within. Bent and twisted amethyst trees stood by the side of frozen cobalt streams that rolled through the landscape, covered with scattered scrub brushes and patches of grass, all transformed into crystals, both fragile and sharp. Where the ground was bare, it was twisted upon itself in gray lava-like swirls and dotted with half-shattered bubbles that looked like hatched ebony eggs clustered at the base of the glittering trees. Lightning smashed down into one of those trees and it exploded into uncountable fragments of amethyst. The crystal shards tinked against the glassy landscape as they cascaded to the ground and shattered again and again until they formed a gray-violet dust that coated everything near where the tree had once been. Ember elbowed Dougal. I thought you had been here before. We came through the Shiver Peaks, he replied. In any case, that was before all this. Colleen goggled at the scene. How terrifying, she said softly, and yet starkly beautiful. When she saw the others staring at her, she said, a dragon did this? Yes, Crank said, once more perched atop Gulick's shoulders, and without any effort at all. Its name was Kralkatorrik. The creature is such an aberration that this is what happened to the land. It simply flew over. It didn't even have to touch it. Bear, snow leopard, raven, and wolf, said Gulick. He spoke quietly as if his voice might invite more destruction. It's horrific. horrific, said Riona aghast. A crime against nature. Dougal nodded. This is why we're doing this, right? If we don't find a way to work together, we don't stand a chance against the creature that did this. Statistically, we don't have much of a chance no matter what we do, said Crank. When Riona scowled at him, he added, but uniting the people against the dragons would elevate us from no chance at all to very little chance instead. Without a word, Ember did one thing that every fiber of Dougal's body screamed at him not to do. She launched herself down the hill and towards that raw, crystal-packed wound in the world. A moment later, he found himself loping after her, along with the rest of the group. The path to the Dragon Brand was wide and easy, the smoothest going since the team had left Ebonhawk behind. The sun shone down on their head, and the grass around them swayed in a gentle wind like waves in the sea. It felt good to be out in the open air and sunshine again. Dougal glanced at Colleen. She had seemed a bit off after having to spend so much time in the darkness of the night and then in the shade of the cave. Now, though, she grinned from ear to ear, seeming one with the nature through which she passed. Looking at her, Dougal couldn't help but smile himself. It didn't take long to reach the Dragon Brand. It seemed as if the corrupted landscape sensed that they were coming and gathered itself closer to be able to entrap them faster. Or maybe it was just how Dougal tried to treasure his last few moments in the untouched land that made time slip by so fast. Ember came to a halt on the edge of the Dragon Brand. Just before she had reached the border of the purplish crystalline obscenity, the others fell into rank alongside her, each of them staring out across the twisted atrocity to wonder what horrors it might hide from them. Then, after drawing a deep breath, Ember stepped into the weird landscape, and the others followed. The glassy grass crunched to dust under their feet, and soon the shards of it became deep enough to cover their ankles. The air crackled with electricity that made Dougal's hair lift up. Although he could see no threats, he sensed danger from every angle. He drew his sword and saw the others ready their weapons too. This is fascinating, said Colleen. It's as if all these plants have been frozen in their state between life and death. Do you think they still grow? Not after we step on them, said Crank. I wonder how this works, the Sylvari said. It's so curious. She picked up a sapphire blossom from an amethyst bush and watched it slowly crumble in her hand. Let's keep moving, said Dougal. The sooner we're through this place, the better. Bear's blood, said Gulick. This is all very strange, but it can't be worse than Ascalon City itself, can it? There was the distant, faint sound of an explosion, and something skipped up the ground in front of the Norn's feet. Once it had been a standing pool of water, but now cracks spiderwebbed from where the bullet had shattered it. Dougal spun around to see where the shot had been fired from, but Ember had already spotted the source. There, she said, pointing back the way they had came. A Char warband stood on the edge of the Dragon Brand. 10 soldiers, all told, heavily armored and ready for battle. The warrior in front raised his rifle and sword, and the others echoed his call. Run, Crank said, batting Gulick on the top of his head. The Norn laughed and pulled his axe. If they've already seen us, my tiny friend, then the time for stealth is over. He hefted his weapon in response to the challenge. Wolf's teeth, the time for battle has begun. Hold it, Dougal said. He cast a wary eye over the warband. They don't seem to be charging. The battle lust danced in Gulick's eyes. Then we shall take the battle to them. Ember grabbed the Norn's elbow before he could stomp off to fight. If they meant to fight us, they would have attacked already. The other Char of the warband were scrambling with their rifles as well. Ho ho! The Norn beamed with pride. They are wiser than they would seem to fear to engage us in battle. I don't think it's us they're afraid of, said Riona. They just don't want to come in here. Maybe they know something we don't, Dougal said, as he glanced around them. There's another warband coming from the northeast, said Ember, and it looks like one in the southwest, said Riona. We need to keep moving, Dougal said. Another distant pop, another shot puffed the earth next to him. Right now. The 3 warbands, all on the closer side of the tortured strip of land, now sounded horns to each other. Their message was clear. Without a word, Ember turned to the northwest and started off again. The others fell into step behind her, the Norn and his Azura passenger last. By the wolf's whimper, Gulick growled. Only cowards run from such a fight. Don't think of it as running away from that fight, Crank said. Think of it as running towards a bigger one. The Norn let out a deep chuckle. I do enjoy your wisdom. I still don't like it, Dougal said, keeping pace with Riona and Ember. What could be in here that would be so terrifying to keep 3 warbands of Char from coming after us? Riona smirked at this. Let's hope we don't have to find out. The gunfire behind them intensified, but at this range, they were minimal target, and the worst it did was shatter some of the glass foliage near them. None of the shots came close to hitting anyone. But it didn't seem as if the Char were trying very hard. Hold it, Dougal said. Ember skidded to a halt in the shattered purple grass, and the others following her did the same. What is it? Char said. Dougal shaded his eyes and gazed to the southwest. There, he said. They're not shooting at us anymore. Look. The 2 Char warbands at the southern edge of the brand had joined together and were busy unloading their rifles into a crystalline hill hunkered to their east. It was a larger target, Dougal noted, but it had no effect on them and their fight. I hadn't seen anything this odd since I stumbled upon that Hylic fertility ritual, Golik said. Dougal knew exactly then what was happening. He'd heard tales of minions created by the elder dragons to execute their will, and anyone who might trespass upon their lands. Here in the Dragon Brand, they stood squarely in the Crystal Dragon's territory. Its passage had scarred the land and claimed it as its own. It stood to reason the creatures that lived here would belong to the Crystal Dragon too. We need to get out of here right now, Dougal said, grabbing Ember's shoulder. She shrugged him off with a growl. We should get to the far side of that hill for cover. No, Dougal said. We need to head in the other direction as fast as possible. We can't go back to the south, said Riona. Those warbands will tear us to pieces. Colleen put a hand up to Dougal's arm. What's wrong? She said. Dougal stabbed a finger in the direction of the hill, which had started to shudder. That. As they watched, the hill continued to quiver, as if shaken by an earthquake, although the land that they had stood upon seemed as solid as ever. A terrible noise sprang up from the hill. It sounded like thousands of glass shattering at once, and then the hill raised its head and opened its eyes. Chapter 19. Run, snapped Riona. Run for the northern edge. Ember sped off to the north at a dead sprint, with Riona chasing straight after her. Dougal took Colleen's hand and pulled her along as he followed them. Golik stood and watched the hill rise. Cranks pounded on his head. Time to go, the Azura said. Raven's beak, the Norn said. It's beautiful. He hefted his axe before him. This shall be my greatest triumph, or the tragic end of my tale. Dougal glanced back over his shoulder and saw the Norn still standing there. Golik, he shouted. Come on, join me here, or farewell, the Norn shouted. From this foe, I shall not turn. Dougal hauled up short, and Colleen along with him. Damned heroes, Dougal said. He's going to get them both killed. The hill shuddered one last time, and then clambered to its feet. Although shaped like a man, the resemblance ended there. It stood 3 times as tall as the Norn, appeared to have been formed from a stack of priceless diamonds the size of boulders. Twin spots sparkled on its face where its eyes would be, but it bore no mouth, nose, or ears. What it had been before the passing of Kralkatorrik was unknown, but now it was that dragon's champion, guardian of this land of twisted black rock and crystal forests. The creature's limbs scraped against each other as it pulled itself to its full height, and the horrible noise set Dougal's teeth on edge. Golik stood there before it, his rumbling laughter reverberating in the crystals all around as he thumbed his axe. We talked about discretion, remember? Cranks yelled at the Norn. We have bigger things to do. Golik leaned backwards as he craned his neck to look up at the unfolding creature and laugh. Bigger than that? I think not. Unbalanced, Crank smacked Golik on the head one more time and then slipped from the Norn's shoulders. He's insane, the Azura shouted as he raced after Dougal and Colleen. True, Dougal said with grudging admiration, but I wouldn't bet against him. Once Crank's was clear, Golik stalked towards the dragon minion, hunting for an opening for his first blow. He moved left, then right, and watched how the minion traced his movements. Anxious to get to the battle, Golik chopped down a crystal sapling in his path. It collapsed in a shower of shards. The minion locked on the Norn with its glowing eyes, then leaned towards him and charged. Each of the minion's steps thundered against the crystal terrain and brought cracks of lightning crashing down nearby. Although it seemed slow, its long legs covered ground fast, and it was upon Golik before Dougal could blink. The minion drew back a blunt-fisted arm and brought it down at Golik with devastating speed. The Norn leapt to one side to avoid the blow and then smashed into the ground instead. Before the minion could ready another attack, Golik took his axe in a double-handed grip and swung it at the creature's leg. The limb cracked straight through to the knee, and when the minion tried to take a step forward, it left its lower leg behind. Unbalanced by the surprising loss of its leg, the creature swayed for a moment and then toppled forward. Dougal saw what was about to happen, and he shouted for Golik to get out of the way. The minion was too large, though, and the Norn too slow, and the bulk of the creature came right down on top of him, crushing him under its phenomenal weight. Dougal stared at the scene in shock. He had thought Golik was crazy for trying to take on the creature, but somewhere in his heart, he hadn't believed that the much larger-than-life Norn could lose the fight, especially not so quickly. Crank smacked Dougal on the leg as he passed, then sprinted away. Run, the Azura called back over his shoulder. Dougal turned back towards the hulking beast, looking for some sign that Golik had survived the creature collapsing upon him. That was when he realized that Colleen was no longer beside him. The Sylvari raced forward, and now standing before the minion, carving the air in an intricate pattern to fashion a spell. Dougal stopped and cupped his hands around his mouth to shout at the Sylvari. Colleen, forget it. He's gone. No, she said, still concentrating on her spell. Her face ceased in concentration. He can't die. I won't let that happen. Glowing blackness stretched from Colleen's hands to encircle the minion, turning the shadows of its flesh to a brilliant white and its glittering hide to night. The creature froze for a moment and then threw its arms over its head, as if letting loose a silent scream. Hope soared in Dougal's heart, but it came crashing down an instant later, when the blackness around the creature cracked, and the minion slammed its arms back down into the twisted landscape, unfazed by the incantation. Dougal glanced back to see Riona, Ember, and Krax in the distance. They had stopped running, probably locked in their own argument about returning. He turned to see the minion bearing down on Colleen, slowed only slightly by the fact that Golok had removed one of its legs below the knee. The Sylvari scrambled backwards, but even on its knees, the minion was gaining on her. Dougal cursed. It was one thing to let Golok take a stand against the minion by itself. He was a Norn, and more importantly, a Norn was a veteran of many battles and who hoped for a legendary death. Colleen, for all her strangeness, was guilty of nothing other than helping a friend. "On my way," he shouted, and charged forward to help the Sylvari. Dougal drew his black sword and wondered if it would have any effect on the creature at all, or if attacking it would be like slashing a stone wall. He dragged the blade against a glittering bush, and it fell apart in a satisfying shower of diamonds. The minion halted its progress towards Colleen and focused its eyes on him instead. For a moment, Dougal looked deep into the eyes of the beast and could feel nothing but hatred in their depths. Then, as quickly as it gazed into Dougal's heart, it dismissed him and turned back to the necromancer. Before Dougal could stop it, the diamond-hided minion drove an earth-shaking punch down at Sylvari. Colleen dodged to one side to avoid the blow, but even so, the impact of the near miss was enough to stagger her. Dougal was upon them now. Just as the minion was about to level another blow at Colleen, he lunged at it with his sword. To his surprise, the blade went into the creature as easily as if he had rammed it into a sack of grain. Indeed, shining sand poured from the wound, glittering in the dragonbrand's unearthly light. The minion shivered in its protest at the blow, and its attack went wide, smashing the ground far from Colleen. But the sudden movement wrenched the sword from Dougal's grip, leaving him unarmed. The minion wheeled and punched down at Dougal this time. Dougal dodged under the strike, diving past the creature's one good leg, and as he did, he spotted Golok hauling himself up out of the crater of glassy dust formed when the minion had landed on him. Blood flowed over every inch of the Norn's exposed skin, and he looked as if he had been run through a mill. Despite that, he grabbed his axe and let out a mighty cry, and then collapsed, disappearing once more into the crater. Colleen started another spell, while the minion reeled back to launch another blow Dougal's direction. "It's shrugging off your spells," Dougal said. "Get out of here. I might not be able to harm it directly," the Sylvari said, her jaw set at a determined angle. "But there are other ways." Dougal drove away from the minion's attack again and slipped onto the crystalline glass. His legs flew out from under him as he fell flat on his back. He was close enough to the creature now to see right into its glittering eyes, which had taken on a redder hue. The minion slammed down another fist at Dougal, but he rolled out of the way and scrambled to his hands and knees. The crystals splashed up from the blow's impact, laced his sides and legs. A second punch rained down at him, but he was already scrambling out of its way, heading towards where he thought his sword had landed. It was cradled in a crystalline bush, buds of gemstone flowers already winding around it. Dougal grasped the hilt and pulled it, and the bush screeched as its branches and flowers shattered from the force. Then he spun around to see that the crystalline creature had decided to ignore him for the moment. It had returned to hunting Colleen instead. The Sylvari was at the crater's rim now, desperately trying to finish another spell. This time the target of her incantation was Golok. The battered Norn had finally managed to crawl out of the purple powdered crater. He bled from countless wounds as he staggered to his feet, and Dougal was sure he saw a bone sticking through his skin in at least 3 different places. But the Norn would not let that stop him. Colleen's spell enveloped Golok in a bright red nimbus, although it was hard to tell if the color came from the magic or the blood dripping from the Norn's skin. As the final words of the spell left the Sylvari's lips, he let her concentration lapse and glanced up to see the minion swinging its injured arm in a backhand slap level with the twisted earth. The arm was attached to the rest of the body by a fraction of its width, and the creature snapped it like a whip. Golok fell backward, but Colleen was not so fortunate. The back of the creature's fist smacked into Colleen with a sickening crunch, and she went sailing off to the north, with most of the minion's arm following the same trajectory. Dougal watched them both arc through the air as if they'd been loosed from a catapult. He gasped in horror as the boulder-sized arm fragment smashed into the Sylvari as she landed on the ground. Furious, Dougal turned back, raised his sword over his head, and charged the dragon minion. The creature moved more slowly now that it was missing 2 limbs, but it was still a deadly threat. Dougal smashed at the thing's head, and his sword cut a long line across face just below its eyes. The minion brought up its one good arm and smashed it down at Dougal. Watching the arm coming down at him, Dougal thought he'd finally made his last mistake. mistake, but the blow missed him by inches, as he wondered why. Then he saw that Gulick had gotten close enough to chop the back of the creature's good leg with his axe. The glow that had surrounded Gulick now expanded to envelop the minion's leg at the point where the Norn had damaged it. Dougal saw one of his bones poking out of Gulick's lower leg, pulling itself back into him, and the skin heal over the wound. Dougal understood then what Colleen had done. The spell she had cast on Gulick allowed him to steal life force from the minion and take it for his own. Every time the warrior hit the creature, the spell drained its life force and gave it to the Norn instead. Gulick's blow had gotten the minion's attention, and it tried to reach back with its good arm, swat the Norn, but missed. Seeing his chance, Dougal ran forward and cut the creature again with his sword. The minion reared back in silent pain. The mouth that Dougal had cut into it sagged open now. Apparently confused, it turned back towards the human. Then its left eye exploded. Dougal cast a quick glance to the right and saw smoke curling from Ember's pistol. Even as she dropped the gun and drew her sword, Riona was already closing the distance between them and the beast, and Cranks had his lightning rod out. The last was a mistake, as the lightning honed in on it and smashed the ground around their feet, staggering all three of them. Help was coming, but it was still critical moments before it reached them. Moments when the creature could take out its frustrations on Dougal. Dougal backpedaled furiously across the broken ground, while Gulick leaped on the creature's back and brought his axe down. The blow made the creature shudder from one end of its body to the other, but Gulick found some way to hold on to it. With the minion's energy surging into him again, he pulled himself forward and brought his axe back for a powerful two-handed strike. It landed directly on the creature's neck, cracking it. The minion's head held on for a moment, hanging from its shoulders, but then its neck shattered. Dougal covered his head with his arms to protect himself from the flying shard, and then drove to the side to avoid the boulder-sized crystal head as it fell. Gulick rode on the creature's now limp body down as it crashed into the ground, sending up a new cloud of finely ground dust that exploded in the spot where the thing struck. The last Dougal saw of the Norn, he still had one hand on the handle of his axe, which had become embedded in the minion's back. He had the other raised in a triumphant fist, and he shook it at the sky and let loose a Norn war cry that seemed loud enough to reach this shiver peaks. When the dust cleared, Dougal picked himself up off the ground and shook as much of the purple crystals from his face and arms as he could. Once he could finally see again, he spotted Gulick standing on top of the fallen creature, his axe slung over his shoulder. Although the reddish glow had left him, he looked exhausted, but as hale and hearty as ever. The Norn smiled, but the smile froze and his face fell, and Dougal remembered the cost of which that victory had come. "Colleen," he whispered. Dougal charged over to where the minion's fist crushed the Sylvari. He found her trapped beneath the gigantic hand from her waist down. Her eyes were open and unblinking. She had long since stopped breathing. Chapter 20. Dougal knelt down beside Colleen's crumpled form. Ember, Riona, and Cranks came up behind him. Gulick, last of all, still coated in purplish dust. Riona tried to put a hand on Dougal's shoulder, but he pushed it away. For a long while, all he could do was stand and stare at the dead Sylvari and struggle to control the anger building inside him. As he did, the thunder around him grew louder, and rain began to fall. No one said a word as they watched the drops of water start to wash the dust from Colleen. "Dougal," Riona started. "I'm sorry." Dougal cut her off. "Don't," he muttered, his eyes not leaving Colleen's corpse. "We should have run," Frank said. "All of us. Any idiot could see that our best chance of surviving such an encounter was to flee." Dougal glanced up and hurled daggers at him with his eyes. "Well, it looks like one of us idiots paid the price." Frank stammered for a moment. "I tried my lightning rod, but it had an odd effect in this environment. Its metaspell solenoids are fried out now." "Aye," said Ember, "and my first 2 shots misfired before I could take out that thing's eye." Dougal's face flushed with anger and regret. "I should have dragged her away in the first place." "If you had," said Ember, "we would have left Gulick behind to fight the creature alone." "You should have," Gulick said, as he looked down at Colleen. He spoke so softly that Dougal had to strain to hear him. "I did not expect any of you to be so foolhardy as to join me, least of all her." "Stop this," Riona said. "We don't have time for it. The battle is sure to have drawn attention. The war bands that awoke the creature are still south of the Dragon Brand, and May chose to resume the chase." "They would challenge a foe who slew this beast that terrified them so?" asked Gulick. "Some char are like carrion," said Ember, "only too happy to take on foes when they're at its weakest." "Regardless," Riona said, her face a mask, "we need to move now." Gulick pointed at Colleen's body. "She deserves a hero's funeral." Despite the rain falling on her figure freely now, her skin was already starting to turn black around the edges, like the petals of a plucked flower. He became the bear, and in his ursine form shouldered the sharp-edged boulder fist and rolled it off the Sylvari. Then, as a Norn once more, he knelt down and picked up the crushed form
cradling it in his arms. If nothing else, we will not leave her body here in this damned place. Gunshots rang overhead. Dougal glanced to the south to see 3 full warbands of Char starting to nose their way cautiously but relentlessly into the Dragon Brand. With Colleen gone, they only had 5 to face off against 60-some Char warriors who were fresh and spoiling for a fight. Gulick looked south, rage overtaking his face, and for a moment Dougal was afraid the Norn was going to charge off to meet them in battle. Grimacing, Dougal patted the Norn on the arm. I think we'd honor her sacrifice more if we lived. Gulick put his hand on Dougal's shoulder as they began to follow the others north through the rain. There's no glory in fighting a few Char anyway, he muttered. In the end, they laid her to rest on the northern side of the Dragon Band, beneath a cairn of rough stones covered with a thin coating of wet sod. All except Cranks did the work, while the Azura watched the Dragon Brand to the south through a set of lenses from his voluminous pack. Dougal and Ember were laying the last of the uprooted sod over the stones when Cranks came down from his perch. The Char patrols have turned back, the Azura said. I think they ran into something in the Dragon Brand that was related to that thing that we fought. They're not as foolish as I feared, said Ember, standing back to look at their handiwork. Dougal patted the sod into place and stood up. Were Colleen human, I would offer a prayer to the 6 gods to guide her safely through the mist. The Char have no gods, said Ember, but we are not stone, and were she Char, we would praise her prowess and her bravery, and seek to measure up to it in our own lives. The Azura believe in the eternal alchemy, said Cranks, a great machine of which we are merely component parts. Parts wear out or break, but that doesn't make their passing any less painful. Gulick let out a deep sigh and said, I met her in the forest of Caledon. I was hunting great cats there, seeking their pelt, and several of them got the better of me. I was resting beneath one of their strange-shaped trees by the roadside when she walked along. She asked me if I would like to stop bleeding. I told her I would, very much. She worked her greenish death magic over my wounds, and I regained enough of my life to accompany her to the next haven. We did not travel together long, he continued. Yet, in that time, she impressed me both with her disposition and her ability. She told me about her people and how they grew on trees, and how it was important that they would find out what their purpose was in the awakened world. I told her about bear and raven and snow leopard and wolf and others of our spirits who were no more, like owl, and she asked many questions, and a few days later, we parted on friendly terms. I did not see her again until that day in your room, Dougal, and she kept me from making a horrible error. The rest you know. She always was searching for her place in life and always was curious about what happened at the end. For all our sakes, I think she found the former in this group, and I hope she finds the later in the mists of the afterworld. There was silence, the soft rain still falling around them. At last, Riona said, the warbands are no longer pursuing, but without a doubt, they will report our presence. We must move on. No one said anything in response, but one after another, they pulled up their pack and started the climb into the rolling hills overlooking the Dragon Brand from the north. By the time they reached the crest of the hill, the rain had diminished to a light drizzle, and the sun was coming out. Looking back, Dougal saw a rainbow along the edge of the Dragon Brand. They made good time once they were back in untainted lands, comparing to the earth ruined by the Dragon Brand. The springiness of the ground here seemed to propel them forward. With some difficulty, Dougal turned his thoughts to the task ahead of them. We should not have to worry much about patrols here, Ember said. The creatures bent by the Dragon Brand rarely leave it, and the Char trust the devastated land to protect their southern flank. There may be a few sentinels here and there keeping an eye on the inhabitants of the Dragon Brand, but nothing in the way of the continual patrols outside of Ebonhawk. A solid, if flawed theory, Crank said. One that I'm happy to take advantage of. He'd resume his place on Gulick's shoulders. The Norn bore him as easily as ever, immune to any abuse the Azura could heap on him, whether physical or verbal. Still, Gulick was mostly silent. His thoughts kept to himself. They hiked steadily north and westward into the hills, stopping well before the sun kissed the far horizon. At length, they came to an old human farm building, partially collapsed along its southern wall, but still warm and dry along its northern half. From the debris scattered about and the ashes in its fireplace, other travelers have used this place as well. We should be moving at night again, said Ember. 2, maybe 3 nights before we reach the outskirts of Ascalon City itself. We are going to come around through the Loreclaw expanses on the southern edge of the Ascalon Basin. There are fewer patrols on the south side of the lake. The western edge of the lake may have more patrols, since that's a major artery for the Char military. We will try to avoid them and approach the city from the west. Dougal nodded, but no one seemed to be much in the mood to talk. Cranks broke out some lumpy nut bread. he had brought with him and passed it out to have with their cold rations. It was sweet on the tongue, and if anything, made Dougal sadder. I've lived in Ebonhawk for years, said the Azura, but that was my first experience with the dragon brand. I hope to never have another. The elder dragons have warped Tyria, said Ember, picking out a walnut shard lodged between her teeth with her claw. If the ghosts of the past, the humans of Ebonhawk, and the Flame Legion were not enough, now Kralkatork has drawn his scar through our lands. My people know the power of the dragons, said the Azura. The first dragon, Primordius, made his home in a great hub of magical power. We built our central transfer chamber, a cluster of powerful Azura gates on top of that site. When the dragon's herald, which the dwarves called the Great Destroyer, woke years ago, it crippled our network and drove us to the surface. As mighty as we may seem now, it's just a pale shadow of our past. Gullik grunted. I know of what you speak, small one. The Norn once ruled the north until Jormag, the ice dragon, rose from his tomb. We fought him, but were outmatched, and we were driven from our lands. One of our greatest heroes, Asgir, battled the ice dragon, and with the aid of the spirits of the wild, lived to tell the tale. More than that, he brought back the sole trophy we have of our greatest battle against the creature, a single fang from its maw. That tooth is the heart of our settlement at Holbrook, and our great heroes test their might against it. For our people have agreed that when somebody breaks Jormag's tooth, it will be a sign for our people to rise once more and to beat the ice dragon once and for all. Kralkatork, Primordius, Jormag, said Dougal, and Zaitan, who rose in another place of power from beneath Or itself and flooded Lion's Ark, now makes its lair the heart of the city of the gods. And for all we know, there may be more of them. It puts the battles between the Char and humans in perspective. All the more reason that we should succeed, growled Ember softly, almost to herself. We all seem to be resting on the edge, and unless we deal with our individual challenges, the dragons will consume us all. Dougal nodded. 300 years ago, humans ruled Tyria. Now, with the centaur raids, the bandits, the rise of the dragons, and the draining war with the Char, the humans have been driven back to a fraction of their lands. Dougal wondered if he was a member of a dying race, like the dwarves, fated to fade from the greater world. Do we want to approach the city during the night or the day? Riona's question shattered Dougal's reverie. What? He blinked. Oh, I would rather try during the day. The ghosts are less active then. But the Char patrols will be far more likely to spot us, Ember pointed out. How did you manage it last time? Poorly, said Dougal. We were more worried about the Char than the ghosts, and slipped past the patrols into the city at midnight, on a night with a full moon. It was a disaster. But you, my friend, lived to tell the tale, to sing the saga of your friends and their deaths, said Gullik, smiling wanly, and their lives well spent. Dougal shook his head. Don't romanticize it. There wasn't anything good about their deaths. We were stupid, and we paid a price. What happened? Riona's voice was soft but insistent. We should know. Dougal pondered this for a moment and looked at the others. Ember nodded in agreement with Riona. Gullik was looking at him blankly, waiting. Even Cranks had stopped chewing and sat there expectantly. He'd put this off for as long as he could. Dougal took a deep breath. I've not spoken of this before. The legend of my surviving Ascalon city grew over time, and while I've done nothing to stop it, and even have profited from it, I've never told anybody what happened there. So please bear with me, because this is one story that I cannot make myself the hero of. Gullik opened his mouth to say something, but Ember silenced him with a jabbed elbow to the rib. Dougal continued. You know, Riona and I were in the same unit at Ebonhawk. One of our friends, Dak, had found the old map in some library in Ebonhawk. It showed the old city itself, where the towers and reception chambers were, and most importantly, the royal treasury. We all memorized that map in case it was lost. You think the claw's in the royal treasury? Said Ember. I do, said Dougal, and stopped there, not elaborating. He was thinking of what had happened next, and then last decided to skip over the part where they chose to desert and leave Riona behind, take the blame. Finally, he said, Dak and I and some others thought we would become treasure hunters and left Ebonhawk for Lion's Ark. He looked at Riona and she nodded. She was not going to bring up the matter here in front of everyone. We collected as much information as we could find on Ascalon City and then set off from Lion's Ark. Dak, Jervis, Marga, Vala, and myself. We were all close friends and hired a group of locals for added support. The adventurers from Lion's Ark thought we were going to see what we could pick up in Ascalon City. We didn't mention the royal treasury. We left Lion's Ark, crossed over the Shiver Peaks, and came down into Ascalon City, where we spent most of our time trying to dodge char patrols. They were very effective, and we lost most of our associates before we even reached Ascalon City. He let his voice trail off, the images of the past rushing up to meet him. What happened then? Asked Riona. Dougal tried to swallow, but his throat was dry. He pulled out a water skin and took a quick swig from it. The water didn't seem to help. What happened, Dougal? He looked at Riona. If anyone deserved to hear about this, it was her. She had the right to know what had happened to their lost friend. He had to be honest with her. He forgot the others were there and spoke solely to her. It was awful. By the time they reached the city's walls, only one of the Lion's Arc group was left. A woman named Caudiv, an elementalist. We should have turned back, but we decided that we hadn't come this far to go home, so we pressed into Ascalon City. That's when it all went indescribably bad. We hadn't been inside the walls for more than 15 minutes when Caudiv lost her mind. She had been a fragile thing from the start, and after seeing so many of her friends die along the way to Ascalon City, knowing that we were in a place infested with ghosts pushed her over the edge. When she saw the remains of all the bodies littered in the streets, she started wailing, and no one could get her to stop. We all stood there in a square in a haunted city, yelling at her to stop and squabbling with each other. Dak finally hit her just once. She toppled over and smacked her head on the cobblestones. We tried to get her to wake up, but she never did. Any of us might have done it. There we were, racing into a city filled with angry ghosts, and she was honestly loud enough to wake the dead. You didn't have any potions? Asked Cranks. No magic to heal her? Dougal shook his head. Maybe if we had more time, but the trouble wasn't that Dak had killed Caudiv. It was that he'd silenced her too late. As Vala knelt down to help Caudiv, the first ghosts appeared. There were probably a dozen of them. They looked much like they must have in their life. They wore old Ascalonian uniforms. They carried swords, but they were colorless. So much so that you could see right through them. When they saw us, they froze, stunned. They just couldn't believe we were there. Then they attacked. As they came at us, they wailed even worse than Caudiv had. They were mad in every sense of the word. They had no words for their anger, but they expressed it in noise and steel. You remember the ghosts of the shepherd and his apprentice? When you see a ghost, how insubstantial it looks, you wonder how such a thing could hurt you. Can a mist harm you? It seems ridiculous. But when the first ghost struck, he ran Dak straight through, and that sword of his was solid enough to bring blood up into Dak's mouth. Jervis started casting spells, but there were just too many of them. They actually picked him up, and Margaret as well, and carried them away. I'll never forget their scream. They went on forever. Dougal felt his throat tighten. After a moment, he continued. Vala gave up on trying to help Caudiv and turned her attention to Dak. I left her with him while I tried to rescue Jervis and Marga. I followed their screams. By the time I caught up with Jervis and Marga, the ghosts had taken them to the main square. The place was filled with scores of ghosts, an entire army of them, and there, up on the battlements of the palace, loomed the ghost of King Adalbern, shouting at his dead soldiers. I climbed up the side of a building so I could get a better look. Marga was already dead, her body pulled apart and being tossed about like a rag doll by the spirits. The ghosts were pulling pieces off Jervis, a joint at a time. I had a bow with me, and my first arrow caught him in the chest, which only hurt him more and alerted the ghosts that I was there. I fired a second while they turned to charge at me. The third finally caught Jervis in the throat and put an end to him. You killed Jervis? Riona spoke so softly that Dougal could barely hear her. He thought about pretending that he hadn't, but then nodded. It was the best thing, the only thing I could do for him. Closed his eyes and tried to banish the look on Jervis's face when the final arrow hit home. It had been a look of gratitude. Bear's blood, said Gulick, solemn but insistent. Don't stop there, man. What happened to the others? I raced back where I left Dak and Vala, but when I got there, all I found was Dak, dead in a pool of blood. What about the woman? Asked Ember. Dougal hadn't been sure the Char was listening. I never found her. I looked, but I heard her screaming for me once, screaming for me to run, but it was cut off. I tried to keep looking, but the ghosts found me, and the pursuit began. Crank shook his head in disbelief. So there you were, alone, and caught between a legion of Char and an angry army of ghosts. What did you do? I did what I had to. I left. I fled like a dog in the night. I ran from Ascalon City and made my way back to Lion's Arc. We had told some people where we were going, and when I turned up alone, the story started, and a lot of people wanted to hire me since I had survived the city of ghosts. But they never realized I had failed, and those I cared for had paid the price for that failure. Dougal put his head in his hands and discovered that his face was wet with tears. He had no idea how long they had been there. Riona put a hand on Dougal's arm, and he did not have it in him to brush it away. I know, she said. I'm sorry they're gone as well. They were our companions, our patrol, our teammates. They were more than that, said Dougal. There's something else I have to tell you. He stressed the last words as he looked at Riona and fished out the locket around his neck. Something I should have said before. Dougal opened the locket and sighed as if he hoped that he might finally get rid of his last breath. Vala, he said, looking at the cameo. Sweet, beautiful, wonderful Vala. What about her? We were married right before we left Lion's Ark, Dougal said, his words falling like hammer blows. Vala was my wife. He looked up to see Riona scowling at him. Her eyes burned with anger and grief in the dying light of the setting sun. For a moment, Dougal was sure she was going to strike him, and he wished she would, but she didn't. Rather, she stood up and stalked off, grabbing her traveling cloak and wrapping it tightly around her, settled in the doorway of the ruined house, her back to the rest of the group. Dougal stood up now, unsteady, wet-faced, and took 2 steps towards her. Gulick looked at him hard and shook his head. Dougal froze, then nodded in agreement. There was no comfort he could offer her, not for this. Instead, the Norn picked himself up, walked over towards the shattered doorway, setting himself down against a crumbling wall, not too close as to crowd the human woman, but not so far away that if she wanted to talk, she would have to raise her voice. Ember and Cranks laid out their bedrolls without comment, and with muttered goodnights, stretched themselves out. Dougal sat by the cold fireplace for a long time. As the sun died, he knew he would not get any rest before they had to move on.
Chapter 21. They moved through the night in silence now, Ember leading. Riona would not stay near Dougal. When he was near her, she would change her position in the group, sometimes leading, sometimes trailing the party. Gulick remained somber as well, and nothing that Cranks said could coax him out. The land grew more open and rolling, and the forest thicker and older, like spots of dark ebony in the night. In the distance, Dougal could see fires from the camps and homesteads of the Char, but none of them were close enough to pose any threat. They also encountered fence lines, metal wires strung between wooden posts, and interrupted by rusted gates, simultaneously a sign of ownership and a reminder that these paths were not often used. This was a land unvisited by the wars with the humans. Dougal kept his silence as well, until Ember finally said, "I don't understand you humans." Dougal looked over at Riona, her eyes forward, marching straight ahead. "Don't ask me. I hardly understand us either." Her anger of the previous night had abated into a cold, dull fury, and she had said not more than 3 words so far in the evening's march, and all of them to Ember. "If I understand you correctly, you and Riona were, for lack of a better word, close," said the Char. "For lack of a better word," admitted Dougal. "Yet she remained in Ebonhawk, and you left." Ember skirted around the question of desertion. "And you and another friend became close as well?" "More than close," said Dougal. "We were married. We wanted to spend the rest of our lives together." "And so you did, at least in her case," said Ember, thinking it through but shaking her head. "What bothers me is that Riona was unfazed by the description of her friends being slain, even when you had to admit slaying one of your companions to end his suffering. But when you admitted that one of them was your wife, then she got angry." Dougal looked at Ember's shadowed form in the darkness. The Char seemed honestly curious. "Human relationships are hard to explain to other races," Ember sorted. "Oh, I understand. Char relationships have all that stage drama as well. We on occasion mate for life, though our relationships are usually more casual, and we have more than our share of jealousies, rivalries, expectations, and disappointment. Lovers come together, break apart, come together years later. We recognize families, though our children enter the Farrar of one of their parents' legions once they have been weaned. There we learn how to fight alongside others and form bonds stronger than family or affection. But you had been apart over 6 years. Surely she could not expect you to be some sort of celibate." "Our relationship was complicated," said Dougal, "and more than a little undefined," he reminded himself. They had sparred and argued and made up several times before the memorable night when they had decided to leave Ebonhawk, and after they had left the city, Vala had been supportive and caring, more so than she had been earlier. Was there, Dougal wondered, more going on with either woman than he had thought at the time? It would not have been the first time that he had misread another's thinking. "I think the news was unexpected for her," said Dougal at last. "She knew that the rest of our platoon were dead. I told her as much, and she had a chance to deal with it. To find out that I had married Vala and she did not know about it, that was sudden. She will come around, I hope. I hope as well, and sooner the better. For all our sakes," said Ember, and moved into the darkness once more. They ran into another fence and followed it along under the moonlight to a latched gate, then passed through into another field, this one with shorter grass and fewer weeds. They walked for about 10 minutes, then Gulick froze. "What is it?" hissed Rona behind them. "Something is moving out there," said Gulick. The Azura scowled and looked westward. "I see it, too. Several somethings." Dougal and Ember had doubled back by this time, and the 5 stood clustered together. To the west, dark shapes, heavy and blocky, and as long as the Norn was tall, were framed against the lighter grass. As they watched, one of them shifted and let out a soft, lowing noise. Dougal let out a breath of relief. "Cows. of course. Cows? Said Cranks, as if suddenly it was a new factor in his calculations. Dougal almost laughed. It makes sense. We're in a pasture after all, and we've been moving through gated fences. The tenseness in the group went out of them in a single breath. Ember explained, Char are mostly carnivores. Most of our land is cleared for ranches and slaughterhouses dot the landscape. We grow feed for the winter. Cattle, sheep, hogs, Dolyak, and devourers all keep the legions moving. Gulick chuckled and scratched his chin. No, said Cranks, you will not tip the cows. The Norn snorted and said, you never let me have any fun. More seriously, Ember said, we are cutting across more settled terrain, and the moon is going down. We should find a safe haven and rest for the night. In the end, they found a feed barn, one used to shelter and supply the herds in the winter months, but for the moment, open-sided and disused. They would not risk a fire, but the remains of the last season's straw felt as good as the best bed in Lion's Ark. Ember, Dougal said, when we first met, you mocked my story of the faux fire. Now's your chance. Tell us the truth about the faux fire. The Char snorted. You don't need truth. You have your own lies. You don't need mine. The more lies, the better, said Dougal. Riona raised an eyebrow at Dougal, the friendliest gesture she had made in the last 24 hours. Are you saying that the legends of our heroes are nothing more than lies, Dougal Keen? The last time I went to Ascalon City, I only knew one version of what happened with the faux fire, Dougal explained. I didn't talk to any Char about it, so, he said, speaking now to Ember, I want to know what you know. Ember snorted through her snout and ground her teeth as she thought about this. All right, she said. I will tell it as I know it, but I will refuse to mute any part of it for your ears. The rest of the group nodded. The invasion of Ascalon City was supposed to be the moment of our greatest triumph, said the Char. Conquering it would have eliminated the last outpost of human resistance in the region and heralded the end of the Ascalon insurrection. Other than Ebonhawk, you mean, said Riona. Ember held up a hand. Is this your story? She asked the woman. Riona stood her ground, refusing to let the Char intimidate her. It's about my country, that you stole from my people, replied Ember. Please, said Dougal. I asked for Ember's unvarnished account of the faux fire. She can't give me that if you interrupt her. Ravens, claws, Gulick said. Among the Norn, we say, the best tales are lies that show you truce. Let the Char speak. Riona screwed up her face, trying to parse the Norn's words, but held her tongue. The Char bowed her head to Gulick and Dougal and continued. The Char side of the tale is handed down to us from the mighty jaws of Fireburn, legionnaire of the Flame Legion and hero of my people. Fire was the leader of one of the greatest war bands of his time, the legendary Fire Shadows. They served as an elite espionage and assassination team for the Flame Imperator. And before you interrupt again, Ember looked at Riona. Yes, I hate the Flame Legion with a passion. They crippled the old Char ways and led us into the worship of false gods. They made us soft and foolish, and I will fight to keep them from regaining even a fraction of their power. Yet, I say to you, Fireburn of the Flame Legion was a hero, and so you will understand why if you let me continue. As the Flame Legion surrounded Ascalon for one final assault on the city's walls, the Legion's Imperator called the Fire Shadows to him and ordered them to sneak into the city and assassinate King Adalbern. He believed that this would decapitate the Ascalonian forces, and in their despair, they would be unable to mount a viable defense against the Char attack. What was the Imperator's name? Asked Dougal. Ember fixed him with a stony glare. I'm not objecting to you. I'm just dying to know, clarified. The human tales never mention his name, other than the Imperator of the Flame Legion. Ember nodded. I do not know. After his disgrace, his name was stricken from our records. Bears tears, that's cold, muttered Gulick. It is our way. He waited for a moment. May I continue? Silence and polite nods from the others. Ember resumed. Fire and his war band of assassins scaled the city's walls that night and worked their way to the king's private chambers. They killed many guards along the way, silently dispatching them by sword and by spell. When they made it to the king's private chambers, they found it empty. They thought they had missed the hated sorcerer king, that perhaps he had learned of their mission and even set a trap for them. They had arrived in the middle of the night after all, and he was not there. The Fire Shadows searched the royal quarters. That was when one Char stumbled upon the body of a human lying under a table in the king's private bedchamber. Fire turned the human over as he did. The human let out a deep breath and his expression flickered back to life. This human had a knife driven into his chest, but he still had enough breath in him to speak. Who planted the blade in his chest? Asked Riona. A Char? Ember glowered at the new interruption. Rather than to rise to Riona's bait, she simply replied, it was a human knife. the story goes. Had a Char done it, I would have not hesitated to say so. The dying human's name was Savion. He claimed to be the king's servant. It was clear even to Fire that he was no warrior. You must stop him, said Savion. The king is mad with grief and he plans to use great magic. He will kill us all. At this point, the servant choked on his own blood and nearly died. But one of the fire shadows tended to him, so that way he could finish what he had to say. The servant Savion opened his eyes again and spoke. When Adalbern saw the legions amassing outside of the city, he despaired. We dug in and tried to withstand the siege for as long as we could. When we saw the latest wave of Char arrive, we knew our final moment had come, that our time had finally run out. His Majesty told me, this is no longer a siege, Savion. This will become an assault. But if force of arms fail us, force of will shall not. Where swords may fail, sorcery may succeed. His Majesty bears on his hip the mighty blade, a relic of a now lost ore, and its city of the gods. This was the sword Magdair, twin to Sahathan, as your story said. He drew the sword and looked deep into its depths. The king said, I have long known that Magdair had other powers, remnants of the gods themselves. We Ascalonians may be doomed, but Ascalon will live on forever. The human looked at the Char, his life breath leaving his body. He is in the throne room, said the servant, surrounded by his royal guard, and as many other soldiers as the walls can spare. He will unleash the power of his sacred sword Magdair. He means to kill all the Char, but the price, the sacrifice. Savion closed his eyes, and the fire shadow healers could not do anything more for him. Fire took the counsel of his warband and made his decision. If the dying human spoke the truth, the entire legion was marching into a trap. The sorcerer king would be too well protected for them to reach him. They decided to abandon their mission and alert their imperator to the danger instead. When Fireburn and his warband returned to tell their imperator, who still bore the claw of Connor, mind you, and the loyalty of the legions, about the sorcerer king's plan, he refused to listen to him. We will breach the walls of the city tonight, the imperator said. It's a trap, argued Fire. One of our forces entered the city. This mad king will kill us all. The imperator spat on Fire and said, you must truly fear my wrath to come up with such ridiculous tales to distract me from your failure. I sent you in to kill a king, and you come back with a wild excuse. I do not accept such incompetence in the Flame Legion. Fire and his warband protested the imperator's accusation. They insisted that every word they had told him was the truth. They demanded that he halt the invasion until they could figure out how to deal with the new threat from the Sorcerer King. The Imperator refused to listen to Fire and his fellows, and he had them arrested. Because you have been faithful servants until this day, the Imperator said, I will not tear out your throats. Instead, he ordered that Fire and his fellows be bound hand and foot and tied to stakes placed on the viewing hill. I do not know what the humans call it, but it provided a clear line of sight to Ascalon City. The Imperator believed that punishment would be worse than death. You will witness triumph of your legion, and you will not be part of it. You will have to bear the shame until the days our gods bless you with death. Ravenspeak, said Gulick, despite himself. I thought the Char were godless. Cranks elbowed the Norn, irritated by the new interruption. That didn't happen until later, after Kala Scorchrazor destroyed the shaman caste, he said. Has living in the frozen mountains for so long broken your sense of time? Ember ignored them. After Fire and the others were staked out there according to the Imperator's wishes, they howled at the stars as the walls of Ascalon City finally crumbled under the Char assault. They had long hoped to see this day, but they feared the Imperator's hubris would ruin it all. Fire and his warband watched, unable to turn away. Soon after the gates fell, the Imperator stormed into the city's main square. Adalbern, the Sorcerer King, stood defiant on the parapet of his tallest tower with his magical sword in his hands. It burned with a fire that swirled around the blade as if it were alive. He shouted at the soldiers below as they fled before the Flame Legion's forces, some of them escaping through the holes the Char had made in the city walls. Retreat, the Sorcerer King shouted. Retreat is not an option. With the Flame Legion flooding into the city's defenses, Ascalon City had already been lost. The human soldiers ignored their king's complaint as their retreat transformed into a rout. The insane king raised his sword, a relic from the ancient land of Or, over his head and bellowed down at his men. We will never surrender. Never. Then he plunged his sword downward, and as it struck the stones beneath his feet, a gout of white fire shaped like a blade shot from the tower's roof, enveloping Adalbern. The tower collapsed then, its very stones unable to withstand the power of the foe fire. Adalbern rode the battered rock all the way down, disappearing in a cloud of shattered stones and dust. The mystic light from the foe fire burned without abatement. When the last stone of the tower stopped tumbling, the light intensified for an instant, then burst out and engulfed the entire city. The wave of destruction spread out from there, soon engulfing nearly all of Ascalon. The Char nearest the tower, the Imperator and his victorious guard were immolated in a heartbeat, their fur igniting like tinder and their flesh blasted by the unearthly flames. Yet what happened to the humans in the blast was infinitely worse. The air in Ascalon City rang with the choir of their screams. As the humans died in their track, their bodies were blasted into burning fragments. Their spirits remained standing. Their mortal forms were reduced to broken skeleton. Their souls remained, eternally bound to Ascalon. Only the char close to the city were destroyed in the blast, but every human for leagues around was suddenly transformed into a ghost. This is why we call him the Sorcerer King. Ember nodded at Dougal and Riona. He worked a spell as great as the searing itself, and in a single blow denied the Flame Legion their ultimate victory and damned the humans of his own land. Before the night ended, not a single body in Ascalon City still drew a breath. The foe fire that towered over the carnage remains to this day. Eventually, Fire managed to free himself, and then the other char and his warband. Unbound, they slunk away from the disaster, determined to bring news of the atrocity to the rest of the char. The Fire Shadows returned to the invasion staging grounds, the site of the Black Citadel today. When they delivered the news of the Flame Imperator's defeat at Ascalon City, few who heard the news could believe their ears. Everyone who met Fireburn and his warband, though, trusted every word because they could see how the horrors they had witnessed had transformed them. From head to toe, the fur of each of them had turned a snowy white. There was silence in the empty barn. Even Riona seemed cowed by the strength of Ember's story. At last, Dougal said, "What of the claw?" "It was on the Imperator," said Ember. "He was in the city. There were a few attempts at salvage by the char after the foe fire, but there were too many ghosts, and the city itself was declared off limit. We had assumed that it had been destroyed." "Somebody thinks otherwise," said Cranks. "Why else would the Truce faction demand it? And Almora think we could provide it." Gulick added, "It would be wherever this nameless Imperator fell then." Dougal scowled for a moment, then said, "It is in the royal treasury." All eyes turned to him and continued. On the back of Dak's map, there was a list: gold, silver, tribute, and gifts from different lands, suits of ornate armor, an inventory of the royal treasury, and at the bottom of it, the word claw. "That's why I think it is there." "How would anybody know it was there if it disappeared in the foe fire?" said Riona. Her earlier irritation had evaporated by this point. "That I don't know," said Dougal. "I suspect it was on another piece of parchment and transferred to the map later. Perhaps by a group of salvagers that knew more legends than we did. If someone had uncovered the royal regalia of the treasury over the past 200 years, whether they were a char or a human, we would have heard of it. As with the claw," said Riona. "As with the claw," agreed Dougal. "It is a tenuous link, but the most likely one." "Mysteries upon mysteries," yawned Gulick. "I know I have spent a hard night walking, and more in sight. Let us think more of this later, after a good sleep." Cranks volunteered for the first watch. Dougal offered to join him. Riona didn't say anything to him, but she was less frosty and more relaxed as she laid out her bedroll. The shock of the previous night had washed over her. Dougal decided that she had come to terms with it. That did not surprise him. If Riona was anything, she was resilient. Putting his back against one of the feed barn walls, Dougal pulled out his locket with Vala's cameo. It felt warm and reassuring in the darkness. Dougal removed the golem's eye as well and saw a warm red spark dancing in its heart. He wondered if he could use it to see the cameo. "Is that what I think it is?" Cranks was suddenly at his side. "How did you get your hands on a vintage ambient thaumaturgic construct like that? They don't enchant them like that anymore." Dougal wanted to hide the gem to keep it a secret, yet hadn't keeping secrets done nothing but hurt him and the others? Slowly he held it up and let it catch the moonlight shining through the slots of the barn wall. "I recovered it," Dougal said, "with Colleen's help, from the tomb of an Azura named Blim." At the mention of Blim's name, Cranks choked. Dougal smacked him on the back and helped him clear his throat. "May I see it?" said the Azura, with the voice of a child asking for a third piece of candy. Dougal's mouth was a thin line, but hesitantly he handed over the gem. The Azura examined the gem closely. "It's been deactivated," he said. "That's standby illumination in the heart. That is old magic from just after my ancestors emerged on the surface." The Azura blinked at it, turned it over in his hands, whistled softly, and then handed it back. Dougal noticed that Cranks seemed to have the same problem returning it that he had giving it. "It did that automatically after we left the crypts beneath Divinity's reach," said Dougal. Cranks grinned as Dougal pocketed the gem. "It's an archaic spell matrix, but I think I know just how to recharge it if you're interested, of course." Dougal felt uncomfortable. Golem's eye was a victory,
messy and bought at a high price, but a victory nonetheless. And should everything go south, it would bring a pretty gold piece in Lion's Arc, or even Radisum. And the sudden Arvice in Crank's eye reminded him of Clag. I think we have other things to worry about, said Dougal. And to his surprise, the Azura did not argue or offer any retort. Instead, he just nodded and crossed to the far side of the barn and sat by the other entrance. Yet, through the rest of their watch, Dougal felt the Azura was watching him, not the outside world. And when, after a few uneventful hours, Ember and Gulick took their watch, Dougal shifted the gem to another pocket, buttoned it, and then slept on that side for the rest of the evening. It was almost morning when Dougal awoke, refreshed. His hand went into his pocket, but the gem was still there, and he cursed his own distrust. He looked around. Riona, Ember, and Cranks were all asleep, soft hay. Gulick was alone and awake by one of the barn doors. Couldn't sleep? Dougal asked. Dougal shook his head. Normally I sleep like Bear herself, but sleep was a prey I could not catch this evening. Dougal sat down next to the Norn. Because of their difference in size, he felt like a child sitting with a parent. Thinking about Colleen? Gulick nodded. It's not your fault. Of course it is. If I had not charged into battle against that minion, we might have escaped from the dragon brand clean, or it might have run us down and killed us all. I would like to believe you are right. Dougal thought about this for a moment, then spoke. Gulick, you charge into battle. It's who you are, and we all know it. Colleen, she's stuck by her friends. And we all knew that too. What happened was inevitable. You mean she had to die? Not at all. I mean, you had to fight the creature, and she had to help you. And you had to join us too. Dougal smiled a bit at this, the first time he'd managed it since Colleen had been killed. Apparently, either way, you can't fault yourself for being yourself. The rest of us don't. Gulick let out a deep sigh. It is a painful thing when friends perish. It is worse when they die because of your choices. I understand, said Dougal. And I've often thought that you should never adventure with people you like, because it is difficult to lose them, but having friends with you makes the journey so much better. The Norn reached out and slapped Dougal on the back with a surprisingly soft blow. You would make a good Norn, and I don't toss around such an honor without reason. Gulick's loud voice woke up the others, and they pulled themselves awake. Already the sun was cresting the far horizon, throwing prison bar shadows through the barn. They breakfast on cold rations, and even Riona seemed the better for a good sleep. We should burrow in for the day, said Riona. It is too dangerous to be out in daylight. No, said Ember, and for once her voice was subdued, almost worried. There will be herdsmen out for the cattle. I doubt there will be any patrols, but the Char are very good at reporting trespassers. What do you recommend? Asked Dougal. The Char took a deep breath and let air out in a slow growl. Gulick, she said, do you still have those manacles? Gulick smiled and said, of course. You gave them to me, and I've held them for you. Riona's eyes went wide. No, she said. No, that is not what is going to happen. I'm afraid so, said Ember, hiding whatever delight she might be feeling behind a concerned exterior. The only way you two humans can enter the Ascalonian basin is as my prisoners. Chapter 22. You have to be kidding me, said Riona, blushing. I wish I were, said Ember. We have been fortunate so far, but we are moving into areas occupied by Char settlers, war bands, and small patrols. We can travel by day as a Char and are captured human renegades. Dougal nodded at the idea, but Riona said, you cannot expect us to be unarmed and defenseless in the midst of Char territory. Remind me, said Gulick. Have we had this discussion before? It seems oddly familiar. Give me a moment, said Dougal, and steered Riona away from the others. She resisted stiffly, but finally went with him. You realize you sound like Ember when we were at Ebonhawk. And look how that turned out, said Riona hotly. But she's right, and you asked me a while back if I trust her. I do, and you should as well. It's not her I'm suddenly doubting. She looked accusingly into his eyes. Despite himself, Dougal turned away, shamed in silence. Here's what I need to know, she said. What you said back on the battlements of Ebonhawk. You promised. Did you mean it? Will you help me get the claw? Dougal felt his face grow hot. Of course, yes. I meant it. We will get the claw of the Connor. All right then, she said, and walked over to Ember, now holding the chains. She held her wrists up to be shackled. Let's do this and get on the road. In the end, the chain manacles, originally fitted for the Char's wrists, were too large for the humans. Cranks rearranged the metal cuffs and chains, fitting one wrist manacle around Riona's neck and one around Dougal's, and settled for loose ropes around their wrists. The third large cuff, which had been fitted for the Char's neck, Ember handed to the Norn. You are their keeper, said Ember. Norn mercenaries are common enough. No one will question why a Char is using a Norn. Keep an eye on prisoners. And had do you explain me? Perched on his shoulder, said Cranks. You'll be walking, I'm afraid, said Ember, and pull out that lightning rod of yours. It's non-functional, said the Azura. The metaspell solenoids are shot. Then don't tell anyone that, said Ember. Just threaten our prisoners with it. Looks superior. That I can do, said Cranks. Please don't try to enjoy this, said Riona through gritted teeth. I promise to try, said Ember as Gulick put the human weapons into his satchel. Dougal hated to lose the sword, but Ember left him with his locket and the golem's eye, and most importantly, his lockpicks. Ember took a deep breath and squared her shoulders, then led their contingent out into the day. The early going was as it had been the previous night, rolling fields interrupted by fenced paddocks. Dougal now saw that the fences were topped with sawtooth shards of metal, and was glad they had not stumbled into one of them. There were more herds of cattle and clusters of larger, furrier creatures, Dolyaks. When they intruded on their fields, the Dolyaks retreated into a tight circular formation, their horns turned outward. After about a mile, they reached a more established path, heading generally east to west. Ember turned the group west, and their time improved. Then, cresting a rise, they encountered another group of char. Despite himself, Dougal almost stumbled in his chains, and Gulick shot him a stern, withering look. There were only about 10 of them, merchants and guards clustered around a single heavily laden wagon drawn by a tired-looking Dolyak. At the sight of the group with the human prisoners, the char visibly reacted, some reaching for their weapons. Ember saluted them and marched past, a somber, superior Gulick in her wake, with the humans and Cranks bringing up the rear. Dougal tried to keep his head down, but hazarded a glance at the char as they passed. Some looked at them with curiosity, some with surprise, and a very few with open hostility, their lips curled back in anger. Dougal put his head back down and concentrated on the ground in front of them. Whenever they came upon another group, path gathered trails from other side and became more of a road now, with two well-worn wagon ruts and a high, grassy crest in the middle. They passed more merchants and farmers as well, in ones or twos. The farmers or ranchers or civilians stood aside as Ember brought her group through, and mutters and whispers followed them. They themselves stood aside when a Blood Legion warband marched up on the road. Ember saluted again. The front ranks returned her salute, but no one stopped to question them. In the back ranks, a couple of char, male and female alike, thumped their chest and roared as they passed the human, and then laughed with their fellows. About midday, they reached a crossroads set up with a ring of fully manned war wagon. Ember halted them 100 feet from the perimeter and said to Gulick in a loud voice, "You two watch the prisoners. I need to eat. I may bring something back." Then she set off, the Norn pulling Riona and Dougal to one side. Cranks took up a position nearby with his inoperative lightning wand. "I swear," said Riona softly, "that she is enjoying all of this." Dougal shook his head. He was worried, just like you were back in Ebonhawk. Everything rests on her. One false move, and we are all done. A few more char passed them, most of them scowling. Gulick scowled back. No one gave them any trouble, and after about 10 minutes, Ember returned with a satchel. She fished out a prodigious slab of beef for the Norn, smaller slices and rolls for the humans, and Azura. "What is it?" said Riona. "It's warm," said Cranks with a laugh. Dougal realized that in their furtive travel they had not had a fire or a warm meal since Ebonhawk. "Feeding your pets, Kitling?" said a rough bass voice, and Dougal looked up to see a broad-shouldered char lurching towards them. Dougal would have guessed he was an older char, as his muzzle was fuzzy with gray and his horns were dull and worn. He was in battered archaic armor, and Dougal noted that his left hand was mangled, missing a few fingers. Despite his appearance, Ember pounded her chest in a salute. "Ember Doomforge, Ash Legion." The older char returned the salute, though stiffly. "Fellblow the Savage, Iron Legion." "Before I mustered out. I notched my sword on enough of these mice over the years. Why are these ones still alive?" Ember shrugged. "I don't question my superiors. I merely carry out their orders. These vermin go to the Black Citadel, Imperial business. I think they're spies." "Huh?" said Fellblow. "You need them both alive?" Dougal's heart dropped in his boots. "For the moment," said Ember, and forced a laugh. The Iron Legion char laughed as well and moved on. Dougal suddenly realized that he had been holding his breath. Ember pointed to the west. She said quietly, "This road will eventually take us to the Black Citadel. Instead, we'll cut north when no one else is on the road. The Lore Claws are north of us, and beyond them, the Ascalon Basin. Beyond that is the city." Gulick and Cranks nodded. Dougal looked at Riona, and her eyes were alive with a terrible fury. A half-mile west of the crossroads, the land turned rockier, and now there were fewer ranches and almost no road traffic. Ember led them off the road and up into the hills. The land was as much as it had been before the char invaded, perhaps as it was before the humans arrived. Great boulders and faces of gray granite framed the valleys, worn by water and the insidious roots of slender young trees. The wind kicked up from the north,
bearing with it a cool breeze. Should be easier for a while, said Ember, at least until we reach the basin itself. Then you should let us out of these, said Riona, pulling at the neck shackle. It was leaving a red welt on her flesh. Not yet, Ember looked at the humans. I only said easier. These lands are not without peril. There are bandits in these hills, some humans, some char, some other races. There are patrols here. There's less of a chance that some group will come upon us, but that chance exists. What she is saying, put in Cranks, is that the legions rule these lands like the human queen does hers. They rule the cities and control the roads, but in the wildlands between the villages and the camps, a traveler is on his own. Ember ignored the Azura and looked at Dougal. If there is a problem, free her first, she pointed at Riona. Dougal nodded. They walked through most of the day without major incident. Once they came upon a small family of devourers, huge scorpions with 2 poisonous tails, feasting on the corpse of a deer. Devourers hissed and arced their double tails in warning, and Ember gave them a clear berth. They finished off the last of the food that Ember had purchased, pressed on, looking for a suitable place for the evening. That is when they heard shouts ahead, clash of metal, gunfire, and explosions. Ember and Golok looked at each other, then carefully made their way up the rocky hillside, the Norn dragging Riona and Dougal with him. Cranks kept an eye on their rear flank. The Char and the Norn crawled the last few feet to the crest of the hill, and the humans followed, topping the rise. Dougal was surprised by what he saw. Char fighting Char. There was a bowl-shaped valley beneath them, dominated by a great campfire and lined with about a half-dozen tents. The valley had a prominent entrance, and through that cleft a patrol of Blood Legion warriors were pressing their way into a group of Char in red golden armor. The Blood Legion warriors were led by a great black-furred Char armed with a fiery sword who shouted orders as the turmoil milled around them. The red golden defenders were being pushed back, but some of them were armed with rifles that shot fire, playing them over the attackers like water from a hose. Near the campfire, a Char in ornate robe was shouting what Dougal could only think of as an incantation. Flame Legion, snarled Ember, her eyes alight and her lips pulled back from her teeth. To Golok, she said, "You stay here. I'll be right back." Riona barked, "No!" But Ember had already risen and was half leaping, half tumbling down the far side of the hill. Dougal cursed as well. He could think of no advantage in going into battle with the Char. In her dark armor, Ember might be identified as a friend of the Blood Legion, but any human in their midst was a target. Ember was down among the tents now, bearing down on the shaman by the fire, her heavy blade drawn. Already, the Char shaman's voice was reaching a crescendo, and something large was stirring from among the timbers of the flame. As Dougal watched, a wicker-shod arm wrapped itself in flame issued from the heart of the great campfire. Golok cursed, and Dougal saw that the Norn was trying to physically restrain himself from charging into the battle. He looked at the emerging creature, then back at the humans, and then to the camp again, like a dog desperate for a treat. "An effigy," he said at last. "The Flame Legion has summoned a flame effigy. I've heard of them, but I've never seen one. Never fought one." "Go," snapped Cranks. "I'll keep watch up here. Just don't get killed." Without further encouragement, Golok dropped his end of the chain, pulled his battle axe, and with a cry that resounded through the bowl of the valley, threw himself down the steeper inner hillside. Dougal thought that, at the Norn shout, every Char's head in the battle turned towards them, before resuming their internecine struggle. There was gunfire, and shots passed over their heads from Blood Legionnaires, unsure if they were possible allies or reinforcements for the Flame Legion. Dougal, Riona, and Cranks flattened themselves on the hilltop. "Spring the lock," said Riona, pointing to her neck. Dougal looked down at the battlefield. Ember had reached the Flame Legion shaman, and in a single blow cut him down. He crumpled like a set of empty robes, but his enchantment had succeeded. Another heavy arm reached out of the flame, and now rising from the heart of the campfire was a giant's head wrapped in fire, a mockery of a Char warrior's head. Golok was making for it, fearful some would reach it first and deny him his fair slaughter of the creature. Ember said, "If something happens, free me," said Riona sharply. "This qualifies. Do it." Dougal pulled out the pouch with his lockpicks from his pocket, and as he did, he noticed that there was someone behind him. The Flame Legion soldier had appeared at the base of their hill, away from the battle. He wore a cumbersome backpack and held a strange rifle attached to the backpack by a flexible pipe. Whether the Char was a deserter or a picket or a patrol, he spotted them now. "Hurry," said Cranks. "I'll keep him busy." The Azura raced down the hill, brandishing his useless lightning wand. The Flame Char lifted his rifle, and a jet of fire spat from its barrel, a stream of liquid flame that laced towards the Azura. The Azura yelped and threw himself out of the way, dancing into a thicket of brush. Dougal bent his head and concentrated on foiling the lock. It was a simple matter. The lock thrown to him and sprung before, it pulled away from Riona easily. The Flame Char had followed Cranks and now played by his flame rifle through the thicket
igniting the brush. As a result, he did not see Riona bearing down on him until the last moment. She slammed into him hard, and the pair tumbled together down the hillside. She pulled away from him as the tube connecting the rifle and the backpack broke, and fire in a thick trail streamed behind the Legionnaire. The air took on a smoggy tang from the burning brush, and Dougal's eyes watered. Bottom of the hill, the char struggled loose from his backpack, which apparently carried the rifle's fuel, his fur smoking. Before him, slightly uphill, Riona faced him. She was armed with a rock that she had picked up. For a moment, the two locked eyes, and then the char did something Dougal did not expect. He bolted, turned, and ran from a stone-wielding woman. Riona let out a cry and chased after him. Dougal shouted as well and started down the hill, gathering up the lengths of chain to use as a weapon. Halfway down, he heard some urgent coughing, and Cranks stumbled out of the scalded brush. His bare arms were blistered, his wide-eyed, rheumy from the smoke. "You're alive," said Dougal, and he realized how happy he was. "Only for the moment," said the Azura. "Get me my pack." Dougal looked at where Riona had disappeared, and then back up to the hill where the pack still lay. He half walked, half carried the Azura back up the hill, where he dug through his pack filled with wax paper wrappings, finally producing a reddish filter. He drank it down without further comment, and then spent a long moment spewing up black powder. The flesh on his bare limbs crusted and fell away, revealing new flesh, a lighter shade of gray beneath. Dougal looked down into the valley. The Flame Legion troops were breaking, and the Blood Legionnaires were upon them, cutting them down in ones and twos. More importantly, Ember and Gulick had engaged the effigy, the char dancing forward and lacing the creature with the tip of her sword, enraging it, while the Norn hacked at its burning legs with the zeal of a crazed lumberjack. As Dougal watched, the huge creature swayed, then fell backward in a flurry of burning wicker and spark. Dougal turned back towards where Riona had disappeared, but Cranks grabbed the chain. "No," said the Azura. "She'll be back, I hope." Dougal had to nod. Already the battle had abated to the point that the members of the Blood Legion were pointing up at them on the hillside, and about a half dozen members of the Victorious Legion were hustling up to collect them. Dougal had time to stow his picks and stand there docilely while Crank conspicuously pulled the other end of the chain, tried to look both in charge and non-threatening. Char Patrol gathered up their gear and pushed Dougal down the slope to the rest of the troop ahead of them. Ember was already arguing with some officer when they arrived. "These are my prisoners," said Ember. "I demand you release them to me at once." "We appreciate your help, Doomforge," replied the officer, another female char with tawny fur, "but I cannot allow you to pass without knowing your business." "I am in the business of Malice Sword Shadow, the Ash Legion Imperator," said Ember, snarling. "I cannot and will not tell you the nature of my mission, nor should you," came a deep, resonant voice from the perimeter of the discussion. "I will be dining with Sword Shadow at the end of the week, and I shall take the opportunity to ask the Imperator about it." The soldiers parted to reveal the commanding char, the one with coal black fur and hard, angry eyes. His fiery blade was now sheathed. Dougal could tell by his ease and swagger that he was the top cat in this army. What surprised Dougal most of all was the way that Ember immediately stiffened with the arrival of the newcomer, coming fully to attention and executing a perfect salute. She was more intimidated by this char commander than she was even by Almora Soulkeeper. "Ember Doomforge, Ash Legion, detached, sir," he barked. "At ease, soldier," said the dark-furred char. Ember did not relax a single hair. "These are yours?" "Yes, sir," said Ember. "I am taking these prisoners in for questioning. They were found near the Dragon Brand." The dark-furred char grunted. "You said prisoners, plural. I think you're missing one or more of them." Ember wheeled and for the first time realized that Riona wasn't there. A look of shock and fear spread across her face. "Where is she?" She hissed at Cranks. The Azura stammered for a moment, then managed. "We were assaulted by a flame rifleman. We drove him away, but in the confusion, the female human escaped. I expressed my deepest apology and will offer a refund." "Just wonderful," muttered the dark-furred commander. Louder, he shouted. "We have a mouse loose. I want it caught. Now, get trackers on it. Starting up on the hill." "Sir," said Ember, and Dougal could almost sense the fear on her. "I need the prisoner alive and unharmed." The commander grunted again and bellowed. "I want the mouse alive and unharmed. Any of you bring her back in pieces, and I will have your guts for garters. Am I clear?" There was a sharp expression of agreement, and the milling char broke into teams. Some gathered the deceased Blood Legion tar by the campfire for burning. Others laid out the dead Flame Legionnaires for the crows and vultures. Meanwhile, a large contingent headed up the hill. "You will accompany us," said the commander. "We will talk later." "Sir, yes, sir," said Ember, who saluted again as the commander turned and marched over to where the other char were emptying the contents of the Flame Legion's tents. Ember did not relax as much fall in on herself. A picket of other Blood Legion formed up around them. Gulick took the chain from Cranks, and Ember had made a show of checking Dougal's neck manacle. "What happened?" said the char, fussing with the still locked cuff. We were ambushed, like Crank said, whispered Dougal. The rifleman would have fried him, but I freed Riona and she tackled him. The rifleman lit out and Riona chased after him. Idiot, said Ember, and Dougal was unsure if she was talking about Cranks, Dougal, Riona, or herself. Then she added, keep your mouth shut and pray to your foolish gods. What's wrong? Dougal managed. I may have taken you from the skillet into the flames, said Ember. A regular char commander, I could bluster my way past. But this... What? The commanding officer, said Ember. He is Tribune Ridlock Brimstone, hero of my people. If he chooses to take you off my hands, there's nothing I can do to stop him. Chapter 23. The Blood Legion Char returned Riona within the hour. She was battered and bruised, but the Char followed the Tribune's orders to the letter. She was whole and her eyes ablaze with anger. The Char brought her before Ember, and the two locked eyes for a moment. Then Ember pulled back and lashed out a wicked backhand slap. It caught Riona on her chin, and she collapsed to her knees from the force of the blow. Chain her up, snarled Ember, pointing at Cranks and Gulick, and do it right this time, or I'll stake you out for the Ravens. The Char who had captured Riona nodded with approval and told Ember how they had found her. Crouched in a shallow cave. She had no weapons, had surrendered. Gulick and Cranks reattached the chains. She had to do that, you know, said Gulick softly. She cannot show weakness. Riona glowered. That is not what I'm mad about. I lost the Char I was chasing. He got away. Wait for later to tell Ember that, suggested Crank. The company formed up with Ember and her prisoners in the center. No one but Ember was allowed to take control of the prisoners, but there was no way they could escape. Burning their dead with the tents of the Flame Legion, the company moved north, Ridlock Brimstone at its head. They moved at a double march speed, such that Cranks was scurrying to keep up. Behind them curled the smoke from the burning tent, and having advertised their presence, Ridlock had no intention of remaining in the area. Dougal could feel the sweat of exertion and fear run down his back. They were surrounded by Char, and he felt like a mouse among cats. The urge to bolt, to flee, was strong, and he was afraid it would outmatch his better judgment. He looked at Riona and saw that she was staring ahead, the welt from Ember's strike still vivid on her face. She noticed Dougal looking at her and nodded. At the next rest break in the march, she leaned towards him. This commander is a slave driver, she said. Ember said the commander is Ridlock Brimstone, replied Dougal. She's afraid of him. I don't blame her. You know about this Ridlock? Said Riona. Big time Char hero, said Dougal, and one or two Char shoulders glanced towards them. He shut up until they looked away. He was one of Destiny's Edge legendary adventurers. Captain Logan Thackeray was one of that group, along with the Azura Snaff, the Silvari Kaith, and the Norn Heir. Heirs to Galkin, said Gulick sternly. He was a great hero once. He stressed the word was. So the slave driver hung out with us mere humans? Pitiful, said Riona, loud enough for a few Char heads to twist in her direction. The prisoner will be silent, snapped Crank, and slapped Riona's haunch with the lightning rod. Dougal admired that Riona didn't strike out against the Azura. They marched through the heat of the day, reaching the base camp by late afternoon. The beachside camp was on the shores of a lake dominating the Ascalon basin, and was laid out with military precision, lines of tents arranged in grid. The troops were dismissed and returned to their assigned quarters, leaving Ember and her prisoners alone. The Char stood there, waiting, and within a few moments, the Blackford Tribune stormed up. Doomforge, snapped Ridlock Brimstone. Sir, yes, sir, said Ember, snapping to attention. Riona stifled a laugh, and Dougal scowled at her. You are a mystery. I do not like mysteries in my camp, Brimstone snarled. You will take the furthest tent down by the shore. Yes, sir. Ember looked petrified. Brimstone ignored her discomfort. There's an empty supply skiff moored there. We are going to abandon it and report it scuttled. I want you out of here before tomorrow morning. We are heading east along the coast. Choose a different direction. Understood, sir. Understand this, said Brimstone. I don't want to see your face again. Dismissed. Ember executed a crisp salute and said, yes, sir. She motioned to Gulick to pull the humans down to the far end of the tents. And Doomforge, said Ridlock Brimstone. Yes, sir. You have your grandmother's eyes, said the Tribune, and managed what Dougal could only imagine was a smile. Thank you, sir, said Ember, suddenly relaxing a fraction of an inch and waving for the others to follow. The selected tent had been newly erected a fair distance from the crisp lines and close to the abandoned skiff. Ember indicated to the others to step inside. Get your rest. We'll leave once night has settled. He knows, said Cranks, pulling off his rumpled hat and running his fingers through his hair. He knows what we're doing. No, replied Ember. That is, he knows I am up to something, and that Imperator Sword Shadow is somehow involved, and that we are a mystery, that he hates mysteries. The sooner that we sneak out, the sooner he will be relieved of thinking about what we're up to. And what did he mean about your grandmother's eyes? Said Riona. I thought it was obvious, said Ember, pausing at the entrance to the tent. He knows my grandmother. You rest, you will need your energy. And then she was gone, leaving the others to make themselves comfortable as they saw fit. Dougal did not remove his chains, and Riona did not request it. They rested until dark. For an abandoned skiff scheduled for scuttling, the boat proved to be well stocked. A pair of heavy oars were set in muffled locks near the stern, and a long steering pole was laid alongside a gunwale beneath the seats for a few tins of boiled meat. The Azura took the bow, the humans and Ember behind him. Gulik pushed off from the shore and nimbly for his size, settled in at the rowing bench. They rowed away from camp on quiet oars. No one would admit to seeing them leave. Once they were far enough from the shore that the char campfires were hot red dots, Ember unlocked the manacles. Dougal wanted to throw them into the lake, but instead handed them over to Gulik, who paused from his rowing long enough to stash them back in his satchel and return Riona and Dougal's weapons to them. The moon was already up when they had left camp, but the lake swallowed its light utterly. They rode through the darkness, the horizon only obvious from where the stars ended. Complete blackness began. Far to the north, there was a faint glow, something throwing the moonlight back into the sky. Riona and Dougal took turns at the bow of the boat, with the pole feeling in the darkness for the bottom and moving alongside logs and lake weeds in their path. There was a splashing off the side port, but when Dougal turned, all he could see was a flash of silver scales diving. There was another light up ahead, this one the color of flames. As they closed, it resolved into 2, then 4, then a dozen different fires, all contained within great iron foundries. Iron Dock, said Ember, identifying the place. It is one of our weapon foundries. It runs all day and night, hanging to the far bank. Gulik proved to be a subtle and deft rower, and moved the shallow drafted skiff to the left side of the lake, through a narrow passage. Now they could hear the clanging of anvils and the roar of forges across the water, combined with the snarling shouts of the overseers. The lake narrowed, and they could see the docks, metal-shod boats bobbing at the quay. Then Gulik passed them as well, and they were around a rock outcropping and turned back to the north. You are making weapons, said Riona quietly. Aye, said Ember. Even if there is peace with the humans in Evanhawk, the legions will have no end of enemies. Ghosts, flame legions, ogres, Grawl, and dragons, added Dougal. And dragons, agreed Ember. Although in the darkness, Dougal could not see the look on the char's face. Now the glow to the north resolved itself more clearly. It was not a reflection of the racing moon, but a brilliant radiance with its own source. They cleared the channel, and the terrain opened up to the north. Dougal could see it more fully and recognized it. It was a single ray of brilliant white light reaching to the heavens, raised like a sword over the northern darkness, and like a blade it cut Dougal to the heart, for at its base was the center of the foe fire. In its distant light, Dougal could see the faces of the others. Ember was familiar with the sight and was unimpressed, but Riona and Cranks stared at the beacon on the horizon. Even Gulik, reliable rower that he had been, stopped his labors and stared at it, open-mouthed, before recovering himself and resuming his regular strokes. The lake was shallower now, and Dougal was touching the bottom with his pole more often than not. Trees started to appear on the shores, long-limbed mangroves fluttering with bat and night swallows. Finally, the water became marsh, which became land solid enough to walk upon. Ember pointed to an outcropping on the northern shore, and Gulik pulled the boat up on the thick muck. Ember started up the bank, and the others followed, although Dougal now knew the land well. The northern horizon had changed, limned by the power of the Foefire's heart, but it was now an irregular shadow, angular and blocky, the remains of Ascalon city itself. At the top of the bank was a broad road, and after waiting for a few moments, the group skittered across it, avoiding any char patrols. Only when they were on the northern side of the road did Ember react and make for one of the low hills overlooking the city in shadows. They climbed to the top, where they came upon the petrified remains of several great poles that had stood undisturbed for 2 centuries. The viewing hill, said Dougal, knowing it from the tale. This is where Fireburn watched the foe fire. Yes, said Ember, and here I complete my task, and my knowledge fails me. We're going to need your knowledge of this city come morning. And until dawn? Asked Dougal. We wait, said the char. They were close enough to the city now that there was little danger of char patrols, but still beyond the city walls, and there was little risk of ghosts. Dougal could see the spires of the broken towers of the city, dimly lit by the brilliance of the foe fire. It looked like a ghost city, the perfect home for the dead. About an hour after they arrived, a bank of clouds moved in from the west, capturing the moonlight and overtaking the sky blade of the foe fire. The light from the heart of the curse splashed against the bottom of the clouds. Now that they stood at the edge of the city, the group was uneasy. Rest would be good, but this close, none were in the mood. Ember prowled the perimeter, watchful for char patrols. Cranks fiddled with things in his pack. Gulik sat on the southern end of the hill, facing away from the city itself, looking over the roads and lake to the south. Only Riona seemed willing to rest, but she was seated, her helmet and sword laid to one side, as if she were waiting for something. As for Dougal, he tried to relax, looking up at the pattern the foe fire's beacon made across the sky, but at last he had to give up, and sat up looking at the city's crumbling edifices. Cranks cleared his throat. You still have that ambient thaumaturgic construct? The Azura asked. The golem's eye? Dougal nodded. Can I see it? Crank said. Dougal fished the stone from his pocket and gazed at it again. It was worth more than he might otherwise make in a year, but that did him little good at the moment. Sure, he said, dropping it into the Azura's hand. Just make sure you take care of it. Oh, Crank said. That I can promise you. I had to leave most of my tools back in Ebonhawk, but I brought a matrixolator. I could recalibrate it into a recharging device, given sufficient sympathetic energy. Dougal blinked at the Azura, realizing for the first time what Cranks had given up to come along. For most of the trip, he thought the Azura was concerned with his own skin. Now it was clear that he left behind his lab and his projects, which for an Azura was as important as his life. Why don't you hold on to it, said Dougal, and see if you can figure it out. The Azura's eyes opened wide, with long ears perked up. Hang on, he said, and ran back to his pack, rooted around in a bit, then came back with one of his bottles, a red syrup oozing down its sides. Here, use this if you're injured. It's a good batch, I think. Dougal smiled and put the untested potion in his pocket. And if we don't find enough treasure in Ascalon City, that gem is yours. Buy yourself a new workshop. Cranks made a choking, gurgling noise and pulled out a device that looked like the product of a union between a violin and a crossbow. Yes. You see, it is fully primed, but just needs some basic arcanic updates to handle the annual progression of the stars over the past 2 centuries. Dougal shook his head, understanding about 1 word in 3, which when dealing with the Azura was better than usual. He looked up and saw Goluk's broad back, his legs hanging over the southern-facing cliff. If you'll excuse me, said Dougal, standing up. The Azura looked almost disappointed. You don't want to hear me explain how this works? Later, perhaps, Dougal said. I owe Goluk a story. Dougal walked over to where Goluk was sitting, crossing paths with the patrolling Char. Ember just nodded at him and continued on her round. The human sat down next to the Norn, looked out over the quiet emptiness south of the city, and coughed softly. I first met Gaida, said Dougal, and noticed that Goluk flinched at the name. Started again. I first met Gaida Odd's daughter in a second-story room in a tavern in Divinity's Reach. We had both been hired by Clag, who you've met, and let me say that Clag was the type of Azura who would only be brave if he was backed up by a large golem or a Norn. Clag had both. The Norn was your powerful cousin, so you can imagine he was insufferable. Goluk let out a chuckle, and Dougal continued. He spoke of their adventures beneath Divinity's Reach, of finding Blim's tome, and of the final battle with the skeletal tomb guardian. He did not mention Gaida's bullying or threats, and once or twice, when he spoke of her kind nature, Goluk gave him a sidewise glance and a smile. For the most part, he told the truth, but it was the truth you would speak about the dead for the benefit of the living. Goluk clapped Dougal on the shoulder. By that time, the sky was lightening to the east. Although its rise would be obscured by the gathering clouds, it would be an overcast and gray day in the dead city. The slow, colorless dawn revealed a city of tombstones. Its outer walls were broken apart like a jumble of loose teeth, and its spires and structures were canted, their windows and doors shattered and empty. Dougal could make out the sights from his map in his earlier visit. There was the sunrise tower of the palace, its spire rising above all others. The royal treasury was within the palace complex. There had been a central tower, but that had fallen, taking King Adalburn and his curse with it. There was the Hall of Records, now roofless, its contents rotted by time and weather. And there was the central plaza where he had to shoot Jervis. His heart sank at the sight. The others came up behind him, but for the longest moment, no one spoke. It's a wreck, Riona said. A horrible, terrible ruin. I knew the stories, of course, but I never. It's worse on the inside, said Dougal. So, Ember said, looking at Dougal, what's our plan of attack? Dougal turned to look at the other 4. All were armed and waiting for him. There was no question of turning back now, even if they wanted to. They had paid too high a price to get this far. This way, said Dougal, although as he spoke he felt he was condemning all of them to their deaths. Dougal led the others down the city's crumbling outer wall and followed it around to the right, away from the gaping maw of the main gates. This is how we entered last time, he said. And we all know how well that went, said Cranks. Why don't we march in through the front gates, said Goluk. Every ghost in the city would come to meet us, Dougal said. They're mostly mindless monsters, but they remember being charged with protecting that gate and then watching it fall. They have watchers there. Nothing and no one ever gets through it. He pointed to a hole in the collapsed wall wide enough for even Goluk to fit through. Besides, he said, I've been this way before, so I know what to expect. Riona looked at the wreckage of the stone and mortar around her. I never imagined it would be this bad. Feel yourself then, Dougal said, as he climbed over several feet of rubble
to reach the back of an alley on the wall's other side. There are worse things in here than ghosts. Bears' bones, Gulick said. What could be worse than an army of ghosts? Dougal led the team to the mouth of the alley, which opened up on a wide street that had once been the center of commerce in the city. As he reached the street, Dougal stepped back and waved his arms to present the scene to the others. What's worse, he said, all the bodies from which they came. The bones, armor, weapons of the soldiers that had been fighting at the time of the faux fire littered the streets. Most of the skeletons lay there intact, having had to endure only a couple of centuries of weather and sun. Unlike on other battlefields, birds and other animals refused to pick at the flesh here. The ghosts and the faux fire itself, keeping them far away. The first bodies laid at the mouth of the alley, and as Gulick brushed past one of them, it fell to pieces. The bones clattered, and the armor clanged on the cobblestone, startling them all. Gulick cursed his clumsiness, then withdrew behind Dougal again. Nothing is holding those bodies together but memories, said Riona. Those memories are fading fast, said Dougal. He pointed at a small square that the street opened into. That's the way we're heading. And where are we going? Asked Ember. Ultimately to the royal treasury, beneath the palace. Finding a way down once we reach it is another challenge. When Adalburn set off the faux fire, the buildings were shifted, and some of the lower stories were crushed by the upper. The king's chamber atop the sunrise tower was mostly unscathed. Should have some access. You say should, like you don't know, said Cranks. We never got that far, said Dougal. But then we broke into the city at night. Dougal crept up the street slowly, picking his way past the bodies and struggling to find a path that was wide enough that he could reasonably expect Gulick to be able to navigate it. Although Dougal was certain he'd given the Norn plenty of room, Gulick still bumped over an occasional body, sending bones and weapons and armor clattering along the cobblestones. Dougal hoped that the ghosts would not be as active now, with the sun still on the rise, as they might be at night. Due to the city's high walls and surrounding buildings, though, shadows would hold on to the night long into the day. And despite the fact that they had previously encountered the ghosts at night, it did not mean that they were afraid of the day or any less lethal. Soon, they reached the street that led to the main square. As they drew closer, Dougal grew more and more tense. At one point, he noticed he was unconsciously holding his breath. He had to force himself to breathe. It was then that he realized where he was. Intentionally or not, he had brought the others to the very place where he had last seen Vala and Dak alive. He had struggled so hard to blot it from his memories that he didn't recognize it at first, but when he saw a familiar set of armor laying on the street in the center of a large bloodstain that the years had not done enough to fade, it all came flooding back to him. He knelt down next to the skeleton that had once been his friend, and he reached out to touch the front of his helmet it still wore. Dak Turnbull, he said. How did it all go so wrong? Riona came up behind him and put his hand on his shoulder. Is it really him? The pain on her face made her look much older. Dougal stood up and found himself in Riona's embrace. It's all right, she said. Finishing the job here will make it right. Then she stopped, and Dougal felt Riona's breath catch in her chest, something she saw over his shoulder. Oh no, she whispered in his ear. She might have said something else, but Dougal couldn't hear it. The sound of somebody shouting from up the street drowned her out. Alarm! Alarm! An ethereal, strident voice cried. The walls have been breached. Invaders are in Ascalon City. Alarm! Alarm! Chapter 24. Dougal spun around to see who was screaming at them. A ghostly figure stood across the street, pointing and yelling at Ember. She wore Ebonhawk armor and bore a great sword in both hands. For a moment, Dougal thought it was Vala herself, returned from the dead, and for a moment he was transfixed by the idea. But the mist around her face cleared to reveal a stranger, one of the Watchers. That was when Dougal realized someone else was yelling at him. Dougal Keen! Ember shouted. She grabbed his shoulder and pulled him around to look at her. What? He asked, still stunned by everything roiling in his head. That! Ember stabbed a finger in the direction of another street that emptied out into the square. Dougal remembered from his research that this road led to the soldiers' barracks, although he was sure it had been centuries since anyone had slept there. A column of ghostly soldiers stormed down that road, rushing into the main square. Dougal recognized them at once as part of the same force that had killed his friends the last time he'd braved the streets of Ascalon City. These were the spirits of people slaughtered by the faux fire, like the simple shepherds they'd met near the dragon brand, only far more dangerous. He gazed into their faces and saw no love there, no compassion for the living, just madness and an all-consuming lust for death. Bear's blood, Gulick said as he unlimbered his axe. This will be a battle worthy of any saga. You're a fool, said Ember. You can't beat them all. I will not die without a fight. Try not dying at all, Crank said as he smacked the Norn on the back of the head. Run! This way. Ember sprinted away from the column of ghosts. She moved with the lumbering grace of a lion, weaving her way between and over bodies scattered around the ground. Dougal! Riona reached for Dougal's shoulders. We need to go.
She snatched Dougal's hand and pulled them along, following the char. Dougal stumbled along after the best he could, although his feet felt as if they were bound with stones. "We can't outrun them," said Riona. "Head back for the gates. Too many between there and us," said Dougal. To the others he shouted, "Follow me. We're going to the palace." Riona shot Dougal a hard look and said, "The ghosts think as they did in life. They try not to leave the city itself, so they should not violate the king's chamber without approval." He grabbed her arm and hauled her along with him for a few steps until she was back up to speed. She punched him in the back as she finally matched his pace. "You idiot," she said. "Why did you wait? What did you see?" Dougal bit his tongue. This wasn't the time for the kind of discussion such words demanded. Instead, he just ran. They wound their way through the streets of the city, racing towards the royal chambers. Because Dougal knew the way, Ember and Gulick, still carrying cranks, slowed down for Riona and him to catch up. Now in the lead, Dougal sprinted straight for their goal and hoped that it was still standing. Ahead of them rose a pillar of light. The energies of the foe fire itself coalesced into a single blade raised against the sky. When Adalbern summoned the foe fire on the battlements, he opened a sinkhole down through the catacombs that laced the foundations of the city. From that sinkhole rose a tower of radiance, the lasting memory of his great spell. They turned right before they reached the luminous pillar, snaking through narrow alleyways, half filled with rubble, leaving the ghost behind. At last they reached the open court before the palace itself. Dougal's heart quailed for a moment, for the lower reaches of the palace were blocked, their entrances crushed, the upper floors pancaked onto the lower ones. A single long staircase reached up along an inner wall. Dougal checked his mental map and saw that it would lead to the royal chambers themselves. Unfortunately, the staircase was guarded. A squad of ghostly soldiers stood there waiting for them. When they saw Ember, the guards at the gate drew their swords and charged at her. "Death to the invaders," they shouted. "Death, death. Is there any other way out of here?" Ember said as she drew her sword. "No." Dougal glanced back to see the soldiers they had run from in the main square gaining on them fast. "We need to go through the guards. The royal chambers are at the top of the stairs." Dougal unsheathed his sword then, and the ebon blade seemed to hum in his hand. "There are fewer of them ahead of us than behind," said Riona, her own blade drawn. "Forward we go then," Dougal growled, turning back towards the steps and immediately running into Gulick's massive form. The Norn grabbed Dougal to prevent him from tumbling backwards. "Hold him." Gulick pressed cranks into Dougal's arms. "Bear's nose. He's a good friend, but a lousy passenger. I will hold back the ghosts for you." "But what?" Before Dougal could finish his thought, much less his sentence, the Norn leapt past him, swinging his axe over his head. "All right," he bellowed at the oncoming horde of ghosts. "Who wants me to send them to their eternal rest first?" Riona grabbed Dougal and pulled him past Gulick as the Norn pressed forward towards the bunched drink of spirits. Above them, Ember had already begun a doomed battle with the ghosts guarding the gate. Her flashing blade and claws bit into their imperial forms, cutting them like smoke. While this did not seem to cause the ghosts any obvious pain, after enough such blows, they began to dissipate like fog, and hope leapt in Dougal's heart. Crank shoved hard against Dougal's grip. "Put me down, right now." "You don't stand a chance against the ghosts," said Dougal, "and quit squirming." "Of course I don't stand a chance, you idiot, but you do. Put me down." Dougal set the Azure down on the stair behind him. "Now get in there and use that sword of yours." Before Dougal could reply, one of the ghosts that Ember had dispatched reformed from the swirling mist surrounding her. It spotted Dougal and charged straight at him, screaming, "Death to the invaders! Death! Death!" Working on reflexes, Dougal brought up his sword and stabbed it straight through the ghost. The creature stopped cold, clutched at the blade for an instant, and then started to scream in pain. It dropped to the stairs and lay there for an instant before entirely fading away. Despite himself, Dougal smiled. "Step aside, Ember," he shouted. "I'm coming through." The char twisted out of his way, moving with the powerful grace of a hunting cat. Dougal stepped up and slashed his weapon through the forms of 3 ghosts at once. Every one of them howled in protest and cringed at the weapon's touch. But after it passed through them, they stood straight back up and threw themselves into the fight again. Dougal cursed. "I'm hurting them all right, but only while the blade is actually in them." "That might be good enough," Ember said. She shivered, nearly frozen from all the ghostly swords that had swung through her. "Riona," Dougal said. One of the ghost's swords sliced right through his sword and then through him. It felt like it was trying to freeze his organs. He groaned in pain, then said, "Grab Ember, make for the top of the stairs." "No," she said. "We can't lose you." "I'll be right behind you," he said, slashing at the ghosts again, forcing them to keep their distance. "Promise." Snarling in protest, but doing what she had been asked, Riona took Ember by her arm, and the two of them raced around the massive ghosts to the left as Dougal forced them to the right. Once Ember and Riona were past him, Dougal kept pressing in that direction, circling around until the ghosts no longer stood between him and the stairs up to the royal chambers. Dougal was just about to break off the fight and race after the others when he realized that that Cranks hadn't gone with Riona and Ember. He looked down at the stairs and saw Cranks standing where he had left him, still rummaging through his pack, hunting for one sort of gadget or another. "Get moving," Dougal called to the Azura. "I can't do this much longer." "I have something in here to help him," said Cranks. "Who?" But Dougal knew the answer as soon as the question left his lips. Still defending himself with his sword against increasingly wary ghosts, he gazed down past the creatures he was barely keeping at bay and spotted Gulick again, still taking on scores of the ghosts themselves. "By Bear's bloody claws," the Norn bellowed as he swung his axe all about, "I will battle you until my dying breath, whether sagas are sung of this day or not. No matter how fast you might finally kill me, you shall know you've been in the fight of your deaths." "Gulick," shouted Dougal, "break off and follow us." "And let them chase you down?" shouted Gulick, grinning from ear to ear. "Never. The aquatic thunderator won't work," Frank said to himself. "I do have a darkness grenade, but I don't know if it's functional." He shook his head. "Just get moving. Get up here," said Dougal. The Norn turned to Dougal and pointed up the stairs with his axe. "Remember me," he said, and turned back to slashing apart the spirits. They streamed out in strands of fog beneath his blows, only to reform moments later. Pressed on all sides now, Gulick bristled and began to transform into his ursine form. "I have one last healing draught, but that's not— Aha! Wait!" Cranks reached into his pack and yanked something out of one of the endless numbers of pockets in it. "Yes," he shouted, and flung a small orb into the center of the fray. Gulick grinned and turned to shout something. It might have been thanks. Then the ball exploded into a ball of flame, the force of the blow driving both man and Azura back against the stairs. When the conflagration cleared, there was a sign of neither Norn or the ghosts, but only a shallow, scorched crater. Already the pale blue strands were reforming into ghosts. Crank stared at the devastation. "By the eternal alchemy! I used too much arcanic energy! I killed him! I thought it would help, and I killed Gulick!" The pair of ghosts nearest them, at the borders of the blast, reformed the quickest. Dougal stabbed each of the ghosts right through the chest. After they retreated out of the reach of his blade, Dougal reached down and grabbed the panicked Azura by the back of his collar. Then he turned and sprinted straight up the steps, dragging Cranks along with him. The staircase ascended forever, and Dougal could see Riona and Ember ahead, climbing the steep steps as fast as they could. Beneath him, he could hear the entire city howl. Looking down, he could see ghosts spilling from every doorway and trying to force themselves up the stairs behind them. Dougal, bringing the still frantic Cranks along with him, drove through a wide open doors at the top of the stairs, bursting into what his ancient map said were the royal chambers. They landed in a tangled ball in the center of the main chamber, and before Dougal could pull himself free, Ember and Riona grabbed them both and dragged them behind a tattered dressing screen that cut off the back half of the room from the front. Dougal started to ask what was going on, but Ember clapped a hand over his mouth while Riona muzzled Crank. Dougal's eyes darted around and spotted a ghost standing right over them. He cursed himself for believing that the city's soldiers would not follow them in here. Yet a ghost stood there staring at him with a kind and gentle face. The unexpected face stopped Dougal cold. The look in the ghost's eyes was not maddened or vicious. This ghost looked sad. Rather than armor, the ghost wore the rich and elegant clothes of a royal courtier. He was balding, pot-bellied, and his eyes bore the weight of having seen far too many things for too damned long. He carried no weapon other than the handle of a ghostly knife still jutting from the wound in his chest. Riona raised her blade, but Dougal held up a hand to stop her. Mortals and ghosts viewed each other, and Dougal found his voice. "Savion," he said. "You're the king's servant, Savion." The ghost in ornate dress frowned and sniffed. "Chief courtier, thank you," said the ghost, "but I am Savion, and it is about time you got here, or someone like you." From the doorway near the head of the stairs, there arose a racket of the approaching mob. The ghost of Savion turned and walked back through the dressing screen, disturbing it less than a gentle breeze. Dougal could no longer see him, but the courtier's voice carried through the room. "How dare you burst into the king's private quarters unannounced?" Savion said, his voice commanding and firm. The ghost soldiers chanted at him. "There are invaders. We must protect Ascalon. We must protect the king." Savion scoffed at them. "I have been in these chambers this entire day, and there have been no brigand, no raiders, no bandit. Off with you." The ghost voices became more subdued and confused. "We saw invaders," said one, but they were unsure of themselves now. Savion did not raise his voice, but his words dripped with menace. "Leave now, or I shall summon his majesty, our great King Adalbern, to deal with your intrusion personally. Do not tally, but hunt your invaders elsewhere." The ghosts were cowed by the invoking of the king's name. Then, encouraged by
by the idea that the invaders were still at large somewhere else. The soldiers' chanting faded as they left the chambers and went off to search of prey somewhere outside of the king's private room. The ghost poked his head through the screen. I believe it is safe to speak now, he said as he emerged wholly before the others. Their dedication to the king is nearly as mindless as their bloodlust, and I can fuse them easily. Dougal got to his feet and stared at the ghost, stunned to see that something of the man had survived for so long. See, Ember said, elbowing Dougal in the shoulder. Fireburn was right. Savion. The courier didn't smile. He frowned less, but it had the same effect. To Dougal, he said, yes, I am Savion in the, well, not flesh exactly, but I'm afraid you have met me at a disadvantage, sir. Dougal blinked. Keen. Dougal Keen. Keen. Ghost's eyes lit up. No relation to Lieutenant Dorian Keen? Dougal's breath caught in his chest. Ancestor. The ghost nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I think I see some resemblance. A good man. We could have used him here, but other duties called. How is this possible? Asked Riona. I thought all of the ghosts in Ascalon City had been driven mad by the foe fire. Remember the story I told you? Said Ember. This is the Savion I spoke of. He was dead before Adalburn had used Magdare to ignite the foe fire. I assume this man certainly had unfinished business to attend to. This reunion is all very touching, Craig said, his voice rising into a furious stage whisper. But we have bigger problems right now. As long as they do not hear you or see you, the soldiers will not enter here, said Savion. They fear the king's wrath more than anything. Is he here? Dougal's head snapped around as he looked for any sign of Adalburn. Oh dear no, said Savion. He patrols the battlements of the north wall night and day, waiting for any sign of another Char assault. At this, the ghost gave Ember a sidelong glance. The wailing of the ghosts outside grew louder as these thoughts spun through Dougal's head. Those ghosts seem like they're still hungry for blood, he said. Savion grimaced with regret. I've rarely seen them this agitated. No outsiders have gotten this close to the royal chambers since the foe fire. It is possible that they will eventually choose to ignore my orders and charge the tower on their own initiative if they realized you are here. Riona frowned. I wonder if they would be so quick to follow your command if they knew you betrayed your king. If the Char's story is true, you fought against them with the Char at the very gates. Untrue and unkind. Savion looked down his nose at Riona. Offended. I was doing my best to save the soldiers. His Majesty was determined to murder. Adalburn was desperate to keep the Char from taking Ascalon City, and he was prepared to do anything to stop it. He was furious at our soldiers for failing to stop the Char advance and thought them cowards. But they weren't cowards, said Dougal. Hardly. They were the bravest men and women I ever knew. But we were arrayed against an implacable foe with seemingly endless resources and arms. Savion scowled at Riona. The searing drove us from Rin, and the shame of that imbalanced his Majesty. He began to argue with Prince Rurik, his only child, who advocated making peace with Adalburn's old enemies in Kryda and taking shelter within its borders. Then Rurik broke with the king and perished while leading a faction of Ascalonians into Kryda. The ghost sighed at the ancient loss. His Majesty was devastated by his son's death, but he became more determined than ever to stand up against the Char and prove his son wrong, that he could save the kingdom single-handedly if need be. When it became clear that Ascalon City would fall and that he would not stop it, I think he went mad. I don't know. His voice, ragged and worn. Looks to me like he got exactly what he wanted. The others, including the ghost, gaped at him. Dougal looked at Crank and could have sworn the Azura had been crying. Still, he wasn't Azura, and his logic outran his feeling. What? Haven't any of you ever studied game theory? If you can't win, you do the next best thing. You make sure your enemy can't win either. It works more often than you think because it changes the parameters of the game without your opponent's permission, often even without their knowledge. You're not playing to win any longer. You just want to keep them from winning, and that's a lot harder to stop. The ghostly courier blinked. What sort of creature are you? He said. I am Azura, said Cranks. I am after your time. Indeed, but you impute a great deal of rationalism to a man who had clearly gone mad. Savion's chilly glare froze Cranks solid on the spot. I was there with him. I heard his rants. I saw the insanity dancing in his eyes. By the way, as he drove this dagger into my chest. As he spoke, Savion advanced on the Azura, the ghostly dagger embedded in his vest. Frank shrank beneath Dougal rather than face the ghost's naked wrath. Point taken, he squeaked. Death has done nothing to improve his Majesty's condition. Savion crossed his arms over his middle, resting just under the blade in his chest. In death, his madness grows. He speaks as if Ascalon City were not in ruin, as if the Char had been
been pushed back and as if his son still lived. Dougal knew they needed to get moving fast. If Adalbert found them, Savion wouldn't be able to protect them. To the ghostly courier, he said, "We came here for a great treasure mentioned on an ancient map. Do you know where such treasure would be?" "Ah," said Savion. And now the ghost allowed himself a grim smile. "You got my note." "Your note?" said Dougal. "During the first few years of my undeath, I thought I could gain my revenge on Adalbert. I created maps and notes describing the city and the treasures in the vault. I cast them loose on the wind and watched them carry beyond the battlement. My hopes were that someone would arrive and dispatch Adalbert's ghosts. There were those who came, driven by Erevi's promised gold, but the army of ghosts and the Mad King repelled them. Eventually, I ran out of ink and patience, and I abandoned the effort." Riona said quietly, "Dax map." Dougal nodded. One of Savion's missives had ended up in the old archives, and from there fell into Dax's hands. But Dougal noted that, although Savion claimed disinterest in the matter, he still seemed very interested in some form of vengeance against the king. "I doubt we can slay a dead king," he said, "but we do seek one of his treasures. The weapon borne by the Char leader, an ungu set with gems. It's called the Claw of the Conqueror." Savio nodded. "I know of such a weapon. His Majesty stripped it from the corpse of the Imperator who brought it here. For many years, His Majesty prowled through the city, salvaging armor, weapons, and anything of value. He sealed it in the vault of the royal treasury." "So your ancient maps were correct," said Riona. "Mostly," said Savion. "Most of the entrances to the palace itself were shattered in the foe fire. Those that survived have collapsed as the ruined buildings have settled. If you want to get into the royal vault, you would have to descend down the pit where the heart of the foe fire lies." Dougal overlaid the image of the current ruins with what he had memorized from the map. Yes, if he lowered himself into that pit, he would be relatively close. "Will you help us?" asked Dougal. "I already have," said the ghost, "and I think removing one of Adalbert's prizes will vex him greatly. If you can discomfort him in the process, I would be much obliged. While I cannot send the king's ghost to the mist, I could still take comfort in petty vengeance. Perhaps I can get him mad enough." He would have said more, but Riona interrupted. "He's here," said Riona, who had moved back from the tower's entrance. She had dropped her voice to a whisper. "What do you mean, he's here?" asked Ember, matching her tone. "I mean, he's here," said Riona. "Adalbert, on the parapet right above us." She pointed to the ceiling, and everyone looked up and listened. Dougal heard nothing. "He usually remains on the north wall, or under the castle in the catacombs," said Savion. "What would he be doing above us? How often do you get living visitors?" Dougal asked. "Almost never," Savion admitted. "He must have heard his soldiers chasing us," said Dougal. "He's up there looking for us." A great voice that chilled Dougal to his bones rang out through the city. "Guard!" bellowed King Adalbert. "I have found our invaders. Come to me, and we shall mete out our justice for their crimes."
Chapter 25. Responding to their king's command, a roar went up among the soldiers outside. "We don't have much time," Savion said. "You must flee." "I have a plan," said Riona. "The Claw of the Conqueror. It's in the catacombs, right? And we can get to it from the heart of the foe fire, correct? And between us and it stands scores of angry ghosts," said Ember. "I think we've covered that part already. So we can't just walk up and grab it," Riona said. "Unless somebody can draw the ghosts away while the rest of us find the claw." "That would be me," said Cranks solemnly. The others looked at him. "I'm serious," he said, his eyes red-rimmed. "Brute force won't solve this problem. I'm smarter than the three of you combined, and I have a pack filled with little distractions. And I have an idea of something I could do, something special." He nodded at Dougal, but the human didn't know what he meant. Dougal protested. "Cranks, we've lost one person already." Cranks shook his oversized head. "I need to do this. For Golik, if no one else. I cost him his life. I don't plan on dying without giving him vengeance. He'd never forgive me if I didn't." "You need somebody to come with you," Ember said. "Your will is strong, but your legs are short." "Good idea," said Riona, nodding. "Who could be a better distraction for this group of ghosts than a Char? Just the sight of you should send them into a frenzy." "I was thinking you, actually," Ember said. "You are the least important part of our team, the one we could best stand to lose." "Very well. I'll go with Crank," said Riona. "If Ember Doomforge is too much of a coward to stand up to a bunch of Ascalonian ghosts, then I'll let her run off with her tail between her legs." "I am no coward, mouse." Ember snarled down at Riona, and Dougal wondered if the Char might end the argument by tearing out Riona's throat. "Prove it. I've seen kittens less skittish than you." Ember grumbled at her. "Fine. If Cranks is determined to play the decoy, then I will join him. I wouldn't leave him with you in any event. We'll keep them occupied for as long as we can," said Ember. "You just move like the wind. The longer we must keep them chasing us, the more likely they'll catch us." Dougal held out his hand to Ember and then Cranks, shaking each one of them. "Thank you," he said. "Don't worry about us,"
Crank said with a somber wink. I'm not quite out of tricks yet. This isn't farewell. Ember's fur bristled as she spoke. We shall toast to our foes' failures tonight. Ember and Cranks moved to the doorway and down a long staircase. On their appearance, the king let out a rumbling shout, and in response, the ghostly hordes poured from every doorway. They crowded and milled in the courtyard below, and then, as if propelled by a cannon, shot up the staircase towards them. Ember picked up Cranks, and with a bellow of her own, charged down the stairs. Dougal could not bear to look, but halfway down the stairs, the char took a sharp left off the stairs themselves. The pair, Char and Azura, landed on a rotted roof, not less than 10 feet below them. Slate tiles shot out from beneath Ember's feet, but she kept her footing and jumped again, landing on a lower roof, and repeated the action once more. Ember landed on the edge of an avalanche of masonry. She held her feet out before her, stiff and wide, and when she hit the stones, she did not tumble and fall. Instead, she kept her feet and slid down the shattered tumble of stone, straight toward the street below. Crank screeched the whole way down. The ghosts followed them, those on the stairs streaming over the railings and into the city itself, those at the bottom changing directions and surging after the fleeing pair. Dougal watched the ghostly pursuers disappear down the streets. You should go now, said Savion. They cannot keep them busy for long. Riona led, and Dougal followed. Ahead of them, the staircase was clear, and near the base of the stairs, visible in the overcast daylight, was the pit that caged the Foefire's heart. Yet, Dougal felt that something was watching him, and, despite himself, turned and looked up at the parapets above the royal chamber. And there stood the last king of Ascalon. Adalbern had been middle-aged when he had died, but he seemed as fit and trim as any soldier half his age. He wore a suit of armor that Dougal suspected would have sparkled had it been real, and not some strange, ghostly abstraction. His head was bare, and his white hair fluttered in the wind that whipped through the crumbling battlements. His piercing eyes glared down at Dougal, and a snarl curled on his lips. Adalbern raised his fist over his head, and then swung it down to point a pale finger at Dougal. How dare you trespass in my kingdom, thief, the king said, his voice strong and full of fury. For this, you shall pay the ultimate price. Dougal knew that if they fled, Adalbern would just send more ghosts after him, and their whole plan would be destroyed. He needed to play for time. He dropped to one knee and hoped that Savion's story was true. No, your majesty, Dougal said. I am Ascalonian by heritage. I have come to seek your blessing. The strange request took Adalbern back in an instant, but his fury resurged. The only thing of which I shall approve is your death. But your majesty, he said, I come here on behalf of your son, Prince Rurik. This blatant lie brought the ghost up short. He stammered for a moment, suddenly distracted. Rurik? My son? For a moment his face softened, and then it grew dark again. Rurik is dead. To me, he died the moment he left Ascalon. Your son is dead as you are. This voice came from atop the battlements. The king turned to see the source, and his face grew livid. Savion, he said, you worthless wretch. How dare you enter my presence without my bidding? No, sire. These people are here to repair the damage that you've done. I won't let you hurt them. Stand aside and let me slay this foul beast now, Savion. In honor of your years of service, I will give you one last chance. Years? Savion threw up his hands. Try centuries. You killed me, and you still consider me to be in your service. Well, no more. The courier stared at his king and spoke in short, cold phrases. I renounce my position in your court. There's nothing more you can take from me, Adalbern. You cannot hurt me. So you think... Adalbern reached forward and pulled the ghostly dagger from the courier's chest, and the Mad King stepped forward and swung his blade at Savion. The ghostly servant did not move to avoid the blow, and the blade sliced through him, cutting him cleanly in two. Dougal waited for Savion to reform like the ghosts that Ember had battled in the cave near the Dragon Brand. Instead, the two halves of Savion separated from each other and slid apart. His legs fell one way, while his chest fell another. Before he faded away entirely, Savion said one last word, his voice brimming with grim relief. Finally, then he disappeared, blowing away into the breeze atop the battlements like a half-remembered dream. Adalbern turned away from the vanished shards of his former servant, but found the staircase empty. Riona and Dougal were already lost among the shadowed buildings below. Behind them, the human heard Adalbern's cry of frustration over the rooftops. I think we got under his skin, said Riona, hugging a wall. You think Savion's really gone? Asked Dougal. Riona shrugged her shoulders. I don't think it matters what happens to Savion, Ember, or Crank. What matters is we find the claw of Connor. Dougal grimaced at her, then craned his neck to get a better look at the top of the tower again. All right, he said. You're right. I know you're right, but I don't have to like it. Let's move. Dougal sprinted through the town as fast as he could. Riona lagged behind him just a bit, but he could hear her behind him every step of the way. Soon they reached the main square, and Dougal skidded to a halt. The carnage sprawled out before him, stole his breath. From one side of the square to the other, the remnants sat piled up as if tossed into some careless giant abattoir. Bones and weapons and armor stacked up upon each other like kindling for a monstrous fire. Most of the bodies, especially the ones nearest to and even inside the shattered gates, had once been part of the Char invading force. At a curving line that met roughly near a well in the center of the square, the Char corpses mingled with those of the force of human warriors once arrayed against them. The two sides overlapped for several yards, a stark example of the uncertainty and chaos of battle. Dougal and Riona picked their way across the square, trying not to disturb the dead. At first, Dougal tried to avoid stepping on any remains as to show respect for those who had fallen here. That soon proved impossible, so he switched to treading gently on the bones that he could not avoid. Then a horrible howl from Ember rang throughout Ascalon City, followed by an explosion, and Dougal gave up and just charged as fast as he could without slipping on the remains scattered across the square. They were near the far side of the square when the Char appeared, still carrying the struggling Azura. Ember's mouth was rimmed with a lathering froth, and the Azura was pulling things out of his rapidly diminishing pack and tossing them back at howling, hungry ghosts. There was a brilliant flash behind him, and the side of the old archive wall slowly collapsed into the street, burying the ghosts beneath it. A cloud of dust arose from the crash, and the ghosts slowly pulled themselves from the wreckage. Ember noticed the two humans, and she stood tall and snapped a salute to Dougal. She panted from the exertion, but seemed otherwise unharmed. "Get out of here," Riona said. "You're supposed to lure them away." "Hold it," Frank said as Ember turned to sprint away. "That's it." The Char froze, and the Azura leaped down from her back to pluck a bleached Char skull from the top of the mound of bones that filled the distant pair of the square. "Yes," the Azura said, grinning into the skull's empty eye sockets. "Proximity to the heart of the foe fire. Good solidity. Should have enough necromantic residue to tune. This should do nicely." He pulled from his pocket the device that looked like a cross between a violin and a crossbow. Not bothering to acknowledge the others again, Ember scooped cranks up and raced away from them with the Azura in her arms. The reforming ghosts, now clear of the collapsed building, howled after them. Dougal and Riona crouched at the far end of the square. After the last of the ghosts spiraled out of view, chasing the Char and the Azura, they let out a held breath. "All right," said Riona. "Now we need to get..." That was the moment that three ghosts wafted out of the surrounding room, descended on her. These were dressed in ancient Ascalonian armor and keened and wailed as they attacked. For Dougal, it was all too familiar. "Vala!" shouted Dougal, slicing his sword through the nearest ghost. It let out a scream and dissipated, struck to the heart by the ebon blade. "I'll get them!" Another blow, and he chopped the ghost through the eyes, popped like a soap bubble. The third ghost turned from its attack on Riona and leapt at Dougal, too fast for him to repose. The spirit passed through him, and he could feel his heart freeze with its passage. He spun as it emerged from the far side and snapped loose with his sword. It caught the ghost immediately, and before it could even scream, it was gone. Riona staggered to her feet, her face waned from the chilling touch of the ghosts. "We need to go," said Dougal, "before any other ghosts find us." "Too late," said Riona, and looked over at Dougal's shoulder, at the bone-strewn square they had just crossed. The square was now filled with ghosts, soldiers, citizens, men and women, children. They watched the pair silently with eyes wide with curiosity and madness. "What are they waiting for?" asked Dougal, but he immediately had his answer. On the opposite side of the square, atop the shards of the collapsed tower, Adalbert appeared in full armor and bearing the ghostly remains of Magdair, his double-bladed sword. "You have invaded my kingdom and threatened my people," said Adalbert, his long hair blown back by unseen breezes. "You are traitors to Ascalon and to humanity. I have found you guilty. The verdict is death. Subjects, carry out the..." Adalbert did not finish his sentence, for the ground beneath their feet began to hum and shake. Slowly, one of the bones pulled loose from the others and arced out over the nearby buildings to the east. Then another leg bone, this one belonging to a Char, then a skull. All of them were suddenly magnetic, pulled by some unseen force towards the east. The air was soon filled with the shards of bone, daggers, clubs of skeletal remains, forming a broad gray-white river. "What is this?" shouted Adalbert. "What sorcery is this?" "Pranks," said Dougal, kneeling down next to Riona, in the shade of the toppled pillars safe from the blows. "He said he had one more trick. He must have gotten the golem's eye to work again." The ghosts themselves were confused as the bones sailed through them, leaving ripples in their spiritual form. Then one, then another, turned and stared to chase the airborne rainbow of remains. These may have been their own bones in life, and perhaps they were incensed that they were being disturbed. "Halt!" shouted the king at his deserting followers. "I said halt! Kill these interlopers, and then we will deal with the sorcerer. There was a huge thrumping noise, as if a building filled with kettle drums collapsing, and Adalbern, the ghostly king of Ascalon, the sorcerer king, who had struck fear into the hearts of the Char, turned, his face contorted in shock and awe. Above the line of buildings behind him arose a titanic figure, humanoid at the top and serpentine at the bottom, made entirely of bones and bone fragments. It was the same shape as the tomb guardian Dougal and the others had fled, the defender of Bloom's tomb, except it was made of every bone in Ascalon city, and at the back of its neck rode a small figure with a large head, gripping the bones like a rider holding on to his saddle. In the other hand, he held his misshapen hat and beat the side of the creature with it. I got it to work! Dougal could hear the Azura's thin voice from the height. Praise the alchemy! I built myself a city guardian! Destroy it! Shouted Adalbern. Destroy the abomination! Now another serpent appeared. This one, a thin blue one, that snaked around the torso of the city guardian. This one was made entirely of ghosts, each crawling on the backs of others as it spiraled outwards, trying to reach the small Azura. Kill the little monster, shouted the Ghost King. Kill it and take its power. Cranks apparently noticed the ghost trying to climb the creature's form and kicked his great mount hard. The serpent-bodied city guardian lurched to the left, collapsing buildings on its way and scraping off hordes of ghosts. More spirits rose in their place, and Dougal could hear the king laugh. You will join my kingdom, exhorted Adalbern. You and all the world of the living. I shall take you, and you will join my generals, and we will march on your cities and sweep them all from our path. It'll be a cold day in Radissoon, snapped Crank, and the city guardian got taller now, reaching up to the overcast clouds. I will command your power, bellowed Adalbern, ghostly spittle flying from his lips. I'll give you your wish, answered Crank, his eyes as mad as the ghost. This is for Golok. I will send you and your minions back beneath the earth. And with that, the city guardian, made of all the mortal remains of the ghosts of Ascalon, lunged forward like an arcing cobra, its huge head and massive arms before it as it descended right into Adalbern and his spire. Command this, Puka, shouted Cranks. The late king barely had time to scream. And then the centuries-old remains of Ascalon city cascaded down onto the king in a tidal wave of bone. The ossified skeletons turned to dust as they hit. They were relentless and eternal. The rest of its body followed, pouring ton upon ton of disintegrating legs, arms, and skulls onto the king's basin. It went on for what seemed to be several long minutes, and then it stopped. A huge fog bank of dust and death hung over the city, and there was no sign of ghosts, kings, or Azura. Chapter 26. The pair stumbled through the cloud of pulverized bone, making for the hazy pillar of light. He must have pulled every loose bone in the city, said Dougal, shaking his head. And the ghosts with them, said Riona. It will be a while if they reform. You think he got Adalbern? Asked Dougal. Riona shrugged. I'm sure he drove him back. It is going to be a long time before he shows his undead face above ground, though I bet he won't be alone when he does. The air is so thick, they almost toppled over the edge of the pit without seeing it. The dust cleared enough to show a huge beacon lacing from the bottom of the pit towards the sky, punching through the low-hanging clouds. Somewhere at the base were the remains of the tower where Adalbern, the sorcerer king, invoked the Fofire. Dougal reached into his pack and pulled out a length of rope. He handed it to Riona. Find something solid to anchor this, he said. I'm going in. I'm going with you, he said. He shook his head as he peered down into the blackness of the well. I need somebody back here guarding my way out. Otherwise, I'm never coming out of there alive. Riona frowned but nodded in agreement as she went to fasten the rope around the base of a nearby statue. Dougal recognized it as a portrayal of Adalbern in his younger days, soon after he had returned from the battles with Kryda to claim the crown. It hurt to think how far the king had fallen from that hopeful age, he and the rest of the world. Once Riona secured the rope, Dougal swung his legs over the ridge of broken stone around the pit. He mentally overlaid Savion's map. That was the ghostly courier's curse, that he could not leave for the mists until the ghostly dagger was removed. Would he return as well? Carefully, Dougal climbed down the side of the pit, Riona playing out the rope from above. He could feel the intensity of the light on his back, almost pushing him up against the wall. If he was right, he would not have to crawl all the way to the bottom of the shaft. The wall was slippery as well, and slick with moss. Dougal had a hard time finding handhold. The rope meant he didn't have to, but he didn't like to trust himself entirely on his equipment. Ropes had been known to snap. There was always the chance that the ghost would find it and cut it loose. Of course, if that happened, the lack of rope would likely be the least of his troubles. There, about halfway down the pit, a passageway delved farther into the depths. At some distant point in time, it had been framed by a pair of heavy doors, but one was missing and the other canted at an angle, its wooden face reduced to splinters. Now it reminded him of the empty eye socket of a sun-bleached skull. Dougal swung over the entrance. There was a thin perch before the door. Dougal reached into his pack, fished out a small lantern on a lanyard. He lit it and hung it around his neck. He would need the light once he moved away from the faux fire. "I'm there," he shouted up to Riona. Her head appeared at the rim of the pit. "Good. What do you see?" "This must have been a secret escape route for the royal family," Dougal said as he moved deeper into the foundations under the main square. "I'm surprised to see so little security." As the words left his lips, Dougal felt something under his foot click. He recognized the sensation right away. A pressure plate. He braced himself for something horrible. Dougal froze, and nothing happened. All right, then the trap would spring when the pressure was removed. The trap was probably meant to go off when he walked past the pressure plate. That meant that if he leapt backwards, he might survive. Trap would go off where it expected him to be, and he'd be just fine. Or maybe whatever it was would infect the entire tunnel and kill him anyhow. Dougal decided that it was unlikely. If this tunnel had been made for people who had to get out of the royal chambers in a hurry, the artisans who had crafted the trap would have known that. They wouldn't have put in a trap that might accidentally kill the people they were trying to attack. A smart trap maker would have it so that it would only affect people entering the catacombs this way, not leaving. And it must be older than the Char invasion itself, made for earlier rulers. He could not imagine Adalbern ever using a to escape. Dougal threw himself backward, spinning about and throwing himself flat on his face and covering his head with his arm. The trap sprang as Dougal's weight left the pressure plate. Fire did not engulf the passage. Floor did not drop away. Instead, he heard something come crashing down to the passage, right where he would have been if he had walked blithely past the trap. Dougal sat up, looked back at the passageway. In the light of the tiny lantern still hanging from his chest, he saw a series of spiked poles that had stabbed down a set of sealed holes in the ceiling. These would have run him through and left him impaled on the poles until he either bled to death or died of thirst. Despite that, there was just enough room around the spikes for Dougal to squeeze his way past. "I'm all right," he shouted back towards the entrance, but Riona said nothing. Perhaps she could no longer hear him. Dougal snaked through the catacomb. There were multiple passages now, some doorways crushed, others open as spoiled tombs. The faux fire had twisted the catacombs when it struck. The darkened halls here had probably stood tall and unshaken once, but now the place was littered with bricks that had fallen from the ceiling and walls. In some sections, the roof had caved in entirely, and in others, it looked as if it might do so in an instant. Finally, he reached the site of the vault on his mental map. It was a slab of stone that seemed solid enough to serve as a foundation for a castle. It showed no hinges, knobs, or other features, only a dark hole in its exact center, just a little bigger than the size of his fist. 5 years. It had taken him 5 years to get to this point. Dougal scanned the door with his eyes, his fingertips, hoping to find some flaw in it, some hint of what he needed to make it swing open. Finding nothing, he knelt down, brought his light up to the hole, and in the middle of the door, he peered into it. He started cursing right away. "It's a thief's nightmare," he said to himself. "To work this sort of lock, you have to put your entire hand into the hole, grab the handle, and then turn it in the proper sequence. If you screw it up, a blade springs out to remove your hand at the wrist. Worse, you can't see what you're doing. Your arm blocks the way. Barbaric and effective." Dougal steeled himself and stuck his hand into the black hole, hoping that it would be attached to him the next time he saw it. The metallic handle felt cool in his hand as he grabbed it. He turned the handle counterclockwise until it reached a point of resistance, and there was a click. There was no sudden pain, no blade dropping. He had unfastened the first tumbler. Sweating now, he began to turn the handle to the other direction, past the original point. There was a bit of resistance. Was that the second tumbler, or was that the trap about to spring? "Stop," said a voice in Dougal's ear. For a moment, he thought Riona had followed him down. He craned his head, but he was alone before the stone door. Still, he had heard something, or perhaps it was his own imagination, translating some shifting of the stone into words. Nevertheless, his gut said he had gone far enough. He brought the handle back where it had been, and then started turning it counterclockwise again. Soon he felt the handle click into place. Yes, it had been the second tumbler. Dougal adjusted his grip on the handle, turned it clockwise now. When Dougal reached the point of resistance this time, he felt something sharp pushing against his wrist. He stopped cold. "Good," the phantom voice seemed to say in his ear. Screwing up his courage, Dougal took a deep breath. If he got this wrong, he'd soon be missing his favorite hand. He could only hope that he'd be able to open the door with his other before he passed out from lack of blood. Dougal craned the handle with a sharp twist. The blade that had been pressed against his wrist moved away. Within the stone slab, there was a grumbling as iron bolts bolts were withdrawn. Dougal turned and looked behind him. There was no one there, only a blue-white mist that curled around the statue of a female warrior, then was gone. Dougal pulled on the handle, and the door swung outwards on well-oiled hinges. The vault of King Adalbern lay open to him at last. Dougal stepped through the door into the large room, lined with shelves. Magical lights illuminated the place from ceiling to floor, glowing with a bluish hue that cast everything in an otherworldly light. The walls and ceiling of the room were made of perfectly fitted cut stone bound together with crisscrossing strips of iron. These had no doubt been made to keep thieves from drilling into the vault, but by the way of the iron bands sagged violently in the center of the ceiling, Dougal knew they'd also kept the room from collapsing under the pressure from the fallen tower above. He'd hoped they'd just hold a few minutes longer. The shelves on both sides were filled with terracotta jars, each filled to overflowing with gold coins and jewelry. At the base of the shelves were a pair of ornate swords and armor salvaged by King Adalbern from the wreckage above and tucked away, much like an elderly woman might hide silver pieces throughout the house in case of burglars. Rough sacks of gold and platinum were tucked into every nook and cranny. A particularly large iron-bound chest sat on the far side with a polished marble floor, its lid unlocked and flipped back to rest against the wall behind it. A few gold coins lay scattered about the place where they had spilled out of a single sack that sprawled open on the floor next to the chest. Dougal slipped into the vault, moving carefully, and scanned for traps of any kind. The adrenaline coursing through his veins magnified his senses. While he didn't expect to find any more daggers located behind such a complicated and lethal lock, he knew many people had died from making such assumption. He reached the chest and looked inside. Claw of the Conqueror sat inside the chest, atop a bed of gold coin, precious gems, diamonds, emeralds, sapphires, and rupees sparkled back at him in the tiny lantern's light. But the claw held Dougal's attention. Two blades pointing forward, two pointed back, a hand grip in the middle, an unguent. It was set with 4 gems, red, black, gray, and golden, for the 4 children of the Imperator and the 4 founders of the modern Legion. There was something else, though, hanging from the forward upturned blade, a simple golden chain, and hanging from that chain, a locket twin to Dougal's own. Dougal picked up the locket and held it up to the light. Then he opened it, although he knew what he would find, his own cameo, jet set in ivory. He thought of the soft voice in the hallway. "Thank you, Vala," he said, not sure if she could hear, and not caring if she didn't. He pocketed the locket and turned to the claw itself. Dougal reached into the chest and carefully grasped the claw by its jewel-encrusted handle. No trap was sprung. He didn't expect that Adalbern would have the desire or knowledge to construct a trap in the chest, but he couldn't be sure. Time was wasting, though, and he needed to move fast. Steadying himself, he yanked the weapon from the chest with a single sharp movement. The claw came out of the chest without incident, and Dougal examined it in the light. It seemed undamaged, despite having survived the foe fire and intervening centuries. It looked exactly as he described it to the others, right down to the gold plating, colors of the 4 jewels embedded in its handle. The blades were clean and sharp enough that he could see his reflection in them, something he'd not done in a long time. He had to admit, without any surprise, given everything he'd been through, that he looked horrible, dirty, ragged, covered with a thin coating of bone dust. Still, he could not hold back a smile. He handled the blade gingerly, as its construction seemed to threaten to poke him at every moment. He looked around at the scattered treasure and wondered if he should risk taking more. Almora, after all, had promised him and the others any additional treasure they had found, but anything would have to be hauled back up the pit and out of the city. In the end, he quickly chose 2 small sacks of gems, emeralds, and diamonds, and a good-sized satchel of platinum coins stamped with the seal of the royal house of Kryta. Dougal turned and sped back through the catacombs, lacing his way back through the bars of the trap, leaving the vault door open. When he reached the pit, the rope still hung there. "I have it, and gems, and platinum as well," he shouted upwards. Riona appeared at the top of the pit and waved. The claw would be too bulky and sharp to carry up on his back, so he tied it to the rope and gave the line a tug. Riona hauled hard on the rope, and the claw went up in an instant and disappeared over the rim of the pit. Dougal waited for a moment for Riona to throw the rope back down, but the rope didn't return. "Riona," he called, "we need to get out of here. Just cut the rope off the claw and toss me the free end." Had something happened? Had the ghost gotten her? Riona leaned over the top of the well, brandishing the untied claw in her hand. "I have it. Thank you, Dougal." "Wait." Dougal strove to keep panic from his voice. "Throw the rope down." Riona's voice cut like a sword. "I'm afraid I can't do that." Something ice cold struck Dougal in the heart. "What do you mean?" he managed. The horrible realization was already drawing on him. Riona gave a mirthless laugh. "I have what I came for and have to leave now. Thank you for all your help. I could not have done it without you." Dougal's blood ran cold. "This was your plan from the start, wasn't it? You're the one who alerted the Ebonhawk guards." Riona chuckled, and told Clag where to find you. Almora isn't the only one sending messengers through the Azura gates, though I will admit I wasn't sure about it all until we returned to Ebonhawk and I saw the Char forces array against us. Why? Asked Dougal, but he was already scanning the slick rock wall ahead of him. It would be difficult to climb without a belaying rope, but not impossible. Why Clag and the Ebonhawk guards? Said Riona. I wanted to get rid of our unwanted allies. This was supposed to be a private party. I thought you and I could pull this off without them. And if you were of a like mind, we could take the claw for ourselves. From what I knew of you, I thought you could be convinced as long as the others weren't around. But instead of reducing our menagerie, I ended up increasing it. Telling Clag resulted in that oaf Gulick joining us, and we had to take the rat Azura with us after he got out of Ebonhawk. And the guards in the sewers, said Dougal, thinking of the horror they had both felt killing other guards. A sad accident, said Riona, her voice wavering. I had planted myself on the parapet to wait for the guards, but you and that vegetable got there first. No, they were just doing their jobs, like the Char Patrol. You cannot take the claw back to Ebonhawk, said Dougal, and moved slowly along the ledge towards the wall and out of Riona's view. Stay where I can see you, or I am gone, said Riona, and Dougal moved back. You're right, that was my original plan. When I first received my orders from Almora to enlist you to find the claw, I thought it was my chance to return to Ebonhawk as a hero as opposed to someone who aided deserters. But after we talked on the wall, I realized that you were right. The Char would stop at nothing if they knew. No, I could not give the claw to Ebonhawk or to Almora. Then what are you going to do with it? Said Dougal, looking around. Perhaps if you could grab a rock, you might be able to stun her at a distance. It seemed a pitiful chance. The Flame Legion, said Riona, brightly now. I'm going to give it to the Flame Legion. What? Dougal almost shouted. Think of it, Dougal, said Riona. If the Flame Legion gained the claw, there would be a civil war. The Char women, like Ember, would rebel at once, but there would be enough of those Char in other legions who would follow the new Conqueror, Gizem the legions. The Char would collapse in a civil war, and we could break the siege, pitting one side against the other. The humans would be able to retake Ascalon. We would be able to retake Ascalon. Dougal's mind raced, and he said, so you caught that Flame Legion soldier after all, and made a deal, said Riona. The others trusted you, said Dougal. Colleen, Cranks, Gulick, even Ember. Why should we care? They're not even human. Riona scoffed at him. I'm a true daughter of Ebonhawk. You should be a true son. You know what happens to Ebonhawk if the Queen and this truce faction manage to forge some kind of agreement? We lose. It's only a matter of time before the Char betray us and Ebonhawk falls. Dougal gawked at her. I trusted you too. You helped me believe. I thought I trusted you, said Riona. I really did. I thought you were smart enough to see how things were. Everything I knew about you from when you and the others deserted me told me I could convince you. But no, you are still haunted by your late wife. When you told me, I knew it would be near impossible to convince you. You're still in love with a dead woman. That's why you really came here, isn't it? We can talk, said Dougal, mentally planning handholds on the slick wall. He set down the bag of platinum coins. It would just slow him down. We can't, said Riona. When I was attacked by ghosts, you called out her name, not mine. You still love her, Dougal. You came here to find her, and now I'm leaving you with her. Both of you can remain together in death. Riona laughed, but her laugh turned into a scream of pain and surprise. Her silhouette disappeared from the top of the pit. There was a feral growl and a clash of metal on metal. Dougal ran to the base of the wall and started climbing. He did not know if he could make it in time or what he would do once he reached the top, but he knew one thing. Ember Doomford was still alive. Chapter 27. Dougal dug his fingers into the wall and climbed faster and faster, keep from slipping. He stabbed his fingers into crumbling masonry over and over again. He scraped his hands raw, forcing handholds into his race to reach the top. He could hear Ember clearly now. Traitor, she bellowed, and there was a clash of metal again. Dougal redoubled his effort. Dougal clawed his way to the top of the pit in time to see Riona standing facing the Char. Parts of her bright armor had been ripped away, and she had claw marks along her exposed arm. Ember was worse off. Her heavy blade was knocked aside, and she clutched her bleeding midsection, struggling to hold her insides together. As Dougal watched, Ember managed her, spitting blood and dropping to her knees, then fell forward. Dougal climbing over the edge and rose to his feet as a nasty grin split Riona's face. It always makes me happy to see a Char die. Dougal's ebony blade sprang from its sheath, and he held it before him, his fingers raw, mirroring its hilt. Don't make me hurt you, Riona. he said. Just give me the claw. Riona wheeled, surprised by Dougal's appearance. As he watched, her expression turned from rage to a softness. Dougal, she said, I misread you. You have much more determination than even I suspected. I'm sorry I left you down there. She did not lower the claw, but moved to her right. Dougal stepped away from the edge of the pit and circled her. This is your chance, Dougal, said Riona. We go our separate ways. You go back to Divinity's Reach or Lion's Ark or wherever. Survived Ascalon City twice. You have gems, gold to prove it. And while the Char Legions tear each other apart, you can just wait for the dust to settle and for the humans to come back. All you have to do is walk away. I'm afraid I can't do that, said Dougal. You know that. Riona came at him, whipping an ungyu around as she charged. Dougal realized that some of the bloody scratches were not from Ember, but from the claw itself. Riona was an amateur with the blade, could injure herself just as easily as she could wound him. Yet, she could not drop it, pull her own sword. Dougal countered her attack with a flurry of blows, but try as he might, he could not find a way past the claw's 4 blades. While Riona might not know how to handle the ungyu, Dougal stood before her beaten and exhausted, blood from his fingers making his blade hard to handle. He'd always been a better soldier, and that edge proved enough to keep him from hurting her. Dougal backed up again, giving himself some more room from the claw's blades, and hoping that Riona might trip on the uneven paving stones when coming after him. The blades of the claw flashed at him again and again, and it was all he could do to mount a decent defense against them. Every time he thought he might see a space for a counterattack, Riona closed it in an instant. Sometimes this meant cutting her own flesh with one of the other blades, but she didn't seem to care. He kept backing up slowly, buying himself time with space, circling as he moved, putting her between the pit and himself. Just walk away, Dougal. Riona looked straight into his eyes. I'll let you go for old time's sake. I'm taking the claw either way. You don't have to die. She launched herself at him. Dougal turned just in time to parry her attack. One of the claw's blades got past his guard and ripped a shallow channel in his leg. Furiously, Riona pressed the attack, slicing and stabbing at Dougal with abandon. He stumbled backwards, over stones, deflecting the most lethal of her blows. She was forcing him to move now, spinning him so his back was to the pit and his form was framed in the light of the foe fire. He was the perfect target, which is what he wanted to be. Riona let out a guttural cry that might have been a curse or a threat or a prayer and charged him, her blades lashing out and laying open his left shoulder. That's when Dougal struck. Despite the pain at Riona's heart, she managed to half parry the blow, and it slashed through her side rather than into her chest. More importantly, she had to twist off to ward the blow, and her own charge carried her forward to the edge of the pit. She slashed again at Dougal, and he raised his blade again, piercing Riona's chest through its chain link, halfway up the blade's length. Riona's eyes went wide with the shock. She began to pitch backward, Dougal's name on her bloody lips, his sword still lodged in her chest. Dougal let go of his sword and reached beyond the length of the blade. He grabbed the claw of the conner from Riona's tightly locked fingers and pulled. The claw came free, but Riona kept arcing backwards, back into the pit. She fell without making a sound, disappearing into the light. Dougal did not hear her land. Dougal sat on the edge of the pit, breathing deeply, clutching the ungyu. His shoulder wept blood, and tears streamed down his face. A deep cuffing noise behind him shocked him and told him that Ember had not fully given up the fight. He staggered over and slapped his pockets, at last finding a potion that Cranks had given him. He rolled Ember onto her back, poured the liquid between her lips. Then he took a swig himself. It tasted like concentrated cranberry syrup, but he could feel a warmth in his leg and shoulder, a tingling as the damaged flesh tried to knit itself together. He poured the remaining potion down the Char's throat, and Ember let out a long coughing gag, then rolled over and vomited bits of her own flesh. She touched the skin beneath her slashed belly armor to make sure her flesh was solid. The traitor, spat Ember. Dead, said Dougal, and looked over at the pit. I'm gonna need a new sword. Again. Ember growled and nodded and said, what about you, Dougal Keen? What about me? Despite the potion, Dougal ached and knew that if it came to it, he could not fight a Char one-on-one. Are you going to return with me to the vigil and give the claw of the conner to Almora's Soulkeeper? The Char's words sounded hostile, but she looked concerned. Dougal could not guess what the Char was thinking, but slowly nodded. I'd like to do that. A toothy smile spread over Ember's face. Good. Even with your kindness of a healing drought, I'm in no shape to fight you. So you do want to go back, said Dougal. Of course, said Ember. I do not think I could face my grandmother empty-handed. Grandmother? Dougal was startled. Almora is... I have her eyes, said Ember, smiling weakly. Though my mother was Ash Legion. Don't tell me that was not obvious even to a human. There was a great shout from the far side of the courtyard, and both man and Char looked up, surprised. Golek staggered into view. I don't believe it, muttered Ember. I do, said Dougal. The Norn was pale, massive form almost drained of life. Not an inch of his outfit was not shredded. Not an an inch of his exposed flesh was not bleeding. His warrior's braid was burned off to a charcoaled stump, and he was, as they were, covered with a thin coating of pulverized bone, but he was alive. "By the bear!" shouted the Norn. "Did you kill them all without me? The Azura did a wonderful thing, for his device gave me wings. I awoke in the remains of one of the houses and tried to find you." He paused a moment, and then admitted with a shrug, "I'm afraid I got lost. I wasn't paying that much of attention on the way in." Dougal wanted to hug the Norn and lumbered forward, but Ember beat him to it, embracing the Norn and slapping his back. Gulick winced, got his vengeance, slapping the Char on the back as well. "Where is he?" said Gulick. "Where is that powerful Azura?" Dougal's face fell, and Ember said, "He's dead. Cranks died defeating Adalbern." Gulick grew somber immediately. "I see. Did he die well?" Dougal said, "It was a death worthy of a legendary tale. One I would like very much to hear," said Gulick softly. "And Riona?" Dougal and Ember looked at each other. Then Ember said, "He's gone as well." Gulick lowered himself to the ground. "I am afraid," he said, "I have to find less fragile friends." The three were silent for a moment in the heart of the dead city. "Do you still have your satchel, Norn?" asked Ember. "Of course," said Gulick, and shuffled the pack off one shoulder. "We need to put something away," said the Char, and Dougal hefted the claw. Gulick raised an eyebrow. "So this is what all the fuss was about. Was it worth the death of your friends?" "Nothing ever is," said Dougal. "But since you have space in your satchel, there is a bag filled with platinum coins halfway down that pit, and more in a treasure room beyond. But we'd best be quick before Adalbern reforms his ghostly body and marshals his troops." Gulick rose to his feet. "Let him," he snorted. "I will take out my rage against him in Crank's name still." And a smile played over his face. "The only thing better than returning from the city of the dead is to return from the city of dead bearing great treasures. Down here, you say?" He walked to the edge of the pit. Dougal laid the claw in Gulick's satchel. There was more than enough room for several more sacks, and he would have to scare up another sword as well. To Ember, he said, "He's right, you know. It hardly looks like something worth all the worry." "How so?" asked Ember. "I expected some legendary weapon like Magdare itself," said Dougal. "Something all-powerful and magical. Just a gaudy toy." Ember made a chuffling noise that Dougal now knew to be laughter. "It is more than a weapon. It is a key. The key by which we will unlock the chance for peace between our peoples. And with that, a chance to defeat the Elder Dragons. Does not get more important than that." Dougal nodded and closed the bag over the claw. "We still have to get back," he said. "We will assault that bridge when we get to it, Dougal Keen," said the Char. Put a large paw on the human shoulder. Gulick let out a cry. "Are you two old women going to swap tender lies, or are you going to help? Someone mentioned treasure down there, and if Adalbern is still around, I want to take his best tableware." The Char and human laughed, and together they walked to the pit's edge. They had much yet to do.